Chapter 2639. Half a day later, the other 400 cultivators also arrived and joined Yang Kai's subordinates to await his orders. Yang Kai walked out of the wooden house, glanced at them, reprimanded them a few times, then turned around and walked back into the wooden house. After entering the wooden house, Yang Kai could not help but fall into contemplation. Yang Kai's main purpose in coming here, impersonating Xiao Bai, was to find the Southern Gate Army. Once he found them, he would kill them if he could, capture them if he couldn't, but he never expected that he would be assigned the task of guarding the array flag and be trapped in place. Since he had to guard the array flags, he naturally could not run around. What's more, he did not even know where the Southern Gate Army was. For a moment, Yang Kai could not help but feel anxious. Looking at the Seeking Passion sect's array flags and array discs, it would not take long for them to break through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. If they were too late, there would be nothing they could do. Considering all this, a look of determination flashed across Yang Kai's face as he pushed open the door and walked out. The 500 cultivator were now scattered around the array flags, sitting cross-legged in meditation. As soon as they saw Yang Kai appear, they stood up one after another, not knowing what order he had. But Yang Kai did not even look at them and just turned around and walked out. "Young Master Xiao?" A clear voice rang out. It was Hua Han, who had cupped his fists and shouted. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned, looking quite unhappy. "Where is young Master Xiao going?" Hua Han asked in a deep voice. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Where this young master goes is none of your business." Hua Han looked annoyed. However, he said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone, "Young Master Xiao is wrong. Since Elder Feng wants you to guard this place and guard the array flags, then young Master Xiao should naturally obey the order. I'm afraid Elder Feng will be unhappy if he finds out that you left your post without a reason. If something happens here, who can bear the responsibility?" "It's calm here, what can happen?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Hua Han smiled slightly and said, "Who knows?" I also said, "What if?" Yang Kai said, "I'm just going for a walk. I'll be back soon." Hua Han said, "Leaving for even a moment is also leaving your post without permission. If young Master Xiao insists, then I will have to report this matter." Previously, Yang Kai had made him suffer, and he still bore a grudge. Now that he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Yang Kai. Moreover, the Seeking Passion sect's disciples were stationed here not only to assist the people from the Emperor Realm who had accepted the recruitment order to guard the array flags, but also to monitor the people from the Emperor Realm. After all, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Who knew if these people from the Emperor Realm were reliable, or if the loyalty of his own disciples was more reassuring? Therefore, every person from the Emperor Realm who had accepted the recruitment order had a disciple from the Seeking Passion sect. Although there weren't many of them, Feng Qi needed these disciples to keep those from the Emperor Realm in check. Looking at Hua Han's serious and complacent expression, Yang Kai felt sick of it. He also knew that the other party was taking revenge on him. However, since Hua Han had said so, he couldn't force him. If he really attracted Feng Qi's attention, he was afraid that he would be watched even more closely. "If you don't want to look, then don't look. It's not a big deal." Yang Kai curled his lips and chuckled, then turned around and returned to the wooden house, closing the door behind him. Hua Han stood in place with a happy smile on his face. Soon night fell. Yang Kai, who was thinking of countermeasures, suddenly heard whispers coming from outside. After listening carefully for a while, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. The 500 cultivators outside were whispering about nothing else. It was actually him. "Did you hear? Although our Master Zhao's background is not small, he is a henpecked husband. This matter has already spread. I heard that his fiancée is so ugly that people can't bear to look at her directly. Moreover, she has a bad temper. This Master Xiao couldn't stand being tormented by his fiancée in the Azure Sun Temple, so he ran to the Northern Territory. Haha, I thought he had some great ability, but it turns out that he is afraid of women." "Really? There's such a thing?" He said it himself in the recruitment hall. "How can it be fake? Many people were there at the time." "The way I see it, This senior Xiao has probably never seen a beautiful woman in his life, so he came here to accept the recruitment order, hoping to pick up a few beautiful women after flattening Ice Heart Valley. So what if he brings them back? With a fierce wife at home, I'm afraid he doesn't have the guts to be presumptuous. He can only look. How pitiful! Speaking of which, he is still in the Emperor realm. What a disgrace to men. He didn't know which bastard spread the news for a while, but now it seemed to have caused a lot of trouble and the whole city knew about it. Yang Kai had just casually mentioned it in the recruitment hall, but who would have thought that this matter would be dug up and made fun of? Needless to say, it was definitely that bastard Hua Han's doing. Although it was not true, being talked about like this behind his back, especially by his subordinate in name, Yang Kai was still annoyed and couldn't help but snort. Hearing this, the discussion outside came to an abrupt end, but after everyone glanced at each other, they couldn't help curling their lips and sneering. Getting angry out of humiliation, Hua Han stared in the direction of the wooden house and sneered softly. For 2 days, Yang Kai stayed in the wooden house as Hua Han's obstruction and surveillance forced him to make other plans. Yang Kai, who had the space divine technique, really wanted to leave, but how could a trivial third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator detect it? However, this place was deep in enemy territory, so Yang Kai could only act cautiously. On the 3rd day, Yang Kai, who was meditating in the wooden house, suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside, followed by Chao Su's voice. "Young Master Xiao, Chao Su requests an audience." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing why Chao Su had come again. Ever since Chao Su led him here a few days ago, he hadn't shown up again, but he did not expect to see him again today. Feeling suspicious, he opened the door and walked out, fanning himself with his folding fan. Before he could steady himself, a cold snort came from the opposite side, which seemed to contain great anger. An aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rushed towards him. Yang Kai's expression changed. Taking a few steps back, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward. In front of him, Chao Su was standing there with a dry smile on his face, and beside him, there was a woman dressed in white as snow. Just by looking at this woman's figure, one could tell that she was quite curvaceous. Her exquisite figure made one's imagination run wild. But looking at her face, it made people lose their appetite. This woman's face was full of freckles, which were unevenly distributed on that face, single eyelids, small eyes, a flat nose, a big mouth, although her eyes were bright. But with such a dignified appearance, even if her eyes were bright, they would become as sharp as a knife, making people shudder. This woman's appearance was so ugly that it could not be described with words. It was unknown how she had offended the heavens to be given such a punishment. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. He exclaimed in shock. "You couldn't say a word for a long time. Wow, you actually came here, you made this lady look for you." The ugly woman immediately gnashed her teeth, her eyes showing a fierce light, as if she wanted to peel off Yang Kai's skin and eat Yang Kai's flesh. Yang Kai was sweating profusely. He wiped his hands and said, "You? Why are you here?" He didn't expect that the person in front of him would come here. Although the woman in front of him was ugly and unfamiliar, Yang Kai recognized her at a glance. Jiao. It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyesight was good, but the moment they met, Jiao immediately released her aura. Yang Kai and Jiao had been together for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with her aura. Jiao's current appearance was obviously a disguise given to her by Shi Tianhe. There was no trace of her original appearance. A few days ago, he had run out of Ice Heart Valley alone because he didn't want Jiao to be involved in his plans, but now she had come to him under Kai Su's lead. What's going on? Yang Kai was shocked and secretly glanced at Kai Su, who let out a hollow laugh and said, "Young Master Xiao, this young lady said she has an engagement with you and came here specifically to find you, so, please forgive her, young Master Xiao." Kai Su's voice was extremely dry, and he seemed very helpless. Engagement? Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The 500 cultivators who were meditating nearby also looked over curiously, but when they saw Ji Yao's current appearance, their faces changed, and those with poor psychological endurance turned around and vomited. Too ugly, too ugly. No wonder Master Xiao fled the southern territory. If I had such a fiancé, I would also flee. Poor, really pitiful. He is in the emperor realm, how did he end up with such a woman? A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. If he married such a woman, he might as well die. There were many discussions, and most of the cultivators sympathized with Yang Kai from the bottom of their hearts. After all, he was in the emperor realm, so what kind of beauty couldn't he have? Yet he had such a fiancée. Who could bear it? This Zun Rong, even if he turned off the lights, he would still have a psychological shadow. On the other hand, Hua Han and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't help but gloat, waiting for a good show. What's wrong? Ji Yao took a step forward, and the aura around her was oppressive. You dare not acknowledge the parent's order and the matchmaker's words? Although this young lady's appearance is a bit ordinary, there are many people who want to marry me. If you dare not acknowledge today, I will immediately break your legs. Ordinary appearance. Kai Su's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this girl really dared to say that. Her appearance was simply a waste of the word, ordinary. You've got the wrong person, I don't know you. Hurry up and leave. Yang Kai covered his face with his hands, not daring to look at Ji Yao. At the same time, he quietly transmitted his voice to Ji Yao. Why did you come here? This place is dangerous, hurry up and go back. Ji Yao hysterically shouted, surnamed Xiao, don't be so shameless. If it weren't for the sect master's order, do you think this young lady would be willing to marry you? At the same time, she transmitted her voice, you dared to leave me behind and run away. Previously in the ancient lands, you repeatedly deceived me and took advantage of me. Do you think this matter is over? How do you know my surname is Xiao? Aya, you also know what happened before. I was forced into a corner. Yang Kai transmitted his voice while panicking. That marriage doesn't count, it doesn't count. From now on, you and I will not interfere with each other's business. We won't contact each other for the rest of our lives. Chapter 2640. The news of your family having a fierce wife has spread like wildfire these past few days. The entire Ice Moon City knows about it. If not for that, I wouldn't have known that you are pretending to be Xiao Bai. Rest assured, my background is also perfectly fabricated. Seeking Passion sect won't be able to find out. Jiao quickly replied and shouted angrily, Xiao Bai, do you still have a conscience? If I hadn't taken care of you back then, you would have been fed to wild beasts in the wilderness. Now, after taking advantage of me, you want to abandon me. Taking advantage. The 500 cultivators suddenly pricked up their ears, all of them looking at Yang Kai in awe. They couldn't help but admire him. With such an ugly woman, no one would dare to accept her, but Yang Kai actually had the guts to take advantage of her. His taste was a bit too heavy. The noise here not only made the nearby 500 cultivators watch with great interest, but it also alarmed the cultivators guarding the other array flags in the distance. For a time, many people looked over. After a little inquiry, they knew that a fierce fiancé named Xiao Bai had come to visit. The news of Xiao Bai having a fierce wife had spread like wildfire these past few days, so everyone was watching the fun happily, wondering how Yang Kai would end up. Taking advantage. Yang Kai was sweating profusely, his face full of guilt and uneasiness. Everyone looked at his face and felt that it was true, making them admire him even more. Don't think I don't know what you want to do by coming to Seeking Passion sect to accept the recruitment order. You just want to take a few beautiful Ice Heart Valley disciples back with you. Let me tell you, you are delusional. If you dare take one, I will kill her. If you dare take two, I will kill both. Even your manhood will be cut off. The 500 cultivators burst into laughter. Although Ji Yao's current appearance was really not worthy of compliments, these words were really explosive. Sure enough, she was incomparably valiant. If it was an ordinary woman, who would dare to say these things? Especially Hua Han, who was watching from the side and laughing, hoping that Yang Kai would be as unlucky as possible. It's over, it's over. Yang Kai hurriedly transmitted his voice. Others didn't know what Jiao looked like. However, he clearly understood that it was really difficult for such a beautiful and cold woman to say such words. He sighed in his heart and continued to transmit his voice. Alright, since you've already made a fuss, then cooperate with me. Later, find a chance to fight with me. Ji Yao's heart stirred. He quickly replied, all right. Vulgar. Yang Kai cried out bitterly, pointing his finger at Ji Yao, a look of agony on his face as he shouted, I, Xiao Bai, have lived a carefree life. How did I end up with such a vulgar woman like you? The heavens are blind, the heavens are blind. Ji Yao said furiously, you still dare to despise this young lady. While talking, his figure flashed as he rushed over. He waved his hands and scratched at Yang Kai. As he did so, he cursed endlessly. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. Yang Kai blocked left and right, but he was powerless, and after a short while, his clothes were torn apart by Ji Yao's claws. Hiss! This woman is actually from the Emperor realm? Master Xiao is from the Emperor realm, but he is not her opponent at all. It can be seen that this woman's cultivation is higher than Master Xiao's. I heard that Master Xiao is from Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Where does this woman come from? Previously, everyone was just watching the show and didn't put Ji Yao in their eyes, but now that Ji Yao made a move, her cultivation from the Emperor realm was exposed, making everyone tremble in fear. A shrew was not scary, a shrew with strength was. Enough! Yang Kai shouted angrily, pushing his Emperor Qi and pushing Ji Yao away, his eyes flashing fiercely, don't touch this young master again, or don't blame this young master for being impolite. Ji Yao was stunned for a moment, as if she had not expected that Yang Kai would dare to attack her, but soon she shouted hysterically, Xiao Bai, if you dare attack me, this young lady will kill you. Saying so, she flipped her hand and summoned a long sword, sweeping it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time and his clothes were cut open, almost ripping his stomach open. Bitch, you court death. Yang Kai's anger soared to the heavens as he clapped his hands together and pushed his Emperor Qi, sending a massive palm print towards Ji Yao. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk an Emperor Realm Master's attack was quite imposing, causing the expressions of many cultivators to change drastically. However, Ji Yao, who bore the brunt of this attack, easily broke Yang Kai's killing move with a single slash of her sword. She then raised her sword and surrounded Yang Kai in a flash. They're fighting, they're really fighting. This is a battle of life and death. How can two people who are engaged fight to this point? Master Zhao's temper isn't very good, and that woman is even more unreasonable. When they were watching the show earlier, the 500 cultivators were watching with great interest, but when they saw Yang Kai and Ji Yao really fighting, they were uneasy, not knowing if they would be affected. Hua Han, on the other hand, was beaming with joy, secretly cheering for Ji Yao in his heart, wishing that Ji Yao would stab Yang Kai to death with her sword. Chao Su, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. He hesitated for a while before hurriedly rushing towards Feng Qi's direction. Now that the two great emperors were fighting, it was no longer something he could interfere with. He could only report this matter to Feng Qi and ask him to decide how to deal with it. In the sky, Yang Kai and Ji Yao were locked in a fierce battle, looking like they had a deep hatred for each other. As they fought, the two of them also cursed each other. For a while, the two of them fought here and there. It was a fiery battle. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm below were looking up, but they had no relationship with Yang Kai and Ji Yao, so they naturally wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After asking around a little, they knew what was going on and couldn't help but laugh. After fighting for a while, the battlefield had already shifted. At this moment, a voice came from below. Young Master Xiao, what are you doing? Kai Yang glanced down and saw that it was Feng Qi who had rushed over, his face filled with anger. Why would Yang Kai care about him? He only cared about fighting with Ji Yao as he rushed in a certain direction. Where is the South Gate army? Ji Yao understood and asked while releasing her killer move. I've secretly come out a few times these few days. Although I didn't dare to investigate deeply, the South Gate army is definitely here. As for the exact location, I'm not too sure. You and I should pay more attention. What characteristics does he have? Ji Yao asked. I've never seen him before, nor do I know him. However, he's a formation master. Since he's in charge of breaking the formation, There must be experts protecting him. Let's see how many cultivators from the Emperor realm are together. Okay. Ji Yao replied while releasing her divine perception to search around. Feng Qi's face couldn't help but turn cold when he didn't get a response from Yang Kai. Elder Feng, that's where Grandmaster Nan Gate is now. We can't let them get any closer, or else they'll disturb Grandmaster Nan Gate, Chao Su hurriedly reminded when he saw the direction Yang Kai and Ji Yao were moving. There's no need for you to say that. These two are now fighting for real. I'm afraid they won't stop until one of them is dead. Feng Qi's face was gloomy. Feng Qi's face darkened as he said in annoyance, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let you bring that woman over no matter what. Chao Su smiled bitterly. Who knew that woman would be so unreasonable? There's no time to lose. Hurry up and stop them, Feng Qi said and immediately flew towards Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Over there. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He quietly winked at Ji Yao and said, there's a second-order Emperor Realm Master and two first-order Emperor Realm Masters over there. They should be the ones protecting the Southern Gate Army. The two of them looked at each other and both of them rushed over, their moves still ferociously smashing towards each other. Not long after, the two arrived at the location they had previously scouted. Glancing around, Yang Kai saw a burly middle-aged man setting up an array flag. Beside him were three people from the Emperor Realm. One of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while the other two were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. The Southern Gate Army. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the burly man setting up the array flag. Who dares to act so presumptuously? Leave this place immediately. The three second-order Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm raised their heads and shouted coldly. Yang Kai shouted at Ji Yao. Ji Yao saw an opportunity and slapped her palm towards Yang Kai. The power of this palm caused the wind to change color as it directly hit Yang Kai's chest. With a cry, Yang Kai opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell from the sky like a meteor. Looking at the direction he was falling, it turned out that he was falling towards the Southern Gate Army. At the same time, Ji Yao's eyes flashed fiercely as she shouted, Xiao Bai Yi, today, this will be your burial ground. While shouting and yelling, he flew down. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to kill them all. Ji Yao arrived first, landing on the ground just a hair's breadth away from Yang Kai. However, when they approached the crowd, the two of them turned around and flew forward. Ji Yao no longer held back her strength and swept out her sword, causing the world to tremble. A second-order Emperor Realm Master. The faces of the three people guarding the Southern Gate Army changed slightly. As they shouted, the second-order Emperor Realm Master also took action and intercepted Ji Yao. Yang Kai, on the other hand, ignored them and rushed straight towards the Southern Gate Army. His expression was cold, and his vitality was soaring. He did not look injured at all. Although the Southern Gate Army's array Grandmaster was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, his cultivation was not weak. Although the Southern Gate Army was startled by Yang Kai's aggressive charge, they didn't panic. Instead, they just retreated a few steps and coldly glared at him. Little thief, how dare you attack the Southern Gate Grandmaster? One of the First-Order Emperor Realm Masters shouted as he stood up to meet Yang Kai. Roll, roll, roll. Yang Kai shouted angrily as he flicked his finger, sending a moon blade forward. When the First-Order Emperor Realm Master saw the moon blade approaching, he coldly snorted and pushed his Emperor Qi to defend himself, but he didn't know how strange and lethal this moon blade was. As soon as his Emperor Qi came into contact with the moon blade, it instantly collapsed, scaring the First-Order Emperor Realm Master out of his wits. He hurriedly summoned a defensive artifact in front of him. However, he missed this opportunity as Yang Kai arrived in front of him and slapped his palm towards his head. With a bang, the First-Order Emperor Realm Master did not even have time to react before his head was smashed, his brain splattering all over the ground. Chapter 2641. In just one exchange, a Seeking Passion sect elder from the Emperor Realm was smashed in the head and died on the spot. This brutal scene made the nearby cultivator exclaim in disbelief. That was the Emperor Realm's elder. How could he be killed with a single slap? How could this guy named Xiao Bai Yi be so strong? After succeeding in one move, Yang Kai sent out another moonblade towards another First Order Emperor Realm Master while grabbing towards the South Gate army. "It's you, you little beast." The First Order Emperor Realm Master didn't show any fear when he saw his companion die. Instead, his eyes flashed, as if he had discovered an incredible secret. He reached out to grab Yang Kai and his cultivation sword. Soon, he broke through his limits and reached a height that made others despair. Third Order Emperor Realm? Yang Kai's eyes widened. After realizing this person's cultivation, he exclaimed, "Feng Xian, you were hiding here." He had received news before that Feng Xian was in Ice Moon City, but now he knew that Feng Xian wasn't in Ice Moon City at all. Instead, he had been guarding the Southern Gate army and had even disguised his appearance and concealed his cultivation fluctuations, pretending to be an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master. As the Seeking Passion sect master, he must have the corresponding secret technique to do this. He must have done this to guard against Bing Yun, but he did not expect that Yang Kai would appear when Bing Yun was not on guard. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow. A few years ago, Feng Xian's soul descended into the Shattered Star Sea and used his son Feng Shi's body to fight with Yang Kai. Although he was defeated in the end, even his son was killed. But after that battle, he remembered Yang Kai's various divine technique in his heart. Now, as soon as the Moonblade appeared, Feng Xian recognized Yang Kai's identity. "It's too late to know now. This king knew that you had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Little beast, die." Feng Xian sneered. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, the principles of the Tao around him formed chains of Emperor Qi and wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand from the South Gate army. His expression became solemn as he quickly formed hand seals, chanting, "Flowing time Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle, dream." Seal. Yang Kai's palm. Flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Feng Xian was shocked as he felt the great power contained in this divine ability. Even a Third Order Emperor Realm Master like him couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Furthermore, in front of this divine ability, he suddenly had a very strange feeling. Everything in the surroundings seemed to come to a halt. Time principles. Feng Xian's face sank. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. It was precisely this divine ability that caused his soul to descend and his body to be defeated. His son was killed, so Feng Xian had been investigating the origins and mysteries of this divine technique for the past few years. His hard work paid off. He had finally found out the truth. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was a unique divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Once used, not only could the Flowing Time Great Emperor wither, but it also involved the time principles. It was a powerful secret technique that could make all the great emperors jealous. Now, Yang Kai was using the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal again, and he was undoubtedly more proficient than he was a few years ago. Feng Xian was shrouded by the time principles and was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, Kai Yang had already flashed past him. Like a tiger descending a mountain, he pounced in front of the Southern Gate army. The Southern Gate army hurriedly retreated in horror, and at the same time, their Emperor Qi surged as they tried to resist. But he was just a First Order Emperor Realm Master like Yang Kai, so how could he resist? Before he could even summon his Emperor artifact, Yang Kai had already grabbed him by the neck. In the next moment, a ferocious tsunami-like force invaded his body, rampaging through his meridians and flesh. The Southern Gate Army commander let out a muffled groan as his face turned pale and sweat dripped from his forehead. "Don't force me to kill you. You are an array grandmaster, and it's not easy for you to have such attainments." Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snort when he saw that the Southern Gate Army still wanted to resist. The Southern Gate Army sighed dejectedly and scattered his Emperor Qi, allowing Yang Kai to lift him up. At that moment, a light cracking sound rang out. Yang Kai looked back and saw that Feng Xian, who was affected by the time principle, had broken free. The power of the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal had been expelled from his body before it had a chance to take effect. As expected of a sect master, "You're really amazing." Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. Although the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was extraordinary, Yang Kai's cultivation was too low compared to Feng Xian's. It was lucky that it could trap him for a while. Xiao 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 xiao. From all directions, figures rose into the air one after another as Emperor Qi fluctuations spread out. It was the Seeking Passion sect and the Emperor Realm cultivators who had temporarily surrendered to the Seeking Passion sect. They sensed that something was wrong and rushed over to help. Looking at the number of people, there were at least 30 of them. 30 cultivators from the Emperor Realm was an extremely terrifying force. Although it wasn't as strong as the 32 Monster King or the 8 Great Saint Envoys of the ancient wildlands, it was still extremely shocking that a single sect could gather so many cultivators from the Emperor Realm. "Yao, we've succeeded. Hurry up and retreat." Yang Kai shouted as he called out to Ji Yao, who was fighting the Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't want to be entangled in this battle. Since he had captured the Southern Gate army, it was better to leave first. Ji Yao nodded lightly and swung her ice snow pear blossom sword. Pear blossoms bloomed, causing the Seeking Passion sect's Second-Order Emperor Realm Master to panic. Ji Yao took the opportunity to escape and flew towards Yang Kai. "You want to leave? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Feng Xian erupted like a volcano. Filled with monstrous anger, he circulated the Seeking Passion Supreme art to its limit. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In this aura, everyone's 7 emotions and 6 desires seemed to be infinitely magnified. Their minds were shaken, making it impossible for them to guard their hearts. This was the terrifying part of the Seeking Passion Supreme art. Once it was used, it could provoke the 7 emotions and 6 desires hidden in the heart of the enemy. In a life or death battle, the enemy would be suppressed by it. The slightest mistake would result in death. Circulating the Seeking Passion Supreme art, Feng Xian opened his hand and grabbed a spear in the air. When he poured his blood qi and emperor qi into it, the sound of wind and thunder immediately rang out from the spear. "Go!" Feng Xian shouted and threw the spear in his hand at Yang Kai. Kacha. The spear turned into a bolt of purple lightning, as if it wanted to destroy everything, soaring through the 9 heavens like a dragon. The relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Many people in the Emperor Realm were shocked when they saw this scene. There were also some knowledgeable people who recognized the origin of this spear. It was rumored that the Seeking Passion sect was founded by one of the great emperors. The Seeking Passion Supreme art was the secret art that the great emperors cultivated. It was because of this supreme secret art that the Seeking Passion Supreme art was able to ascend to the position of great emperors. After the Seeking Passion great emperors passed away, in addition to leaving behind the Seeking Passion Supreme art, there were naturally other relics left behind by them. And this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was the natal emperor artifact of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. Its power was limitless and its lethality was immense. To deal with Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, Feng Xian even used the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, which showed how determined he was to kill Yang Kai. Being locked onto by the Wind Thunder Divine Spear's aura, Yang Kai's face changed as he felt a sense of crisis he had never felt before, as if he would die in the next moment. Ji Yao's face also turned slightly pale. At the critical moment, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and a small ancient bell suddenly appeared in front of him. This small bell seemed to have been around for a long time. There were many mysterious patterns engraved on the bell. It grew as the wind blew and suddenly became as big as a house, blocking Yang Kai and Ji Yao behind it. The Mountains and Rivers Bell. As soon as this exotic treasure appeared, a world-suppressing aura rippled out. Many cultivators from the Emperor Realm who were rushing over here inexplicably felt their breaths quicken. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chests, making them feel suffocated. The power of the Mountains and Rivers Bell instantly leaked out. But this was not the end. Yang Kai suddenly slapped the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Kong. The sound of the bell rang out, piercing straight into the 9 heavens, and the suppressive force suddenly increased several times. At this moment, countless cultivators standing in the air suddenly fell down like dumplings, unable to stabilize their bodies. Only the Emperor Realm Masters were barely able to resist the suppressive force. What the hell is this? Feng Xian was shocked. Even as powerful as he was, after hearing the sound of the bell, his blood tumbled and he almost staggered. It was clear how powerful this exotic treasure was. Kong. Another loud noise rang out. This time, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear collided with the Mountains and Rivers Bell. When the two collided, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear suddenly revealed its true form, but its brilliance dimmed a little and it was directly sent flying. On the other hand, the Mountains and Rivers Bell, which was suspended in the void, was as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. But Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he was really injured, unlike when Jiao was acting and he had bitten his tongue and spat out blood. Although the Mountains and Rivers Bell was an exotic treasure, now that it had been subdued by Yang Kai, it was closely related to Yang Kai. The Mountains and Rivers Bell itself was not afraid of the power of the Wind Thunder Divine Spear, but a part of the power of the collision was transferred to its owner, Yang Kai. As a relic of the great emperors, its power was really extraordinary. Let's retreat. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice as he put away the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Space principles lingered around him as he wrapped Jiao and the Southern Gate army and disappeared. In the wilderness, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had a dazed look on their faces. The Emperor Realm Masters who had originally planned to rush over to help also froze in their tracks, no longer making any moves. Although the previous battle had been short, the earth-shattering shockwaves clearly showed how intense it was. No one could have imagined that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could actually exchange blows with a master like Feng Xian and escape unscathed. Where did he go? Where is that little brat? Who the hell is he? Questions popped up in the hearts of the masters from the Emperor Realm, but no one could answer them. Perhaps the Seeking Passion sect knew the identity of that person, but at this time, no one dared to ask. Feng Xian's face was ashen, as if his parents had died. Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if they tried to provoke him at this time? Chapter 2642. The Space Divine Technique. That's the Space Divine Technique. Suddenly, someone shouted in a low voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it quickly spread throughout the wilderness. Many people from the Emperor Realm paled. The Space Divine Technique was a strange technique. In the entire star boundary, there were very few people who could master it, and rumor had it that the one who was most proficient in the Tao of Space was the one from the Eastern Territories' Spirit Beast Island. But that person was a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. But now, there was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who had mastered the Space Divine Technique to such an extent. It was simply a divine skill that made people envious. That bell is probably the Mountains and Rivers Bell. Someone recognized the origin of the bell. The Mountains and Rivers Bell? The Yuan Ding, the relic of the great emperors? Yes, it really is the Mountains and Rivers Bell. I've heard from my disciples that the Mountains and Rivers Bell was born in the Shattered Star Sea, but I don't know where it is. Now it seems that someone has subdued the Mountains and Rivers Bell and brought it out of the Shattered Star Sea. Hiss. Mastering the Tao of Space and subduing the Mountains and Rivers Bell, what a great fortune. Who the hell is that person? Just as everyone was wondering, the pale-faced Feng Xian suddenly roared towards the sky. Yang Kai, this king will kill you. Yang Kai, isn't that the person Seeking Passion sect has been looking for? I heard that he has a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley. Because of this, Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in order to force Bing Yun to reveal Yang Kai's origins. So that boy is Yang Kai. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was famous before or not, after today he was famous. He killed a Seeking Passion sect elder in front of Seeking Passion sect's sect master Feng Xian. He abducted the Southern Gate army and escaped unscathed. Not everyone had this ability. The news that Yang Kai possessed the Space Divine Technique and the Mountains and Rivers Bell naturally spread. It wouldn't be long before Yang Kai's name would spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. The space divine technique was a matter of personal comprehension. Even if he captured Yang Kai, he probably wouldn't be able to learn it. However, the mountains and rivers bell was a relic left behind by the great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron. Rumor had it that it was a primordial treasure brought out from the savage, desolate ancient lands, which made countless people jealous. During the War of Emperors, even existences like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors had to kill Yuan Ding at the cost of getting injured. It was all because they were afraid of the mountains and rivers bell in his hand. This was a treasure that even the number one person in the star boundary feared. If he could obtain it, wouldn't he be able to soar to the heavens? From Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai and Ji Yao returned. As soon as Zhang Sun-ing sensed the fluctuations of the array, she immediately flashed out. Glancing nervously at Ji Yao and Yang Kai, she saw blood at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. She was shocked. "Brother Yang, you're injured." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Zhang Sun-ing said, "You're finally back. Honored Master has been worried about you for the past few days." If he wasn't afraid of alerting the enemy, Honored Master would have taken action himself. As she spoke, Zhang Sun-ing suddenly glanced curiously at the Southern Gate Army in Yang Kai's hand. She asked, "Who is this person?" Ji Yao said, "The Southern Gate Army." Zhang Sun-ing was surprised, but immediately overjoyed. "Did you succeed?" A few days ago, she didn't know why Yang Kai went out, but after Ji Yao went out, she knew that Yang Kai was going to deal with the Southern Gate Army. Now that the Southern Gate Army had been captured, it was undoubtedly a success. Yang Kai nodded and pushed the Southern Gate Army forward. "I'll leave them to you. Whether you kill them or keep them is up to Senior Bing Yun. I'll go heal first." After saying that, he turned to look at Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, come find me tomorrow. I have something I need your help with." Ji Yao didn't ask what it was and just gently nodded. Yang Kai's figure flashed and disappeared. As for the captured Southern Gate Army, although their cultivations had been sealed, they did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster as they looked around and said, "Ice Heart Valley, this king had long since intended to pay a visit, but he did not expect to do so as a prisoner." Zhang Sun-ing and Ji Yao looked at each other. The former stretched out her hand and said, "Grandmaster Southern Gate, please. I'll take you to see Honored Master." The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai's calm appearance caused many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to look at him in a new light. Although the culprit behind Ice Heart Valley's crisis was this man, in the end, there was no enmity between the Southern Gate Army and Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai was simply taking the other party's money to solve their problems. Now that they had been captured, Ice Heart Valley's crisis had been resolved. There was no need to make things difficult for them. In the small courtyard's room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing spirit pills while silently circulating his secret art. After a night, Yang Kai was full of energy and no trace of injury could be seen. The next morning, Yang Kai pushed open the door and walked out. Ji Yao was already waiting outside. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "I want to see Senior Bing Yun." "Come with me," Ji Yao responded. While leading the way, she took out her communication artifact and sent a message to Bing Yun. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Bing Yun's residence. After meeting, Bing Yun couldn't help but express her gratitude. This time, if it weren't for Yang Kai personally taking action, even she wouldn't have been able to capture the Southern Gate Army so easily. Although her cultivation wasn't bad, some things couldn't be done just because of it. "Senior, what are you going to do with the Southern Gate Army?" Yang Kai asked. Bing Yun said, "Tell him that my Ice Heart Valley won't make things difficult for him, but he can't be an enemy of Ice Heart Valley in this life. He can be considered a guest now. After the war is over, he will be sent away." Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Senior is very kind. If it were him, he would definitely make the Southern Gate Army suffer a little. Even if he didn't kill them, he would torture them to vent the anger in his heart." Bing Yun smiled and said, "After all, he is a Generations Array Grandmaster. In the future, Ice Heart Valley may need his help. If we can form a good relationship with him, we should form a good relationship with him." Speaking of which, he isn't targeting my Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai stopped talking about the Southern Gate Army and asked, "Have you prepared the things I asked Senior to prepare?" Hearing this, Bing Yun immediately threw a space ring to Yang Kai and said, "Everything is in there. Take a look and see if it's enough." Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and nodded, "It's enough." Bing Yun asked curiously, "Why do you need so many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades? As far as I know, these things can only be used to refine space rings. Could it be that you also know how to refine artifacts?" Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "I don't know how to refine artifacts, but these things have a great use in addition to refining space rings." Bing Yun thought for a moment and suddenly said, "A space array?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "I want to arrange a space array in Ice Heart Valley. I don't know if Senior has a suitable place in mind, preferably a well-guarded and hidden place." Bing Yun asked curiously, "Where do you want to go?" Ice Heart Valley has a space array that can lead to most places in the Northern Territory. Although it has been closed recently, it can still be opened. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I need to arrange one myself." Seeing his insistence, Bing Yun pondered for a moment and said, "How about the Ice Lake Restricted Area?" Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "The place where Ziyu was imprisoned? That's a good place." Bing Yun said, "Then let's choose there." Yang Kai frowned and said, "But isn't that Ice Heart Valley's restricted area?" Bing Yun smiled and said, "It used to be a restricted area, but since you took the bead from there, that place is no longer a restricted area." Yang Kai was stunned and smiled awkwardly. A few years ago, when he came to Ice Heart Valley, he took the bead of winter from the restricted area. It was because of this opportunity that Yang Kai was able to comprehend the flowing Time Great Emperor's divine technique in the Shattered Star Sea and comprehend the flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. In the past, Ice Heart Valley turned that place into a restricted area because of the bead of winter, but without the bead of winter, it was no longer a restricted area. A space array isn't so easy to arrange. Yang Kai, are you also proficient in spirit arrays? Bing Yun asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head, "I only know how to arrange this spirit array. It was taught to me by an expert by chance." As he spoke, a woman in black appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai had not seen her for many years in the star boundary, but he had never heard of a master named Yang Inflammation, and there was also no news of Lin Yun, who was taken away by her. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai got up and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll go arrange it now. Junior sister Yao, come with me." Bing Yun ordered, "Yao, follow Yang Kai. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to fulfill them." Ji Yao nodded. The two immediately walked out of the hall and headed to the former restricted area of Ice Heart Valley. Soon they arrived. This was a small island in the middle of a lake. When Yang Kai came last time, this place was extremely cold because of the bead of winter, but now, it was no different from the rest of Ice Heart Valley. The altar in the middle of the island still existed, and the bead of winter was originally placed on it. Yang Kai scanned the island with his divine sense and carefully checked the surrounding terrain. He said with satisfaction, "This place is good. We'll do it here." Saying so, he waved his hand and countless materials flew out, including a large number of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades. Yang Kai had arranged space arrays many times. When he was in Heng Luo Star Field, the space arrays he arranged could connect the entire Heng Luo Star Field, making it very convenient for the cultivator to travel between the various cultivation stars. One had to know that before Yang Kai arranged those space arrays, if a cultivator in Heng Luo Star Field wanted to go from one cultivation star to another, they might have to drift in the vast territory of the star field for several months or even a year. But with Yang Kai's methods, they only needed to use the space arrays to reach their destination in an instant, saving them a lot of time and avoiding the dangers along the way. It could be said that Yang Kai's contribution to Heng Luo Star Field was unprecedented, if not unsurpassed in the future. Before him, no one had ever been able to reach this point. After not arranging space arrays for many years, Yang Kai inevitably felt a little rusty, but he still had his foundation, so he only needed a moment to prepare before starting. Chapter 2643. The method of arranging space arrays was taught to him by Yang Yen, so Yang Kai had long since become familiar with it. If it were any other array master, even someone like the Southgate Army would have had to spend 3 to 5 months to set it up. This was because this involved the laws and mysteries of space, so the person setting up the array formation had to go through detailed deductions before they could set it up. However, Yang Kai was different. He was proficient in space principles and had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space, so arranging such a space array gave him a unique advantage. Under Ji Yao's attention, it only took half a day for the prototype of an embodiment to take shape. Pieces of space spirit crystal and space spirit jade were smelted by Yang Kai and placed on top of the array, gradually perfecting it. A day later, Yang Kai finished correcting the last of the rough edges and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's done." Although Ji Yao asked in a flat tone, there was an unconcealable shock in her beautiful eyes. Even if one hadn't eaten pork, they had at least seen a pig run, right? Space arrays were one of the most difficult arrays to arrange. It was said that arranging one required a lot of manpower, money, and energy, and in the entire star boundary, only a few people had the ability to arrange one. But when it came to Yang Kai, it only took him a day to set up a space array in the Ice Lake restricted area, appearing in front of Ji Yao. "It's done." Yang Kai nodded affirmatively and observed the space array for a while, sizing up his masterpiece with satisfaction. Although he hadn't arranged such a thing for many years, he could still pick it up easily. It seemed that some things couldn't be forgotten once they were learned. The space array in front of him was about 100 square meters. It could only be regarded as a small or medium-sized space array, capable of transporting no more than 10 people at a time. The array base was buried deep underground, and the array plate was engraved with countless mysterious runes. The array gate was as white as jade and seemed to lead to the 9 nether void. Above the array base, there were hundreds of grooves for embedding source crystals. Only by embedding source crystals could this space array be activated. "Where does it lead to?" Ji Yao asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. "It doesn't lead anywhere. It is now an independent space array." "Independent?" Ji Yao was stunned. "Then what's the use of it?" Space magic circles always needed to be connected to each other in order to be effective. If a cultivator wanted to go from one place to another through a space magic circle, the cultivator would have to use a space magic circle. Therefore, these two places must have the existence of a space array. Only by connecting the two space nodes could the teleportation effect be realized. A standalone space array was completely useless. "It's useless now, but it will be useful in a few days." Yang Kai grinned. Ji Yao didn't know what Yang Kai was up to, but she could see his mysterious appearance. They could only hold back their questions. "Take me to your Ice Heart Valley space array. Teleport me to the place closest to the Eastern Territory. I want to make a trip to the ancient lands." Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed when she heard this. She gently nodded and said, "Come with me." She naturally knew what Yang Kai was going to do in the ancient lands. He was going to ask for reinforcements. Now that Seeking Passion sect had a strong army, there were as many as 30 to 40 cultivators in the Emperor Realm alone, and there were even 2 third-order Emperor Realm masters. Ice Heart Valley's current strength was not enough to resist them. If they really fought, not many people from Ice Heart Valley would survive. However, if Yang Kai could ask for reinforcements from the ancient lands, the situation would be different. Ji Yao had seen the power of the Monster King and the Saint Envoy with her own eyes. None of them were inferior to Feng Xian. Along the way, Yang Kai said, "I won't be going to Senior Bing Yun to say goodbye. Help me tell her that I'll definitely be back in a month or 2 months at most. Your Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array should be able to last until then." "Okay," Ji Yao nodded gently. "Also," Yang Kai said as he took out a jade slip. Using his divine sense, he engraved some information into it and tossed it to Ji Yao. "Take this and teach it to the disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Have them practice it well during this time." Ji Yao took it curiously and glanced at it casually. Her tender body trembled as she asked, "What kind of spirit array is this?" What was recorded in the Jade Slip was not a powerful divine technique or secret technique, but a set of mysterious spirit arrays. Ji Yao was also a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master, so she had a lot of experience, so she could see the power of this spirit array at a glance. With the help of this spirit array, the strength of Ice Heart Valley's disciples would increase by several times. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Yang Kai replied, "It used to be the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories' Black Tortoise sect. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was taught to him by Maplewood City's Qin Chaoyang. At that time, Maplewood City was besieged by the demonic Qi, and Maplewood City managed to gather 7 Dao Source Realm Masters to form the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to investigate, but they were almost wiped out. It wasn't that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was weak, but that the people who formed it were not strong enough. One had to know that the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was the sect guarding array of the Eastern Territories' Black Tortoise sect. Once 7 people formed the Spirit Array, they could both attack and defend, and their defensive power would definitely increase exponentially. Unfortunately, Black Tortoise sect had somehow offended the divine spirit, Shihua. As a result, Shihua came knocking on their door. Black Tortoise sect used all of their strength, but they were unable to resist and were tragically wiped out. The ancestor of Maplewood City's Qin family was a master of Black Tortoise sect. After Black Tortoise sect was wiped out, he drifted to the Southern Territory and settled down in Maplewood City. Unfortunately, the Qin family was getting worse and worse with each generation. In the current era, even a Dao Source Realm Master had become a rarity. As for the Emperor Artifact Myriad's sword, no one could control it. If we really go to war with Seeking Passion sect, with this spirit array, Ice Heart Valley's disciples will be able to reduce the casualties. Yang Kai sighed softly. Seeking Passion sect had 100,000 disciples. Although their origins were complicated and they were not on the same side as Seeking Passion sect, their numbers were still there. Resisting them with only 7,000 Ice Heart Valley disciples would be like striking a stone with an egg. This 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was definitely a life-saving spirit array for Ice Heart Valley's disciples. On behalf of all my sisters from Ice Heart Valley, Jiao thanks Big Brother, Jiao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai had been busy helping Ice Heart Valley all this time, and Jiao had seen it all. Now that he had gifted her this mysterious spirit array, it was truly a great kindness. In this world, there were many people who would add flowers to a brocade, but how many would send charcoal in snowy weather? Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I have a deep relationship with Senior Bing Yun, so this is nothing. As long as junior sister Yao doesn't tease me in the future, I'll be fine." Jiao blushed slightly when she heard this. She naturally knew what Yang Kai was talking about. However, when she thought of how she had kneeled in front of him naked and allowed him to look at her body from head to toe, and even massaged his back, Jiao felt a little ashamed. She didn't know how she had been so muddle-headed at that time. Yang Kai was clearly a man, so how could she have mistaken him for her honored master? This was a stain on her life, a stain that could never be erased. Along the way, the two of them soon arrived in front of Ice Heart Valley's space array. This space array was one-way. In other words, one could only leave and not enter. Normally, the arrays in a sect were unidirectional. This was to prevent enemies from being teleported into the sect through the array. However, now that Ice Heart Valley was on the verge of falling out with Seeking Passion sect, Bing Yun had even closed this one-way space array just in case. With Ji Yao's help, it was naturally not difficult to reopen the space array. Soon, the space array was reopened. After installing enough source crystals, Yang Kai stepped on it and disappeared with a flash of light. Ji Yao watched silently for a while before her tender body flickered, and she hurriedly went to find Bing Yun. She wanted to give the 7 points Black Tortoise Array to Bing Yun and teach it to all the disciples. In a city near the border of the Northern Territory, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. Without stopping, he left the main hall and asked someone for directions. Then he directly flew in the direction of the Eastern Territory. Although this was the border of the Northern Territory, it took Yang Kai 5 days to completely leave the territory. 20 days later, Yang Kai finally arrived at Desolate City next to the ancient wildlands. At this time, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have handed over his communication bead or communication artifact to Luan Feng and the others. With a way to contact them, he could have asked Luan Feng to come out and pick him up. Now, if he wanted to enter the ancient wildlands again, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. Yang Kai pushed open the door of a small courtyard and swept it with his divine sense. Sensing a familiar aura inside, he couldn't help but relax. He was really afraid that his master wouldn't be here at this time, which would be troublesome. "Old Ban!" Yang Kai shouted into the house. Soon, Old Ban's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Seeing that it was Yang Kai, Old Ban smiled and said, "So it's young Master Yang. Didn't young Master Yang leave Desolate City? Why you back?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I want to enter the ancient wildlands again. I hope Old Ban can help me. This is the reward." Saying so, he flicked a space ring over. Old Ban casually took it back and smiled. If young Master Yang wants to enter the ancient wildlands, this old man will not refuse. There's no need for a reward. Last time, when he was captured by the Netherworld sect, it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was rescued. Now, he naturally couldn't accept Yang Kai's payment. Yang Kai didn't insist and simply said, "Then, many thanks, Old Ban." Old Ban said, "Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. I'll settle Lil Ling down." As he spoke, a 7 or 8-year-old little girl ran out of the house. It was Old Ban's granddaughter, Lil Ling. The last time Yang Kai saw her, she was still ill. Now, she seemed to have recovered, but her face was sallow and emaciated. It seemed that she had lost some of her yuan qi. Is Grandpa leaving again? Although Lil Ling was young, she was very sensible. She stared at Yang Kai with her big black eyes, then turned to Old Ban and asked. Old Ban stroked Lil Linger's head and said, "Grandpa is going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Lil Ling, be good at home and don't run around." Lil Ling understands. "Grandpa, be careful on the way," the little girl said seriously. Old Ban looked relieved and said, "Young Master Yang, let's go." Chapter 2644. Yang Kai didn't move. He looked at Di Ling Yen for a moment before asking, "Old Ban, is it safe for a little girl like her to stay here alone?" The desolate city was a chaotic place with no one to maintain order. Fights often broke out, and Di Ling Yen was only 7 or 8 years old. If she were to get involved in any danger, she wouldn't have the ability to protect herself. Old Ban didn't answer, but Di Ling Yen said, "I won't cause trouble for Grandpa." Old Ban smiled. Di Ling Yen is very sensible. She won't go out if I'm not around. Yang Kai shook his head. This wasn't a matter of going out or not. If someone wanted to harm Di Ling Yen, it was useless to hide at home. He didn't know how Di Ling Yen had grown up safely these past few years. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Old Ban, have you ever thought of sending her to a sect to cultivate?" Old Ban smiled bitterly. "I've thought about it, but this old man has no way to send her to any sect. It's better to keep her by my side and teach her. Those famous sects aren't so easy to enter. How about I send her to a sect?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Treat it as a reward for leading the way for me." Old Ban was startled, then immediately became overjoyed. "Young Master Yang, are you serious?" Yang Kai smiled. "Why don't you ask me where I'll send her?" Old Ban said, "Since young Master Yang is willing to help, the sect won't be bad." Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm. Old Ban had seen his strength with his own eyes. Since he's already opened his mouth, there's no way he's going to send Di Ling Yen to some unknown sect. For him, this was a wish, but for Di Ling Yen, it was also an opportunity. Di Ling Yen, kneel down and thank young Master Yang. Old Ban looked at Di Ling Yen with a happy expression. Di Ling Yen didn't kneel. She just looked at Yang Kai curiously, her big eyes blinking. Her long eyelashes trembled as she asked, "Di Ling Yen wants to ask something, is that okay?" Yang Kai was amused by her appearance. He didn't expect such a young little girl to have such strong opinions. He crouched down to her level and nodded. "What do you want to ask?" Di Ling Yen tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Will I be separated from Grandpa?" Yang nodded. "Yes, the place I'm sending you is only for girls." Men are not allowed to stay there. Di Ling Yen immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. Then I won't go, I want to accompany Grandpa. Old Ban stomped his foot anxiously. You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Yang wants to send you to cultivate, that's your good fortune. You're still making excuses. Di Ling Yan's voice was firm, separate from Grandpa. I won't go. Old Ban was angry and anxious, but his heart was filled with relief. He looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, afraid that Yang Kai would refuse this good thing. Simple, naive, cute, and sensible. Di Ling Yen is not bad. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, earnestly asking, Xiao Ling, do you still remember when grandfather was taken away last time? Hearing this, Di Ling Yan's expression changed. She clearly remembered what happened last time, and a look of panic appeared in her eyes. If Di Ling Yan doesn't agree, are you going to take Grandpa away too? If that's the case, then Di Ling Yan will go with you. Don't take my grandpa. Yang Kai laughed. I won't take your grandpa, but if he is taken once, there will be a second time, a third time. Do you want to protect Grandpa? Di Ling Yan looked up at Old Ban and nodded heavily. Yes, I want to beat those bad people away and not let them bully Grandpa. Yang Kai said, That's good. If you want to beat those bad people away, then you need to be strong. You need to cultivate and enter a powerful sect. Come with me, I will give you the ability to protect Grandpa. Di Ling Yan pursed her lips, her face full of embarrassment. Yang Kai continued, As for your grandpa, you don't have to worry. Grandpa will come with us. Although he can't always be by your side like before, as long as you miss him, you can go and see him at any time. Really? Di Ling Yan's eyes lit up with surprise. Pinky promise? Yang Kai smiled slightly and gave Di Ling Yan a pinky finger. Di Ling Yan glanced at him and said crisply, Pinky promises are for children, I won't pinky promise with you. Yang Kai's face darkened, thinking that this girl was too precocious. Could it be that she was from a poor family? Di Ling Yan said, But Di Ling Yan believes in you. Saying so, she knelt down in front of Yang Kai and kowtowed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her up. Don't kowtow to me, I'm just leading you to a sect. When you get there and see Honored Master, it won't be too late to cow. Turning his head, Yang Kai said to Old Ban, Old Ban, you should also pack up. Don't come back to Desolate City in the future. Good. Young Master Yang, please wait a moment. Old Ban was overjoyed. Although he had been staying in Desolate City for a long time and relied on leading people to make a living, if Di Ling Yan really had a bright future, he naturally wouldn't stay in this place where dragons and snakes mix together. He was old and only had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. If he didn't earn source crystals here as a guide, he wouldn't be able to make a living. Old Ban went into the house to pack up. Di Ling Yan looked up at Yang Kai and said, Grandpa calls you Young Master Yang. Can Di Ling Yan call you Big Brother Yang? Di Ling Yan can call me whatever you want. Yang Kai patted her little head. Big Brother Yang, where is Di Ling Yan going? Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai replied, Don't worry, there are many beautiful big sisters there. They are all very gentle and kind. Di Ling Yan will be taken care of by them there. Are there children like me? There should be. Yang Kai wasn't sure, but Ice Heart Valley had always accepted orphans as disciples, so there should be young disciples in the valley. Bringing Di Ling Yan to Ice Heart Valley was Yang Kai's idea on the spur of the moment. He had entered the ancient lands twice with the help of Old Ban. This time, Old Ban didn't ask for a reward. Giving Di Ling Yan a bright future could be considered returning the favor. Not long after, Old Ban finished packing up and came out of the house, cupping his fists and saying, Young Master Yang, everything is ready. Then let's go, Yang Kai said, then picked up Di Ling Yan and put her on his neck. Di Ling Yan was obviously startled and quickly hugged Yang Kai's head with both hands. But after all, she was still a child and soon recovered and giggled. How can this be? On the contrary, Old Ban looked terrified. Young Master Yang, I can take care of Di Ling Yan. She can't ride on your neck, it's too presumptuous. Yang Kai waved his hand, it's fine. Moreover, the ancient land's passageway is extremely dangerous. With me protecting her, she won't be in danger. Hearing him say that, Old Ban gave up trying to persuade him because Yang Kai was telling the truth. The ancient land's passageway was dangerous, and having the Emperor Realm's protection was better than him looking after her. He could only cup his fists gratefully. Many thanks, young Master Yang. On the road, Yang Kai briefly introduced Ice Heart Valley and his arrangements for Di Ling Yen to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't refuse. He had heard of Ice Heart Valley's name even in the Eastern Territory and knew that it was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. It was definitely a great opportunity for Di Ling Yen to join Ice Heart Valley. In the past, this was something he didn't even dare to think about, but now, it was happening. He didn't know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was, but since Yang Kai had boasted, he could definitely believe him. For a moment, Old Ban couldn't help but cry. He hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. Di Ling Yen will join Ice Heart Valley. In the future, Old Ban, you can find a job in Ice Moon City. When the little girl misses you, she can come and see you. I'll follow young Master Yang's arrangements. Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. The ancient land's passageway was still shrouded in strange fog, with gales, lightning, and souls roaming freely. However, with Old Ban leading the way, they didn't encounter too much danger. It took about 10 days for the trio to pass through the ancient land's passageway and officially enter the ancient lands. The surrounding wild force seemed to corrode any living creature. Yang Kai carried Di Ling Yen and told Old Ban not to go too far before flying straight into the depths of the ancient lands. Old Ban trembled with fear along the way. Although he had entered and exited the ancient lands passageway countless times, this was the first time he had stepped into the ancient lands. After all, the ancient lands were too dangerous, and with his cultivation, there was no chance of survival. However, Yang Kai seemed to be very familiar with the ancient lands. Entering the ancient lands was like walking in his own backyard, and he couldn't help but admire him. He had doubts in his heart because Yang Kai had clearly said that he would take Di Ling Yen to join Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory, while Yang Kai had entered the ancient lands. The two places were completely opposite, so he didn't know what Yang Kai planned to do. Along the way, Di Ling Yen experienced the joy of flying for the first time. From time to time, she would giggle. Old Ban panicked and repeatedly told her not to laugh so loudly, lest they attract the attention of the ancient lands monster race. However, what he feared would happen. Less than half a day after entering the ancient lands, a demonic chi suddenly rose up in front of them, followed by a group of fierce monster race cultivators. The monster race leader exuded an aura comparable to that of the Emperor Realm. Monster Commander! Old Ban's face turned pale, and his clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. He didn't expect that the first monster race cultivator he encountered in the ancient lands would be a monster commander, and one that led a group of monster soldiers and monster generals. I'm dead. Although Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, these monster race cultivators weren't weak either. If they really fought, Yang Kai's chances of survival were slim. Audacious human, how dare you run amok in my ancient lands? Quickly report your name and we'll give you a quick death. The leading demon commander opened his mouth and roared, causing the group of demon soldiers and demon generals under him to roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood. For a moment, the group of demon clan members were like a group of demons dancing wildly. The scene was extremely terrifying. Old Ban trembled all over and almost fainted. Di Ling Yen also nervously grabbed Yang Kai's hair, her face pale. Yang Kai, however, remained as still as a mountain and coldly stared at the monster commander. When the demon commander saw how excited his subordinates were, he couldn't help but flaunt his prowess. He wanted to show off his might and shouted, "Little human, are you scared silly?" Before he could finish his words, his whole body suddenly quivered, his eyes widening as he carefully examined Kai Yang's face. A moment later, his face changed greatly, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly waved to his subordinates and shouted, "All of you, shut up! Disperse! Disperse! Disperse!" Chapter 2645. The Fiend Commander suddenly looked as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. He was terrified, causing the other fiend soldiers and generals to be dumbfounded. I didn't know Master was coming. This little demon had eyes but failed to see and offended you. Please forgive me, Master, the demon commander said while trembling with fear. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and his mind was in a daze. You're not that stupid after all. Yang Kai snorted lightly as he led Old Ban and Xiao Ling straight past the group of monster race cultivators. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't intend to make things difficult for him, the fiend commander heaved a sigh of relief. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, one of the fiend generals asked curiously, Master, who is that man? Why is the master so respectful to him? The fiend soldiers couldn't understand. The savage wildlands was a paradise for the savage survivors. Here, the fiend race was the most powerful force. Why would the fiend commander master be so afraid of a human? The fiend commander's expression changed, but he didn't answer. Instead, he said in a deep voice, This person is not to be provoked. All of you remember this. The next time you meet him, get as far away as possible. If you provoke him, even the Monster King Master won't be able to protect you. What? The fiend soldiers were shocked. They were even more curious about Yang Kai's identity. They didn't know what kind of ability he had to make the Monster King Master so helpless. No, this matter must be reported to the Monster King Master as soon as possible. The fiend commander muttered to himself for a while before his figure flickered, and he turned into a cloud of black gas and rushed in a certain direction. Yang Kai's sudden appearance here was a big deal for the entire savage wildlands. Since he had encountered him, he had to report it. Otherwise, if the Monster King found out and blamed him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai continued to fly through the forest. Di Ling was ignorant and didn't understand the meaning of the scene just now, but Old Ban was shocked by Yang Kai, a powerful fiend commander leading so many fiend soldiers and generals. They were all so respectful to Yang Kai. What was going on? Old Ban wanted to ask more questions, but he felt that his relationship with Yang Kai wasn't good enough to get to the bottom of it. So he could only keep his questions to himself. After flying for a while, suddenly, Kai Yang's brow furrowed as he stopped and looked back. What's the matter? Old Ban asked curiously. There's a powerful guy coming over. I wonder what he's here for. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said lightly. What a powerful fellow. Old Ban's heart skipped a beat. That said fiend. He was. To him to be. This was a middle-aged man, dressed in green, with an aquiline nose. His eyes were as sharp as knives and his aura as deep as the sea made it difficult to breathe. It really is the Monster King. Old Ban's face turned pale. Although he had never seen the Monster King before, he could recognize that the man in front of him was the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. It was rumored that only a third-order Emperor Realm Master could become the Monster King of the ancient wildlands. In other words, the middle-aged man in front of him was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Such an existence could kill him and Di Ling, 1,000 times over with a casual breath. It really is young Master Yang. The middle-aged man didn't show any hostility when he saw Yang Kai. Instead, he was overjoyed. As if he had just reunited with an old friend, he cupped his fists and said, Old Dog Master's Monster King, Ing Fei, greets young Master Yang. So, it's Ing Fei, Monster King? Yang Kai nodded lightly, his expression indifferent. The Monster King in front of him looked familiar. He should have seen him near the blood door last time. Now that he introduced himself, Yang Kai knew that he was called Ing Fei. Old Dog. Old Ban's eyes widened as his face turned sluggish. He was almost petrified. Although the division of forces in the ancient wildlands was unknown to most people. Even Old Ban didn't know much about it, but he had heard of Old Dog. He was an ancient divine spirit. It turned out that there really were divine spirits in the ancient wildlands, and the Monster King in front of him was a subordinate of Old Dog Divine Spirit. I heard that we saw young Master Yang just now, so I thought we were seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be young Master Yang, Ing Fei said with a smile. Yang Kai said, I wonder why the Monster King has chased us all the way here. Ing Fei hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare to say that I have something to teach you, but where is young Master Yang going? Do you need this one's help? Yang Kai shook his head. No need, I'm just going to find the Phoenix Lady. I have something to discuss with her. You're looking for the Phoenix Master. Ying Fei smiled and said, this place is quite far from Senior Luan Feng's Phoenix Gathering Palace. Although the Monster Kings and Monster Commanders in the ancient land know young Master Yang's appearance and don't dare to offend you, there are still many monster race experts who have eyes but fail to see. It wouldn't be good if they offend young Master Yang. How about this? If young Master Yang doesn't mind, how about this? This one doesn't dare to boast, but in terms of speed, I'm not inferior to others. Ever since Yang Kai had caused havoc in the ancient wildlands, the remaining 3 Saint Masters had instructed the Monster King and Saint Envoys to not be rude to Yang Kai in the future. The 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys had also participated in the battle that day, so how could they not know about Yang Kai's identity and the relationship between him and the descendant of Tianxing? Even without the Saint Master's instructions, they knew what to do. After returning to their respective territories, they summoned their monster commanders and monster generals and released Yang Kai's image, solemnly warning them. This was also why the monster commander had been able to recognize Yang Kai and had been so terrified. Although he didn't know who Yang Kai was, he knew that this human was an existence that the Monster King and Master had taken special care of, so naturally, he didn't dare to offend him. Yang Kai took a deep look at Ying Fei, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Seeing Ying Fei's enthusiasm, how could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? After all, in this world, only he had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was a descendant of Tianxing and was in charge of the Blood Door Forbidden Area, which contained countless divine spirit sources. Zhang Ruoxi had now entered the Blood Door and couldn't be found, but Yang Kai was right in front of him. If he could establish a good relationship with Yang Kai, Ying Fei might have a chance to obtain a suitable divine spirit source from the descendant of Tianxing and awaken his ancestral bloodline to become a divine spirit. Very well, then I'll have to trouble Monster King Ying Fei, Yang Kai nodded. Ying Fei was overjoyed and said, it's no trouble at all, it's Ying Fei's honor to be able to serve young Master Yang. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and green light shone brightly. The cry of an eagle rang out, and a gigantic eagle that was more than 100 feet long and covered in green light appeared on the spot. When the eagle flapped its wings, a monstrous gust of wind was stirred up. Big bird, Xiao Ling, who was riding on Yang Kai's neck, saw Ying Fei reveal his true form and clapped her hands happily, as if she had seen something new. Yang Kai chuckled and said, if Xiao Ling likes it, then let's ride on this big bird. Xiao Ling's eyes lit up and she was overjoyed. Yang Kai's figure flickered and landed on the bird's back. Ying Fei's body was huge, and its back was flat and spacious. Even if 20 to 30 people sat on it, it wouldn't feel crowded. The feathers on its neck were smooth and soft, making sitting on it feel like sitting on a velvet blanket, very comfortable. Grandpa, come on up, this big bird is so comfortable, even more comfortable than our bed. Xiao Ling climbed down from Yang Kai's neck and stood on the bird's back, greeting Old Ban. Old Ban broke out in cold sweat and scolded, don't talk nonsense. The little girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but he knew how powerful the Monster King was. This was an existence that could kill him with a single breath. Normally, he wouldn't even be able to see it, but now he had to sit on its back? Old Ban was terrified and hesitated, not knowing what to do. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai smiled and said, the Monster King is so kind. Old Ban, come on up as well. The giant eagle also spoke at this time, don't worry, old sir. This king will protect you. When Old Ban heard this, he nervously cupped his fists and said, then, this old man will offend you. As he spoke, he carefully climbed onto the bird's back. Deep in his heart, he felt extremely unreal. He had been muddle-headed all his life, and now he was lucky enough to sit on the back of a Monster King. Everyone, sit tight. Ying Fei reminded them. With a flap of his wings, his huge body suddenly turned into a blue light and rushed into the depths of the ancient land. The surrounding scenery quickly passed by, causing Xiao Ling to shout excitedly. Although the speed was fast, there was a demonic chi on Ying Fei's back that turned into a protective barrier. The wind was blocked, and Yang Kai and the others were not disturbed at all. Perhaps it was a deliberate show of strength, but the eagle's speed was not only fast, but also very stable. They didn't feel any inclination or bump along the way, as if they were standing on flat ground. In less than an hour, the Luanfeng's Feng Luo Palace appeared in their sight. Ying Fei led the group to the entrance of the Feng Luo Palace. When Yang Kai and the others got off, he transformed into his human form and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang, I was fortunate to not disappoint you. This one will take his leave." He was the monster king under the Azure Dog. Since they were outside the Feng Luo Palace, he couldn't stay for long. From the beginning to the end, he didn't mention anything else to Yang Kai. It was as if this trip was just to escort Yang Kai. This was where he was smart. He believed that Yang Kai knew why he deliberately tried to befriend him. If he didn't mention it, he might be able to get a good impression from Yang Kai. If he really did mention it, it would be too snobbish. What's more, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It wasn't something that could be done just because Yang Kai agreed. Now that the blood door had disappeared without a trace, even if he wanted to obtain the ancestors' divine spirit source, he would have to wait for the blood door to open again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your trouble, Monster King. Young Master Yang is too polite." Ying Fei returned the gesture and turned around to return the way he came. Chapter 2646. Young Master Yang, this is... Once the eagle was far away, Old Ban cautiously asked. "Phoenix Luan's palace, Phoenix Luo Palace." Yang Kai replied. "Phoenix Luan." Old Ban's eyes bulged. What he had encountered today was more shocking than anything he had experienced in his life. The fact that he was able to sit on the back of a Yao King was already shocking enough. Now, he was actually in the palace of a holy spirit. If Yang Kai hadn't brought him here, he would never have been able to come here. But Yang Kai not only made the Eagle Monster King a willing mount, but he also knew the way to the Divine Spirit's palace. Old Ban couldn't figure out Yang Kai's identity and origin. Just as he was speaking, the door of the palace suddenly opened and a beautiful woman in a palace robe walked out. She stood in front of Yang Kai and bowed. "This servant greets young Master Yang." Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. "Tianlong, long time no see." This woman was none other than the maidservant Luan Feng had arranged to serve him when he visited Phoenix Luo Palace last time. Although Yang Kai hadn't had many interactions with her, he was still familiar with her, so seeing her now was no stranger. "It hasn't been long." Tianlong forced a smile and looked up. "May I ask why young Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai said, "I need Madame Feng's help." "Where is she?" Tianlong replied, "Young Master, you came at a bad time. Madame Feng happened to be in seclusion a few days ago." Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at her. He snorted, "Madame Feng is a divine spirit. Her cultivation is blessed by heaven and earth. Why would she be in seclusion? Is she unwilling to see me?" Tianlong hurriedly said, "How could that be? Madame really is in seclusion." Yang Kai ignored her and walked straight into Phoenix Luo Palace. Seeing this, Tianlong hurriedly followed him with small steps. After entering Phoenix Luo Palace, Yang Kai rampaged through the palace. He kept shouting, Madame Feng, Yang Kai is here to see you." Tianlong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only follow along and constantly remind him, "Young Master, don't make a fuss. If you disturb Madame's cultivation, she will blame me." Madame Feng. Yang Kai still ignored her and continued to shout. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. That figure was graceful and noble, and her aura was profound. Who else could it be but the Luan Feng? However, the Luan Feng was looking at Yang Kai with resentment. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned her. His eyes were filled with blood and tears as he complained. "Lady Wang." Yang Kai couldn't help grinning when he saw her appear. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai greets Lady Wang." Tianlong, who was following behind Yang Kai, also stepped forward and helplessly looked at Luan Feng. "Master, this servant, you can leave." The Luan Feng waved her hand. Tian Long received the order and respectfully withdrew. The Luan Feng glanced at Yang Kai with disgust and turned to walk forward. Yang Kai followed with a grin, calling out to Ling and Old Ban as he walked. When they arrived at a large hall, the Luan Feng turned around and sat at the head of the table. She didn't have any intention of greeting Yang Kai and the others. Instead, she picked up a cup of steaming hot tea and sipped it. Sit, sit. Yang Kai gestured to Old Ban. Old Ban didn't dare to sit. He was already strong enough to stand here. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This old man will stand." The woman in front of him was the Holy Spirit Luan Feng. Even if she didn't release her monstrous aura, Old Ban still didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of her. He didn't even dare to smile for fear that his image would offend the master. As for Ling, she was tightly held in his hand to prevent the child from rudely bumping into the Luan Feng. Since Old Ban didn't want to sit, Yang Kai didn't force him. He just turned to the Luan Feng with a grin and said, "Madam, you don't seem to be in a good mood." The Luan Feng looked up at him and said in a bad mood, "I was fine, but now I'm in a bad mood. Why are you here again?" Yang Kai said, "I haven't seen you for a long time and missed you, so I came to see you." The Luan Feng nodded slightly. "Now that you've seen me, please go back." "Don't." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "I just arrived and Madam is already driving me away. This is not how you treat a guest. If young master wants to stay for a few days, then this queen can only welcome you. You can stay where you stayed last time. If you need anything, just look for Tian Long." The Luan Feng stood up, unwilling to stay with Yang Kai any longer. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her when he saw she was about to leave. The Luan Feng snorted, "Boy, what is it that you came to see this queen this time? Hurry up and say it. This queen is not in the mood to chat with you." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. "Madam's eyes are like torches. This junior really does have a small matter that requires Madam's help." "Oh." The Luan Feng suddenly laughed sarcastically. "What in this world can embarrass a character like young Master Yang? Why do you need this queen's help? Last time when you caused a ruckus in the ancient ruins and showed off your power in front of the 32 Monster King and the 8 Saints, I didn't see you like this." Yang Kai awkwardly replied, "That was then, this is now. Wasn't that a misunderstanding?" The Luan Feng snorted. "Even the Holy Spirit was killed and you call it a misunderstanding?" Yang Kai sternly said, "That wasn't me, it was Ruoxi. If you want to blame someone, blame her." The Luan Feng frowned. "This queen doesn't want to court death. Moreover, this queen doesn't owe you anything, so why should I help you again and again? Last time, Yang Kai took her to the Netherworld sect and killed their great elder. Although it was Luan Feng who did it, if it wasn't for Yang Kai, she wouldn't have gone to their sect and acted so atrociously. Not long after that, Yang Kai actually came to visit again. Luan Feng was very worried about him and didn't know what he wanted to do this time. "Madam, why are you acting like an outsider? It's just a small matter for you." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Luan Feng sighed deeply and said, "Tell me, what is it?" Since Yang Kai came to her door, she couldn't refuse. After all, even if she didn't give face to the monk, she still had to give face to the Buddha. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, so Luan Feng was very wary of Zhang Ruoxi. A descendant of Tian Xing. Yang Kai sternly said, "I want to ask Madame Feng to help me deal with 2/3 Order Emperor Realm Masters." Luan Feng frowned and asked, "The Seeking Passion Sect Master and Vice Sect Master from the Northern Territory. The Seeking Passion Sect from the Northern Territory?" Luan Feng frowned and said, "That's a big sect. This queen has no grievances with them, so why would I attack them? I don't care. In any case, Madame Feng has to help," Yang Kai said stubbornly. Luan Feng was so angry that she laughed. "Why are you acting like a rascal in front of me? It's them who offended you, not this queen." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Madame Feng only needs to help. 2/3 Order Emperor Realm Masters, she can easily crush them." Luan Feng snorted, "Easy for you to say. Although there are no great emperors' sects in the Northern Territory, the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory. If this queen attacked a human sect for no reason, how could she get away? Yang Kai said, although the great emperors of the Wondrous Pill sect are in the Northern Territory, they are obsessed with the alchemic Tao. How could they care about such grievances? Luan Feng shook her head. They may not care about other things, but if this queen takes action, then that is not necessarily the case. I can't help with this matter. Since Madame Feng says so, then I won't force you, Yang Kai sighed with a helpless look on his face. Luan Feng was stunned and looked at Yang Kai strangely, as if she didn't expect him to be so easy to talk to. But soon, Luan Feng frowned because she felt that Yang Kai definitely wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Perhaps he had some kind of trick up his sleeve. Sure enough, after Yang Kai got up and walked out, he muttered, "Wait for Ruoshi to come out and let her know that her sect has been destroyed. In any case, she will take revenge, so there's no need to rush." "Wait a moment," Luan Feng hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai turned around and asked, "Madame Feng, do you have any other orders?" Luan Feng gritted her teeth and asked, "What did you just say? Tell me in detail." Yang Kai sighed. Since Madame Feng already heard it, why ask? Luan Feng quickly asked, "You said that Master's sect was destroyed? What do you mean?" "What else could it mean? Seeking Passion sect wants to destroy Ice Heart Valley, and Ruoshi is from Ice Heart Valley. This junior is alone and wanted to ask Madame Feng for help, but since Madame Feng has some concerns, this junior won't force you." Luan Feng was surprised. That master is from Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were two of the top sects in the Northern Territory. Now, listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that the two sects were at war and Ice Heart Valley's situation was not good. "Yes, didn't I say so?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Feng solemnly asked, "Is she really from Ice Heart Valley? You're not lying to me, right?" Kai Yang replied in all seriousness, "How could it be fake? That crazy woman last time was Ruoshi's martial aunt, Ji Yao. She also took action. You should have noticed the secret art she cultivates, right? It's an orthodox ice attribute secret art." Luan Feng recalled carefully and found that it was indeed as Yang Kai said. Although Ji Yao didn't take action at that time, as a divine spirit, she could naturally feel the ice attribute Emperor Qi in Ji Yao's body. On the other hand, Zhang Ruoshi didn't show any signs of cultivating an ice attribute secret art, but Zhang Ruoshi and Ji Yao seemed to have a close relationship. Luan Feng didn't know whether to believe Yang Kai's words or not. While she was contemplating, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Madame Feng, I will take my leave first. When Ruoshi comes out of the blood door in the future, I will have to trouble you to tell her that her sect has been destroyed and that she should return to the Northern Territory to seek revenge." When Luan Feng heard this, her nose became crooked. If Zhang Ruoshi was really from Ice Heart Valley, then she couldn't tell her this. When the time came and Ruoshi asked how her sect was destroyed, how was Luan Feng supposed to answer? Was she supposed to say that she knew about it but just stood by and watched? "Stop!" Luan Feng saw that Yang Kai was really about to leave and hurriedly shouted. Chapter 2647. Yang Kai turned around again with a grin and looked at Luan Feng. "Madam, do you have any other orders?" Luan Feng gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She said angrily, "I really don't know what this queen owes you." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Madam, you're wrong. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. But is Madam willing to help?" Since she was willing to help, she naturally wouldn't refuse this matter. After all, she wasn't sure if Zhang Ruoshi was from Ice Heart Valley, but she would rather believe it than not. Since Yang Kai mentioned Zhang Ruoshi, Luan Feng had to help him no matter what. She wasn't helping Yang Kai, but the descendant of Tian Xing, whom she was afraid of. Two trivial third-order Emperor Realm Masters, this queen can just send a few monster kings. Why do I need to do it personally? Luan Feng said with a displeased look. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Madam is wise. Then, I ask Madam to send 7 or 8 monster kings to follow me back to the Northern Territory to eradicate these cowards." He didn't expect Luan Feng to help from the beginning. His original plan was to let Luan Feng send a few monster kings. Now that Luan Feng said so, it was exactly what he wanted. 7 or 8. The Luan Feng rolled her eyes. In your dreams. How many monster kings did she have? Yang Kai asked for 7 or 8 at once. Those who knew would understand that he was going to solve the crisis of Ice Heart Valley, but those who didn't know would think that he was going to conquer the world. 4 or 5 then? Yang Kai grinned. Luan Feng didn't answer. Instead, she showed a thoughtful look. After a while, she said, since this matter involves the master, it is a matter of the entire ancient lands. This queen can't bear the responsibility alone. How about this? You stay in Phoenix Net Palace for a few days. Within 3 days, this queen will give you a satisfactory answer. Yang Kai heard this and thought for a while. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Many thanks, madam. After a pause, Yang Kai said, there is one more thing I need madam's help with. What? The Luan Feng suddenly became vigilant. The more she looked at Yang Kai, the more disgusted she felt. In any case, nothing good would come out of this brat's mouth. Yang Kai said, I want to build a spatial array in Phoenix Net Palace, but I don't know where is a suitable place. Space array? The Luan Feng frowned. You actually know how to set up formations. I know a thing or two. You want to build a space array? Where does it lead to? Luan Feng asked worriedly. Return to Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai answered matter-of-factly, I spent a month on the way here. I can't go back the way I came. I'm afraid there isn't enough time, so I need to build a space array that leads directly to Ice Heart Valley. A spatial array that can cross territory. The Luan Feng was shocked. Can you really do that? One had to know that this was the Eastern Territory while Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory. If Yang Kai wasn't just spouting nonsense, then he really did have the ability to arrange a spatial array that could cross territory. This was an incredible feat currently. All the spatial arrays that could cross territory in the star boundary were extremely ancient and no one could arrange one today. Madam Feng, please wait and see. Yang Kai smiled slightly. The Luan Feng nodded lightly. She said, I'll allow it. Go look for Tianlong. She'll make the arrangements for you. Many thanks, madam. After everything was discussed, the Luan Feng called Tianlong and instructed her to take Yang Kai to the small building where he stayed last time. After returning to the small building, Yang Kai told Old Ban and Ling to rest while he informed Tianlong of his request. Tianlong heard that this was the Luan Feng's idea, so she didn't stop him and personally found a secluded and spacious place for Yang Kai. Next, Yang Kai arranged the space array in that secluded place. It didn't take much time. In less than a day, a brand new space array was completed. After confirming that there were no problems with the space array, Yang Kai returned to his loft to rest. Just as he left, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside the space array. This figure looked at her in surprise. Tianlong, did he really spend a day arranging this? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. Tianlong, who was standing to the side, also nodded in shock. This servant saw it with her own eyes. Although this servant was standing far away when young Master Yang was arranging it, this servant saw everything from the beginning to the end. Is it really that amazing? The Luan Feng asked in disbelief. A space array was not so easy to arrange. Not to mention a spatial array that could cross territory. The Luan Feng thought that it would take Yang Kai at least 10 days to half a month to arrange this thing, but who would have thought that he would complete it in a single day? This was simply miraculous. Ice Heart Valley. The Luan Feng muttered and said, Tianlong, I'm going to Ice Heart Valley. You stay here. She wanted to go to Ice Heart Valley for 2 reasons. Firstly, she wanted to see if this space array was useful. Secondly, she wanted to ask Zhang Ruoxi if she was really from Ice Heart Valley. She always felt that Yang Kai was fooling her. That little brat was full of evil tricks and never had good intentions. Tianlong was shocked and said, Madam, you can't. Whether this space array is useful or not is still uncertain. If something unexpected happens, if an accident happened during the teleportation process, it would be no laughing matter. If things went wrong, they would be banished to the void forever, unable to find their way out. Even if the Luan Feng was powerful, being banished to the void would not end well. The Luan Feng waved her hand and said, This queen has her own plans. Saying so, She waved her hand and inserted many high-rank source crystals into the grooves of the array base before standing on top of it. Tian Long waited on tenterhooks. The Luan Feng was also slightly nervous. After all, this was something that Yang Kai had spent less than a day to arrange. Who knew if it was defective or not? But to their surprise, even after waiting for a long time, the space array didn't react in the slightest. "What? You're just bragging." The Luan Feng sneered. After confirming that the space array was completely useless, she walked down from it and returned to the palace with a happy face. She wanted to see what Yang Kai's expression would be when he needed to use this space array and found out that it was defective. For the next few days, Old Ban was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. This was the Divine Spirit Palace, and it was thanks to Yang Kai that he was lucky enough to live here once in his life. How could he dare to overstep his boundaries? On the other hand, Shaoling Heir was ignorant and lively by nature. Living in such a luxurious place all of a sudden, she couldn't help but feel curious. The spirit fruits placed on the table were almost all eaten by her. One had to know that these spirit fruits were a specialty of the ancient lands. They were rich in world energy and were extremely rare in the outside world. Anyone who ate them would benefit greatly in their cultivation. Shaoling Heir lived here for 3 days and ate several dozen spirit fruits. Her originally sallow and emaciated body had become tender and supple. Even her yellow hair had become black and shiny. Her whole person was full of spirit. On an early morning 3 days later, an eagle's cry suddenly resounded from outside the Phoenix Gathering Palace. Shortly after, a green light descended from the sky and stood outside the palace. Before he could knock on the door, another figure flew over from another direction and landed not far away from him. The two looked at each other. The former smiled and raised an eyebrow. "Xie Wei." The latter said lightly, "Ying Fei?" Ying Fei looked at Xie Wei curiously. "Why did Brother Xie come to the Phoenix Net Palace? This is not Master Fan Ku's territory." Xie Wei curled his lips. "Aren't you also here? This is also not Old Dog Master's territory." After saying that, the two seemed to realize something and asked in unison, "You came for that matter?" There was no need for an answer. The answer was obvious. Xie Wei was surprised. "You're quite lucky to have such a task fall into your hands. I'm sure the others would be angry to death." Ying Fei smiled. "A few days ago, young Master Yang passed by this king's territory and this king escorted him. When Old Dog Master found out about this, he sent this king to assist young Master Yang. Brother Xie, how did you get this task?" He knew that amongst the demon kings under Fan Wu's command, Xie Wei was absolutely not the strongest, nor was he the one that Fan Wu valued the most. Because Xie Wei's temper was bad and stubborn, and he wasn't likable. But now, Xie Wei had actually stood out from the crowd and seized this wonderful task, and it was truly surprising. He could get this job without shedding a drop of blood mainly because of a chance encounter with Yang Kai a few days ago. What did Xie Wei have? Xie Wei heard this and said, "It's none of your business." Ying Fei almost choked to death and couldn't help but roll his eyes. As the two were talking, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a lightning-like light shot from the distance. The light rushed in front of Xie Wei and Ying Fei and dispersed, revealing an extremely burly figure. "Shi Lei." Xie Wei raised an eyebrow. Ying Fei, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Shi Lei, how did you end up like this?" The burly figure in front of them was Shi Lei, one of the 32 monster kings. He was originally a monster king under Shihua, but after Shihua was extinguished, he went to Luan Feng and was now one of Luan Feng's most capable subordinates. Despite Shi Lei's coarse appearance, his strength was among the top 3 among the 32 demon kings. However, such a powerful demon king was currently covered in wounds and bruises. It was as if he had just fought a great battle with someone, and it was an extremely difficult battle. The monster race had strong bodies and ordinary injuries were nothing to them. They would recover quickly, but Shi Lei's injuries were still there. It was shocking to see how serious his injuries were. Shi Lei heard this and said angrily, "I fought with those bastards. I didn't have a good time, but those bastards can't be much stronger." Although Shi Lei's name didn't have the word ox, his body was a rhinoceros with an ancient bloodline, so he had always called himself Old Ox. Xie Wei and Ying Fei looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a little sad. When they saw Shilei's appearance, they immediately understood that if it weren't for their luck and involvement with Yang Kai, they would have to fight with those bastards to get this good job. Chapter 2648. With the strength of those bastard Monster King and Saint Envoys, the one who stood out in the end would definitely not be him. For a moment, whether it was Xie Wei or Eagle Flying, they couldn't help but rejoice. Especially Eagle Flying, he felt that his decision to send Yang Kai a few days ago was right. At this time, Shilei also noticed the abnormality. He stared at Eagle Flying and Xie Wei. "You guys aren't injured?" Eagle Flying was happy. "Why would we be injured?" Shilei shook his head. "Don't tell me that those guys would give this good job to you guys for no reason." Old Ox also spent a lot of effort to get this opportunity. Eagle Flying said proudly, "Song Master appointed us. How would those bastards dare to have any objections? As for Brother Xie, I don't know." Xie Wei snorted with an unfathomable look, but he didn't explain. Shilei said angrily, "There's no justice, there's no justice, there's no justice at all." One had to know that when the news spread a few days ago, the 32 Monster King and 8 Saint Envoys of the ancient land were all excited. Who wouldn't be jealous of that job? Shilei had a good fight with them and finally won by force. When it came to Eagle Flying's side, Song Dog Master personally appointed him, which saved him a lot of trouble. In comparison, it would be strange if Shilei didn't feel bad. But thinking about it, no matter what the process was, he accepted the job and the result was good. As the three were chatting, the palace door opened and a woman in palace clothes walked out. The 3 Monster Kings saw her and cupped their fists. Miss Tianlong. Tianlong's cultivation was not as good as theirs. But she was Luan Feng's confidant. The 3 naturally didn't dare to be rude. Otherwise, if Tianlong casually whispered in Luan Feng's ear, it would be enough to make their lives difficult. "The madam wants you to go in," Tianlong said and led the way. The 3 hurriedly followed. Entering the main hall, they saw Luan Feng sitting at the top, Yang Kai sitting below, and behind them stood an old man and a little girl. The 3 looked straight ahead. They cupped their fists. "This subordinate greets Master Luan Feng." The Luan Feng gently nodded, her face filled with grace as she lightly opened her mouth and said, "You should understand what is going on. I have summoned you this time to accompany young Master Yang to the Northern Territory to resolve the crisis facing Ice Heart Valley. This queen hopes that you will obey young Master Yang's orders. If you dare to oppose him in public, you will be severely punished." The 3 of them quickly shouted, "We will not disappoint you." How would they dare to go against him? Being able to receive such a good job was already a blessing from their ancestors. Even without the Luan Feng's reminder, they would still do their best. After all, it was an opportunity to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Luan Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Young Master Yang is not an outsider. Please meet him." The 3 turned around and cupped their fists. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Yang Kai smiled. He glanced at the 3 Monster Kings in front of him. His heart was as clear as a mirror. Of the 3 Monster Kings in front of him, he knew the details of 2 of them. Xie Wei was Fan Hua's subordinate, Ying Fei was Song Dog's subordinate, and the last one should be Luan Feng's subordinate. He came here to ask the Luan Feng for help, but he didn't expect that the Luan Feng would transfer a Monster King from each of the other 2 Saint Seniors. Clearly, she wanted to share the risk. He didn't point it out and just said, "There is no need to be polite, I will have to rely on you in the future." The 3 Monster Kings were also within Yang Kai's expectations. So he wasn't disappointed. If the Luan Feng really assigned 7 or 8 Monster Kings to accompany him, it would be a fool's dream. Xie Wei and the others naturally didn't dare and were extremely respectful. Yang Kai got up and said, "Madame Feng, since everyone is here, Yang Kai will take his leave." The Luan Feng couldn't wait for him to leave, so she naturally didn't have any intention to keep him. She stood up and said, "This queen will see you out." She didn't really want to see him, she mainly wanted to see Yang Kai make a fool of himself. Last time, this brat stole a large amount of wealth from the ancient lands and dragged her down with him in the Netherworld sect. This time, he even had the cheek to come to her for help. The Luan Feng couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but seeing him make a fool of himself was fine. She had personally tested the so-called transdomain space array, and it was simply trash that couldn't be used. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of expression Yang Kai would have when he discovered this. The group went straight to the space array. When they arrived, Yang Kai instructed them to stand there and then took out a high-rank source crystal and inserted it into the groove of the space array. Madame Feng, farewell. If I have time in the future, this brat will definitely come to visit again. Go, don't waste time. The Luan Feng pursed her lips and smiled as she waved her hand. Yang Kai frowned slightly, feeling that Luan Feng's expression was a bit strange, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Glancing over at Tianlong who was standing next to him, Yang Kai saw that Tianlong was also trying to stifle a laugh. What the hell? Yang Kai was full of doubts, but it wasn't convenient for him to ask, so he simply stood in the middle of the space array and pushed his space principles. The next moment, a burst of light suddenly appeared and enveloped everyone. By the time the light dissipated, everyone had already disappeared. Luan Feng stared at the empty space array in shock, but she wasn't stupid. After recovering from her shock, she immediately grit her teeth and muttered, "Boy, you still have a trick up your sleeve." She couldn't activate that space array, but Yang Kai was able to so easily activate it. Obviously, he had placed some kind of barrier around it. In other words, the space array was useful, but apart from Yang Kai, no one else could use it. This made the Luan Feng grit her teeth and instinctively suspect that Yang Kai knew that she would go to Ice Heart Valley to confirm the news, so he had used this trick. It really worked. To the side, Tianlong was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. A space array that had been arranged in less than a day could actually be activated. This was simply a miracle. So what if it worked? Luan Feng coldly snorted, "Smash it." Smash it? Tianlong was startled. Smash it? Luan Feng nodded affirmatively. With this thing here, that boy will be able to enter and leave the ancient lands as he pleases in the future. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? She was afraid of Yang Kai. In order to prevent Yang Kai from harassing them again in the future, it was better to smash this space array. Otherwise, who knew when Yang Kai would suddenly come back? Tianlong no longer hesitated after receiving the order and quickly smashed the space array arranged by Yang Kai into pieces. In Ice Heart Valley, buzzing sounds rang out and the ground shook from time to time. The world energy was in chaos, as if the end of the world was coming. The entire Ice Heart Valley was now in danger. Many disciples were on tenterhooks, but there was a firm look in their eyes. It was a will to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. The light curtain that enveloped Ice Heart Valley had become extremely dim and was shaking from time to time, as if it could no longer hold on. Think of a way. If you don't find a way to stabilize the array, you will die when it is broken. Somewhere in Ice Heart Valley, Jiyao's long sword was pointed at the neck of a man. The sharp sword had already pierced through the man's skin, causing blood to ooze out. With a sword pointed at him and his life in danger, the man didn't panic. He just sighed and said, "Now that things have come to this king is powerless to do anything. Although this king was captured by you, the foundation of the breaking array has already been set up. Even without this king presiding over it, the Seeking Passion sect can still display half of its power. If this king hadn't helped you stabilize the array these days, do you think you would have been able to hold on until now? I'm afraid the array would have been broken half a month ago." This man was none other than the Southern Gate Army member who was captured by Yang Kai that day. After being captured by Yang Kai, Bing Yun didn't make things difficult for him. He just told him that he would let him go after the battle. The Southern Gate Army member also knew how to repay kindness. During the days he lived in Ice Heart Valley, he wholeheartedly helped Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array. He was right. Although he was captured by Yang Kai more than a month ago, at that time, the many array flags he had arranged had already begun to resonate with each other, and the foundation to break the array was almost complete. Even without him, the Seeking Passion sect would still be able to display half of its power. If the Southern Gate Army hadn't taken the initiative to help Ice Heart Valley stabilize the sect defending array, how could they have held on until today? He was the one in charge of breaking the array, and he was also the one in charge of stabilizing the array. It couldn't be said that he was capricious. It was just that the Southern Gate Army had been paid to do so. Now, they were simply repaying kindness. However, this was already the limit. The Southern Gate Army member had profound attainments in spirit arrays. At a glance, he could see that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array would be broken in less than an hour. Enough nonsense. If you dare to say that there's no other way, I'll kill you right now. Ji Yao shouted angrily. The Southern Gate Army member glanced at her indifferently and said, "If I were you, I would take advantage of the fact that the array hasn't been broken to evacuate the disciples. Otherwise, it will be too late. You court death." Ji Yao flew into a rage and stabbed the long sword in her hand. "Yao, don't be rude." At that moment, Bing Yun rushed over from somewhere and shouted. In the past few days, Bing Yun had left Ice Heart Valley many times to harass the other side. She didn't want to kill many people, but she just wanted to interfere with the speed of the other side breaking the array. Unfortunately, every time she went out, she was entangled by Feng Xian. Recently, if she hadn't reacted quickly, she wouldn't have been able to escape. If they really fought, she would be on par with Feng Xian. She might even have the upper hand, but she couldn't withstand the other side's overwhelming numbers. Valley Master Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army member was quite respectful to Bing Yun. Seeing her arrive, he cupped his fists and saluted. "Grandmaster Nan Men doesn't need to be so polite." Bing Yun showed a worried look and said, "Is there really no other way?" The Southern Gate Army member shook his head and said, "Breaking the array is inevitable. It will take at least half an hour, and at most 2 hours. Valley Master Bing Yun should make plans early." Bing Yun was indifferent for a while. She knew that since the Southern Gate Army member had said so, there was no hope of saving Ice Heart Valley. Unfortunately, Yang Kai hadn't returned yet. If he had, perhaps he would have brought some hope to Ice Heart Valley. However, when Yang Kai left, he said that he would return in 1 to 2 months. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to make it in time. Chapter 2649. Yun, Xiao, Tao, Bing Yun called out softly, sounding a little tired. "Disciple is here." And Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiao, and Ji Yao stepped forward together. The three of them were Bing Yun's first 3 disciples, and they were also the only 3 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in Ice Heart Valley. "Let the disciples leave through the space array. I'll stay and delay them for a while." The 3 disciples looked at each other, and in the end, Ruo Yun replied, "Honored Master, it's not that we don't want to follow your orders, but I'm afraid no one is willing to leave." More than half of the remaining 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley were orphans. They had been brought back to Ice Heart Valley from a young age and were carefully nurtured. To them, Ice Heart Valley was their home, their roots. Now that their home was in trouble, who would be willing to leave? It could be said that in the entire Northern Territory, or even the entire Star Boundary, there were very few sects that could compare to Ice Heart Valley in terms of cohesion. A few days ago, Ruo Yun and the others had made arrangements to send some disciples out of Ice Heart Valley in advance, but after asking, none of the disciples were willing to drag out an ignoble existence. All of them said that they wanted to live or die with the sect. Even if they don't want to leave, they have to leave. Save as many as you can. Bing Yun ordered sternly, "Go and make arrangements now. Take the disciples you like and leave the Northern Territory." The 3 women were indifferent, but they didn't move. The Southern Gate Army watched from the side and felt emotional. He secretly regretted making things difficult for this group of women for some wealth. Now that the sect defending array was broken, he had to bear the biggest responsibility. "What are you waiting for?" Bing Yun saw that they weren't moving. She couldn't help but scold them. Seeing that their honored master was angry, the 3 women instinctively trembled. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound rang out as the light curtain covering Ice Heart Valley's spirit array suddenly shattered like a broken piece of porcelain. The last thin layer of protection was torn, and Ice Heart Valley was completely exposed. "The array is broken." The Southern Gate Army's expression changed. Bing Yun and the others also had cold looks on their pretty faces. "Bing Yun, this Feng is here." Suddenly, someone shouted from outside. Gusts of wind whistled from all directions as powerful divine senses swept across Ice Heart Valley. Soon, the sounds of battle reached everyone's ears. Ice Heart Valley's disciples had encountered foreign invaders. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, Bing Yun and the others were surrounded by more than 20 people. And these 20-odd people all exuded the aura of the Emperor Realm. Their leaders, Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo, were both third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is only SOSO. Feng Xianling stood in the air and looked down at Bing Yun and the others. A smug and disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Bing Yun's face sank. Her beautiful eyes swept over the people of the Emperor Realm one by one, although many of them looked at her calmly. But even more people's eyes flickered, as if they had done something wrong. Ice Heart Valley had been in the Northern Territory for many years and had never had a bad relationship with any sect. On the contrary, many female disciples had been married off. Bing Yun had set a rule that the married disciples would no longer have any relationship with Ice Heart Valley. But rules were rules after all, and this was something that could not be changed. In other words, after so many years, Bing Yun more or less had some relationship with the various sects in the Northern Territory. In every era, some outstanding disciples would marry into these sects. But now, the masters of so many sects had actually followed Feng Xian and broken through Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array. They had even surrounded Bing Yun and the others. Such an act was truly chilling. Now, facing Bing Yun's scorching gaze, these people couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Valley Master Chen, my Ice Heart Valley has no grievances with your Tsangla Valley. On the contrary, 100 years ago, when Valley Master Chen was poisoned by flame poison, it was this queen who helped you detoxify it. Does Valley Master Chen want to make things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley today? And Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes were cold as she looked at an elderly man. The elderly man's face turned red and he avoided her gaze, not saying a word. And Ruo Yun then looked at another woman dressed like a married woman and said, "When Elder Yu came to Ice Heart Valley as a guest in the past, she called us Big Sister and Little Sister very affectionately. This queen is quite surprised that you came uninvited today." When the woman called Elder Yu heard this, she forced a smile and said, "Younger sister, and don't blame elder sister. Elder sister has her own difficulties and has no other choice. Besides, Sect Master Feng didn't want to make things difficult for your Ice Heart Valley. He just wanted to inquire about a person's origin. Wouldn't it be fine if your Ice Heart Valley told him? Younger sister, and how about this? You tell Sect Master Feng what he wants to know now. Elder sister will speak on your behalf and he won't make things difficult for you." And Ruo Yun sneered, "This queen appreciates Elder Yu's good intentions." Elder Yu's brows furrowed and he said, "Younger sister, and why bother? Don't talk too much. Being friends with you in the past, it was this consort who was blind. I actually couldn't tell that you were an ungrateful villain." These words were ruthless, causing Elder Yu's face to turn red, and she shouted angrily, "You really don't know how to appreciate kindness, treating others' good intentions as ill intent. Younger sister, and if you continue to be stubborn, you won't have a good end today." After being scolded by Ruo Yun, the woman couldn't help but become angry out of shame. She shouted in a deep voice, "Today, Sect Master Feng has come with supreme power. Younger sister, and had best adapt to the circumstances." Feng Xian laughed and clapped his hands. He looked down and sneered, "Bing Yun, when you protected my son's murderer, did you ever think that today would come? But it's too late to regret now. Since this king has come, he won't let you have a good time." He seemed to be confident in his victory, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack Bing Yun and the others. He just flaunted his power and enjoyed the pleasure of controlling the overall situation. Sect Master Feng. Nangate Dejun frowned and shouted from the side, cupping his fists slightly. Before he could say anything, Feng Xian interrupted him and glanced at him indifferently, "So Grandmaster Nangate is also here." Nangate Dejun thought to himself, "Aren't you talking nonsense? That day, he was kidnapped right in front of Feng Xian, so where else could he be?" Feng Xian said, "Today, we were able to break the spirit array thanks to Grandmaster Nangate. Grandmaster, please stand a little further away." Otherwise, if you are accidentally injured, this king is afraid he will feel apologetic. After this sect master destroys Ice Heart Valley, he will need Grandmaster's help. When Nangate Dejun heard this, he frowned and sighed, no longer saying anything. He also knew that his words carried little weight. Although he was an array grandmaster and others had to beg him for help, there was no lack of people in this world who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. He felt that he didn't have enough face to make Feng Xian listen to his advice. So, he simply shut his mouth, lest he really draw fire to himself. Brother Yao, join forces with this king. First, we will kill Bing Yun, then destroy Ice Heart Valley. Feng Xian enjoyed the despair of Ice Heart Valley's people for a while, feeling extremely happy in his heart. Only then did he let out a shout, his murderous intent surging. Yao Zhua, who had been standing to the side silently, took a step forward when he heard this, and the powerful aura of a third-order Emperor Realm Master burst out. Although his aura wasn't as rich and pure as that of a veteran master like Feng Xian, there was no doubt that he was a third-order master. In the end, he had just broken through. A long saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a flash of light, it seemed to break through the sky as it slashed towards Bing Yun. At the same time, Feng Xian also summoned the relic of the Wenqing Great Emperors, the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. The sound of wind and thunder reverberated from the divine spear as it turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Bing Yun. When the two third-order Great Emperors joined forces, Bing Yun's face suddenly became extremely solemn. These days, she had fought with these two guys many times. In a one-on-one battle, she wasn't afraid of either of them. She was even confident that she could kill Yao Zhuo within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, but she was powerless in the face of the two of them working together. So, she tapped her foot lightly and retreated. Form the array. And Ruo Yun shouted at the right time. In the next moment, the six from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley flew to Bing Yun's side and spread out in a mysterious formation. When they circulated their Emperor Qi, the power of the seven suddenly resonated. For a moment, the sand and stones on the ground were blown away, and the sun and moon dimmed. Vaguely, it seemed like a behemoth was suddenly born, raising its head and roaring angrily. Asterisk dang dang. Asterisk after the two shockwaves, Yao Zhuo's eyes widened in shock as he retreated a dozen steps, the blood in his chest roiling. Feng Xian's figure also swayed as he staggered back a few steps. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear that he had thrown out was actually blocked by a mysterious force. What's going on? What's going on? Is Bing Yun so powerful? The group of spectators from the Emperor Realm were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Although Bing Yun's strength was obvious to all, no one present would believe that she could block the joint attack of Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo by herself and even force them to retreat. But the truth was right in front of them, so it was hard for them to doubt it. No, it's not Bing Yun's power. Spirit Array? What kind of spirit array is this? The Black Tortoise Phantom, this spirit array, is incredible. After the light dissipated, the scene on the ground gradually became clear. After everyone saw it, they suddenly realized how Bing Yun forced the two third-order Emperor Realm Masters to retreat. At this moment, Bing Yun and the other 6 disciples had formed a mysterious spirit array. This spirit array connected the 7 people's Emperor Qis tightly, and the energy visible to the naked eye condensed into a huge black tortoise phantom. Bing Yun was hiding in the head of the black tortoise phantom, while Ruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu were on its shoulders. Ji Yao and another elder from the Emperor Realm were standing on its feet, with one on its back and one on its tail. The black tortoise phantom looked down on the crowd, as if it could hold back 10,000 enemies alone. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Chapter 2650. Before Yang Kai left more than a month ago, he had taught the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array to Ji Yao. Over the past month, every disciple of Ice Heart Valley had been practicing this spirit array. Bing Yun and the others had also been practicing for a while. This was the sect guarding spirit array of Black Tortoise Sect. It was a secret technique that had extremely strong defensive capabilities. Now, 7 people from the Emperor Realm had joined forces to form this spirit array, and with a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Bing Yun taking the lead, It was not an exaggeration to say that this spirit array was impregnable. Although Bing Yun and the others did not doubt the power of this 7 points black tortoise spirit array, this was the first time they had used it, so they did not know how powerful it was. Seeing that they had easily forced back Feng Xian and Yao Zhua, they were overjoyed and excited. They knew that if it were not for this peerless spirit array left behind by Yang Kai, Ice Heart Valley would have been finished today. Although the sect defending array had been broken, with this 7 points black tortoise spirit array, the 7,000 disciples might be able to reduce the number of casualties. Some might even be able to escape and leave behind an inheritance for the sect. Bastard! Compared to the amazement of Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Feng Xian was furious. His Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they knew each other very well. He had never heard of this wonderful spirit array before, so he did not know where Bing Yun had obtained it. His complacent attack had suddenly turned into a bubble, and his mood had become extremely bad. Disciples, listen to my orders. Follow me and open a bloody path. Bing Yun shouted coldly. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. What are you all standing there for? Kill them. Feng Xian shouted angrily. Seeing that he and Yao Zhua could not take advantage of this situation, he could only take a step back. He had to use human wave tactics. This spirit array was indeed mysterious and unparalleled. However, Feng Xian could also see that Bing Yun and the others had not cultivated this spirit array for long and were not very proficient. In other words, they could not display the full power of this spirit array. Therefore, even if they formed a spirit array, the amplification was limited. On their side, there were more than 20 people from the Emperor realm working together. It might not be impossible to stop them. Hearing Feng Xian's order, all the masters from the Emperor realm wore solemn expressions as they pushed their Emperor Qis and summoned their Emperor artifacts, bombarding Bing Yun and the others. For a time, the energy of heaven and earth was in chaos, the void was torn apart, the universe was turned upside down, and the earth was shaking nonstop. Nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm were fighting here. This kind of battle was extremely rare, and it was hard for ordinary people to see it. Various Emperor artifacts of different shapes and sizes displayed great power, turning into one attack after another that bombarded the Black Tortoise Phantom. However, this Black Tortoise Phantom was also extremely powerful. No matter how it was bombarded, it was unable to withstand the attacks. They were all safe and sound. The soldiers of the Southgate Army watched from the side with bright eyes. After a long while, he suddenly came to his senses and cried out, "Black Tortoise 7 points formation." As expected of a generation's array master, his eyesight was indeed extraordinary. Although it was also the first time he had seen this array formation, he still recognized the origin of this array formation based on his own experience and knowledge. It's actually the Black Tortoise sect's secret array formation. The Southgate Army was extremely excited. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialization. He had a very deep understanding of array formations, and his love for this world's strange array formations was like a pervert's love for beauties. He had once entered an ancient array formation without hesitation in order to study it. In the end, it took him 3 years to crack it. At that time, he had narrowly escaped death and almost lost his life. He had once read about the Black Tortoise 7 points formation in an ancient book and knew that it was a secret array of the Eastern Territory's Black Tortoise sect. Unfortunately, when the Black Tortoise sect was destroyed, this array formation had been lost. According to the ancient book, this array formation was comprehended by the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit by observing the posture of the Black Tortoise Divine Spirit. The Black Tortoise Divine Spirit was a peak existence, so how could the array formation comprehended by observing its majestic posture be bad? The Southgate Army was excited to see this and naturally studied it for a while, but unfortunately, they couldn't find the method to arrange this array formation. They never thought that they would see this lost array formation in Ice Heart Valley today. This trip was not made in vain, it was not made in vain. The Southgate Army's eyes lit up, completely forgetting that this was a life and death battle. Instead, they were studying it with great interest. Looking at the way they were staring, it was as if they couldn't wait to rush to the front to study it. However, although he was excited, he knew that if he really rushed forward, he would be caught in the crossfire with his cultivation. He wouldn't even know how he died. On the other side, the people from Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect fought fiercely. Although there were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm from Seeking Passion sect joining forces, and they far surpassed Ice Heart Valley in both numbers and cultivation, they were still unable to break through the defenses of the Black Tortoise 7 Points formation. All the attacks were blocked by Bing Yun and the others. On the contrary, Bing Yun and the others would occasionally use their killing moves, causing the Seeking Passion sect's people to break out in cold sweat as they struggled to cope with the attacks. In particular, the ice concept and ice principles that shrouded the surroundings made it difficult for them to circulate their strength. As time passed, the more the Seeking Passion sect's people fought, the more frightened they became. If this continued, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to break through the array formation's defenses even if they exhausted their strength. When that time came, they could only wait to be slaughtered. After all, Bing Yun and the others were defending instead of attacking, and with the assistance of the spirit array, they consumed much less energy than the Seeking Passion sect's people. Many people panicked and their attacks were no longer as ferocious as before. Seemingly aware of this, Feng Xian, who was like an erupting volcano, suddenly shouted, "Bing Yun, you can put up a desperate struggle, but this king wants to see how your 7,000 disciples from Ice Heart Valley will resist. Another 10 people from the Emperor Realm from my sect have attacked your Ice Heart Valley. I'm afraid that blood is flowing like a river in your Ice Heart Valley right now, right?" There were more than 20 people from the Emperor Realm on the Seeking Passion sect's side. There were more than 30 people from the Seeking Passion sect, and only about a third of them were from the Seeking Passion sect. The rest were helpers recruited by the Seeking Passion sect. Before coming here, 10 people from the Emperor Realm had been ordered to lead people to kill Ice Heart Valley's disciples. With the remaining strength of Ice Heart Valley, it was impossible for them to resist. Sure enough, when Feng Xian's words came out, the faces of Ice Heart Valley's people changed. Bing Yun gritted her teeth and shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, she led her disciples to break out of the encirclement. Feng Xian's face turned ruthless. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand slammed down as he shouted, "Wishful thinking! Bing Yun, you can only watch helplessly as Ice Heart Valley is flattened by this king and tremble in despair. When the 10 people from the Emperor Realm under this king's command return, it will be the time of your death." Yao Zhua, who had been silent all this time, was extremely arrogant at this moment. He sneered, "This is the fate of those who oppose my Seeking Passion sect." These words had a profound meaning, causing those from the Emperor Realm who did not belong to the Seeking Passion sect to keep quiet out of fear. They all decided that after this battle, they would have to surrender to the Seeking Passion sect. Otherwise, no matter how big the Northern Territory was in the future, they would not have a foothold. 10 people from the Emperor Realm? At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. When this voice reached the ears of the people from Ice Heart Valley, they could not help but feel happy. They all raised their eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Ji Yao was even more surprised and called out, "Brother Yang." Feng Xian was even more furious as he shouted, "Little bastard." He recognized that this voice belonged to Yang Kai, who had killed his son. More than a month ago, he had met Yang Kai outside Ice Heart Valley, so how could he forget? Suddenly, Feng Xian turned his head and glared at Yang Kai with murderous intent, as if there was no one else present. "Are they the 10 people from the Emperor Realm you mentioned? This young master has brought them over for you, so there's no need to be polite." From the void, Yang Kai slowly walked over, not showing the slightest nervousness. Instead, he was taking a leisurely stroll, and when his figure appeared, he waved his hand. Asterisk walala, asterisk corpses suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the ground. These corpses were either rich or noble, and at a glance, one could tell that they were people who had been in high positions for a long time. But now, they were all lifeless, with a fatal wound on each of their bodies that was bleeding profusely. Ah, it's Zhonglu Valley's great elder Feng Ziping. 100 Refinement Temples Lu Rui. 9-star Sect's Sect Master. Exclamations rang out as the people from the Emperor realm who were besieging Bing Yun and the others glanced at the corpses and exclaimed. Because they knew these people and were familiar with their names. Just a while ago, they had separated from them. They had followed Feng Xian here to block Bing Yun while the rest led the army of 100,000 to attack Ice Heart Valley. But now, they were all corpses. Everyone counted 10 people from the Emperor realm, not one more, not one less. In other words, all the people who had separated from them were dead. For a moment, more than 20 people from the Emperor realm sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling cold all over their bodies. Their hands and feet turned cold, and a chill suddenly spread from their tailbones to the top of their heads. Everyone stopped attacking and looked at the 10 corpses in disbelief. How long had it been? How could they all be dead? How could Ice Heart Valley still have such a powerful force? Compared with the horror of Seeking Passion Sex people, Ice Heart Valley's people were pleasantly surprised. Especially Bing Yun and Ji Yao, the two of them knew what Yang Kai's plan was. Now that they saw the 10 corpses, they immediately understood that Yang Kai must have brought some incredible helpers. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to achieve this silently. Yang Kai. Bing Yun's lips trembled as she looked at Yang Kai standing there, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai nodded to Bing Yun and said, I came back late. You're not late. It's good that you're back, Bing Yun slowly shook her head. She knew that since Yang Kai had returned, Ice Heart Valley could be saved. Sect Master Feng, long time no see, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the ashen-faced Feng Xian with a grin. Little beast. Feng Xian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He shouted, with your ability, how could you possibly kill them? This. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said mysteriously, I can't tell you. Evil beast, hand over your life. At that moment, Yao Zhuo suddenly roared as his emperor qi surged. His long saber tore through the air and slashed towards Yang Kai with astonishing power. Chapter 2651. Last time, he brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride, but in the end, he suffered a big loss at the hands of Yang Kai. Not only was he beaten up by Yang Kai using the Emperor Authority bead, but his space ring containing the betrothal gifts was also snatched away. At that time, Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. This was a great humiliation, and now that he had met his enemy, it was natural for him to be enraged. Yao Zhuo's strength was already extraordinary, and now that he had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm, his attacks were even more majestic, as if they could tear the world apart. An ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master was no match for him, and when he swung his saber he would most likely die on the spot. Yang Kai, be careful. Brother Yang, be careful. Bing Yun, Ji Yao, and the others all cried out in alarm and worry. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood there motionless, as if he hadn't reacted yet. He didn't even show any intention of dodging. This scene made Bing Yun and the others even more nervous. Yao Zhuo was overjoyed and increased the strength in his hand, causing a dazzling saber light to shine. At that moment, everyone's vision blurred as an unpredictable figure brushed past Yao Zhuo, turned into a wisp of blue smoke, and appeared behind him. At the same time, Yao Zhuo, who was rushing towards Yang Kai aggressively, froze in place, as if he had been hit by a body immobilization technique. The Emperor artifact saber in his hand suddenly shattered, and his Third Order Emperor realm aura rapidly withered like a punctured balloon. Poo. Inexplicably, Yao Zhuo coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning as white as paper, and his body tottering. What? Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was shocked, and their eyes filled with horror. They all stared at the wisp of blue smoke behind Yao Zhuo. The wisp of blue smoke slowly stretched out. A figure gradually appeared, and at this moment, this figure, who had jumped out of nowhere, stood behind Yao Zhuo with a leisurely expression, holding something in his hand. Dong dong. Dong dong. A series of thumping sounds came from that object, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. He trembled with fear. They could clearly see that the thing in this person's hand was none other than a beating heart that was still emitting warmth. The heart was about the size of a fist, and the thick blood vessels were clearly visible. Every time it beat, dark red blood would flow out from the heart. Gulp, swallowing sounds rang out, and everyone's eyes naturally focused on Yao Zhuo's back. Just a single glance was enough to make their faces turn ashen and their bodies tremble. Because at the center of Yao Zhuo's back, a hole had appeared at some unknown time. That hole went straight through Yao Zhuo's body, and from his back, he could see the scenery in front of him. And in that chest, the place where the heart should have been was actually empty. The matter in front of them was already very obvious. Yao Zhuo's heart was actually grabbed out by this middle-aged man in a green robe. What kind of method was this? After all, Yao Zhuo was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Northern Territory? Questions popped up in everyone's hearts one after another, but they couldn't find an answer. Monster King! Feng Xian suddenly shouted, as if he had recognized something. At the same time, Yao Zhuo lowered his head with difficulty and glanced at the hole in his chest. Blood drained from his face as he turned back and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master, save me." Fortunately, he was strong enough, otherwise, he would have died immediately after his heart was pulled out. If Feng Xian could help him get his heart back, and with some healing pills, he might be able to come back to life. So, Yao Zhuo used his great cultivation to seal the circulation of his blood and anxiously asked for help. Your sect master is already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He can't even save himself, so how could he have the time to save you? Yang Kai sneered and flicked his finger, sending a moon blade towards Yao Zhuo. If it were any other time, even if Yao Zhuo couldn't dodge such an attack, he would definitely have a way to resolve it. But now, most of his cultivation was used to suppress his injuries, so how could he have any spare energy to dodge and resolve it? With a swish, the moon blade struck and directly cut Yao Zhuo in half. Yao Zhuo's broken body fell from the sky and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of meat paste. A third-order Emperor Realm Master had been killed so easily. Everyone from Seeking Passion sect was silent out of fear, their eyes filled with horror. Pooh. Ying Fei crushed the heart in his hand and swept his hawk-like gaze across the Seeking Passion sect's crowd, asking, "Young Master Yang, are these the people?" Yang Kai nodded, and the corner of Ying Fei's mouth twitched as he said indifferently, "Young Master Yang, how should we deal with them?" Yang Kai snorted, "What else can we do? Naturally we'll kill them all." Ying Fei nodded, and in the next moment, his figure suddenly turned into a wisp of blue light and rushed directly into the camp of the 20 or so Seeking Passion sect masters from the Emperor Realm, moving back and forth leisurely as if there was no one there. Everyone panicked and used all kinds of methods to dodge and resist. Feng Xian was even more furious, and his Wind Thunder Divine Spear transformed into the power of wind and thunder and shot towards Ying Fei. Among everyone present, only his cultivation was comparable to Ying Fei's, so he might be able to resist for a bit. However, Ying Fei's true form was that of a giant eagle, so he was naturally fast. Ying Fei seemed to be deliberately creating panic, so he didn't come into direct contact with Feng Xian. He just swayed back and forth in the crowd a few times before suddenly flashing back. Poo pew pew. A few muffled sounds rang out as several Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm coughed up blood. When the others looked over, they saw that there was a hole in each of their chests, and the place where their hearts should have been was empty. This scene was exactly the same as what Yao Zhuo had encountered before. Looking at Ying Fei's big hand again, sure enough, that hand was holding a few hearts that were still beating. They were of different sizes and were still beating. He clenched his fist and crushed the hearts into pieces. When the injured Emperor Realm Masters saw this, their faces instantly turned ashen, and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. Although they could hold on for a while with their cultivation, their hearts had been dug out, so no matter how hard they tried, they would only be able to struggle at death's door. Sooner or later, they would die. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 Emperor Realm Masters from the Emperor Realm had been killed, and panic suddenly spread in the Seeking Passion sect's camp. The remaining Emperor Realm Masters looked at Ying Fei as if he was an evil demon. They didn't have the courage to fight him, and all they wanted was to leave this place as soon as possible. On the other hand, the morale of Iceheart Valley's disciples was greatly boosted, and the previous worry and determination in their beautiful eyes were replaced with a dazzling luster. A trivial monster king dares to be presumptuous in front of this king? Feng Xian was furious. Sensing that the morale of his own camp was unstable, he naturally wanted to salvage the situation. Things had already reached this point, and either his Seeking Passion sect or Ice Heart Valley had to die. There was no other choice. The originally complacent encirclement and suppression plan was now full of twists and turns because of the sudden appearance of the Monster King. Feng Xian naturally hated him to the bone and wanted to kill him to stabilize the morale of his people. If one Monster King isn't enough, what about two? A muffled, thunderous voice rang out, followed by a bolt of lightning that turned into a burly figure standing side by side with Ying Fei. Shilei. If two isn't enough, then three. Another figure strolled over and stood beside Ying Fei and Shilei. The three Monster Kings had gathered, and at this moment, they no longer hid their strength. Monster Qi rolled around their bodies as if it was about to break through the 9 heavens. Sensing the strength of these three, the remaining members of the Seeking Passion sect from the Emperor realm trembled in an instant. Even Feng Xian's face paled, his eyes filled with disbelief. One had to know that although the Monster King's cultivation was similar to that of a third-order Emperor realm master, due to the sensitivity of his race's identity, he rarely moved around the human world. Under normal circumstances, he would hide deep in the mountains and forests, ruling over his own territory. Of course, there were also some powerful monster race members who sought refuge in human sects and became elders or protectors. But that was only a small minority. Feng Xian had never thought that there would be 3 Monster Kings in this world gathered together, and all of them were targeting his Seeking Passion sect. At this moment, Feng Xian ate the bitter pill. If it was just one Monster King, he would still have the heart to fight, but 3 had appeared at the same time. Even if Yao Zhuo came back from the dead, the Seeking Passion sect would definitely be no match for them. 3 Monster Kings? Where did Brother Yang find them? He has been missing all this time. Could it be that he went to get reinforcements? I thought he saw that our Ice Heart Valley was in danger and ran away alone. How shameful! We're saved. Those from Bingyun Valley who didn't know the truth of the Emperor realm were overjoyed and looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. Now, they finally understood why Yang Kai could kill 10 people from the Emperor realm at once. With 3 Monster Kings by his side, 10 people from the Emperor realm were nothing. How is it going? Yang Kai asked after seeing Shilei and Xie Wei come over together. Xie Wei replied, Brother Shilei and I joined forces to kill more than 10,000 people. There is still a lot of trash left, but the people's hearts have already scattered. More than 10,000. All of a sudden, everyone from the Seeking Passion sect staggered. They didn't doubt Xie Wei's words. It wasn't difficult for 2 third-order Emperor Realm Masters to kill more than 10,000 people. After all, those people weren't from the Emperor Realm, so no one could stop them. With more than 10,000 people dead at once, all the sects would suffer heavy losses. This didn't include the people from the Emperor Realm who died. After this battle, Yuan Qi in the Northern Territory would suffer heavy losses. However, what they were most concerned about was their own fate. Previously, they had aggressively attacked other sects and thought that victory was in their hands, but in the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Now they were meat on the chopping block. Senior Bingyun, leave this to us. Senior should take these junior sisters to the valley to have a look. Yang Kai turned to Bingyun and said. Bingyun pondered for a moment, but didn't refuse and nodded, okay. Although the outcome of this battle was already decided and Ice Heart Valley was destined to win, an army of 100,000 was no laughing matter. With just 7,000 disciples, Ice Heart Valley was unlikely to be able to resist such a force. Fortunately, the 2 Monster Kings had taken action before this, causing the enemy's morale to falter, minimizing Ice Heart Valley's losses. They were going there now to clean up the mess and preserve Ice Heart Valley's Yuan Qi as much as possible. Chapter 2652. Seeing that Bingyun and the others were about to leave, Songli Valley's Qin Guzhang opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Looking at his difficult expression, it seemed he wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of his previous actions, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew that things had reached this point, and it was useless for him to say anything. For a moment, Regret filled his heart. If he had known that Ice Heart Valley could pull in such strong reinforcements, how could he have gotten involved with Seeking Passion Sect? Now, not only was Seeking Passion Sect in danger, even his Tsong Le Valley might not be able to protect itself. With a thin face, he couldn't open his mouth, but someone else did. Elder sister, and please don't go. I ask elder sister to spare junior sister this time. Junior sister was really wrong this time, please let me go. It was Elder Yu, who was dressed like a married woman, who shouted in panic. Previously, when many Seeking Passion Sect masters arrived, she and Enruo Yun had a very unpleasant exchange. She even said that Enruo Yun didn't know how to appreciate kindness, and that if she didn't wake up, she would definitely not have a good end today. She even said that she was willing to follow Seeking Passion Sect's lead. But who would have thought that in less than a stick of incense, the situation would change? It had to be said that this Elder Yu's face was thick enough. As soon as she said this, many people cast contemptuous looks at her. But on second thought, losing face was better than losing life. If she could save her life by saying a few words, what harm was there in putting down her face? Unfortunately, Enruo Yun was destined to not pay attention to a petty person like her who changed the rudder according to the wind. In the past, this Elder Yu had come to Ice Heart Valley many times as a guest and had a good relationship with Enruo Yun. Today, she had come here together with Seeking Passion Sect. They were enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead. So, even though she heard her words, Enruo Yun didn't pay her any attention. She didn't even bother to say a word to her. She just quickly rushed into the valley under Bing Yun's lead. Elder sister, and Elder Yu's face was ashen as she screamed, but it was useless. Seeing that it was useless to plead with Enruo Yun, Elder Yu suddenly turned her gaze back to Yang Kai and squeezed out a smile. This little brother, this mistress is not a member of Seeking Passion Sect. This mistress made a mistake this time and really should not have become an enemy of Ice Heart Valley. However, this mistress now understands and also repents. I ask little brother to be magnanimous. This concubine is willing to pay any price to bypass this concubine. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes flickered with a watery luster. Her red lips lightly pursed, giving off a pitiful appearance. She could see it too. These three monster kings had suddenly arrived. They all seemed to listen to Yang Kai's instructions, so as long as he could convince Yang Kai, he would be able to save his life this time. Her real age was definitely not young, but she was skilled in maintaining her appearance. Just by looking at her appearance, she was only around 30 years old. She was full of charm. At this moment, she deliberately put on this soft and weak appearance, which was very charming and made people want to eat her. Yang Kai sneered, "That bitch wants to eat young grass. How hateful! Kill her for me, lest she tarnish this young master's eyes." As soon as he said this, Elder Yu's pretty face changed greatly. She did not expect Yang Kai to have such a heart of iron blood and be so ruthless. With a scream, she pushed all her strength to retreat, wanting to escape from this place. But even though she was fast, Ying Fei was even faster. With a flash of blue light, Ying Fei had already appeared in front of her. Using his fingers as a blade, he ruthlessly stabbed towards her chest. The protective Emperor Qi of a First-Order Emperor Realm Master burst like a bubble under Ying Fei's attack. Ying Fei's sharp fingers pierced into Elder Yu's chest like a sharp sword, and with a vicious tug, a red heart was pulled out. Ying Fei sent out another palm strike, directly knocking Elder Yu to the ground and killing her on the spot. Kill! At this time, there was no need for Yang Kai to give any further orders. The two monster kings, Shi Lei and Xie Wei, roared and rushed into the Seeking Passion Sect's camp. Ying Fei also turned back, turning into a blue light as he flew back and forth. The three top monster kings were like tigers in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed everyone from the Seeking Passion Sect. Everyone was thrown off their feet. Wherever they went, no one was able to resist, and no one was able to escape. In front of Ying Fei, who was known for his speed, escaping was just a pipe dream. Mutilated corpses fell from the sky one after another, blood blooming like flowers. Amidst the beauty, there was a murderous intent. In less than 10 breaths of time, 14 to 15 people from the Emperor realm had died. Whether it was intentional or not, everyone else died except for Feng Xian, who was unscathed. The three monster kings did not seem to have attacked him at all. While the three monster kings were slaughtering, Feng Xian did not have any intention of stopping them. He just stood in midair, watching coldly. After everyone else died, Feng Xian sighed softly. His face seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. Seeking Passion sect had fallen. The Seeking Passion sect, which had stood tall in the northern territory for tens of thousands of years and had been passed down by the great emperors of the Seeking Passion sect, had fallen. Not at the hands of Ice Heart Valley, but at the hands of a young man in the First Order Emperor realm. Feng Xian still could not figure out who this young man was. Why was he so similar to the nemesis of Seeking Passion sect? Back then, when he appeared in Ice Heart Valley, the marriage alliance between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fell through. Later, Yang Kai's son was killed by him, and now, even the entire sect had failed miserably. He's the last one. Who's up? Shi Lei stared at Feng Xian and asked indifferently. As the monster kings of the ancient wildlands, Shi Lei and the others had the right to be proud. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to kill the enemy because the other side had more people. Now that there was only one left, there was naturally no need for them to work together. However, it was troublesome as to who would be the one to kill this person. The three monster kings knew that this was an opportunity to show their faces in front of Yang Kai, so they naturally did not want to give this opportunity to others. I'll do it. Xie Wei immediately replied. As he pushed his monster chi, the phantom of a huge scorpion appeared behind him. The scorpion's tail flickered and flickered with a green light. At a glance, it was obvious that it was a highly poisonous creature. Why should you do it? Ying Fei looked at him with an unhappy expression. Do you want to do it? Xie Wei curled his lips and snorted coldly. Why not? Ying Fei raised his brow and took a step forward, ready to take action at any time. This king will do it. Shi Lei grinned meaningfully, revealing his fox tail. Nonsense. Ying Fei and Xie Wei glared at him at the same time. At that moment, Feng Xian, who had been silent all this time, glared at them and suddenly released an astonishing light. His powerful Third Order Emperor realm cultivation erupted and poured into the wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand. This relic of the great emperors suddenly shook violently and turned into a purple thunderbolt. Little beast, die! Feng Xian roared. His figure flickered as he wrapped himself in the purple thunderbolt and rushed in front of Yang Kai. Shi Lei and the others did not have time to argue. The moment Feng Xian suddenly attacked, the three of them had already made their move. Ying Fei was the fastest and rushed straight towards Feng Xian. As an eagle's cry rang out, his hands turned into eagle claws that filled the sky, as if he could seal the world. Meanwhile, Xie Wei and Shi Lei were wrapped in their demonic qi and attacked Feng Xian from both sides. They did not hold back at all. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a loud bang rang out as Emperor Qi and demonic qi surged. The purple thunderbolt was filled with a will to destroy everything. It tore through space and collided with the three monster kings in an instant. With a muffled groan, Ying Fei's figure was knocked back. After he staggered to his feet, his hands were covered in blood. Even his 5 fingers were a little twisted and scorched, as if he had been struck by lightning. Xie Wei also spat out a mouthful of blood. The giant scorpion phantom behind him suddenly collapsed. His face was pale, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Shi Lei, who was the strongest, was also sent flying 1,000 meters away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, his face filled with shock. The three monster kings had joined forces, but they were all injured by Feng Xian alone. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, the purple thunderbolt flickered a few times before suddenly collapsing. Feng Xian stood less than 10 meters in front of Yang Kai in a daze, holding the wind Thunder Divine Spear in his hand and glaring at him with gritted teeth. But at this moment, this 10 meters distance was like a heavenly moat, blocking Feng Xian's path, making it impossible for him to cross. Yang Kai did not move, but his eyes were cold. Little beast! This king will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Feng Xian grinned as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his third-order Emperor realm aura rapidly weakened. Even his black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Although Feng Xian had injured 3 monster kings by himself, Shi Lei and the others were not to be trifled with. They had not only blocked Feng Xian's life-risking attack, but they had also left a fatal wound on him. "Let's see if you have the chance to become a ghost." Yang Kai sneered. He stretched out his hand and a black banner appeared in his palm. The black banner was filled with yin qi, and from time to time, it would emit cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. The Netherworld Purgatory Banner. The relic of the Netherworld sect's elder Hua Fei Qin. This was an emperor artifact, the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. It could devour 10,000 souls, and its power was unfathomable. Holding the Netherworld Purgatory Banner, Yang Kai snorted, "After you die, this young master will collect your soul into the banner." Tsk, a third-order Emperor realm soul should be enough to be the main soul. Asterisk poo. Asterisk hearing this, Feng Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could not hold it in and vomited blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. With such an evil artifact, even if he died, he would not have the chance to become a ghost. In the end, he would only be collected into this evil artifact by Yang Kai and become a puppet. It seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, Feng Xian's eyes became dim and the vitality in his body quickly dissipated. His body swayed and fell from the sky. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. He did not really collect Feng Xian's soul into the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. After all, he had not refined this thing before and did not know how to do so. Before Feng Xian's body hit the ground, Yang Kai had already sent out a palm strike. When his Emperor Qi erupted, Feng Xian exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yang Kai stretched out his hand again and summoned the Wind Thunder Divine Spear back to his hand. "This guy is so strong." At this time, Ying Fei and the others gradually came over and looked down with some lingering fear on their faces. "It's not him that's strong, it's this thing." Yang Kai played with the Wind Thunder Divine Spear for a while before stuffing it into his space ring. Chapter 2653. The Wind Thunder Divine Spear was a relic left behind by the great emperors of Seeking Passion, so it was naturally extraordinary. However, Yang Kai had countless rare treasures on him now, so he didn't really care about it. He would just put it away and see if he could give it away in the future. "Go help Ice Heart Valley deal with this mess." Yang Kai turned his head and said to the 3 monster kings. The 3 monster kings didn't say a word and left in a flash. Inside Ice Heart Valley, fluctuations of various sizes could be heard from time to time, mixed with screams. However, most of the sounds were men's, so it should be the sound of enemies being killed. Looking around, there were more than 30 corpses of the Emperor Realm's masters on the ground. No one would have thought that these people, who were still alive and kicking just a stick of incense worth of time ago, would die in just that short time. Yang Kai collected their space rings one by one. "Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang." At that moment, a shout came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and said indifferently, "What's wrong? Grandmaster Nan Men has enjoyed a good show and hasn't left yet. Don't tell me you still want to stay as a guest in Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley has never welcomed men, so Southern Gate Army should leave as soon as possible." The Southern Gate Army had been watching from the sidelines. Neither Ice Heart Valley nor Seeking Passion sect had any intention of making things difficult for him, so he was safe and sound. Hearing the warning in Yang Kai's words, he just smiled meaningfully and said, "Young Master Yang, aren't you also a man?" Yang Kai sneered, "How can you compare to this young master?" The Southern Gate Army didn't care about such shameless boasting. He didn't have the arrogance of a legendary array master. After all, from Ice Heart Valley's point of view, he really couldn't compare with Yang Kai. The reason Ice Heart Valley could survive was all because of Yang Kai's contribution. For a sect, this was like giving a new lease on life. He just rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, this one wants to ask you something." "No comment." Yang Kai coldly snorted, not interested in talking to him at all. Although the Southern Gate Army was a Generation Array master, Yang Kai's ability wasn't bad either. He was an Emperor Realm alchemist, so there was no need for him to lower his status and give others face. Especially Ice Heart Valley's crisis. Yang Kai was already lucky that he didn't kill him, yet he still wanted to ask for more information. Young Master Yang, don't be so unreasonable. Southgate Dajuan laughed dryly. Young Master Yang Kai didn't Yang Master, Yang, and Young Master. Yang, God sect of God, and Yang. Yang, S Yangs. His sharp eyes glared at the Southern Gate Army's army as he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to speak so rashly at your age. Be careful of your words. Shi Lei and the other 2 monster kings were brought out by him from the ancient wildlands. Although there weren't many of them, if the news of the 3 monster kings coming out of seclusion were to spread, it would arouse the disgust of the human race's masters, especially those from the ancient wildlands. Suspicious people might wonder if the monster race in the ancient wildlands couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to harm the human race's sex. If such a thing really happened, it would be troublesome for Yang Kai. So they really came from that place? The Southern Gate Army's army turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's threat. Instead, his eyes lit up as he cupped his fists and said, Young Master Yang, rest assured. Only the heavens and earth know about this. This one will never spread it to the outside world. Humph. Yang Kai looked at him unhappily, wondering if he should kill him to silence him. The Southern Gate Army's army seemed to be rash, but in fact his heart was as clear as a mirror. As soon as Yang Kai's murderous intent appeared, he sensed it and hurriedly said, Young Master Yang, please calm down. This one is only interested in the many ancient restrictions and natural spirit arrays hidden in that place. In the past, I went in and out several times to study them, but unfortunately, my strength was too low and I didn't dare to go too deep. I couldn't help but sigh and sigh. This one sees that young Master Yang's relationship with the 3 Master Masters seems to be unusual. Could young Master Yang please? What are you talking about? This young master doesn't understand. Don't mention this again. Yang Kai rudely interrupted him. The Southern Gate Army's army had spoken until now, so Yang Kai understood what he meant. He wanted to borrow Yang Kai's strength to form a good relationship with Shi Lei and the others, so that he could enter the ancient wildlands in the future to study the ancient restrictions and spirit arrays. He was a Generations Array Grandmaster. He wasn't interested in other things, but he was very interested in anything related to spirit arrays. The Southern Gate Army's army opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed heavily and comforted himself in his heart that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Changing the topic, he said, since young Master Yang doesn't want to talk more about this matter, then this one will speak without thinking. However, there is another matter I would like young Master Yang to enlighten me about, and it is related to the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. You know about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Bing Yun and the others had formed the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array here before, so the Southern Gate Army naturally saw it clearly. Yang Kai didn't expect that Yang Kai's eyesight would be so good. He was actually able to recognize the Black Tortoise Spirit Array that had been kept secret for tens of thousands of years. It seemed that this array Grandmaster's reputation was well-deserved. In other words, even if he was really a fame-seeking spirit array, he wouldn't be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect-defending array. Young Master Yang must be joking. This is what this one does. The Southern Gate Army laughed meaningfully. If I can't recognize such a famous spirit array in front of me, then wouldn't this one be blind? What about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array? Do you want to learn how to arrange it? Yang Kai looked at him with interest. The Southern Gate Army rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, if there is a chance, naturally I want to study it. Humph. Yang Kai sneered, don't even think about it. The Southern Gate Army was stunned and asked, why? No reason, just don't think about it. Yang Kai waved his hand. The Southern Gate Army said angrily, young Master Yang, don't be so full of yourself. Senior Bing Yun is a kind person. I believe that as long as I show full sincerity, she won't necessarily refuse me. Before, the Southern Gate Army had spoken nicely to Yang Kai mainly because he felt guilty and wanted something from Yang Kai. But now, he just wanted to study the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array and was actually rejected by Yang Kai. This was too much. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was arranged by Ice Heart Valley's people. He found Yang Kai just to ask Yang Kai to help him put in a few good words. It would have been fine if Yang Kai didn't help, but why did Yang Kai reject him and even tell him to forget about it in the future? A peerless spirit array that had been lost for tens of thousands of years suddenly appeared in front of him. How could he just forget about it? If he didn't obtain the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, how could he have the heart to study spirit arrays in the future? Yo, you're throwing a tantrum. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. This one won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Senior Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army flicked his sleeves and turned to leave unhappily. Yang Kai sneered, Go. Don't come back and beg me. The Southern Gate Army wanted to retort that only a ghost would beg you, but when he thought about the ancient wild land, he restrained himself. He was also obsessed with the barriers and spirit arrays in the ancient wild land. If he could get Yang Kai to say a few good words, he wouldn't have to worry about the monster race in the ancient wild land finding trouble with him. He could study them to his heart's content and maybe make another breakthrough in the Spirit Array Dao. However, this young man wasn't easy to talk to, which gave the Southern Gate Army a headache. After the Southern Gate Army left, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate the situation in Ice Heart Valley. The result of the battle was no different from what he expected. More than 30 Seeking Passion sect disciples from the Emperor realm had been wiped out. Previously, Shi Lei and Xia Wei had joined forces and killed more than 10,000 people. Although there were many people left, they were like a group of dragons without a leader and were scattered like sand. Then, many of Ice Heart Valley's higher-ups arrived, so the battle was naturally one-sided. At this moment, Ice Heart Valley was already cleaning up the mess, and it wouldn't be long before the dust settled. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he flew towards the Ice Lake restricted area. Along the way, he naturally killed many people, leaving behind a trail of corpses. A moment later, he appeared in the Ice Lake restricted area where Ice Heart Valley used to be. Looking around, he whistled softly. 2 figures, one old and one young, walked out from a hidden rockery nearby. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him with joy. This old and young pair were naturally Old Ban and his granddaughter who had come to Ice Heart Valley with Yang Kai. ****. A strange noise rang out as a swarm of about 100 black insects flew towards Yang Kai right after these 2 figures. Soul-devouring demon insects. Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet and stored the soul-devouring demon insects inside before looking at Old Ban and Xiaoling with a smile. No one found this place, right? Old Ban shook his head. No, it was all thanks to young Master Yang's careful arrangements. As he spoke, he glanced at the insect enslavement bracelet in Yang Kai's hand and a faint look of horror appeared on his face. Although he didn't know what those black bugs were, every single one of them gave him a sense of fear and trepidation. Old Ban also knew that since Yang Kai had left those insects to protect him and his granddaughter, he was naturally confident in their strength. With the soul-devouring demon insects guarding them, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be worried. With more than 100 insects gathered together, they could even fight against a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, not to mention now that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples in the Emperor Realm were all dead. Even if someone happened to find Old Ban and his granddaughter and wanted to harm them, they would only end up being killed by the soul-devouring demon insects. Young Master Yang, the fight outside is fierce. Don't you want to help? Xiaoling and I can just hide there, there's no need to worry too much. Old Ban glanced at Ice Heart Valley with some worry. Although he had been hiding in the rockery, he could still hear the noise and shouting outside, so he naturally knew that there was a great battle going on here. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. No, it's almost done. The dust will settle soon. Lowering his head, he smiled and patted Xiaolinger's head. Do you like this place? This will be your sect from now on. Xiaolinger blinked and said crisply, I like it, but it's a little cold. Yang Kai smiled. This is Ice Heart Valley, so it's normal to be cold. You'll get used to it slowly. Chapter 2654. Half of the entire Northern Territory was covered in ice and snow, but not all of it. However, Ice Heart Valley's inheritance was ice attribute secret arts, so when Bing Yun founded Ice Heart Valley, she naturally chose a place with extreme cold. Although Xiaoling had also started cultivating, she was still young and weak, so it was normal for her to feel cold. Young Master Yang, Old Ban asked nervously, can the little girl really enter Ice Heart Valley? Although he could see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Ice Heart Valley was not ordinary, otherwise, he wouldn't have come directly through the space array. This matter was related to Xiaoling's future, so he naturally couldn't care less. Don't worry, entering Ice Heart Valley is absolutely not a problem, but how much she can achieve in the future will depend on her own efforts and luck. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I don't ask for great achievements, just a safe life for the little girl. Old Ban sighed sincerely, feeling a little happy after receiving a positive answer from Yang Kai. Back in the desolate city, where dragons and snakes mixed together, every time he led someone into the ancient land's passageway, Old Ban would worry about the safety of the little girl, but if he didn't lead the way, they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold there. Now, as long as the little girl could enter Ice Heart Valley, he would no longer have to live in fear. Not far from Ice Heart Valley is Ice Moon City, which is Ice Heart Valley's property. While waiting for the battle to end, Yang Kai chatted with Old Ban. He told him about Ice Heart Valley's situation. After learning that Ice Moon City was not far from Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was relieved. This way, if Xiaoling missed him in the future, or if he wanted to see her, it wouldn't be too troublesome. As long as he could find a job in Ice Moon City and maintain his life, he wouldn't have to worry about Xiaoling. The two chatted casually. The commotion outside became quieter and quieter, and in the end, no sounds of fighting could be heard, only the cheers of women could be heard. It was obvious that Ice Heart Valley had won a great victory, which was why the disciples were so happy. 7,000 against 100,000, and the final victory was simply a miracle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of strange noises rang out from all directions as swarms of black insects rushed into the Ice Lake Island from various locations in Ice Heart Valley. Seeing this, Yang Kai took out the insect enslavement bracelet. He stored the soul-devouring demon bugs into his bracelet. The soul-devouring demon insect's contribution in today's battle was not small. When Yang Kai returned to Ice Heart Valley, he had released all his soul-devouring demon insects and ordered them to slaughter the enemy. With the soul-devouring demon bug's current strength, it would not be able to help Yang Kai deal with an intense battle. But for a large-scale massacre like this, it was the most convenient method. Without the Emperor Realm's 100,000 troops, the Emperor Realm's army was gone. No one could stop the soul-devouring demon insect's slaughter. Wherever the insect cloud passed, the Seeking Passion Sect's army would fall like straw. With the soul-devouring demon insects, the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array, and the assistance of the Emperor Realm and the 3 Monster Kings, Ice Heart Valley's victory was a foregone conclusion. Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang. At that moment, a person's shout rang out from not far away. Young Master Yang, someone is looking for you. Old Ban glanced in the direction of the voice. Ignore him. Yang Kai curled his lips and continued talking to Old Ban. Old Ban observed Yang Kai's expression. Although he did not know why Yang Kai did not want to see that person, he tactfully did not ask. After a while, the Southern Gate army finally discovered Yang Kai's figure. Overjoyed, they hurriedly rushed over and cupped their fists. Young Master Yang, so you were here. Fortunately, Yang Kai had killed some enemies along the way, allowing many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples to discover his tracks. Otherwise, the Southern Gate army would not have been able to find this place. The Southern Gate army had asked many people and followed the tracks to this place. When they saw that Yang Kai was here, they were overjoyed. This place was originally the Ice Lake restricted area. It was hidden and ordinary people would not be able to find it. The Southern Gate army's previous indignant attitude was swept away. Instead, they became arrogant and respectful. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, they would think that this guy was a flatterer. He did not have the demeanor of a grandmaster at all. His moral integrity had been shattered. Young Master Yang, you really hid it from me. If I had known that the spirit array was created by young Master Yang, I would not have bothered Senior Bing Yun. The Southern Gate Army's face was full of smiles, but in fact his heart was bitter. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty, it was simply a complex feeling. After parting with Yang Kai, he went to find Bing Yun to inquire about the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. However, at that time, Bing Yun was commanding the battle, so it was not convenient for him to disturb her. He waited until the dust had settled before he dared to approach her. After asking, the Southern Gate Army was stunned. It turned out that Ice Heart Valley's 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down by Yang Kai more than a month ago. It was not something that belonged to Ice Heart Valley. Bing Yun also clearly told the Southern Gate Army that it was not convenient for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with him about the Spirit Array. If he wanted to know the details, he could only ask Yang Kai. The Southern Gate Army was dumbfounded. He also realized what Yang Kai's last words meant when he parted with Yang Kai. At that time, he snorted and did not take it seriously. It turned out that Yang Kai had already dug a big hole and was waiting for him to jump into it. For a moment, the Southern Gate Army's army was regretful and angry. He was a Generations Array Grandmaster. Although he did not have a big background, he was still a respected existence. Even Third Order Emperor Realm Sect Masters had to be respectful when they saw him. After all, which sect did not have a sect protecting array? Which sect did not need to arrange a spirit array? Now, if he went back and begged Yang Kai for a spirit array, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? He had already been slapped once in the ancient wildlands. Wouldn't he be slapping the left side of his face now? How could he be so cheap? The Southern Gate Army despised himself in his heart. After thinking about it for a while, he really could not do anything. Even if he was humiliating himself, he was also unable to cut off the allure of this peerless treasure. In his heart, he secretly decided that no matter how hard Kai Yang tried to make things difficult for him, he would bite the bullet and swallow it into his stomach. He would force Kai Yang to show him the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array. Are we familiar with each other? Yang Kai glanced at him with an indifferent expression. The Southern Gate Army's army laughed dryly and said, "The first time, the second time, the second time. The third time is a walk in the park." No need. Yang Kai put on a fake smile and said, "Grandmaster Nanman's fame is in the Star Boundary, a Spirit Array Grandmaster. This young master is insignificant and cannot compare to you." The Southern Gate Army's face turned bitter and he said, "Young Master Yang, you're too serious. This one has only done some research on spirit arrays. How could I dare call myself a Spirit Array Grandmaster? Young Master Yang, you're flattering me to death." If it were anyone else who praised him like this, he would have accepted it without hesitation. But in front of Yang Kai, he could not be unyielding. After eating someone's food, one's mouth should be closed, and one's hands should be soft. They hadn't even eaten anything yet they were already inferior to Kai Yang. Yang Kai ignored him. He just chatted with Old Ban. Old Ban did not know what was going on. However, he could also see that this Grandmaster Nan Men had something to ask of Yang Kai, so it was naturally inappropriate for him to intervene. He simply didn't have the qualifications to do so he simply pretended to be ignorant and asked Yang Kai questions. Kai Yang's arrogance really made the Southern Gate Army's anger not light, but he could only suppress this anger in his heart. Laughing dryly, he stood to the side, hoping that his sincerity would be able to move metal and stone. When Yang Kai changed his mind, after listening for a while, the Southern Gate Army's army suddenly looked down at Pippa and asked kindly, "Little girl, what's your name?" Di Ling Yen glanced at him and replied in a crisp voice. The Southern Gate Army smiled and said, "Little girl is smart and cute, and her eyes are simple. It is fate that we met. Come, this king will give you a little thing." As he spoke, an item suddenly appeared in the hand of the South Gate Dajuan. It looked like a jade pendant, but the pendant was not jade in color. Instead, it was pale yellow in color. It was unknown what material it was made of. Taking it out, he hung it around Di Ling's neck without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. Old Ban, who was talking to Yang Kai, was shocked and said, "Grandmaster, you can't accept such a precious gift." The little girl is ashamed to accept it. Although he did not recognize what the jade pendant was, he knew that the other party would not go easy on him. The Southern Gate Army chuckled and said, "Old Master is too serious. Since you know Yang Kai, you are my friend. This is the first time we met, so I didn't prepare anything. Please accept this small gift as a token of my respect." Old Ban opened his mouth, but did not know how to refuse. He could only look at Yang Kai for help. The other party did not know him, so there was no reason for him to suddenly give something to Pippa. He was just trying to curry favor with Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could handle this matter. Yang Kai said lightly, "Grandmaster Nen Men is so bold. You gave away an array plate just like that." The Southern Gate Army's eyes lit up. Young Master Yang saw through it. He was afraid that Yang Kai did not know the value of this thing, so he wanted to say a few words. Who knew that he had underestimated Yang Kai's eyesight? "What, an array plate?" Old Ban was taken aback and looked a little frightened. If it really was an array plate, then this gift was too great. A formation plate was sealed with a formation. When facing an enemy, one only needed to take out the plate to easily set up a large formation. The reason Old Ban had heard of formation plates was because he had been in the savage, desolate, ancient land for a long time and had come into contact with many people. Naturally, his knowledge wasn't lacking. "It's just a small thing. I refined it in my spare time. It is useless in my hands, so please don't refuse it." The Southern Gate Army chuckled. Yang Kai did not speak. He just reached out and touched the array plate. He nodded and said, "Not bad. It should be able to trap 1 or 2 people in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." This time, it was the Southern Gate Army's turn to be surprised. He said in surprise, "Young Master Yang has good eyesight." Old Ban, who was listening from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out, "Anyone below the Third Order realm will be killed." Chapter 2655. This array plate was of little value to Yang Kai. Even to the Southern Gate Army, it was something that could be casually refined, so it wasn't too valuable. However, it was different for Old Ban and Ling. Old Ban was only in the First Order Dao Source realm, so how could he not be shocked when he saw a formation plate that could trap even the Third Order Dao Source realm? In other words, this formation plate was enough to kill him 1,000 times over. What's more, this formation plate was made by the South Gate Army, so it was definitely the best of the best. It was enough to protect Ling for a long time as she grew up. Old Ban couldn't help but feel terrified. He didn't want to accept such a valuable gift, especially since Yang Kai and Grandmaster Nen Men weren't on good terms, so he couldn't accept it. But before he could refuse, Yang Kai put down the jade pendant and said, "Since it's for Ling, then accept it." The South Gate Army was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that his strategy had succeeded and couldn't help but chuckle. With a complicated expression, Old Ban cupped his fists and said, "This old man thanks the Grandmaster on behalf of Ling. You're welcome. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask." The South Gate Army was in a good mood and took on the responsibility. In any case, Old Ban looked like an honest person. Whether or not he would be thick-skinned enough to ask him for help in the future was another matter altogether. Even if that day came, the First Order Dao Source realm would be a piece of cake for him, so he might as well leave a good impression on Yang Kai. As it turned out, his approach was indeed effective. Yang Kai restrained his indifference and nodded slightly. "Grandmaster Nen Men is considerate." The South Gate Army laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang is too kind." He was slightly relieved. However, he knew that it wasn't the right time to push too much, so he simply didn't mention the 7 points Black Tortoise Formation and the savage, desolate, ancient lands. He just stood to the side and waited quietly. In any case, there was still plenty of time in the future, so he wasn't afraid of not finding an opportunity. Looking left and right, the South Gate Army's eyes were suddenly attracted by a formation array. This was an island on the ice lake. The space array that Yang Kai had previously arranged was located here. When the South Gate Army first arrived, they only cared about Yang Kai's attitude and didn't see anything else. Now that they were relaxed, they could see the extraordinariness of this array at a glance. He let out a soft cry of surprise and walked towards the space array with great interest. He circled around the space array and sized it up. A moment later, the South Gate Army seemed to have discovered something incredible. All of a sudden, they cried out in alarm, and their eyes shone with a shocking light. He directly pounced on the array and reached out to touch here and there. After a while, he said in horror, "A spatial array that crosses territory." He didn't know how he saw this, but he was able to determine that this was a territory-crossing space array. In an instant, the South Gate Army's faces turned red. That was a sign of extreme excitement. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as he began to study it with extreme concentration. At this moment, for the South Gate Army, this spatial array that crosses territory was the only thing left in the entire world. There was nothing else that could disturb him. As time passed, he would frown from time to time, as if he had encountered some difficult problem, but he would also smile from time to time. He would even laugh sinisterly like a lunatic. A spatial array that crosses territory was rare in the entire star boundary. They were all treasures left behind from ancient times, and these spatial arrays were all controlled by the sects established by the great emperors. It could even be said that in the entire northern territory, there was not a single spatial array that crossed territory. It could be said that spatial arrays that crossed territory were extremely precious in the star boundary. Even if the South Gate Army had some fame, they couldn't find one to study. The South Gate Army never expected that he would be able to see one in Ice Heart Valley. This was his luck, and also his opportunity. If he could crack the secrets of this spatial array that crossed territory, with his ability, he might be able to replicate it. At that time, it would be a blessing to the entire star boundary, and the South Gate Army's name would resound throughout the entire star boundary. Fame didn't matter. The main thing was that if he could make another breakthrough with the help of this ancient array, he could die without regrets. For people like the South Gate Army, a spatial array that crossed territory was more attractive than anything else. Wonderful, wonderful! After a long time, the South Gate Army slowly stood up and praised. Although it was unknown what he saw, the admiration on his face was obvious. Raising his head, he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Young Master Yang, you are familiar with Ice Heart Valley. Do you know who arranged this thing?" "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The South Gate Army pondered for a moment before explaining, "This one is certain that this is a spatial array that crosses territory. The design of this array is extremely exquisite and rare, but what?" Yang Kai frowned. "But why does this technique feel a little awkward? That's not right. To be able to arrange such an exquisite spirit array, this person's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays are definitely not low, at least several levels higher than this one's, but why does it feel like this one isn't very skilled?" The South Gate Army didn't know whether he was explaining to Yang Kai or talking to himself, but after a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't understand, I really don't understand." It was no wonder he couldn't figure it out. Although he had good eyesight and recognized that this was a spatial array that crossed territory, he probably couldn't have imagined that this array was created by Yang Kai. What he said wasn't wrong. The concept of this spirit array was indeed exquisite and rarely seen in this world. Because the concept and method of arranging this spirit array came from Yang Yen, the person who arranged it was Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays and only knew how to arrange this one spirit array, so he was somewhat unfamiliar with the details. The reason was that when Yang Kai arranged the array, he knew how it looked, but he didn't know why. He just followed the instructions of Yang Yen and didn't have his own understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. What I don't understand the most is that this array doesn't seem to have been passed down from ancient times, but seems to have been arranged recently. The South Gate Army frowned, then laughed and said, "Maybe I'm wrong." Even he didn't quite believe this judgment. As everyone knew, the method of arranging a spatial array that crossed territory had long been lost. Now, who had the ability to arrange such a spatial array that crossed territory? Grandmaster Southgate really has good eyesight. At that moment, a voice called out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a group of beautiful women with different temperaments walking over. They were none other than Ice Heart Valley's disciples from the Emperor realm. Leading them was naturally Bing Yun. Yang Kai, Southgate Army, and the others hurriedly saluted. Although Old Ban had never seen Bing Yun before, after hearing Yang Kai's greeting, how could he not know that this beautiful woman in front of him was Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master? He immediately pulled Ling to greet her in fear. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes. She didn't know why Yang Kai had brought an old man here, but she didn't ask. She just stretched out her hand and lifted Old Ban up, saying, "No need to be so polite." Glancing at Ling Bing Yun smiled and said, "What a clever little girl. Yang Kai, where did you kidnap her from?" Yang Kai smiled and explained the origins of Old Ban and Ling before asking, "Senior, I want Ling to join Ice Heart Valley to cultivate. I wonder if it's convenient?" Bing Yun nodded and said, "It's not inconvenient at all. There are many disciples of her age in Ice Heart Valley. She can cultivate with them in the future." Old Ban was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Quick, Ling, quickly greet the Valley Master." Saying so, he pushed the little girl. The little girl was quick-witted and immediately knelt down, saying crisply, "Ling greets the Valley Master and all the seniors." Sure enough, she's a clever little girl. A strange light flashed in Bing Yun's eyes as he reached out and pulled her up, turning back and saying, "Arrange a place for her." Zhang Sun-ing stepped forward and whispered a few words to Di Ling, only to see Di Ling constantly nodding. After a while Ling turned back and said, "Grandpa, take care of yourself. When Ling has time, she will come to see you." Old Ban's eyes were wet as he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and waved his hand. "Go, Grandpa will live in Ice Moon City in the future. Cultivate well and don't let the seniors worry." Ling was pulled away by Zhang Sun-ing and gradually walked away, looking back 3 times with each step. Old Ban should be happy that Ling can join Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai comforted from the side. "I'm happy. This old man is just too happy." Old Ban raised his sleeve and wiped the corners of his eyes. Although he felt that with Yang Kai's guarantee, it shouldn't be difficult for the little girl to join Ice Heart Valley, now that his wish was fulfilled so easily, he was moved to tears. "Senior Bing Yun, when you arrived earlier, what did you mean by those words?" The Southern Gate Army had been waiting for a long time, and now that they finally had time, they hurriedly asked, could it be that this territory crossing space array was really arranged recently? "You'll have to ask Yang Kai about this." Bing Yun smiled slightly and looked to the side meaningfully. "What?" The Southern Gate Army was shocked. They looked at Bing Yun, then at Yang Kai, and asked suspiciously, "Senior means that this space array was arranged by young Master Yang? Senior Bing Yun isn't joking, right?" Bing Yun said, "In any case, my Ice Heart Valley didn't have such a thing before. More than a month ago, Yang Kai asked me for a lot of space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, and then we had one." Her words were very clear. With Bing Yun's identity and status, she wouldn't make such a joke. The Southern Gate Army's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with burning eyes. After a long time, he excitedly said, "Young Master Yang? No, Grandmaster Yang. Please accept this one's respect, Grandmaster." As he spoke, he really bowed to the ground with a respectful attitude. If the Southern Gate Army had to please Yang Kai because of all kinds of selfish motives before, then they were truly convinced now. Being able to arrange a territory-crossing space array, Yang Kai's attainments in spirit arrays were definitely not something they could compare with. Chapter 2656. There were 3,000 ways to achieve the Great Tao, and those who reached the top were the first. Southgate Dejun mistakenly thought that Yang Kai was some great hidden master and was full of admiration for him. "Grandmaster Yang, you're really good at hiding yourself. I hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive me for my previous rudeness." Southgate Dejun smiled bitterly and was sincerely convinced. Yang Kai blushed slightly, but he was too lazy to explain too much to him. He just said, "This space array was indeed arranged by me, but it's not what you think. Grandmaster Yang is too modest." It was this one who displayed his slight skill in front of an expert. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored him. He turned to look at Bing Yun and asked, "Senior, how are the casualties?" Bing Yun sighed slightly and said, "Thousands of disciples died, and more than half were injured. Although the loss is not small, it is still a fortunate outcome. It is all thanks to you and the three Monster King. Although Yang Kai did not participate in the battle, the soul-devouring demon insects he released made a great contribution. If it were not for the soul-devouring demon insects, Ice Heart Valley's casualties would be at least several times higher. After all, the number of enemies was too large. With the Emperor Realm and the three Monster King on Ice Heart Valley's side, it was impossible to kill them all. But the soul-devouring demon insects were different. Wherever the insect cloud passed, Seeking Passion Sect's people would fall. It could be said that they were a large-scale killing machine. What about Seeking Passion Sect? Yang Kai asked again. Half of the 100,000 people died, 20 to 30,000 escaped, and the rest surrendered. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. This result was within his expectations. However, from now on, the behemoth that was the Seeking Passion Sect had completely declined. Everyone in the sect, from the sect master down to the sect master. The sect master of the Emperor Realm was almost completely wiped out. Even if there were masters left to guard the sect, they would not be able to do much. What is Senior's plan next? Bing Yun said, first, settle the injured disciples. The sect defending array also needs to be repaired. As for those who surrendered, it will be difficult to deal with them. There were 20 to 30,000 cultivator who surrendered. Killing all of them would cause bad consequences, but letting them go would make Ice Heart Valley seem easy to bully. That was why Bing Yun was so hesitant. After all, only a small number of these people were from Seeking Passion Sect, while the rest had been recruited by Seeking Passion Sect recently. They didn't have any deep hatred for Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, the death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment can't be avoided. We can let them go, but we must let them suffer a little. Bing Yun nodded and said, I think so too. While the two of them were talking, Southgate Dajuan suddenly said, Senior Bing Yun wants to repair the sect protection array. This humble one can help. Bing Yun smiled and said, that's exactly what I was thinking. I'm just afraid that Grandmaster Nan Men won't agree. How could we not be willing? The Southern Gate army was overjoyed. As they spoke, they glanced at the space array. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? As long as you can repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array, you can study this territory crossing space array however you want. In any case, this thing was set up by him using the Space Divine technique. No matter how thorough the research of the Southgate army was, they would never be able to do anything about it. It could not be replicated either. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that he would steal it. The Southgate army's eyes lit up when they heard this. They quickly cupped their hands and said, Thank you, Grandmaster Yang. He really thought that Yang Kai was an even better array formation master than himself. Senior, I want to go to the Seeking Passion Sect. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned solemn as a faint murderous intent lingered around his body. Hearing this, Bing Yun understood. She nodded and said, Then let Yao, accompany you. Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun, and nodded in agreement. Without any delay, he took Ji Yao and flew out of the small island on the ice lake. After calling out to Shi Lei and the other two Monster King, they left Ice Heart Valley. Young Master Yang, where are we going? Shi Lei was a straightforward person. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, he knew that he was going to cause trouble, so he couldn't help but ask. Seeking Passion Sect. Yang Kai replied. Shi Lei and the others understood and didn't say anything else. They just followed behind Ji Yao. This time, Ice Heart Valley's matter was more or less related to Yang Kai. In the final analysis, it was Yang Kai who had caused the trouble. If he hadn't killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been besieged. Now that the Seeking Passion Sect's upper echelons had suffered, Yang Kai obviously didn't intend to let it go so easily. Since the enmity had already been formed, it was natural to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. What's more, Seeking Passion Sect had stood tall in the Northern Territory for tens of thousands of years, so there must be a lot of good things stored in the sect. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Not long after, the group arrived at Ice Moon City. Previously, Ice Moon City had been occupied by Seeking Passion Sect, but after today's battle, Seeking Passion Sect's troops had been utterly defeated. Ice Moon City had become even more desolate, and the streets that used to be bustling with activity were now empty. They went straight into the city lord's mansion, found the space array, and set up the source crystals. After activating it, their figures disappeared. Clear Inquiry Mountain Range was the foundation of Seeking Passion Sect. It was rumored that the great emperors of Seeking Passion Sect had started from scratch here and established such a huge sect. It was also here that they comprehended the great Tao and became great emperors. A sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years naturally had extraordinary heritage. The rolling mountains, rugged rocks, and clear waters were a place where outstanding people lived. There were countless peaks in Clear Inquiry Mountain Range, and the world energy here was extremely rich. Unlike Ice Heart Valley, which was built in a world of ice and snow, Clear Inquiry Mountain Range's climate was suitable, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. A day later, when Yang Kai arrived with the Monster King and Ji Yao, they found that Seeking Passion Sect's gate was wide open. Not only was the spirit array not activated, but there were also no disciples guarding the gate. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the entire Seeking Passion Sect was like a ghost town, without a single living person. They sure ran fast. Shilei obviously also noticed this and couldn't help but mutter. Even if Feng Xian had taken away a lot of disciples and elders, he would definitely have left some people behind to guard the sect. But now, the entire Seeking Passion Sect was nowhere to be seen. Undoubtedly, the cultivators who escaped from Ice Heart Valley had spread the news. As a result, the remaining disciples of Seeking Passion Sect had abandoned their ancestral home. They had gone to avoid disaster. In other words, Seeking Passion Sect had been completely wiped out since yesterday. Looking up at the gate, Yang Kai saw the white jade plaque with the words Seeking Passion Sect, shining brightly, as if someone had cleaned it all year round. Yang Kai raised his hand and struck. The plaque was smashed to pieces. After greeting the others, Yang Kai walked straight inside. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't see the slightest sign of life. All the pavilions he passed were in a mess, probably because the disciples of Seeking Passion Sect had taken some valuable things with them when they fled. In any case, along the way, not only did Yang Kai not see anyone, but he also didn't see anything valuable. The only thing left was this huge foundation. This place is not bad. The world energy here is rich, so there should be a good earth vein here. Shilei looked around. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is a sect with the inheritance of the great emperors, and the founders were the great emperors themselves. If the place was bad, how could they take a fancy to it? There is probably no place better than this in the entire Northern Territory." What a pity, what a pity. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. A foundation of 10,000 years is ruined just like that, Ing Fei sighed. Xie Wei rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, why don't you take over this place? Why don't you take over this place and establish your own sect? In any case, this place is now ownerless, so it would be a pity to waste it." As soon as the statement came out, Shilei and Ing Fei were both stunned. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't have the qualifications to establish a sect. After all, he was an Emperor Realm Master, so he naturally had the qualifications and a ready-made location. Moreover, with such a good environment, there was really no better place to establish a sect than here. It was just that the two Monster Kings didn't know what Xie Wei was thinking or why he suddenly made such a suggestion. However, the two of them weren't idiots. After thinking for a moment, their eyes lit up as they understood Xie Wei's plan. Ing Fei also smiled and said, "Brother Xie's suggestion is good. If young Master Yang establishes a sect here, please reward him with a guardian elder or something." Shilei also grinned and said, "Count Old Ox in." Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, secretly laughing in his heart. He understood that the three of them didn't want to return to the ancient lands and only wanted to follow him. He didn't have the face to recruit the three Monster Kings, but Zhang Ruoshi did. She had an ulterior motive. Yang Kai understood in his heart, but he didn't point it out. He just said, "Aren't you afraid that the Saint Seniors will settle accounts with me? I don't have the guts to poach them." "How could that be?" Xie Wei smiled. "The Saint Seniors aren't stingy people. Young Master Yang can talk to them when the time comes and they will naturally agree. That's right, that's right. The Saint Venerables are very reasonable. Ing Fei chimed in. If an ordinary person wanted to poach them, the Saint Seniors wouldn't know if they were reasonable or not. In any case, Yang Kai would definitely have no problem talking to them. We'll see, Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but didn't give a definite answer. The three Monster Kings' eyes lit up when they heard this. They secretly felt that this matter was very promising and became excited. Xie Wei's sudden proposal also made Yang Kai quite interested. As they said, this place was excellent and ready-made. Even if Yang Kai didn't want it, it wouldn't be long before it was occupied by another great force. After all, this was a place that Yang Kai had conquered. Although there wasn't a single living person here, the current empty situation was all thanks to him. Since this was a territory that he had conquered, there was no reason to give it away. What's more, Yang Kai felt that he had been wandering in the star boundary for so many years without a stable place to go. It didn't matter when he was alone, but if he brought his family and friends from Shadowed Star here in the future, where would they go? There was also Chi Yu, Ghost Ancestor, and the others. He couldn't let them stay in Thousand Leaves sect forever, right? Preparing a place to settle down early would make it convenient for them to stay and cultivate. Therefore, Xie Wei's unintentional words did indeed make Yang Kai feel very tempted. However, he also knew that establishing a sect was not so simple. It was a complete coincidence that he was able to successfully establish High Heaven sect on Shadowed Star back then. Now, if he wanted to establish a foothold in the star boundary, he would need to consider everything carefully. Chapter 2657. Seeking Passion Sect's foundation was vast, so it took Yang Kai, Ji Yao, and the others 2 days to wander around this place before they finally managed to explore most of this huge foundation. The more he looked around, the more satisfied Yang Kai was with this place. Previously, when he said that this place might have the richest world energy in the Northern Territory, it was only because of the great reputation of the Seeking Passion Sect's great emperors, but now it seemed that he was right. Because the cultivation environment here was much better than that of the Azure Sun Temple. The Azure Sun Temple was also a top sect, and in terms of status and strength, it was almost the same as the Seeking Passion sect, but in terms of cultivation environment, it was slightly inferior. Perhaps only the sects founded by the great emperors could compete with the Seeking Passion sect. With such a foundation, so many ready-made buildings, and the heritage left behind by the Seeking Passion sect for tens of thousands of years, Yang Kai was more and more reluctant to hand over this place, so he secretly calculated in his heart. Although they had been to many places, they didn't find anything valuable. In the end, under the leadership of Ji Yao, the group arrived at a towering mountain peak. Ji Yao had visited the Seeking Passion sect several times in the early years with Bing Yun, so she knew that this mountain peak was the most confidential place of the Seeking Passion sect. If the Seeking Passion sect had a storehouse to store their wealth, then this storehouse must be hidden on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai and the others arrived, they saw a light curtain enveloping the mountain peak, which looked extremely strong. Obviously, it was because a barrier had been activated. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up, and instead of being surprised, he was happy. The light curtain was intact, which meant that no one had broken through it since it was activated. If there really was something good inside, then that was. It was definitely still inside. It was unlikely that the Seeking Passion sect's disciples would take it away. After stopping the Monster King from trying to break through the barrier with brute force, Yang Kai rummaged through his space ring and found several extremely extraordinary tokens, then immediately poured his Emperor Qi into them one by one. After a short while, a light flashed from one of the tokens and shot into the light curtain, instantly splitting it open. These tokens. Yang Kai had found all of them from the space ring of the Seeking Passion sect's high-level cultivator, especially the token that could open the restriction. It should be Feng Xian's sect master's token. Let's go in and see if there's anything good inside. Yang Kai was excited and walked in first. There was a palace at the top of the mountain. It was built with a majestic aura, looking extraordinary. The few of them entered the palace and saw that the decorations were simple and unadorned. It seemed that the furniture was old, and the traces of the flowing time great emperor were obvious. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He pondered for a moment and said, "Let's split up and search. If there's anything suspicious, let me know." Sir. The three Monster King immediately split up. Ji Yao didn't leave. She just followed behind Yang Kai and wandered around. "Are you really going to establish a sect here?" After walking for a while, Ji Yao suddenly asked. The three Monster Kings were straightforward and open-minded people. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's expression over the past few days. Ji Yao, on the other hand, had been silently observing Yang Kai and found that he was really tempted to establish a sect here. "I have a little idea." Yang Kai looked back at Ji Yao and grinned. "What's wrong?" Ji Yao shook her head gently. "Nothing. It's just that if you want to establish a sect here, it's a good choice." "You also think it's a good choice?" Ji Yao said, "Seeking Passion Sect and my Ice Heart Valley are both in the Northern Territory. If you can take root here, you can help Ice Heart Valley. Moreover, you have the qualifications." Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. However, Ji Yao knew that Yang Kai, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wasn't someone ordinary people could compare to. Even if she were to fight him alone, she definitely wouldn't be his opponent. In this world, only Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters could fight him. If even he wasn't qualified to establish a sect, then most sects in this world weren't qualified to exist. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I think so too, but I don't have a complete plan yet. There will be a lot of trouble if I really want to implement it." Ji Yao smiled faintly and said, "That's not a problem. When the time comes, just tell Honored Master and she will help you. Ice Heart Valley will also lend you a hand." Yang Kai nodded and said, "This matter isn't urgent. I'm just thinking about it. If that day really comes, I will definitely ask Senior Bing Yun to come out and give me some pointers." Ji Yao nodded, a trace of expectation growing in her heart. Yang Kai had a close relationship with Ice Heart Valley and had a deep relationship with her honored Master Bing Yun. Once he really took root in Seeking Passion Sect, he could really support Ice Heart Valley. At that time, with two behemoths here, who would dare to provoke them? Ice Heart Valley definitely wouldn't be besieged this time. The reason why Ice Heart Valley suffered such a disaster this time was mainly because they had been too conservative and had too little communication with the outside world. Their relationship with the outside sects was too shallow. But you have to think carefully about the name of this sect. You can't keep using Seeking Passion Sect's name, right? Ji Yao reminded. Yang Kai smiled slightly and nodded, "I have my own plans." He already had a name for the sect in mind. At that moment, an eagle's cry suddenly came from a certain direction. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in that direction, saying, "Ying Fei seems to have found something. Let's go and take a look." Ji Yao nodded and followed. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a precipice. This precipice stood on top of a mountain peak and looked unremarkable, but Ying Fei's eyes were burning as he looked at it with interest. From time to time, he would even reach out and pat here and there, touching there. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Ying Fei hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, there's something strange here." Yang Kai glanced at the cliff in front of him and released his divine sense to investigate it. He nodded and said, "Sure enough, there's something strange here." At first glance, this cliff looked inconspicuous, but in fact, it was shrouded in a very clever barrier, making it impossible for anyone to discover it inadvertently. If Yang Kai were here, he might have overlooked it carelessly, but Ying Fei's true form was a giant eagle. Not only was he fast, but his eyesight was also good, so he immediately saw what was wrong. "I wonder if those tokens can open this barrier," Ying Fei said with some concern. "We'll know when we try." Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out the tokens he plundered from Seeking Passion Sect's elders again, testing them one by one. While he was busy, Shi Lei and Xiaowei also heard the commotion and rushed over. After asking about the situation, they both had a look of interest on their faces. They secretly felt that this should be the Seeking Passion Sect's storehouse or the location of their hidden treasures. A top sect with tens of thousands of years of inheritance would naturally have a lot of wealth stored here. It turned out that the tokens Yang Kai had plundered were really useful. He didn't know which token had a miraculous effect, But just like how it had opened the mountain's barrier before, after a flash of light, the precipice in front of him rumbled and opened, revealing a dark passage that led straight to the belly of the mountain. Immediately afterward, a light suddenly appeared in the passage. This light was like a prairie fire. More and more light bloomed, extending all the way down, illuminating the passage. "Let's go," Yang Kai called out, carefully looking around while taking the lead. The others naturally hurriedly followed. After entering the passage, the cliff closed again, but with the illumination of the surrounding light, the passage was still very bright. After walking all the way down for an unknown amount of time, the path ahead suddenly opened up and a huge underground cave appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After seeing the situation inside the cave, Xie Wei sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sure enough, it's a storehouse for treasures." Not only him, but the other two Monster King and even Yang Kai couldn't remain calm. On the other hand, Ji Yao's expression remained the same, as if she didn't care about money at all. After all, she cultivated an ice attribute secret art, so her heart was as clear as ice. Even if the sky collapsed, she wouldn't be shocked. Inside the rock cave, there were piles of source crystals like small hills. Low-grade source crystals, mid-grade source crystals, high-grade source crystals, there were all kinds of source crystals. It was impossible to tell how many there were. At first glance, Yang Kai was almost dazzled by the light refracted by the source crystals. Although he had taken advantage of the situation in the savage desolate ancient land and obtained hundreds of millions of source crystals, the source crystals in front of him were definitely not cheap. They were even more than what he had obtained in the savage desolate ancient land. After all, this was the accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. It was indeed not something an ordinary sect could compare with. Since Yang Kai had already decided to establish a sect here, the more resources he had, the better. When he had the ability to bring his family and friends from Shadowed Star to this place, he would at least be able to provide them with cultivation resources. After the origin crystals, there was a wooden shelf. On the wooden shelf, countless boxes were placed. There were wooden boxes, jade boxes, gold boxes, and so on. Kai Yang brought everyone to a wooden shelf and casually picked up a few things to examine. He discovered that the contents of this box were similar to what he had guessed. They were all rare and precious herbs, each of them incomparably precious and full of medicinal age. The Monster King wasn't interested in these herbs because the savage, desolate, ancient land was rich in spirit grasses and medicines. If there was a place to find the best spirit herbs in this world, the savage, desolate, ancient land would definitely be one of them. So, they just took a few glances and didn't pay any more attention. There were also many wooden shelves on the other side, but instead of boxes, they were filled with jade bottles. After Yang Kai checked, he found that these bottles were filled with refined spirit pills of different grades. However, they were all needed for a cultivator's cultivation. There were tens of thousands of jade bottles. Further down, there were all kinds of ancient books, including many secrets of the Seeking Passion sect. These things made Yang Kai's eyes light up, because these were all treasures left behind by the Seeking Passion sect over tens of thousands of years. When he established a sect in the future, his disciples would all be able to use these treasures. In the depths of the grotto, there were a large number of artifacts. The lowest grade of these artifacts was Dao Source grade, and there were even hundreds of Emperor artifacts. With so many artifacts placed in one place, the energy fluctuations emanating from them were truly frightening. Chapter 2658. Along the way, Yang Kai could be considered a knowledgeable person, but he was still shocked by the wealth of the Seeking Passion sect. And such a large fortune would belong to him from today onwards. This was truly a windfall from the sky. "There's more over there." Ji Yao suddenly pointed. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw 3 stone platforms in the deepest part of the grotto. Each stone platform was shrouded in a light barrier, and a box was placed on each of them. The fact that they were so carefully preserved showed that the things on these 3 stone platforms were absolutely extraordinary. Yang Kai walked over in high spirits, took out the token that opened the storehouse before, and waved it casually on one of the stone platforms. With a flash of light, the light barrier opened. Yang Kai directly picked up a long box placed on the stone platform. Let's see what kind of treasure it is. The three monster kings gathered together and looked at it with great interest. Everyone was curious, and the monster kings were no exception. Yang Kai weighed the long box in his hand with a strange expression and said, "It seems to be empty." "No way." Ying Fei was stunned. Xie Wei and Shi Lei also looked unwilling to believe it, but they also knew that Yang Kai had no reason to lie in front of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai opened the long box in his hand. Sure enough, it was empty. Why would an empty box be placed here so openly? Ying Fei said angrily, somewhat disappointed. Yang Kai glanced at the length of the empty box and suddenly thought of something. He took out something from his space ring. Then he placed it in the box, which fit perfectly. This is the Emperor artifact that Feng Xian used before? Xie Wei raised his brow as he recognized the Emperor artifact Yang Kai took out. Yang Kai nodded and said, "The Wind Thunder Divine Spear. It is said to be a relic of the Seeking Passion Great Emperors." So that's how it is. In that case, this Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally enshrined here and would only be taken out when Feng Xian needed it. Xie Wei suddenly understood. It should be. After all, this is an artifact left behind by our ancestor. Even if Feng Xian is the Seeking Passion sect master, he can't carry this Emperor artifact with him at all times. Yang Kai nodded and put away the box. Now, it was certain that the Wind Thunder Divine Spear was originally placed in this empty box. As for the remaining two items, since they were also placed here solemnly, their value would definitely not be much lower than the Wind Thunder Divine Spear. Yang Kai was also curious about what was in the remaining two boxes, so he didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the restrictions on the two stone platforms and picked up a box to take a look. Ying Fei was quick to pick up the other box. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with bright eyes, "This is..." As soon as he opened the box in his hand, an extremely pure world energy rippled out, resonating with the Emperor Qi in his body. It was as if this pure spiritual energy was very beneficial to cultivation. Source crystals. Xie Wei continued. But soon his expression changed. "No, it's a top-rank source crystal." Top-rank source crystal? Shi Lei's eyes also widened as he looked at the box in Yang Kai's hand. Even Ji Yao, who had been calm all this time, couldn't help but take a look. It really is a top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai grinned and reached out to take out a thumb-sized, crystal-clear object from the box. This source crystal was one size smaller than a high-rank source crystal, but the world energy stored inside was incomparable to a high-rank source crystal. In the entire star boundary, once a cultivator cultivated to the level of the Emperor realm, low-rank source crystals and even mid-rank source crystals would not be of much use. Generally, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would use a high-rank source crystal to cultivate, and some transactions of valuable items would also use high-rank source crystals as a medium. But above high-rank source crystals, there was an even better existence called the top-rank source crystal. Compared to high-rank source crystals, top-rank source crystals were simply rare and extremely difficult to find. Often, even in 100 source crystal loads, one might not necessarily find one or two. Every top-rank source crystal was formed by seizing the good fortune of heaven and earth. It was rumored that top-rank source crystals had many uses, but the most useful for a cultivator was to break through the shackles. If a cultivator encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, top-rank source crystals would be the best auxiliary external force. Moreover, they would not have any hidden dangers like taking some special pills. In the star boundary, countless Emperor Realm Masters had cultivated for thousands of years, only to find themselves stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make any progress. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been searching for this legendary top-rank source crystal, hoping to reach a higher level of enlightenment. However, how could it be so easy to find a top-rank source crystal? Those cultivators who had painstakingly searched for it were destined to be in vain. Now, there was a box of top-rank source crystals in the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, and there were quite a few of them. There were as many as 7 of them neatly placed in the box. Good stuff, but it's a pity. Shi Lei praised while shaking his head. The other two Monster King heard this and also nodded. It is indeed a pity. Although top-rank source crystals were of great use to a cultivator's breakthrough, the three of them were already Monster King-level existences. In other words, they were comparable to third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Therefore, although this top-rank source crystal was good, it was of little value to them. If they wanted to make further progress, they could only pin their hopes on the divine spirit source and the bloodline of their ancestors. If not for this reason, with their strength and identity, how could they be willing to follow Yang Kai's orders? Yang Kai also understood why they felt pity, but he did not point it out. He casually put away the box and looked at Ying Fei. "What is that box of yours?" Ying Fei said with a gloomy face, "A secret art." Saying so, he handed the box to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it. His face instantly became dignified and he whispered, "Seeking Passion Supreme Art." This was the foundation of the Seeking Passion sect. It was also a peerless secret art created by the Seeking Passion Great Emperors. Cultivating this secret art, the deeper one's emotions were, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. But for those who were implanted with this secret art, it was a disaster. Because once one was affected by the Seeking Passion Supreme art, they would never be able to extricate themselves. Not only would their cultivation be unable to progress, but they would also be obedient to the cultivator. Back then, Feng Shi had taken a fancy to Ziyu from Ice Heart Valley, and although he genuinely liked her, his main purpose was to use Ziyu to fall in love with her. Once the marriage between the two families was successful, it was likely that Ziyu would become Feng Shi's exclusive property and would never be able to touch the mysteries of the Emperor realm. This Seeking Passion Supreme art was both good and evil. Although it was a peerless secret art, Yang Kai scoffed at it. He always felt that this secret art relied too much on external forces and could not allow one to pry into the Great Tao. He did not know how the Seeking Passion Great Emperors were able to become supreme. Casually putting away the secret art, Yang Kai turned around and said, "See if there's anything you need. Take whatever you want." The three Monster Kings looked at each other and chuckled. They cupped their fists and said, "Then we won't be polite." After entering a treasure mountain, there was naturally no reason for them to return empty-handed. Many of the treasures here were quite tempting, even to the three Monster Kings. The three immediately dispersed. Obviously, they already had a target in mind. Yang Kai then looked at Ji Yao and said, "You go and look for something too." Ji Yao shook her head and said, "No need. This time, Ice Heart Valley was able to get out of this predicament all thanks to you. How can we take your things?" "Do as you wish." Yang Kai knew that with her temper, since she said that she would not take anything, it would be useless to persuade her. So, he did not waste his breath. While wandering around the storehouse, he waved his hand and collected all the tens of thousands of years of Seeking Passion sex accumulation into the small sealed world. After a short while, more than half of the treasures in the storehouse were gone. At this time, the three Monster Kings also returned. Yang Kai glanced at them and saw that they did not take many things. Each of them took some jade bottles containing pills and an emperor artifact each. No one in the monster race could perform alchemy, so although the ancient wildlands was rich in spirit grasses and medicines, the monster race in the ancient wildlands could not use them perfectly. Basically, the monster race directly swallowed them, which greatly wasted the medicinal efficacy of the herbs. Now that there were so many pills here, the three Monster Kings naturally took some. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. As for the Emperor artifacts, they naturally took one each and held it in their hands, grinning from ear to ear. "Is this enough?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "There are a lot of good things here." It's enough. Ying Fei nodded repeatedly. "Although there are a lot of good things, there aren't many that are useful to us. This is enough." Xie Wei and Shi Lei also nodded, expressing their agreement. Yang Kai did not say anything more and just continued to collect the treasures. After a stick of incense worth of time, the huge underground grotto became empty. Countless treasures were moved into the small sealed world by Yang Kai. With these things as a foundation, if Yang Kai really wanted to establish a sect in the future, resources would definitely not be a problem. "I suddenly thought of something." Ji Yao frowned slightly, Yao Zhuo being able to break through to the Third Order Emperor realm might be due to the top-rank source crystal. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. That makes sense. Yao Zhuo was previously a Second Order Emperor realm master, so it did not make sense for him to suddenly break through. If he had to find a reason, the top-rank source crystal was the most suspicious. Ji Yao smiled again and said, "It's meaningless to think about this now. He's already dead anyway." "Let's go," Yang Kai called out and took the lead to return along the original path. After leaving the storehouse, the cliff closed again. Yang Kai took out the token and activated the barrier again. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai said, "I'm going to set up a space array here. You can do as you please." The three Monster King nodded slightly after hearing this and dispersed. Ji Yao asked, "Are you going to connect Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect?" Yang Kai nodded, "If we connect them, it will be convenient for us to communicate in the future." Since he had plans to take root here, he naturally had to interact more with Ice Heart Valley. Now that he had set up a space array in Ice Heart Valley, he could directly connect them if he set up another one here. In the past, Yang Kai did not have a fixed residence, so he did not think much about this, but now that he had some plans, this arrangement was essential. Chapter 2659. Half a day later, a space array was formed. Yang Kai called out to Ji Yao and said, "Junior Sister Yao, please return to Ice Heart Valley and tell the Southern Gate Army to come here after repairing Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." As he spoke, he handed over a special token to Ji Yao. Ji Yao took it and asked suspiciously, "What is this token for?" She could tell at a glance that this token was newly refined by Yang Kai because it still had his residual aura. Yang Kai smiled. "As long as it is a space array arranged by me, no one can use it without this token or me activating it." This was also the reason why Luan Feng failed to activate the space array in Phoenix Luo Palace that day. Because she didn't have Yang Kai's restriction token, she mistakenly thought that the space array was incomplete. She wanted to laugh at Yang Kai, but the result was disappointing. Ji Yao's eyes flashed when she heard this, but she did not say anything and walked directly to the space array. Yang Kai said while inserting source crystals, "This matter is not urgent. Wait until he repairs Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array." "I know." Ji Yao nodded lightly, and in the next moment, her figure was enveloped in a white light and disappeared. After Ji Yao left, Yang Kai glanced around for a moment before his figure flickered and he disappeared from where he stood. Since he planned to take root here, Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore the Seeking Passion Sect's foundation. Although he had been searching for the hidden treasure trove before, he had not carefully explored this place. Now that he had some free time, Yang Kai naturally wanted to examine this land as its owner. His mentality had changed. Everything he saw was completely different now. When he was investigating before, he felt that this foundation was very good. But now, Yang Kai's mood could only be described with one word, and that was satisfaction. Inside Seeking Passion Sect, the world energy was rich, the scenery was beautiful, there were many strange mountains, there were many rare beasts running around in the mountains, and there were many spirit springs and spirit springs. It was the holy land of cultivation that every cultivator yearned for. Such a large estate was enough to accommodate 100,000 disciples without feeling crowded. Yang Kai's friends and relatives on Shadowed Star didn't have such a number. After wandering for several days, Yang Kai had finally carefully examined this piece of land. He didn't miss a single corner. He had some plans in his heart. He returned to the entrance of the Seeking Passion Sect. There used to be a plaque here with the words Seeking Passion Sect written on it. This plaque had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but it was destroyed by the Yang Kai. Back here, Yang Kai naturally had his own plans. However, when he scanned the area with his divine will, he discovered that there were many auras around him. These people's strengths were mixed. Some of them were hiding in the dark, while others were standing not far away. All of them were looking at the Seeking Passion Sect. From time to time, they would whisper to each other. There were quite a few of them, at least a few thousand of them. Moreover, there were even more people approaching. The Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley had fought a great battle. After the battle, the Seeking Passion Sect's army was completely wiped out, and the helpers they had recruited had also suffered heavy casualties. This news could be said to have caused a huge uproar, and it didn't take long for it to spread throughout the entire Northern Territory. These people suddenly appeared outside the Seeking Passion sect's entrance because they had heard the news and wanted to see if they could get some benefits. When the Seeking Passion sect was at its peak, they could only look up to it. How could they dare to approach? However, the present was different from the past. The Seeking Passion sect was destined to be destroyed. How much wealth did a top sect that had existed for tens of thousands of years contain? Since ancient times, wealth had always moved people's hearts. When they thought of the huge wealth hidden in the Seeking Passion sect, naturally, many people couldn't sit still. They wanted to investigate and see if they could get some benefits. The Seeking Passion sect was such a behemoth, so even a little bit of wealth would be enough for them to enjoy endlessly. However, they didn't know the situation inside the Seeking Passion sect, so no one dared to take the lead. Naturally, they could only stand outside the entrance and watch. This group of people had arrived one after another over the past few days. They were from various sects and clans, and there were many different kinds of people. After hesitating for a few days, everyone finally thought of recommending a few leaders to discuss this matter together. However, before they could come up with a solution, they suddenly saw Yang Kai slowly walking out of the Seeking Passion sect. For a moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and the discussion came to an abrupt end. In the next moment, the crowd went into an uproar. Someone came out of the Seeking Passion sect. Could it be a master of the Seeking Passion sect? The Seeking Passion sect's reputation in the Northern Territory was too great. Now that they suddenly saw a person appear from inside, many people subconsciously thought that it was a remnant of the Seeking Passion sect. They couldn't help but tremble with fear, afraid that they would be implicated. Nonsense. The Seeking Passion sect's higher-ups are all dead. Even if someone escaped, how could they return to the sect? Isn't this just walking into a trap? That's right. Didn't you see that the Seeking Passion sect's 10,000-year-old signboard has been destroyed? How could anyone from the Seeking Passion sect dare to stay here? In my opinion, this person must have come here to take advantage of us. He just got here one step ahead of us, and he must have harvested something. Damn it. How dare this person trespass on the Seeking Passion sect's foundation? Damn it. As soon as these words came out, many people suddenly lost their calm. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was as if the Seeking Passion sect was their territory, and Yang Kai daring to come in and out was disrespectful to them. These people had stayed outside for a few days and didn't have the courage to rush in, but now it seemed that someone had already taken the lead. Since that was the case, what were they still waiting for? For a time, the cultivator, whether they were in the open or hidden in the dark, showed up one after another. Some people who boasted of their strength flew out and greeted Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only one person, and he didn't look very old, so it was inevitable that people would look down on him. These people had teamed up to take advantage of him, so naturally, they weren't afraid of him. Suddenly, more than a dozen people flew to Yang Kai and stood 300 feet in front of him. The middle-aged man in the lead looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said, "Boy, did you just come out of the Seeking Passion sect?" Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were planning? When he first saw so many people gathered outside, he felt a little strange, but after thinking about it for a moment, he understood their intentions. It was undeniable that their idea was correct. Since the Seeking Passion sect had been destroyed, there must be a lot of good things left behind. Since ancient times, it had always been like this. Unfortunately, the Seeking Passion sect was something Yang Kai had fought for, so how could he give away the many benefits? Faced with the middle-aged man's question, Yang Kai didn't even bother to pay attention to him and just rummaged through his space ring. Yang Kai's indifferent and arrogant appearance made the middle-aged man's face sink. In any case, he was still a sect master. Although the sect he belonged to was not a colossus like the Seeking Passion sect, it was still a decent force in the entire Northern Territory. Now that he had been ignored by this young man, how could he not lose face? Sensing his anger, a young man next to him immediately glared at him and said, "Boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear my sect master's question?" Yang Kai glanced at the young man and said casually, "Of course this young master isn't deaf. It's just that someone asked some nonsense and this young master was too lazy to pay attention to it." He had clearly just walked out of the Seeking Passion sect, yet the middle-aged man still asked such a question. Yang Kai didn't know what he was thinking. The young man looked angry and was about to scold him, but the middle-aged man waved his hand and stopped him from shouting. He looked Yang Kai up and down and smiled slightly. "This king is Flying Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master, Li Qing Yuan. How should I address little brother?" He suddenly changed his arrogant attitude and became amiable, causing the young man next to him to frown, wondering what the sect master's intentions were. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "We just met by chance, there's no need to ask." Li Qing Yuan frowned, a look of displeasure on his face. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and the Pavilion Master of Flying Yuan Pavilion. He had taken the initiative to ask for a junior's name, yet he received such a response. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, he still had some self-restraint. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and said, "It's like this, little brother. This king and many other heroes of the Northern Territory came here and saw the Seeking Passion sect in ruins. We were quite sad and wanted to go in and investigate, but we were afraid that a rash visit would cause misunderstandings. Since little brother came out of the Seeking Passion sect, you must know a lot about it. Can you explain it to us?" Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this and they all nodded in agreement, asking Yang Kai to explain the Seeking Passion sect's situation in detail. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You dare call yourselves heroes of the Northern Territory?" He casually swept his eyes over them and nodded lightly, "A dozen or so first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Let's just say that for now." His shameless boasting made many people from the Emperor Realm around Li Qing Yuan unhappy. They were from the Emperor Realm, not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Every one of them was famous in the Northern Territory, but in Yang Kai's mouth, they were just some random Emperor Realm Masters. This little brat is too arrogant. Yang Kai's smile disappeared and he glanced at the crowd in front of him. "You're here to take advantage of the situation, aren't you? You're just not sure if there are any masters in the Seeking Passion sect, so you don't dare to go in, right?" Li Qing Yuan and the others couldn't help but blush when they heard this. Although this was the truth, it was still a little embarrassing to be exposed in front of others. Li Qing Yuan said reluctantly, "Little brother, you're wrong. We are all sects, families, and forces that have some relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. When we heard that the Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, we mainly came to ask if there was anything we could do to help. How could we be here to take advantage of the situation? Little brother, don't think too badly of us." Yes. That's right, we're all here to help. Little brat, don't judge others by your own standards and think too badly of us. Chapter 2660. Yang Kai asked in surprise, "You came here to help Seeking Passion sect in their hour of need. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will find trouble with you?" The conflict between Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley had long spread throughout the Northern Territory. Now that Seeking Passion sect was in trouble, they actually came here under the guise of providing timely help. If news of this spread, how could Ice Heart Valley tolerate them? Li Qing Yuan smiled and said, "Ice Heart Valley won't. Master Bing Yun is a kind person. Since we didn't directly oppose Ice Heart Valley, there is no need for her to vent her anger on us." Indeed, although the women of Ice Heart Valley are a bit arrogant and cold, they are all reasonable people. How could they care about such things? So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded lightly with a look of understanding. As the saying goes, a gentleman can be bullied. Although this saying was somewhat inappropriate for Ice Heart Valley, it was close enough. From another perspective, if Ice Heart Valley was in trouble and they came here under the guise of providing timely help, Seeking Passion sect would definitely not let them off. It was precisely because they understood Ice Heart Valley's principles that they were fearless. "Little brother, you haven't told us what's going on in Seeking Passion sect." Li Qing Yuan saw that the topic had drifted away and quickly brought it back. Yang Kai said lightly, "Seeking Passion sect's elders were wiped out and countless disciples were killed or injured. What else could it be? It's just a case of monkeys scattering when the tree falls." Li Qing Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked in surprise, So, Seeking Passion sect is now empty? Yang Kai looked at him mockingly and said, "This master looks very happy. You didn't come here to ask about his well-being. Are you here to provide timely help?" Hearing this, Li Qingyun immediately showed a sad look and said, "What's there to be happy about? This king's heart is aching right now. Seeking Passion sect is a top sect, but now it has been destroyed. Its foundation of several tens of thousands of years has been destroyed. This is a great loss to the Northern Territory. What a pity, what a pity. How could such a great force be destroyed so suddenly?" Everyone else also sighed with sorrow. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would really think that they had a good relationship with the Seeking Passion sect. Changing the topic, Li Qingyun asked with a burning gaze, "Since you came out of the Seeking Passion sect, did you find anything inside?" At this point, he was no longer in a hurry to rush in and take advantage of the situation. Since Yang Kai had entered the Seeking Passion sect before them, then if there were any benefits, Yang Kai would definitely take them. At this moment, keeping an eye on Yang Kai was the safest choice. "I found a treasure trove." Yang Kai's words were extremely shocking. As soon as he said that, countless pairs of greedy and covetous eyes stared at Yang Kai like sharp swords. "What is in the treasury?" Li Qingyuan's voice couldn't help but tremble. Yang Kai chuckled, "Source crystals. Hundreds of millions of source crystals. There are all kinds of pills, secret artifacts, emperor artifacts, secret arts, ancient books. There is nothing you can't imagine, nothing you can't see." Hiss! A series of gasps rang out. Everyone was excited, and their eyes were filled with greed. Yang Kai looked at the crowd with a smile and said, "Everyone seems to be very interested." Li Qingyuan resisted the urge to gulp. He was thinking about how to take down this boy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and then monopolize everything. If he really obtained the tens of thousands of years of accumulation of the Seeking Passion sect, the strength of Feiyuan Pavilion would definitely increase significantly. In time, it would not be a dream for them to become the second Seeking Passion sect. Many people had the same idea as Li Qingyuan. For a moment, everyone felt like they were surrounded by enemies. As they exchanged glances, vigilance rose. "Boy, you're full of nonsense." A voice suddenly rang out. "It's true that the Seeking Passion sect has a treasure trove, but how can you open it with your strength? You're so young, yet you're already harboring ulterior motives. Don't be fooled by him." When everyone heard this, they were slightly surprised and felt that this person's words made sense. A sect as big as the Seeking Passion sect did indeed have a treasure trove, but how could such an existence be opened so casually? It was likely that only people like Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo knew how to open it. Li Qingyun came back to his senses and immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Little brother, you're not being honest." Yang Kai smiled disdainfully, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Saying so, he suddenly took out a strange stone about 10 meters tall from his space ring. As soon as this strange stone appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and an extremely cold aura instantly spread out. Even the dozen or so cultivators from the Emperor realm who were enveloped by this aura suddenly felt that the power in their bodies was no longer flowing smoothly. "This is 10,000-year cold heart iron." "What?" "It's actually 10,000-year cold heart iron. Such a treasure actually exists in this world, and such a large piece at that. Heavens, where did this thing come from? I heard that a palm-sized piece of 10,000-year cold heart iron can be refined into an emperor artifact. How many emperor artifacts can this 10-meter-tall thing be refined into? If this thing were to be sold, it would be worth at least 100 million high-rank source crystals. This little brat isn't lying. He definitely opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove. This thing belongs to the Seeking Passion sect." Noisy discussions rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at the 10-meter-tall, 10,000-year cold heart iron. They were shocked to the extreme. This thing alone was priceless. If Yang Kai had really opened the Seeking Passion sect's treasure trove, how many good things would he have obtained? Their previous suspicions suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt that Yang Kai had picked up a big bargain in the Seeking Passion sect. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm became restless, eyeing the 10,000-year-cold hard iron covetously, as if they would rush over to snatch it at any moment. However, because there were too many opponents, no one dared to act at will. For a time, the situation was in a deadlock. However, more people were curious. Why did Yang Kai suddenly take out such a peerless treasure? Was he showing off his wealth? There was no need for that. Didn't he know that he would only cause trouble for himself? Just as everyone was wondering, Yang Kai shook his hand and the myriad sword appeared in his hand. He poured his emperor chi into the sword, and the space principles lingered around his body as he carved stroke after stroke on the 10,000-year-cold hard iron. What is this little brat doing? He seems to be carving words. What a waste of heaven's treasures. How can he carve words on such a treasure? This is simply too wasteful. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk no matter how angry these people were, Yang Kai still carved stroke after stroke with a focused and meticulous expression. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly took a deep breath and put away the myriad sword, his face faintly pale. It seemed that this action had consumed a great deal of his strength. After all, this was a top-grade artifact refining material, so even carving a few words was not an easy task. However, after Yang Kai looked at it carefully, he was quite satisfied with his masterpiece. At this moment, a strong wind blew past, and some of the fragments on the 10,000-year-cold hard iron were blown away, revealing 3 large characters written in flamboyant calligraphy. The characters were not very beautiful, but they gave people a strange feeling. It was as if they looked at them for too long, they would be unable to extricate themselves from them, as if they wanted to devour their minds. High Heaven Palace. Someone read out the 3 characters engraved on the 10,000-year-cold hard iron, causing everyone to be puzzled. What is this High Heaven Palace? It sounds like the name of a sect, but is there such a sect in the Northern Territory? Never heard of it. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, had a thoughtful look on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the 10,000-year-cold hard iron beside him, smiling as he said, "It's nothing, I just want to tell everyone that from now on, this land will be the foundation of my High Heaven Palace. It just so happens that many guests have arrived, so it will save me the trouble of notifying them one by one. I hope that after you return today, you will help this young master spread the word. Otherwise, if anyone dares to intrude into my High Heaven Palace's territory, don't blame this young master for being ruthless." What does this little brat mean? Does he want to establish a sect? What a joke. A mere little brat. What ability does he have to establish his own sect here? Yes, this is the property left behind by the Seeking Passion sect. Even if he wants to occupy it, it won't be his turn. This brat's heart is higher than the sky, but his life is as thin as paper. The discussions reached Yang Kai's ears, but Yang Kai remained as calm as a mountain. After the noise subsided, he sneered, "Does anyone have any objections? If you have any, just keep it to yourself, lest you make everyone unhappy. This brat is too arrogant. Does he really think that there is no one in my northern territory?" Li Qingyuan's face was also gloomy as he said, "Brat, you are going too far. Since we have gathered here today, then this matter is not up to you alone. The Seeking Passion sect is a sect in my northern territory, and the ownership of its inheritance and treasure trove should be discussed and decided by the heroes of my northern territory. It is not up to you." With one sentence, he raised the issue of the Seeking Passion sect's inheritance to the northern territory. Li Qingyuan was indeed an old fox, and everyone applauded. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In this young master's territory, everyone naturally has to listen to me. If anyone is not convinced, you can stand up." Sect Master Li, "This brat is too arrogant, we must teach him a lesson today. Yes, we have already given him enough face, but he wants a yard after taking an inch. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's do it. Now that the Seeking Passion sect is empty, there is nothing to worry about." They didn't dare to break in before because they were afraid that the Seeking Passion sect had left some masters in the sect, but now that they had determined that no one from the Seeking Passion sect was here, and Yang Kai had obtained the treasure trove and wanted to occupy it, naturally no one could resist. Li Qingyuan's eyes flashed with determination as he nodded lightly and said, "Fine, since he is so stubborn, let's teach him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out. The rest of the crowd naturally didn't want to fall behind and rushed towards Yang Kai, all of them wanting to grab Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai casually took out a 10-meter tall piece of 10,000-year-cold hard iron. Who knew how many more good things he had in his space ring? In an instant, more than a dozen masters from the Emperor realm rushed over aggressively, making the scene extremely lively. Chapter 2661. Emperor Qi surged, and a great battle was about to break out. Facing the joint attack of more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he even laughed loudly, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows, wondering what was wrong with this little brat. But at this moment, the arrow was already knocked, so even if everyone noticed that something was wrong, they couldn't stop. All of them were staring at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. In an instant, more than a dozen people pounced in front of Yang Kai, using all kinds of methods to launch a fierce attack. Condense! A cold snort rang out, and under the influence of space principles, the space within a 1,000-meter radius instantly became viscous and solidified. This sudden turn of events caused the dozen or so attackers to turn pale with fright. The Emperor Qi in their bodies suddenly became sluggish, as if they had fallen into a deep swamp, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. The power of their attacks was greatly reduced, and even the brilliance of their Emperor artifacts dimmed. What? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Realizing that something was wrong, they tried to withdraw, but it was already too late. Yang Kai raised his hands and blasted them forward, filling the sky with palm shadows. With a series of explosions, one figure after another flew out in a sorry state, all of them coughing up blood in midair, their faces as pale as paper. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk more than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fell to the ground like dumplings. When they stood up again, everyone's face was ashen, and their souls were shaken. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to have used a lot of effort to repel so many cultivators from the Emperor realm at once. His figure swayed slightly, but there was no sign of him retreating. His face also paled slightly before returning to normal. However, that figure still stood tall and straight in front of the mountain gate, like a divine needle that could hold the sky. Like a bottomless abyss. They were guarding this land. How is this possible? He's a First-Order Emperor Realm Master? How did he do it? More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor Realm felt like they were in a dream. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's depth before, they could tell that Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high because of his young age, so they didn't put him in their eyes. It turned out that their guess was right. When Yang Kai made his move, Yang Kai's face turned red. His cultivation base was exposed. There was no doubt that he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, weaker than them. But it was this First-Order Emperor Realm Master who defeated the joint attack of more than a dozen people all by himself, injuring all of them. If this didn't happen to him, no one would believe it. This was simply a fantasy story. This was especially true for a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master like Li Qingyuan. He had roamed the Northern Territory for so many years, but he had never encountered such a bizarre situation. He had also fought many First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. It had always been him crushing others, but who was as ferocious as this young man in front of him? His greedy and covetous gaze gradually receded and was replaced by infinite seriousness. It was rumored that there were some martial arts geniuses in this world. Although their cultivation was not high, they could fight and even kill people above their level. Li Qingyuan had also seen such people. However, those so-called geniuses. At most, it would be a tie with him. Compared to this person in front of him, he was simply mediocre. This person in front of him was not only able to fight people above his level, but he was also not at a disadvantage when fighting against more than a dozen people. Li Qingyuan even suspected that this young man had not used his full strength. If he had, perhaps half of the dozen people would have died in an instant. Thinking of this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Li Qingyuan's forehead. If he was so powerful as a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, wouldn't he be invincible if he advanced to the Second-Order or Third-Order Emperor Realm? At that time, only those masters who had ascended to the position of great emperors would be his match. "Boy, who the hell are you?" Someone screamed at the top of his lungs, as if he was unwilling to accept his fate of being sent flying. Thinking that Kai Yang had taken advantage of the situation, his heart was not convinced. This was also a question that everyone wanted to know. It was impossible for such an outstanding young man to be an unknown rising star. At the very least, everyone should have heard of his name. Turning his head to look at the person who asked the question, Yang Kai grinned and said in a clear voice, "This young master is Yang Kai. I believe everyone should be familiar with him." He's Yang Kai? The Yang Kai who killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea and angered Feng Xian. The war between Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect started because of him. I heard that the complete annihilation of Seeking Passion Sect was also planned by him. I don't know where he got strong reinforcements from, but he managed to kill Feng Xian, Yao Zhua, and the others in one fell swoop. It had to be said that Yang Kai was quite famous in the Northern Territory, and this was all thanks to Feng Xian's previous publicity. After all, the war between the two sects was of great importance, and it was impossible for Seeking Passion Sect to act without justification. Yang Kai killing Feng Shi and Bing Yun shielding Yang Kai were the reasons for Seeking Passion Sect to declare war on Ice Heart Valley. Before this, all the cultivators in the Northern Territory were very curious about who this guy named Yang Kai was and how he had the guts to kill Feng Shi. They secretly felt that this boy would not have a good ending. However, no one had expected that the Seeking Passion Sect would be destroyed in the end. Moreover, the culprit had actually come to the Seeking Passion Sect's base to establish a new sect, occupying the Magpie's Nest and creating a new towering firmament palace. If this matter was known by the great emperors of Seeking Passion Sect, they would probably be angered to death. For a time, there was silence outside the mountain gate. Whether it was the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm or the thousands of cultivators outside, they all looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out as three figures suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai. As soon as these three figures appeared, a monstrous pressure surged out from them. This pressure was so strong that it seemed to dim the entire world. Everyone felt their breathing become sluggish, as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to wear bitter looks on their faces. Many pairs of eyes stared at the three figures, and all of them trembled. Although they couldn't see through the real situation of these three people, the powerful pressure told everyone present that any one of these three people could kill everyone here and slaughter them all. A chill instantly rose from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The thousands of cultivators' faces turned ashen, as if their parents had died. They wanted to escape immediately, but they did not dare to act rashly. They could only stand in place and endure the torment. "Young Master Yang, what happened? Why do I feel that someone is fighting?" Xie Wei frowned and asked. It seems that someone is acting wildly here." As Ying Fei spoke, his hawk-like eyes swept across the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm. His expression was extremely unfriendly. "Who dares to act wildly? Let this old ox deal with him." Shi Lei roared, his monster chi rolling and stirring up a gust of demonic wind, as if he wanted to poke a hole in the sky. A monster race. Someone noticed the demonic chi and immediately exclaimed, "It's the Monster King!" Li Qingyuan screamed at the top of his lungs, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His face was as pale as paper. Although he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was powerless in the face of the Monster King, who was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He instinctively felt terrified. What's more, if he wasn't mistaken, the other two masters were also from the monster race. They were also powerful existences on the same level as the Monster King. Heavens, existences like the Monster King were even rarer than third-order Emperor Realm Masters, but today he actually saw three of them here. He didn't know if he was lucky or sad. Thinking about what happened before, Li Qingyuan felt that the latter was more likely. After Li Qingyuan shouted, "Monster King," the dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm, along with the thousands of cultivators, all took a step back and looked at Shi Lei in horror, as if Shi Lei was some kind of scourge that would devour them in the next moment. Who was acting wildly here just now? Stand up for this king. Shi Lei glared at them, his voice like thunder. Who dared to answer? They were afraid that they would be targeted and die without knowing why. The sound of gulping could be heard, but their feet seemed to be nailed to the ground. The dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm all looked at Li Qingyuan, hoping that he would be the first to speak to the monster king. Li Qingyuan cursed this group of despicable villains in his heart. They had no sense of brotherhood at all, but now that things had come to this, the consequences of not speaking up would not be any better. He could only say dryly, "Monster King Master, it's a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Shi Lei glanced at Li Qingyuan and snorted, "How is it a misunderstanding?" Li Qingyuan racked his brain, his thoughts flying. While choosing his words carefully, he replied, "It's like this. We are all cultivators from the Northern Territory. We heard that young Master Yang from Yangkai was establishing a sect here, so we came here to congratulate you. However, we were blind to not recognize young Master Yang and offended you. We hope that young Master Yang and the other master will forgive us." His words were eloquent and clear. Even Li Qingyuan was impressed by his own wit. Establishing a sect? Shi Lei was startled and looked at Yang Kai inquiringly. Although he had mentioned this a few days ago, Yang Kai had not given him a direct answer. He did not know why Li Qingyuan suddenly brought this up. Ying Fei's eyes were sharp. He saw the 10,000-year cold hard iron and clapped his hands. Young Master Yang is really establishing a sect here. High Heaven Palace, your ambitions are soaring. Wonderful, wonderful. Xie Wei laughed loudly. Very good, very good. Then this Xie will stay in High Heaven Palace from now on. I hope that young Master Yang can bestow upon me some position of protector or deacon. Count me in. Shi Lei put away his ferocious appearance and instead revealed a flattering smile. He looked at Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Ying Fei nodded. This one also has the same intention. More than a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm fainted at once. The thousands of cultivators were even more dumbfounded. Every one of them felt that this was extremely unreal and questioned their hearing. These were the three great monster kings, masters who were comparable to three third-order Emperor realm masters. Yang Kai had just established a sect here and engraved the brand of his sect. He had not even officially established a sect yet, but these three could not wait to join. And they only wanted to be rewarded with the position of protector or deacon. Was there any justice in this world? Which third-order Emperor realm master was not an overlord in the entire Star Territory? Which one of them was not a grandmaster? With such strength, it was enough for them to establish their own sect. But now, they were begging to join this High Heaven Palace that had not yet been established. What was so special about Yang Kai that the three great monster kings were so eager to join him? Chapter 2662. Li Qingyuan and the others were filled with a bitter taste. The three monster kings had joined the High Heaven Palace only to be rewarded with the position of guardian deacon. Naturally, their strength couldn't compare to the three monster kings. If they were in the High Heaven Palace, would they only be comparable to ordinary disciples? Of course, it was impossible for them to leave their own sects to join the High Heaven Palace. The High Heaven Palace's waters were too deep for them to blend in. However, with the addition of the three monster kings, the High Heaven Palace would probably become a first-class sect in the Northern Territory in the future. Once it developed, it would definitely overshadow the glory of the Seeking Passion sect. Li Qingyuan and the others seemed to see the figure of a behemoth about to rise. They were shocked. For such a good thing to fall into Yang Kai's hands, it made the group go crazy with jealousy. If any of the three monster kings could join their sects, they would definitely benefit immensely. But to everyone's surprise, in the face of the three monster kings' earnest request, Yang Kai actually said with some difficulty, "We'll discuss this later." Li Qingyuan and the others instantly widened their eyes and secretly cursed Yang Kai for not knowing what was good for him. This was something that others couldn't even ask for, but when it came to him, he actually wanted to discuss it again. Was there really something wrong with this guy's head? What was there to discuss? Agreeing was the right thing to do. Shi Lei and the others looked at each other. They all knew what Yang Kai was worried about. Although with his current position among the three holy sages, asking for the three monster kings to come from the savage wildland wasn't a big deal, he obviously didn't want to rashly poach other people's sex, especially the three holy sages. At the very least, he had to inform Wan Feng and the others first. After understanding this point, Shi Lei and the other three monster kings didn't force him anymore. They pondered for a while. Shi Lei said, "Young Master Yang, these people, do you want to kill them?" He asked casually as if he didn't want to kill a few thousand people, but a few thousand chickens and ducks. This made everyone's faces turn pale as they looked at Yang Kai for help. At this time, they also knew that their lives and deaths were in Yang Kai's hands. If Yang Kai wanted them to live, they would live. If he wanted them to die, they would die. The dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with flattering smiles and apprehension, fearing that he would say the word kill. All. What's there to kill? We don't have any grudges. He knew that since Yang Kai said such words, their lives would not be in danger, so he was grateful for his magnanimity. Shi Lei nodded and said, "Old Ox was too reckless." Changing the topic, he shouted at Li Qingyuan and the others, "You bunch of trash, since you came to congratulate, why didn't you bring any gifts? Did you just say it casually?" Li Qingyuan and the others were shocked. Hurriedly they said, "We wouldn't dare. Guess, naturally we have them. Saying so, the dozen or so leaders of the Emperor realm quickly rummaged through their space rings, sometimes showing resolute and sometimes hesitant expressions. A moment later, more than a dozen space rings were gathered in Li Qingyuan's hands. Li Qingyuan held them with both hands and walked over to Yang Kai with trembling hands, forcing out a smile and saying, "Young Master Yang, this is a trivial gift. I hope young Master Yang will accept it." Yang Kai accepted the rings casually, not bothering to check the things inside. Now that he was rich, he did not lack these dozen or so space rings. Nodding lightly, Yang Kai said, "Sect Master Li is too kind." A faint look of pain appeared on Li Qingyuan's face. Just now, he had plundered most of his many years of savings and was afraid Yang Kai would not be satisfied. Yang Kai guessed that the other leaders of the Emperor realm were also like this, otherwise, they would not have shown such distressed expressions. How could he have known that once the things were in Yang Kai's hands, Yang Kai would accept them without even looking at them? If he had known this would happen, he would not have spent so much effort and would have just casually stuffed some congratulatory gifts in. Of course, young Master Yang, if there is nothing else, this Li will take his leave. Li Qingyuan's heart was greatly stifled by the loss of his wealth, and he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Speaking of which, this young master really does have something he needs your help with, Yang Kai said pleasantly. "Ah." Li Qingyuan was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked in a panic, "What is young Master Yang's instructions?" Yang Kai smiled lightly and said, "Sect Master Li need not be so nervous. What I want you to help me with is very simple. After leaving this place, you just need to help this young master spread the word in the Northern Territory that this young master has occupied this land and built the High Heaven Palace." Hearing this, Li Qingyuan's heart relaxed and he let out a long sigh. "So that's what it is." Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully and said, "What does Sect Master Li think it is?" Li Qingyuan said awkwardly, "It's nothing, it's just a small matter, leave it to this Li." Although this Li's strength is not enough, he still has some friends who will spread this news as soon as possible, lest some rascals come to harass your palace. "That's good." Yang Kai smiled and nodded, then glanced at the other people from the Emperor realm and said, "I also hope that you can help me a little." How could the people from the Emperor realm not dare to refuse? They all nodded and promised, patting their chests and making promises. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Since you are all heroes of the Northern Territory, then when my High Heaven Palace officially opens its doors, I will definitely send you invitations. I hope that you will all come and drink a cup of wine at that time." Hearing this, everyone felt bitter in their hearts, knowing that they would definitely have to send a large number of congratulatory gifts when the time came, but on the surface, they kept chatting with Yang Kai, saying that they would definitely come. After a few more words, the group of people couldn't wait to leave. "A bunch of trash, Why should young Master Yang give them face? Shi Lei snorted coldly. Although he didn't see the conflict between Yang Kai and the people from the Emperor realm, he vaguely guessed some of the truth. According to his personality, directly killing them all could be considered as making a name for the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. The more friends you have, the more options you have. They were just scheming for the sake of benefits. They have no grievances with me, so why should I kill them all? In the future, if the High Heaven Palace wants to establish a foothold in the Northern Territory, it's not suitable to make the whole world their enemy. You have to know that snakes have their own ways and rats have their own ways. One day in the future, they may have a place that they can rely on. Shi Lei immediately flattered. Young Master Yang is wise, old ox didn't think it through. Yang Kai wasn't interested in his flattery, so he pretended that he didn't hear it. He raised his hand and said, "Follow me." The three Monster King looked at each other. Although they didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they followed obediently. After a short while, everyone arrived in front of the newly arranged space array Yang Kai had set up. Glancing at the three, Yang Kai said, "This time, I must thank the three Monster Kings. If it weren't for your help, Ice Heart Valley wouldn't have been able to get out of this predicament so easily. This young master thanks you on behalf of Senior Bing Yun and the thousands of disciples of Ice Heart Valley." Shi Lei and the others were shocked and hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang is too serious, it was just a trivial matter." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It may be a trivial matter to you, but to Ice Heart Valley, it was a life-saving grace. You can't mix it up." After a pause, Yang Kai continued, "But since the dust has settled here, the three of you should return to the ancient wildlands first." Ing Fei was disappointed when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai and stammered, "Young Master Yang, you're letting us go back just like that? We've only been out for a few days." That's right. Xie Wu Wei also nodded vigorously. "Young Master Yang, if there's anything else you want us to do, the three of us will do our best to help." Shi Lei was eager to move. "Young Master Yang, why don't you take us to the Northern Territory and unify the Northern Territory?" This proposal made Ing Fei and Xie Wu Wei applaud loudly. The monster qi in their bodies surged, as if they would go and harm the other sects in the Northern Territory as soon as Yang Kai gave the order. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Although the three of you are masters, there is still a difference between humans and monsters. If you really cause a stir in the Northern Territory, I'm afraid it will attract trouble. I know what you're thinking, but this matter can't be rushed. It's still unknown when that girl will come out of seclusion. Just wait for the news in the ancient wildlands." The three Monster Kings were a little embarrassed when Yang Kai saw through their thoughts. In the end, it was because of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's relationship that they submitted to him. Without Zhang Ruoxi, how could Yang Kai have such weight? The three also knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. Although they wanted to follow Yang Kai and be close to him, the key was that the blood door had been hidden since it disappeared. No one knew when Zhang Ruoxi would come out of seclusion, so it was useless to follow Yang Kai even if they followed him. But they were quite unwilling to go back just like that. God knows when Yang Kai would think of them again. Xie Wu Wei rolled his eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, let the two of them go back. This Xie will follow you and make it convenient to protect your safety. Heaven and earth are not benevolent and treat all things as dogs. Walking in the star boundary, it's natural to be careful. Why should we go and you stay?" Ing Fei and Shi Lei asked in unison, their faces full of resentment. "This guy wants to eat alone, how hateful." Xie Wu Wei snorted, "No reason." Shi Lei shouted, "Come on, let's fight first. Whoever is stronger will stay. Let's talk with our fists, not with our mouths. Since we want to protect young Master Yang, of course we have to leave the strongest behind." Among the 32 Monster King and the 8 Great Saint Emissaries, his strength was enough to rank in the top 3. In a one-on-one fight, Ing Fei and Xie Wu Wei were definitely not his opponents. Xie Wu Wei sneered, "This king disdains." Ing Fei said, "Brother Xie, that's not right. Even if someone had to stay behind to protect young Master Yang, it wouldn't be you. In terms of strength, Brother Shi Lei is better than you, and in terms of agility, no one would dare to claim to be first. This is the responsibility of a bodyguard, and it's my duty to do so. The corner of Xie Wu Wei's mouth twitched and he coldly snorted. So what if this Xie is young Master Yang's soul slave? As he spoke, he suddenly urged his soul power and a faint golden light emerged in his mind. The golden light was obviously a layer of soul seal branded in Xie Wu Wei's knowledge sea. From the soul seal, Yang Kai's aura was clearly transmitted. Chapter 2663. Ying Fei and Shi Lei's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. How could they not know what was going on when they saw this scene? Xie Wei was really Yang Kai's soul slave and had been branded with the divine soul brand. But when did this happen? The three monster kings had been together all this time, but they didn't find any clues. Xie Wei put away the golden light and chuckled. When young Master Yang entered the ancient land last time, I had already submitted to him. My life and death are all in young Master Yang's hands. If anything happens to young Master Yang, I will definitely die. So, I am loyal to young Master Yang. How can the two of you compare to me? As a demon king of a generation, Xie Wei had become the sole slave of another, yet he seemed to be proud of it instead of ashamed. If other people that didn't know the truth were to see this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. But when this fell into the eyes of Ying Fei and Shi Lei, they could only curse in their hearts. Xie Wei and Yang Kai had such a relationship. If he really had to leave someone to protect him, there was no doubt who that person would be. For a moment, Shi Lei and Ying Fei were full of unwillingness as they looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Last time in the ancient land's all-spirit tomb, he had no choice but to take Xie Wei as a soul slave. He only wanted to borrow his strength. At that time, Xie Wei was very unwilling. Later on, after leaving the all-spirit tomb, he was even more distant from Yang Kai. He looked as if he was afraid that others would look down on him if they knew about his relationship with Yang Kai. But now, he actually took the initiative to reveal such information. He only wanted to take the initiative. It had to be said. This change in mentality was quite comical. However, Yang Kai couldn't be said to be eager for quick success. After all, these monster kings had no way to improve their cultivation. Their only hope in this life was the secret of the blood door. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, who wouldn't want to fight for it? Just as Xie Wei was feeling smug, Yang Kai suddenly waved his hand. A golden light shot out from Xie Wei's forehead and returned to Yang Kai's body. Xie Wei's complacent expression suddenly froze. Out of nowhere, he felt as if his shackles had been removed. However, what followed was not joy, but rather a crying face. Young Master Yang. Now that the soul brand had been taken back, it meant that the connection between him and Yang Kai had been severed. He was no longer Yang Kai's soul slave and had regained his freedom. Xie Wei had never thought that Yang Kai would actually make such a move, and in such a decisive manner. If it was an ordinary person, how could he be willing to let such a powerful soul slave go? Most likely, he was supposed to keep him by his side and wait for orders. But when he came to Yang Kai, he casually abandoned him. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of magnanimity and attitude? Ha! Ying Fei and Shi Lei laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. Their eyes were shining brightly. How could they not know what had happened? They were secretly cheering in their hearts. Xie Wei, who asked you to show off? Sure enough, karma came quickly. You deserved it. Young Master Yang, you can't do this. Xie Wei felt wronged and looked at Yang Kai with a resentful expression. It was as if Yang Kai had abandoned him. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, Go, go, all of you go. You really have to go? Shi Lei's face was bitter, somewhat unwilling. Yang Kai said, Don't blame me for driving you away after I've used you. It's just that you are the monster king of the ancient lands after all, and there are 3 Saint Venerables above you. If I take you away without telling them, I won't be able to explain it to them. How about this? It's very convenient for me to enter and leave the ancient lands now. If there's anything good next time, I'll call you over at any time. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the 3 monster kings' expressions became much better. They nodded and said, Young Master Yang, you have to keep your word. When the time comes, just call the 3 of us. Don't call the others. In the ancient lands, There were 32 monster kings and 8 saint emissaries. All of them were first-class powerhouses, so the competition was a bit too much. They didn't want the other monster kings and saint emissaries to have too good of a relationship with Yang Kai, so they didn't want to leave. Got it. Yang Kai agreed and kept waving his hand to urge them, as if he was shooing away flies. Only then did the 3 demon kings slowly walk onto the spatial array. Yang Kai casually inlaid source crystals on the side. After a while, he glanced at the 3 and said, "Are you ready?" They nodded and cupped their fists together. "Young Master Yang, take care." Their words were full of reluctance, as if they wanted to part with Yang Kai forever. Yang Kai responded and said in a low voice, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he poured his emperor's chi into the space array. Strangely, the space array didn't move. Yang Kai and the 3 monster kings stared at each other for a long time with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai was stunned. He scratched his head and tried again, but he still couldn't activate the space array. The 3 monster kings looked at each other, and their minds became active again. Ing Fei smiled and said, "It seems that even God doesn't want us to leave." Xie Wei immediately agreed. Yes, young Master Yang. Since God wants us to leave, don't force us. What's going on? Yang Kai was confused. He walked around the space array and observed it. Although he had just set it up, there shouldn't be any problems. After some inspection, he confirmed that the space array was in good condition. Shi Lei reminded him from the side, "Young Master Yang, last time we were directly teleported from the ancient lands to Ice Heart Valley. Is this space array unable to connect to the ancient lands?" "Impossible." Yang Kai shook his head. The space array he set up could connect to each other. In other words, the space array in the High Heaven Palace could not only connect to Ice Heart Valley, but also to the ancient wildlands. Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, a burst of light suddenly burst out from the space array. Then, 2 figures suddenly appeared from the space array. They took a closer look and saw that it was Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army. The 2 of them seemed to be a little dizzy after being teleported, but Ji Yao immediately came back to her senses. The Southern Gate Army, on the other hand, was a little slower. After all, his cultivation was weaker than Ji Yao's. "Brother Yang, I've brought him over." Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai and said softly. Yang Kai nodded and looked at the Southern Gate Army. The latter also happened to look at him. When he saw Yang Kai, his eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Grandmaster Yang, I heard that you were looking for me?" Ever since he saw the space array arranged by Yang Kai had risen to the level of a generation's array grandmaster in his heart. Yang Kai was even more powerful than him. "There is something." Yang Kai nodded and asked suspiciously, "But didn't I tell you to repair Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array before coming over? Why are you here so soon?" The Southern Gate Army said, "It's already been repaired. When I heard that Grandmaster Yang wanted to see me, I worked day and night. I finally finished my work just now and rushed over without stopping." When he spoke, he had a flattering expression on his face. "You didn't just deal with it casually, did you?" Yang Kai looked at him in disbelief. Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was a huge project, so how could it be repaired in just a few days? The Southern Gate Army said in horror, "How could I dare? Grandmaster Yang's attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays are also very profound. How could this one show off his slight skill in front of an expert? The reason why I was able to repair it so quickly was mainly because this one had carefully studied Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array a few months ago. Moreover, this one was also the one who provided the method to break the array this time, so naturally, it was repaired quickly." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai did not doubt him, but he still said seriously, "I will go to Ice Heart Valley to check it later. If you dare to replace it with a shoddy one, be careful of your head." The Southern Gate Army said confidently, "Grandmaster Yang, you can rest assured." After a pause, he said, "By the way, Grandmaster Yang, why did you call this one here in such a hurry?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Look here." The Southern Gate Army turned his head to look and let out a soft cry of surprise. He immediately flew into the air to investigate for a moment before landing and asking, "Isn't this the Seeking Passion sect?" The last time he came to the Seeking Passion sect, he had been a guest for a period of time, so he naturally recognized this place. However, the last time he came here, this place was full of outstanding people. Although the scenery was still there, the people were nowhere to be seen. The inheritance of the great emperors that had been left behind for tens of thousands of years made him sigh. This used to be the Seeking Passion sect, but now it is the High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled slightly. High Heaven Palace? The Southern Gate Army frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai meant. On the other hand, Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face as she vaguely guessed. Yang Kai continued, I want you to reactivate the sect defending array here and repair it. Use all your skills on this piece of land and arrange a spirit array that is not inferior to any sect in the world. Hearing this, the Southern Gate Army's spirit immediately rose, as if he had heard a challenge that made him excited. Yang Kai observed the Southern Gate Army's expression and secretly nodded, very satisfied with his reaction. Grandmaster Yang, do you mean to occupy this piece of land? The Southern Gate Army's reaction was also very fast, naturally guessing Yang Kai's intentions. Yes, Yang Kai nodded and admitted, how long will such a huge project take? The Southern Gate Army didn't answer immediately and instead pondered seriously for a moment before replying. The Seeking Passion sect defending array hasn't been destroyed, it has just been artificially closed. I need to carefully study the layout of this spirit array and then come up with a way to improve it. I will definitely give Grandmaster Yang a satisfactory result in 2 months and 3 months at the latest. Good, I'll give you 3 months, Yang Kai nodded readily. The Southern Gate Army said, but the materials needed to arrange and improve such a spirit array. What materials do you need? Just make a list and I can provide them to you, Yang Kai said without hesitation. Now that he had plundered so much wealth, even emptying the Seeking Passion sect's storehouse, he naturally had the materials needed to arrange a sect-defending array. The Southern Gate Army's face immediately lit up with a smile. It'll be easy if you have the materials. By the way, Grandmaster Yang, would you like to work with me? Yang Kai quickly said, this young master is busy and I'm afraid I can't share your burden. You can deal with the spirit array on your own. If you need help. He turned his head and looked at Ji Yao. Ji Yao understood and immediately said, don't hesitate to look for me. I'll go back to the sect and call some sisters over. Chapter 2664. Then, all right, I'll have to trouble Elder Ji Yao then. The Southern Gate Army commander was quite disappointed. He wanted to take this opportunity to exchange insights and experiences with Yang Kai on the Tao of spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't give him the opportunity at all, which made him feel a little disappointed. However, it was his long-cherished wish as a spirit array grandmaster to be able to rearrange and perfect the sect-defending array in such a large area. He quickly sorted out his thoughts, excused himself, and ran out to check the sect-defending array that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect. After he left, Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the space array next to him. It's really not broken. If there was a problem with the array, Ji Yao and the Southern Gate Army wouldn't have been able to teleport over from Ice Heart Valley. What's not broken? Ji Yao asked curiously. Shi Lei immediately told her what had just happened with a grin on his face, unable to contain his joy. After hearing this, Ji Yao thoughtfully said, the space array is connected to both ends. Since it's not broken, and neither is Ice Heart Valley, perhaps there's a problem with the array in the ancient lands. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. That must be it. After saying so, he suddenly thought of something and gritted his teeth. Madame Feng, you really took drastic measures to deal with the situation. The space array in the ancient lands couldn't be broken for no reason. The only explanation was that the Luan Feng destroyed it after he left. The Luan Feng did this because she was afraid that he would harass her from time to time in the future. This was understandable, but it made Yang Kai gnash his teeth in anger. Although it wasn't difficult to arrange a space array, the key was that the ancient lands were far away. However, it would take some time for them to travel. In his opinion, he would have to deal with the ancient lands in the future, so leaving a space array there would make it easier for him to travel. Who would have thought that the Luan Feng would destroy the space array right after he left? Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. She was a woman with a vicious heart. It seemed that the next time he went to the ancient lands, he would have to go to the Rock Spirit Clan's territory to set up a formation to prevent the Luan Feng from destroying it again. After making up his mind, Yang Kai turned to look at Shi Lei and the others and said, "It seems that you have been abandoned by the ancient land." At this moment, Shi Lei and the others also understood why they hadn't been teleported away. Although they were disappointed, they were more than happy. They all smiled and said, "It's fine, it's fine." The Luan Feng master must feel that young Master Yang is very important and wants us to be responsible for protecting him. Since the master has such intentions, young Master Yang can't refuse. Yang Kai said, "It's already like this. How can I drive you away?" Previously, he was reluctant to leave the Three Monster King behind. The main reason was because he was worried about the reputation of the three holy venerables of the ancient lands. After all, these Three Monster King were the subordinates of the three Saint Venerables. It would be unkind of him to kidnap them. However, now that the Luan Feng had done this, he could only force him to do the same. In terms of sentiment and reason, the ancient land couldn't find any fault. Losing a space array and gaining the Three Monster King, Yang Kai had made a big profit and had a clear conscience. Xie Wei was grinning from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, since it's like this, can we also join the High Heaven Palace? I don't ask for anything else. I just want to be a protector." Ying Fei and Shi Lei were both moved. Yang Kai said with a smile, "With your abilities, being a protector is a bit of a waste. The High Heaven Palace has only just opened its doors. It will take some time before it opens again and accepts disciples. However, if that day really comes, the three of you can stay in the High Heaven Palace and be a consecrator." Shi Lei and the others looked at each other and were overjoyed. With Yang Kai's words, it meant that everyone would be on the same side in the future. If there were any benefits, Yang Kai wouldn't forget about them. Compared to the other monster kings and saint envoys in the ancient land, they were already ahead of them. A sect that hadn't been officially established yet already had 3 third-order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders. If this news were to spread, who knew how many people in the world would be envious of them? Jiao pursed her lips and smiled. "Congratulations, Brother Yang. When the High Heaven Palace opens its sect in the future, you must inform my Ice Heart Valley. Jiao will also come and drink a toast." She was happy that Yang Kai could take root here and establish a sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley and Yang Kai had a good relationship. In the future, if the two sects supported each other, who in the entire Northern Territory could shake the status of these two behemoths? Yang Kai smiled and said, "Of course. When the time comes, I will have to trouble Ice Heart Valley's junior sisters." After a pause, Yang Kai asked, "By the way, what about the tens of thousands of captives from Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao smiled bitterly and said, "Honored Master is also having a headache over this matter. Although they acted as the villain this time and made things difficult for my Ice Heart Valley, in the end, they have no enmity with us. If we kill them all now, it will only ruin my Ice Heart Valley's reputation. If we let them go, it will only make Ice Heart Valley look weak and easy to bully." Yang Kai smiled and said, "If that's the case, you might as well let them come over and help me. The Southern Gate Army will have to rearrange the Seeking Passion sect defending array, so they will need a lot of manpower. Of course, we can't tolerate those whose hands are stained with the lives of Ice Heart Valley's disciples." Ji Yao nodded and said, "Those people have already been killed. Those who are still alive are just cheers. However, Brother Yang's proposal is not bad. When Grandmaster Nan Men returns, let's see how many people he needs." After the discussion, everyone began to wait. Fortunately, the earth vein here was excellent and the world energy was rich. While waiting, they could sit in meditation and cultivate. There was also a good palace nearby that could provide a place to cultivate. 2 days later, the Southern Gate Army rushed back and gave a long list to Yang Kai, asking for all kinds of precious materials. Yang Kai glanced at it and was not stingy, filling his space ring with a few things. Not only that, Ji Yao also returned to Ice Heart Valley and continued to bring back the captives from there, ordering them to work for the Southern Gate Army. For a period of time, Towering Palace instantly became lively. Voices could be heard everywhere, and the crowd bustled about. As time passed, everyone came to know that this guy named Yang Kai had occupied the territory that originally belonged to Seeking Passion sect and established a sect called High Heaven Palace. Many people from Ice Heart Valley also came to help, all of them beautiful women. Lu Qianyun, Ziyu, and the others who were familiar with Yang Kai were also among them. With them overseeing the situation, the tens of thousands of captives did not dare to act sneakily. After all, Ice Heart Valley had previously stated that as long as they could redeem themselves by helping the High Heaven Palace arrange the spirit array, Ice Heart Valley would let bygones be bygones and let them go. With this promise, who would dare to not work hard? On the other hand, there were many scattered cultivators who were interested in joining High Firmament Palace. Some of them even asked the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley about how they could join and become a member. After all, this was Seeking Passion sect's territory, so how could they dare to occupy it if they did not have some ability? Moreover, these people had recently heard that there were 3 Third-Order Emperor Realm Foreign Elders in the High Heaven Palace. Such a lineup was enough to show that the High Heaven Palace had a bright future. Once it opened, it would definitely become a top sect. If they could become a member, they would benefit endlessly for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately, even the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley did not know how to join the High Heaven Palace, so naturally, they could not provide any answers, leaving the captives disappointed. On the best mountain peak of the High Heaven Palace, inside the palace. This should have been Feng Xian's cultivation place. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, surrounded by high-rank source crystals. As he circulated his secret art, these high-rank source crystals turned into powder and converged into a stream of energy that flowed into his body, into his limbs, and into his dantian. Ever since his battle with Shihua in the ancient lands, Yang Kai felt an urgent need to improve his strength. Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he had not yet reached the realm of being invincible. Moreover, as his strength increased, the enemies he would encounter would also become stronger. If he did not want to feel powerless in the future, he naturally had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. However, after the ancient lands and encountering Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai could not find much time to cultivate. He had refined a lot of pills, but he did not have the time to take them. Now that he had some free time, he naturally went into retreat eagerly. Taking one spirit pill after another to assist in his cultivation and using up piles of source crystals, Yang Kai's strength slowly and gradually increased. Shi Lei and the others also knew that Yang Kai was cultivating, so no one dared to disturb him. 2 months later, the High Heaven Palace's sect defending array was completed, and all the captives who came to help were dismissed. The female disciples of Ice Heart Valley also returned to the valley through the space array. The huge foundation of the High Heaven Palace returned to silence. The Southern Gate Army came to see Yang Kai in high spirits, wanting to report the results of their hard work during this period of time, but they were stopped by Ying Fei, who was guarding outside. After some unpleasant exchanges, the Southern Gate Army was unable to persuade Ying Fei to call Yang Kai out of retreat, so they could only sullenly study the territory-crossing space array. During this period, Ji Yao also came to visit several times, but she never saw Yang Kai's face. Since his retreat, Yang Kai seemed to have been cut off from the outside world. Even the 3 Monster Kings did not know when he would come out. However, the 3 Monster Kings also knew that with the cultivation of the Emperor Realm, it was common for them to go into retreat for 3 to 5 years, or even 10 to 20 years, so they were not afraid of Yang Kai at all. Every day, one of them stayed outside the palace, while the other 2 went out to play. Time flew by. A full year later, a series of crackling sounds suddenly rang out from the palace that had been silent all this time. It seemed like someone was stretching their muscles and bones. Ying Fei, who was guarding outside, suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the palace. His eagle-like eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of barriers and see the situation inside. Not long after, a look of joy appeared on his face as he stood up and let out a long whistle. After a while, 2 figures quickly flew over from afar. After landing on the ground, the figures of Xie Wei and Shi Lei were revealed. Chapter 2665. The door to the palace opened and Yang Kai stepped out. Shi Lei and the others' eyes lit up at the sight of him, and they all went up to greet him with joy. Seeing Yang Kai in high spirits, Xie Wei smiled and said, "Young Master Yang, it seems that your cultivation has improved a lot during your seclusion." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's just some gains, but I don't know when I'll be able to break through." After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Yang Kai increasingly felt that the road to breaking through was still far away. He had been in seclusion for nearly a year and his strength had indeed improved a little, but he still couldn't feel the shackles of the second-order realm. Ing Fei smiled and said, "The road of cultivation is long and full of obstacles. This matter can't be rushed." Shi Lei also nodded and said, "Look at the world. Which one of the Emperor Realm's cultivators isn't an old monster who has cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years? Young Master Yang, you have such achievements at such a young age. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through in the future." Yang Kai naturally understood this and also understood that cultivation was not a matter of haste, so he didn't say much and just asked, "How's the arrangement of the spirit array here?" Shi Lei hurriedly handed a simple and unadorned token to Yang Kai and replied, "The Southern Gate Army is really good. It took them 2 months to completely improve the sect defending array. This is the restriction token used to control the spirit array." Yang Kai took it and probed it with his divine sense. After a little inspection, he immediately felt that he was connected to some existence in this world. With a single thought, the sect defending array that enveloped the entire High Heaven Palace hummed and the surrounding world energy fluctuated. Shi Lei said from the side, "The Southern Gate Army said that the spirit array he improved is much stronger. It's better than the original Seeking Passion sect's spirit array. So, please rest assured, young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded casually and didn't doubt this. He just looked outside the mountain gate curiously and asked, "Why are there so many people gathered outside?" When he was inspecting the sect defending array just now, he found that there were actually a lot of cultivators outside the mountain gate. These cultivators had varying cultivation levels. However, most of them were young people. Some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were alone. All of them were full of heroic spirit. Many of them stared at the 10,000-year cold hard iron outside the mountain gate and stared at the 3 words Towering Palace with fascination in their eyes. Ing Fei explained, "They all want to enter the mountain gate and enter the High Heaven Palace, young master." Towering Palace's name had now spread throughout the entire northern region, so in the past half a year, many young people had come here to see if they had a chance to join. However, the mountain gate was now tightly shut, and they could not enter, so they could only stay outside. Yang Kai nodded lightly. He wasn't too surprised. After using his divine sense to scan the outside, he didn't pay much attention to it. Towering Palace's reputation had been completely established. Moreover, there were 3 demon kings guarding this place. Naturally, it was a reflection of their strength. As a newly established sect, it was time for them to absorb new blood. How could those scattered cultivators who had no background and no backing not be tempted by this opportunity? Lu Xianyun was an example. She was an overlord in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, but after coming to the star boundary, she couldn't even hunt for cultivation resources. This was the disadvantage of not having a sect background. If she hadn't met Yang Kai again and been introduced to Ice Heart Valley, she would probably still be worrying about cultivation resources. How could she cultivate in peace? Qi Yu, Guizhu, and the others were the same. In the entire star boundary, there were many cultivators like this, but not everyone was as lucky as Yang Kai. For them, as long as they could enter High Firmament Palace, they would at least have someone to rely on in the future, even if they didn't expect to soar in the future. The High Heaven Palace's mountain gate had such an effect even before it was opened. If it was really opened, the entire northern territory would be in an uproar. At that time, the number of people coming would be like carps crossing the river. Shi Lei asked, "Young Master Yang, are you going to open the mountain gate and accept disciples?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There's no hurry." He occupied this place mainly for his family and friends on Shadowed Star. Now, he didn't even know how to return to Hung Luo Star Field, so how could he open the mountain gate so easily? However, since Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor could go to Hung Luo Star Field back then, He could too. He just didn't know how. Perhaps I should find a way to inquire about Yang inflammation and ask her about the situation. His mood fluctuating, Yang Kai turned around and said, I'm going back to the Southern Territory. Which one of the 3 Monster Kings will come with me? Me. Sure enough, the 3 Monster Kings replied in unison, then glared at each other. Ing Fei came back to his senses and said, Young Master Yang, we'll all go with you. Why only one? Shi Lei and Xie Wei also nodded, not understanding why Yang Kai made such an arrangement. Yang Kai said, You're all Monster Kings. If the 3 of you travel together, you'll attract too much attention. It's hard to say what kind of twists and turns will occur. In addition, I also need to leave some people here to guard this place. Although High Heaven Palace has a sect defending array and the mountain gate is tightly shut, who knows if there won't be some idiot who will cause trouble. If everyone leaves, this place won't be safe. Since I built the High Heaven Palace here, I will definitely settle down here in the future. There's still a long way to go, so what are you afraid of? When the 3 heard this, they all felt that it was quite reasonable. Anyway, they had already boarded Yang Kai's ship, and they had also become the High Heaven Palace's consecrators. If they pushed too much, it would seem that they were too eager for quick success and they were afraid that Yang Kai would be disgusted. Looking at each other, Xie Wei smiled and said, Then young Master Yang should choose one. No matter who you choose, we won't have any objections. Ing Fei and Shi Lei nodded at the side. If they were asked to make their own decisions, they would definitely not give in to each other. It was better to give the choice to Yang Kai. No one could say anything. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then let's go with Ing Fei. Ing Fei is faster than the Monster King. This trip back to the Southern Territory might need your help. Ing Fei heard this and was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and said, Young Master Yang is wise. Shi Lei said gloomily, Then Brother Xie and I will stay behind to look after the sect. Then I'll have to trouble you too. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai took Ing Fei to Ice Heart Valley through the space array to bid farewell to Bing Yun. After returning to Ice Heart Valley after a year, the valley had already changed. After the previous ordeal, the entire Ice Heart Valley had become more united. Most of the disciples were in secluded cultivation, not daring to slack off in the slightest. They didn't stay long in Ice Heart Valley. After half a day, Yang Kai and Ing Fei left through the space array. The Northern Territory was hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. It was a long journey with many dangerous mountains and rivers. Even an ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't be able to cross it easily. Space arrays couldn't be connected, so many places could only be crossed by flying. Above the clear sky, atop the white clouds, a giant eagle spread its wings and soared high, its speed as fast as lightning, leaving only faint traces in the air as it turned into a series of afterimages. This giant eagle was naturally the main body of the Flying Eagle Monster King. As the overlord of the sky, speed was his forte. Among the 32 Monster Kings, 8 saint emissaries in the ancient lands, if he said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. This was also the reason why Yang Kai brought him along. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the back of the Flying Eagle. Its back was wide and flat enough to accommodate a house. Its flight was fast and stable, not even the slightest wind could be felt. In this world, there were probably only a few people who could make a Monster King willing to be a mount. But now, the Flying Eagle Monster King was willing to do all this without any complaints. The journey was dull and lonely, so Yang Kai naturally didn't waste any time. Instead, he meditated and cultivated. The entire journey was safe and sound. An ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to detect any traces of the Flying Eagle, and those who could detect the Flying Eagle didn't dare to provoke him, retreating long ago. After a full 2 months, the Flying Eagle suddenly sent a sound transmission, Young Master Yang, we should be in the Southern Territory. Where are we going now? Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his mysterious art. He stood up and looked around, let's find a city and scout for directions. The Flying Eagle received the order and began searching below. Half a day later, a relatively bustling city appeared in his field of vision. The Flying Eagle immediately flapped his wings and flew down. After a short while, he returned to his human form and withdrew his demonic chi, landing in front of the city gates with Yang Kai. The two of them had no intention of entering the city. Yang Kai just casually stopped a passing cultivator and asked, "Excuse me, which direction is the Thousand Leaves sect?" His main purpose for returning to the Southern Territory this time was to visit the Thousand Leaves sect. Ghost ancestor Chi Yu and the others were still in the Thousand Leaves sect. Now that he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally wanted to send them to the Northern Territory. Compared to the Thousand Leaves sect, the current High Heaven Palace had a much better cultivation environment and was much safer. However, the Southern Territory was vast. Although he had returned here, he didn't know the exact direction of the Thousand Leaves sect, so he could only ask around. The cultivator was in a hurry to enter the city and was inexplicably stopped by someone. He flew into a rage and was about to explode with rage because of his Dao Source Realm cultivation when he saw the shining high-rank source crystal in Yang Kai's hand. His eyes immediately lit up and he snatched it away, carefully examining it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it away and looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Are you a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No, why do you ask?" The cultivator looked around, appearing extremely cautious, before whispering, "Since you're not a disciple of the Thousand Leaves sect, don't ask too much. The Thousand Leaves sect is currently in trouble." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, not to the extent that everyone knew about it. Yang Kai didn't expect that he would be able to understand the situation immediately after coming here to inquire, but he never expected that the first person he asked would seem to know a lot about the Thousand Leaves sect. Furthermore, this person even said that the Thousand Leaves sect was in trouble. The cultivator asked curiously, "Friend, did you just come out of seclusion? Why haven't you heard about this?" Yang Kai quickly asked, "What exactly happened?" The cultivator whispered, "The Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed." What? Yang Kai turned pale with fright, unable to believe his ears. The cultivator shook his head. The Thousand Leaves sect overestimated themselves and was like an ant trying to shake a tree. They were destroyed a year ago, and now the Thousand Leaves sect is also in a state of disarray. If friend has anything to do with the Thousand Leaves sect, it would be best for you to withdraw as soon as possible, lest you get into trouble. Chapter 2666. This person seemed to be advising Yang Kai out of goodwill because of the high-rank source crystal. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. A year ago, he led the Three Monster King to destroy Seeking Passion sect, but he never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would also be destroyed at the same time. Back when he was in Maplewood City, Yi Jing Han, the daughter of the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master, had invited him to go to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the space array and reopen that small world for Thousand Leaves sect to retrieve the legacy of their ancestors. However, he had coincidentally bumped into Chi Yu, Aio, and the others who had been separated from him for a long time. Thousand Leaves sect was nothing to him, and he only had some friendly relations with them. However, Chi Yu and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, what happened to Chi Yu and the others? Those who came to the star boundary from Hung Luo Star Field with him were all very close. Chi Yu was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother and could be considered his mother-in-law. Aio was Shui Yu's father and could be considered his father-in-law. Gui Zhu was his High Heaven sect's supreme elder and had gone through life and death situations with him. The only person he was not familiar with was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Tsong Yun. Upon hearing such bad news, Yang Kai's face twisted and murderous intent instantly filled the air as he glared at the person. "You lied to me?" The person did not pay much attention to Yang Kai at first, but now that he sensed Yang Kai's aura, his expression changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock, "The Emperor Realm." He did not expect that the young man who had casually stopped him to ask questions was actually a genuine member of the Emperor Realm. If he had known, he would not have dared to act so casually. The cold, murderous intent lingered around him, making him feel like he was about to die in the next moment. He could not help sweating profusely. "This little one did not lie to you." Thousand Leaves sect has really been destroyed. Everyone in the Southern Territory knows about this. Bullshit. Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Within the Star Territory, there were as many sects as there were hairs on an ox, so how could the destruction of a small sect like the Thousand Leaves sect be known to the world? Only the destruction of a behemoth like the Seeking Passion sect would cause such an uproar in the entire Northern Territory. To put it bluntly, even if Thousand Leaves sect was truly destroyed, it would only be a pebble thrown into the vast ocean that was the Southern Territory. At most, it would cause some ripples that would quickly dissipate. Therefore, Yang Kai instinctively felt that this guy was lying. Being choked by Yang Kai, the man found it difficult to breathe. He kept struggling, but to no avail. "Young Master Yang," Ing Fei called out in a low voice. He could tell that Yang Kai's mood wasn't quite right, and realized that this Thousand Leaves sect held an extremely important position in Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai frowned. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he loosened his grip and put the man down. He said in a deep voice, "Tell me what you know. If it's true, I won't make things difficult for you." The man coughed for a long time. He even coughed out tears. However, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and only spoke after he had recovered. "Master, what do you want to know?" This person from the Emperor realm in front of him was quite temperamental, so he didn't dare to casually guess his thoughts. He could only carefully inquire. "Who destroyed the Thousand Leaves sect?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "It said that they provoked the Flowing Shadow Sword sect." The Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai frowned, vaguely remembering where he had heard of this sect. Thinking about it carefully, he had indeed heard of it. Back in the Four Seasons realm, he had dealt with the disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. In his impression, this sect shouldn't be considered a top sect. However, their strength should be quite good. Why did the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy the Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai continued to ask, "Is there any deep enmity between the two sects?" The man hurriedly replied, "There isn't any deep enmity, but the Thousand Leaves sect's wealth is its own ruin." A thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind and he subconsciously asked, "Heavenly puppets?" The so-called heavenly puppets were heaven-grade puppets. The Thousand Leaves sect had started off with the art of puppetry, and the Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder had extremely high attainments in the art of puppetry. He had left behind 10 heavenly puppets for the sect, each of which was comparable to the Emperor realm. At its peak, the Thousand Leaves sect was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory and was famous in the Star Boundary. However, the later generations were mediocre and were unable to carry forward the art of puppetry. As the art of puppetry declined from generation to generation, the Thousand Leaves sect eventually became a mediocre sect, and even the art of puppetry was lost. Fortunately, Yang Kai had helped them repair the space array and reopened the small sealed world, retrieving the secret techniques of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for a long time and reactivating the heavenly puppets. Lu Yan's soul puppet body was also obtained from that small world. If not for that, Lu Yan might not have a physical body even now. Hearing Yang Kai mention the heavenly puppets, the man nodded repeatedly, "That's right, that's right." It turns out that Master also knows about the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. A few years ago, the Thousand Leaves sect used some unknown method to obtain the ancestral founder's legacy and regain control of the heavenly puppets that had been sealed for many years. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect seemed to be interested in this, so they found a reason to destroy the Thousand Leaves sect. So simple? Yang Kai's face turned ugly. The man smiled bitterly. "The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. The sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect is only at the third order Dao Source realm, but he has a heavenly puppet whose strength is comparable to that of the Emperor realm. It's hard not to be coveted." What he said wasn't wrong. If the Thousand Leaves sect really had a master from the Emperor realm, having a heavenly puppet whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that even the sect master of the Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was only at the third order Dao Source realm. Having a heavenly puppet in his hands would naturally attract covetous eyes. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said coldly, Each of the 10 heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect has strength comparable to that of the Emperor realm. How could the Flowing Shadow Sword sect destroy them so easily? He was well aware of the strength of the heavenly puppets because Lu Yen had a white tiger heavenly puppet, which could display strength comparable to a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect wasn't an ordinary sect, it wasn't a top sect either. How could they eat such a juicy piece of meat? The man smiled bitterly. This lowly one isn't sure either. Everyone is curious, but I'm afraid that the heavenly puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect don't live up to their name. What he said wasn't wrong. Although the heavenly puppets were powerful, they still needed someone to control them. Without the Emperor realm, the Thousand Leaves sect couldn't display the full strength of the heavenly puppets. However, Yang Kai felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Since the Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, what happened to their disciples? Yang Kai asked nervously. The man replied, they either died or fled. I'm afraid that not many of them survived. However, I heard that some of them were captured, and among them, there seems to be a Star Master from a lower territory. Is that true? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The man smiled bitterly. How could I dare lie to Master? Many people in the star boundary came from the territory of the lower stars, but there aren't many who are Star Masters. It is said that in order to become a Star Master, one must refine a star's source. I don't know how that guy managed to obtain a complete star source. Although his cultivation isn't high, his future is bright. This news was released by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, how could it have spread to the entire southern territory? Why did they release this news? Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, his anxious mood calming down. The celestial lord that this person was talking about should be AIO if he wasn't mistaken. Since AIO was fine, Chiyu and the others should also be fine. Of course, this was only the most ideal guess. It was also possible that the others had encountered some kind of accident. What else could they do? Naturally, they spread the news so that they could hold an auction and let Master know that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect is preparing to hold an auction in Flowing Shadow City a month from now. The items to be auctioned are the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect and their Star Master. Can a Star Master be auctioned? Yang Kai was stunned. The man smiled bitterly. Master must be joking. That Star Master contains a complete star source. If it can be extracted and transferred to a disciple with good aptitude, that disciple's future will be limitless, so it's only natural that people would flock to obtain it. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he first entered the Starlight Corridor and met Yin Lusheng seemed to be very interested in the star's source in his body and even said that there was a secret method to extract it and transfer it. Now, it seemed that Yin Lusheng was not just spouting nonsense. A complete star source was extremely important to a cultivator's cultivation, so AIO's life was definitely not in danger. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was worried about Chiyu and the others. A month from now, Flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. Now that Thousand Leaves sect had been destroyed, and it had been a year since then, it was useless for him to be anxious. Now that things had come to this point, he could only act according to circumstances. One last question, where is Thousand Leaves sect and Flowing Shadow City? Yang Kai looked at the man and asked in a deep voice. How could the man dare not answer? He obediently pointed in two directions. After a long time of not receiving a response, the man raised his head only to find that the young man had already disappeared. A feeling of escaping death welled up in the man's heart, and it was only at this moment that the man discovered that his clothes were soaked in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. High up in the sky, Yang Kai and Ying Fei flew side by side, their speed as fast as lightning. Seemingly sensing that Yang Kai's mood was not good, Ying Fei did not dare to disturb him casually, but he secretly felt that someone was about to get into trouble. Yang Kai dared to destroy a behemoth like Seeking Passion sect in the Northern Territory, so now that this Flowing Shadow Sword sect had provoked him, it was likely that they would not have a good ending. After a long silence, Ying Fei said, Young Master Yang, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel that something is not quite right. Yang Kai nodded lightly, I feel it too. Monster King, What do you think is wrong? As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the onlooker. Previously, Yang Kai was focused on inquiring about Thousand Leaves sect, Qiyu, and the others, so he did not think too much about it. Now that he was flying through the air and the cold wind blowing, his mind calmed down and he noticed many flaws. Now that Ying Fei mentioned it, he immediately understood that he was not being paranoid, but that something was really wrong. Hearing this, Ying Fei asked, "Since Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed a year ago, why was the auction only held today? If they really had such intentions, they would have started the auction long ago." Not only that, this matter seems to have been deliberately spread around, as if they were trying to spread the news to someone. This year was the time for the news to ferment, and some people were afraid that this news would not reach them. Chapter 2667. Thousand Leaves Sect. The last time Yang Kai had been here, this place was still considered a majestic mountain with beautiful scenery. But when he came here again today, everything he saw was dilapidated, and the scenery was bleak. Between the mountains and plains were broken walls, and the pavilions that originally stood there had basically collapsed. Traces of a great battle could be seen everywhere, and the blood on the ground had long since dried up. Birds were flying in the sky, and the earth was in ruins. Yang Kai slowly flew through the air with a gloomy expression. Sweeping the entire Thousand Leaves sect with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that not a single living person could be found. He could only occasionally find a few beasts and birds in the mountains, and there seemed to be a rotting smell lingering in the air. Thousand Leaves sect had really been destroyed. Although Thousand Leaves sect was not a great sect, it was still a sect that had existed for several tens of thousands of years. At its peak, it was the overlord of the southern territory, with countless disciples and masters as common as clouds. However, today, Thousand Leaves sect no longer existed in this world. An inexplicable anger surged in Yang Kai's chest, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although it was just his intuition, Yang Kai felt that this matter was somehow related to him. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not figure out how he was related to Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Perhaps, only by finding the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and asking them would he be able to understand the reason behind all this. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of Thousand Leaves sect's main hall, where he could sense the auras of several living people. His eyes darkened as his figure flickered and he flew in that direction. After a short while, he landed in front of the main hall. A statue had originally been erected in front of the main hall, a portrait of Thousand Leaves sect's ancestral founder. It was there for future generations to worship. However, this statue had long since collapsed, as if someone had cut it down with a single stroke of a sword. The cut was neat and tidy, indicating that the person who had done this had extraordinary strength. Yang Kai reached out and touched the cut, feeling the aura of the wind from it. The fragrance of meat wafted out from the main hall. He could also vaguely hear the voices of several people inside. Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered, bringing with him a burst of cold wind. Inside the main hall, several people were sitting on the ground, cooking some unknown meat soup. They drank large bowls of wine and ate large chunks of meat, looking very happy. Hearing the sound of movement, several people turned around at the same time. An older man stood up and glared at Yang Kai. "Who are you?" Yang Kai glanced at them and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he discovered that they weren't disciples of Thousand Leaves sect. Thinking about it, if they were disciples of Thousand Leaves sect's surviving disciples, they would have long since concealed their names and escaped. Why would they do such a thing in their own sect's main hall? The strongest of these people who were kings, and Saint King realm cultivators from the Dao source realm. So, Yang, sects, and the sect's sect, a cultivator, cultivators lived. To these cultivators, cultivator was a cultivator and a cultivator had sect been a sect. Yang Kai had no interest in being entangled with them and simply asked, "Is there no one left alive in Thousand Leaves sect?" In case they didn't have good eyesight, he would release a little pressure when he spoke. The few of them immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy, and the face of the man who was pretending to be imposing changed. His body instantly shrank as he looked at Yang Kai with fear and trepidation, I've never seen him. This was expected. Yang Kai nodded, looked around, and didn't say anything else. The man's forehead was dripping with cold sweat as he stood in place, not daring to move. After a long while, Yang Kai turned around and left. Only then did the cultivators in the main hall feel as if they had been granted amnesty and their bodies went limp. To them, a master like Yang Kai could easily take their lives if he wanted to. Moreover, these so-called masters were temperamental, so no one knew when they would kill. Therefore, when they went out to train, it was best to avoid masters who were more powerful than them and avoid them at all costs. After escaping death, these people hurriedly glanced at each other. How could they still care about the meat soup that was about to be cooked? They all fled out of the main hall at such a fast speed that they wished they had been born with an extra pair of legs. In the nameless valley, Yang Kai looked around for a while before standing at a certain spot with bright eyes. Yang Kai was very familiar with this valley as he had come here the last time he came to Thousand Leaves Sect. This was because this was a forbidden area of Thousand Leaves Sect. For generations, besides the sect master, no one else had been able to enter this place. On the surface, this was just an ordinary valley, but in reality, there was a large illusory array covering this place, concealing the space array that led to Thousand Leaves Sect's independent small world. Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai finally remembered the name of Thousand Leaves Sect's independent small world. It was in that Emperor Heaven Valley that Yang Kai had encountered a powerful corpse puppet and Lu Yen had obtained his soul puppet body. A great battle had probably taken place in this valley on that day, as the surroundings were filled with traces of battle. Dried blood and white bones could be seen everywhere. From the looks of it, quite a few people had died here when Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed. At the center of the valley, where the space array was located, Yang Kai carefully inspected the damaged array. Not long after, his eyes lit up. He could tell that this space array had been destroyed by brute force. Furthermore, the person who had done it was in a hurry, as if they had something urgent to attend to at that time. Yang Kai could not help but wonder if the person who had destroyed this array was Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master, Yi Hen. If it was him, then this news was not too bad, because it was very likely that there were still Thousand Leaves Sect disciples alive in Emperor Heaven Valley on the other side of the space array. If he was Yi Hen, knowing that his sect was about to be destroyed, he would definitely move his sect's disciples and people close to him into Emperor Heaven Valley before destroying the space array to save their lives. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world. Although it was not very big, as long as the space array was destroyed, it would be very difficult for anyone in this world to enter it. The traces of the array being destroyed in a hurry proved this point. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai stood up and said, "Monster King, protect me." He wanted to reopen this space array and enter Emperor Heaven Valley to take a look. At that time, everything would be clear to him. Ing Fei nodded and with a leap, he disappeared in an instant. No one knew where he had hidden himself. Yang Kai swept his sleeve, causing a gust of wind to blow away the debris on the damaged space array. He then extended his hand to touch the array in front of him. This space array of Thousand Leaves Sect was repaired with the help of Yang Kai last time. Although it was destroyed this time, it was naturally not difficult for Yang Kai to repair it again. It could even be said that he was very familiar with it. The power of the space principles fluctuated, causing the space to vibrate and hum. The place where Yang Kai was at quickly became illusory, as if the space there had collapsed. There seemed to be a mysterious power resonating with Yang Kai, and the broken other side was reconnected with this power. A pitch-black hole suddenly opened, and the interior of the hole was filled with nothingness. It gave off a feeling of devouring everything, causing one's heart to palpitate uneasily. A void corridor. Yang Kai urged his strength to maintain the stability of the void corridor as he stood up and called out, "Monster King!" Ing Fei reappeared beside him, staring at the void corridor with a stern gaze. Even someone as strong as him did not dare to underestimate this strange existence, because once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would be lost in the void forever, unable to find his way out. Yang Kai waved his hand casually, and with his Emperor Qi wrapped around him, he rushed directly into the void corridor. Soon, the two figures disappeared, along with the void corridor that had taken shape. Above the space array of Emperor Heaven Valley, Yang Kai and Ing Fei appeared at the same time. There was not a single person in sight, but Yang Kai's sharp eyes scanned the ground, and soon his eyes lit up. He saw some bloodstains on the ground as well as many footprints. Ing Fei sniffed and said, "There are quite a few people here." As a monster king, his sense of smell was naturally top-notch. Yang Kai nodded and locked his gaze in a certain direction, over there. He remembered that there was a valley with many caves in that direction. The corpse puppets they encountered back then were also there. If there were any disciples of Thousand Leaves sect who had survived and escaped here, they should have landed in that valley. The two flew towards the valley one after the other. The Emperor Heaven Valley was not big, but it was a small world of its own. Moreover, the world energy here was quite abundant, which was why it became the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect. After a stick of incense's worth of time, the two arrived above the valley. Yang Kai did not hide his figure and instead deliberately released his aura to descend. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out all around the valley, followed by a crowd of people. One cultivator after another with varying strength emerged from the forest, all of them looking at Yang Kai with pale faces. They had been hiding here for more than a year and had not seen any outsiders come here. They also felt that this was the safest place in the world, as the array outside had been destroyed, making it impossible for anyone to enter this place. But today, two outsiders had actually barged in. This caused the surviving disciples of Thousand Leaves sect to feel uneasy, as they did not know what kind of fate awaited them. The scene of their sect being destroyed a year ago was still vivid in their minds, and the sorrow of that day was still fermenting in their hearts. Could it be that even they, who had been dragging out an ignoble existence, were about to reach the end of their road? Two figures flashed out from the largest cave, one tall and straight, while the other had a graceful figure. "Senior Sister Yi, Brother Du." The numerous Thousand Leaves sect disciples greeted them. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had arrived together. Unlike the panic present on the faces of the other disciples, their eyes were sparkling with joy. That was because Yi Hen had told them when he sent them into the Emperor Heaven Valley that if there was anyone who could reopen the Emperor Heaven Valley, that person would definitely be Yang Kai. Therefore, when they sensed that outsiders had barged into the Emperor Heaven Valley, the first thought that came to their minds was that Yang Kai had come. Now that they had taken a closer look, that was indeed the case. The familiar figure that entered their eyes was simply the best news they had received in the past year. "Young Master Yang." Just as Yi Jinghan's words left her mouth, tears streamed down her face. The last time she saw Yang Kai, Thousand Leaves sect was in high spirits, having regained the legacy of their ancestors and retrieving the secret techniques that had been lost for many years. But now, in just a few years, the world had changed. Yi Jinghan thought of her father, whose fate she did not know, and could not help but feel nostalgic, causing her to be unable to restrain her emotions. Chapter 2668. Brother Yang. Although Du Xian wasn't as emotional as Yi Jinghan, he still cupped his fists in excitement. As long as Yang Kai was here, they would have a chance to leave this place and not be trapped in this Emperor Heaven Valley for the rest of their lives. Although Thousand Leaves sect had been annihilated for no reason and their enemy was powerful, as the eldest brother of Thousand Leaves sect's younger generation, he had the responsibility and obligation to avenge his sect. If he wanted to take revenge, he would first need to increase his strength and then leave this place. Increasing his strength was his own matter, but if he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Yang Kai. "Miss Yi, Brother Du." Yang Kai nodded lightly and sighed, "My condolences." He didn't know what to say. Anyone who had suffered the destruction of their sect would definitely be in a bad mood, so he could understand why Yi Jinghan had lost her composure. The three's short exchange allowed the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who didn't know the truth to see some clues. Soon, discussions broke out as everyone guessed Yang Kai's identity. After hiding here, Du Xian had told them not to be disheartened and not to give up so easily. They still had a chance to leave this place and take revenge for their sect. All they had to do was wait for a person called Yang Kai to arrive. Now that this person called Yang Kai had arrived, Many Thousand Leaves sect disciples became excited and looked at Yang Kai with fiery gazes. Is everyone here? Yang Kai swept his gaze around, but didn't see the person he was looking for. Although this was within his expectations, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There weren't many people from Thousand Leaves sect who had managed to escape this time, numbering no more than 500. Now, all of them were gathered in this mountain valley. Furthermore, their cultivations were all different. There were also less than 10 Dao Source Realm cultivators. Young Master Yang, let's talk inside. Yi Jing Han recovered a little and wiped the corners of her eyes as she gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and walked towards the cave, with Ying Fei following closely behind, concealing his aura. However, no one could see through his strength. Over the past year or so, Yi Jing Han, Du Xian and the others had been residing in the cave, harboring the desire for vengeance in their hearts as they worked hard in their cultivation, hoping that there would come a day when they would be able to personally slay their enemies. There wasn't much furniture in the cave, so all of them were seated on the ground. Aside from Yang Kai and Ying Fei, there were only Yi Jing Han and Du Xian, who seemed to be among the surviving Thousand Leaves sect disciples. Only the two of them had the highest cultivation and status. What exactly happened? I only heard that the Thousand Leaves sect was annihilated by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Is this true? Yang Kai asked. Yi Jing Han and Du Xian exchanged glances, the former nodding her head lightly before the latter spoke up. Brother Yang was right. The one who destroyed my Thousand Leaves sect was indeed the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Rumor has it that the existence of Tian Ho made the Flowing Shadow Sword sect more profitable. Is that true? Du Xian said angrily. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect mainly cultivates the way of the sword. Even if our Thousand Leaves sect has a heavenly Ho, how could we possibly tempt them? There's still a mastermind behind this matter. Yang Kai raised his brow. What do you mean? Yi Jing Han and Du Xian exchanged glances again, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Yang Kai replied, There's nothing to hide. Since I'm here, I naturally have to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also have friends in Thousand Leaves sect. Du Xian heard this. Only then did he speak up. Brother Yang, do you still remember Hua Qingxi? Yang Kai frowned. Sister Hua? How could he not remember Hua Qingxi? However, from Du Xian's words, the annihilation of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to be related to Hua Qingxi, which inevitably made him suspicious. Furthermore, after separating from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, they had never seen each other again. Yang Kai also didn't know where Hua Qingxi had gone. Sister Hua knew a lot of his secrets, especially regarding the sealed world bead. However, he felt that Hua Qingxi was trustworthy, so he gave her freedom and even gave her a precious extraordinary treasure pill. Du Xian said, after the Shattered Star Sea incident, Hua Qingxi suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect. It said that she had an agreement with Brother Yang to wait for Brother Yang in Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai nodded. That's right, it's true. When he separated from Hua Qingxi in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai had said that if she couldn't find him in the future, she could wait for him in Thousand Leaves sect. Because Qi Yu and the others were still in Thousand Leaves sect, he would definitely return to Thousand Leaves sect. Now, it seemed that Sister Hua had kept her promise and came to Thousand Leaves sect after leaving the Shattered Star Sea. Du Xian asked with a strange expression, Then, does Brother Yang know the true background of this Master Hua? Yang Kai replied, A disciple of Star Soul Palace. This wasn't a secret, and he had known about it for a long time. Hua Qingxi had been ordered by her master to go to Maplewood City to investigate the death of Han Lung, an abandoned disciple of Star Soul Palace, when she encountered Yang Kai. As a result, she was captured by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead as a soul slave. Du Xian was surprised. Brother Yang actually knows? He thought that Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was as clear as a mirror? Du Xian originally thought that Hua Qingxi had used Yang Kai, which was why he hesitated to speak, but now it seemed that things weren't as he thought. Du Xian didn't know what was going on. Yang Kai frowned. Brother Du, speak frankly. I trust Sister Hua, so the matter of Thousand Leaves sect shouldn't have anything to do with her. If he didn't trust her, Yang Kai wouldn't have let her go free. With the soul seal in his hand, he could control her life and death at any time. Du Xian pondered for a moment before speaking. Brother Yang, when Master Hua returned to Thousand Leaves sect again, she was already an Emperor Realm Master. However, she said that she had an agreement with you and would wait for you in Thousand Leaves sect, so Honored Master invited her to stay in the sect. During this time, she became very close to Qi Yu and the other honored guests. Hua Qingxi naturally knew about the relationship between Qi Yu and the others and Yang Kai, so there was naturally no problem for them to become close to each other. Moreover, Hua Qingxi had also broken through to the Emperor realm during her trip to the Shattered Star Sea, so the extraordinary treasure pill Yang Kai had given her had not gone to waste. Originally, everything was peaceful. Our Thousand Leaves sect had regained many of our secrets, and with Master Hua from the Emperor realm as a guest, the sect was naturally thriving. A nostalgic look appeared on Du Xian's face, as if he was reminiscing about that period of time. Unfortunately, things didn't go as we wished. One day, a very powerful master suddenly came to Thousand Leaves sect to look for Master Hua. Although we couldn't see through that person's cultivation, there was no doubt that he was from the Emperor realm. No one knew what that person said to Master Hua, but it was at that time that we learned that Master Hua was a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and a disciple of a Star Soul Palace elder at that. After that person left, the sect master went to visit Master Hua, but no one knew where she had gone. However, everyone thought that since Master Hua was a member of Star Soul Palace and her cultivation was from the Emperor realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for her, so they naturally didn't take this matter to heart. However, 1 month after that incident, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect suddenly attacked our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason and exterminated us. Yang Kai listened for a long time before his face sank. So, you're guessing that this matter is related to Sister Hua? How could this be related? Du Xian replied, it's not a guess, because when the sect was in trouble, the master who came to look for Master Hua also took action. I also saw that person from afar. Although I couldn't see him clearly, there was no mistaking his figure. That person was definitely a second-order Emperor Realm Master. If not for that, how could our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets be destroyed? Yi Jinghan nodded. That's right, I also saw that person. Most of our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven puppets were subdued by that person, which is why we were unable to resist the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face turned ugly. No wonder Thousand Leaves sect wasn't their opponent even with heaven puppets. It turns out that a second-order Emperor Realm Master intervened. But what exactly is going on here? If that second-order Emperor Realm Master was a member of Star Soul Palace, then he could just look for Hua Qingxi. Hua Qingxi was also a disciple of Star Soul Palace, and had not betrayed her sect. She had just failed to complete the task given to her by her honored master, so there was no reason for her to use someone else to exterminate Thousand Leaves sect in a fit of anger. Somehow, Yang Kai always felt that there was a conspiracy going on. Raising his head to look at Du Xian, Yang Kai said, the mastermind behind the scenes that Brother Du mentioned, could it be? He pointed his finger towards the sky. Du Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know, but there is no reason for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect to cause trouble for our Thousand Leaves sect for no reason. They must have been instructed by someone. Previously, he had suspected Hua Qingxi and Star Soul Palace, but now that he thought about it carefully, if Star Soul Palace really wanted to harm Thousand Leaves sect, there would be no need for them to go through so much trouble. Star Soul Palace was the overlord of the Southern Territory, the sect of the Great Emperors. They could easily crush Thousand Leaves sect. For a moment, everyone fell silent. Young Master Yang, you came in from the outside, but did you hear any news about my father? Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Yang Kai shook his head. I just returned to the Southern Territory not long ago, so I only have a rough idea of the situation. Is Sect Master Yi still alive? Yi Jinghan was on the verge of tears. I don't know. When Father sent us into the Emperor Heaven Valley, he destroyed the space array outside, so we don't know what happened outside. Du Xian said, Honored Master wanted to send Qi Yu and the other honored guests in as well, but they didn't agree and instead fought with the other disciples to protect the sect. Now, we don't know if they are still alive. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Chi Yu and the others were all overlords of the Hung Luo star field. Although they couldn't fully display their strength after coming to the star boundary, they were greatly taken care of after entering Thousand Leaves sect. Now that Thousand Leaves sect was in danger, with their nature, they naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. You don't need to care about their matters. Since they did this, it's their choice whether they live or die. Yang Kai sighed. Now, he could only confirm that AIO was still alive, and he didn't know whether ghost ancestor Chi Yu and Gu Song Yun were still alive, which worried him greatly. Standing up, he said, in a month's time, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect will be holding an auction in Flowing Shadow City. The item being auctioned is none other than your Thousand Leaves sect's Heavenly Ho. Do you want to go and take a look? What? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. Yang Kai sneered. This auction is the key. As long as we go there, the truth will be revealed. Chapter 2669. Hearing that Flowing Shadow Sword sect was going to publicly auction off Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly puppets, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were furious. Their sect had been destroyed due to their lack of strength, so they couldn't blame the heavens or anyone else. However, their sect's most precious treasure was actually going to be auctioned off. This was simply a humiliation. It was equivalent to digging out their corpses and whipping them after they died. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian wished they could fly to Flowing Shadow City and destroy the auction to snatch back those heavenly puppets. However, after their anger, their faces were filled with disappointment. Their ambitions were high, but their strength was insufficient. Even if they really went to Flowing Shadow City, it would be a one-way trip. Weren't they hiding here to accumulate strength and wait for the day when they could take revenge? Seeing their concerns, Yang Kai said, no matter what you choose, I'll still have to make a trip to Flowing Shadow City. Du Xian was shocked and said worriedly, but Brother Yang, Flowing Shadow City is the foundation of Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Since they dare to hold an auction, they will definitely be fully prepared. If you go, won't you be walking right into their trap? Yang Kai grinned. Then we'll have to see if their net is bigger or if my head is harder. Brother Yang. Du Xian was absent-minded, admiring Yang Kai's heroic spirit. His eyes lit up. Could it be that you're already an emperor? Hearing this, Yi Jinghan's expression also brightened. The two of them hadn't paid attention to Yang Kai's cultivation. After all, when they met Yang Kai that day, his cultivation was about the same as theirs. However, seeing Yang Kai's confidence, they couldn't help but release their divine sense to investigate. Their divine sense was like a stone sinking into the ocean, without the slightest ripple. However, there was a faint trace of emperor intent lingering around Yang Kai's body. Sure enough, he was already an emperor. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both shocked. They were shocked by the speed of Yang Kai's cultivation and growth. However, when they thought about it, weren't there many geniuses in this world who could climb up the martial Dao at an extremely fast pace? It was precisely because there were so many geniuses in this world that it became so brilliant and varied. Du Xian said solemnly, but Brother Yang, even if you are an emperor, Flowing Shadow City is still a tiger's den. In other words, it was impossible to break through. Not to mention that the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had a sect master from the Emperor realm. Just the mastermind behind the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect was not someone an ordinary emperor could afford to provoke. If this matter really involved Star Soul Palace, then Thousand Leaves sect would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, if it wasn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, wouldn't it be boring? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian stared blankly at Yang Kai, not knowing where he got his confidence from. However, when they thought about the destruction of their sect and the tragic deaths of countless of their disciples, the two of them felt their blood boil. Nodding their heads, they replied, let's go too. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must snatch Tianho back. Although the aura was not bad, both of them knew that with their strength, it was impossible for them to achieve such a feat if they really went to Flowing Shadow City. Once their identities were exposed, they would probably be besieged from all sides. The enmity between Flowing Shadow Sword sect and Thousand Leaves sect had already been formed. They would definitely have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Yang Kai smiled. That's how it should be. Bringing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along wasn't because he expected them to be of any help. Two Dao Source Realm cultivators wouldn't be able to accomplish much in such a chaotic battle. However, they were still members of Thousand Leaves Sect. One was the daughter of the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master, while the other was the eldest disciple of the Thousand Leaves Sect's younger generation. Yang Kai bringing them along to Flowing Shadow City to cause trouble could be considered justifiable. Otherwise, as an outsider, if he were to intervene in the matters of Thousand Leaves Sect, it would be akin to him drawing his sword to help when he saw injustice. To put it bluntly, it would be seen as him meddling in other people's business. For the time being, he did not want to expose his relationship with AIO and the others. Since they had already made their decision, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian no longer hesitated. They summoned a few of their trusted disciples and carefully instructed them to stay in Emperor Heaven Valley and cultivate properly. If they did not return, the task of reviving Thousand Leaves Sect would fall on their shoulders. Naturally, these Thousand Leaves Sect disciples tried their best to persuade them. However, since the two had already made up their minds, how could they change their minds with just a few words? Half a day later, Yang Kai brought the two of them out of Emperor Heaven Valley and returned to the nameless Valley of Thousand Leaves Sect through the space array. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were both born and bred in the Southern Territory, so they were naturally familiar with Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and Flowing Shadow City. They had also been to Flowing Shadow City a few times, so they immediately gave Yang Kai directions as they traveled at lightning speed. In a short 3 days, the group of 4 arrived at Flowing Shadow City. Looking at it from afar, Flowing Shadow City could be considered to be vast and majestic. The city walls were several dozen meters tall, and a giant sword was suspended above the city gates. The giant sword seemed to be forged from copper and was extremely thick and imposing. Hanging above the city gates, it looked as if it would descend and slice the earth in two at any moment. However, the cultivators entering and exiting the city were used to such a sight. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian followed behind Yang Kai with uneasy expressions as they landed outside the city gates. According to the two's plan, since they were going to invade the enemy's lair, they naturally had to change their appearances. At the very least, they had to put on some disguises to avoid attracting too much attention and causing unnecessary trouble. After that, they would wait for an opportunity to act in secret. However, Yang Kai did not allow them to change their appearances. Instead, he allowed them to show their true faces to others. The two of them were on tenterhooks throughout the journey. When they arrived outside Flowing Shadow City, their bodies stiffened and their hearts were filled with unease. Although they were already mentally prepared to die, their deaths had to be of value. If they were to die for no reason, then they might as well stay in the Emperor Heaven Valley and endure hardships, spending several hundred years of bitter cultivation. However, Yang Kai's confident appearance made it difficult for the two of them to ask him about it. At the city gates, there were many cultivator queues waiting to enter the city. Every slightly prosperous city was like this. Flowing Shadow City was already a good place to begin with, and with the upcoming auction, who knew how many people in the Northern Territory were interested in the Thousand Leaves Sect's puppets? There was even a Star Master who possessed a complete star's source, so naturally, it attracted an endless stream of cultivators from all over. The current Flowing Shadow City could be said to be filled with Dao sources, Emperor Realm Masters, and Masters. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect's sect master, Li Qingyun, personally oversaw it. As a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who majored in the Sword Dao of Slaughter, Li Qingyun could be considered an extremely powerful master in the Northern Territory. With his status, there was no need for him to be here. However, as the auction was being held, more and more cultivators from the Emperor Realm arrived in Flowing Shadow City. Many top sects had sent their masters to participate, and the other members of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect were unable to handle the situation. As the sect master, he could only do it himself. During this period of time, Li Qingyun had lost count of how many masters he had visited, and none of them were people his Flowing Shadow Sword sect could afford to provoke. Now that they were in Flowing Shadow City, his territory, as the city lord, he had to pay them a visit. Normally, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect would not have the opportunity to befriend so many masters. However, after a few visits, Li Qingyun was tired of dealing with them and did not even have time to cultivate. Furthermore, as the date of the auction approached, he could vaguely feel his heart palpitating. Although his cultivation was not very high, because he majored in the Sword Tao of Slaughter, he was extremely sensitive to danger. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen at this auction. If something went wrong, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect could be destroyed. However, he had no choice but to hold the auction. Faced with the orders of the master, Li Qingyun could not muster up any thoughts of resisting. Letting out a long sigh, the Emperor artifact illusory jade sword in front of him hummed slightly, as if it had sensed the change in its master's mood. "Sect Master!" A voice came from outside the door. "What is it?" Li Qingyun raised his eyes, a trace of exhaustion appearing on his face. If he had a choice, he would rather cultivate in seclusion in the sect. The Sword Tao had a long history, and with his ability he would not be able to comprehend it even if he devoted his entire life to it. How could he be in the mood to stir up trouble? However, in the eyes of the master, he and the entire Flowing Shadow Sword sect were nothing more than a chess piece. They had no choice but to place themselves on the chessboard. "A disciple has reported that 2,000 Leaves sect remnants have been discovered," the voice replied. "Moreover, they seem to be the daughter of the 1,000 Leaves sect's sect master and the eldest disciple of this generation." But Li Qingyun lowered his eyes. "At the city gates. They are about to enter the city." Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as the feeling of unease grew even stronger. It was as if an invisible mouth was about to bite him, and the intense sense of danger caused his skin to turn cold. How many years had it been since he last had such a feeling? The illusory jade sword hummed incessantly, making him even more certain of his senses. The person outside the door waited quietly for a long time, but did not receive any response from the sect master, so he could only wait bitterly. At the same time, outside the city gates, the crowd was panicking and running in all directions. A group of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples surrounded Yang Kai's group of 4 from the sky and on the ground. Those who had nothing to do with them retreated and watched from afar. Although the destruction of 1,000 Leaves sect by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was very sudden, since they had formed a blood feud, they naturally had to investigate the other party's background, especially those who had escaped. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's status in 1,000 Leaves sect was not low, and their portraits had long been circulated outside. Furthermore, Yang Kai had led them on a rampage, with no intention of queuing up to enter the city. He acted as if he was the boss and did not place the cultivator guarding the city gates in his eyes at all. Therefore, the moment they entered the city, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were immediately recognized by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples guarding the city gates. Their enemies had come to kill them, yet they still dared to provoke them in such an arrogant manner. There was no need for any instructions as the dozens of Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately set up an inescapable net, eyeing them covetously. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They never thought that Yang Kai would actually be so bold. Not only did he not allow them to hide their identities, he even took the initiative to provoke them. What exactly was Yang Kai planning? Was he so confident that he could come and go as he pleased in Flowing Shadow City? But now that things had come to this point, there was no point in regretting it. Recalling the actions of these Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in 1,000 Leaves sect a year ago, the eyes of the two gradually turned red as killing intent slowly filled the air. Even if they were to die, they would drag a few people down with them. Only then would they live up to the name of 1,000 Leaves sect disciples. The two of you have guts to actually dare to barge into my Flowing Shadow City. It looks like the people from 1,000 Leaves sect really don't know how to write the word death. The Dao Source Realm leader looked at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian with a sneer. However, when his gaze swept past Yang Kai and Ying Fei, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. He did not know where these two came from to actually be together with the people from 1,000 Leaves sect. Chapter 2670. Although the existence of Yang Kai and Ying Fei had raised this person's suspicions, he did not take it to heart. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect in the Southern Territory, far inferior to their Flowing Shadow Sword sect. So what if they had some connections? This was Flowing Shadow City, the base of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so who could act presumptuously here? His gaze lingered on Yang Kai for a moment before he coldly snorted, "Who are you? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Don't make a mistake." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to his words and simply looked at Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. "Do you want to collect some interest first?" Yang Kai did not even have the mood to take action against a bunch of small fries, but to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, who had a deep hatred for them, they were the best targets to vent their anger on. Hearing this, Du Xian's expression shook and he shouted, "Good, then we'll have to trouble Brother Yang to protect us." Yang Kai simply nodded and stood quietly in the same place. Impudent. Seeing Du Xian act so arrogantly, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple was enraged and he waved his hand. "Take him down." Asterisk clang clang. Asterisk sword cries rang out and sword lights danced as the figures of the dozen Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples intertwined, covering each other as they charged forward. Sword chi filled the air as sword intent filled the air. "Brother!" Yi Jinghan shouted. Du Xian understood and immediately turned around to stand back to back with Yi Jinghan. The two's hands danced in the air as round ball-like objects shot out one after another. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk after a series of crisp sounds, the round ball-like objects actually started to change under everyone's gazes. In the blink of an eye, they turned into lifelike monster beast. The world energy fluctuated as 4 puppet beasts suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A python, a lizard, a wolf, a bird. Every single one of them was like a living creature. If not for the fact that there was no sign of life coming from them, anyone would have thought that they were real monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of this. Although he had gone to the Thousand Leaves sect before and had interacted with them before, many of the Thousand Leaves sect's secret techniques had been lost at that time, and it was all thanks to him opening the Emperor Heaven Valley. Only then did he manage to find the secret manual that had been lost for many years. At that time, he hadn't seen the true strength of Thousand Leaves sect. Now that these 4 puppet beasts had appeared, Yang Kai knew that the Thousand Leaves sect had developed quite a bit over the past few years. Each of these 4 puppet beasts possessed strength comparable to a peak Dao Source Realm Master, so they should be the Earth-grade puppets of the Thousand Leaves sect. With the secret arts and secret tomes that Yang Kai had obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect were far superior to those of the past, whether it was in terms of refining puppets or controlling them. He had originally thought that it would be difficult for Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to face so many opponents with just 2 fists, but from the looks of it now, he had underestimated them. Chi 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 chi, sword light flashed as they slashed towards Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Each and every one of them was so condensed that if they were to be struck, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian would definitely suffer. However, the 2 of them didn't even show any signs of activating their protective source chi, instead focusing solely on controlling the 4 puppet beasts. The scales on the giant python-like puppet beast were bright and distinct. Its body suddenly curled up. Wrapping around Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, it blocked all of the incoming sword chi, causing dazzling sparks to fly out. Asterisk hong long long. Asterisk at the same time, the lizard-like puppet beast's body suddenly flashed with a brilliant light, before the ground beneath it loosened up. It leapt into the air and drilled into the ground, disappearing from sight. No one knew where it had gone. A wolf's howl rang out as a green light radiated from the body of the wolf puppet. Pouncing towards the 2 Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples closest to it, it bared its fangs, scaring them so much that they hurriedly raised their swords to defend themselves. However, right at this moment, the most delicate and nimble puppet bird drew a beautiful arc in the air. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced right through the chest of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple. His protective source chi was like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Asterisk poo. Asterisk the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple coughed out a mouthful of blood as he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if something was missing. Lowering his head, he saw a bloody hole in his chest, through which his internal organs could be faintly seen. Despite being besieged by more than a dozen people, The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were the first to die. The spectators in the distance turned pale with fright, shocked by the strength of the Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this wasn't a mistake, but the suppression of strength. Although the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had the advantage in numbers, each of the 4 puppet beasts was comparable to the Third Order Dao Source realm. The strength of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples varied greatly, making it impossible for them to resist. Retreat. The leading disciple turned pale with fright at the sight of this, a look of disbelief on his face. With the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had naturally obtained a lot of spoils of war, with the puppet beasts being the most abundant. Currently, there were quite a few Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who possessed Thousand Leaves sect's puppet beasts, but none of them could compare to the 4 puppet beasts before them. The Tao of puppetry not only required the strength of the puppet beasts themselves, but also the corresponding secret arts and secret techniques to control them. In other words, the same puppet beasts in the hands of others and Thousand Leaves sect disciples would display completely different levels of strength. Even though the Flowing Shadow Sword sect had obtained quite a few puppet beasts as spoils of war and had studied them for a period of time, they were unable to display the full strength of the puppet beasts, leading them to believe that these puppet beasts were nothing special. Only after seeing them now did they realize how wrong they were. The disciples were already trembling with fear, so when they heard the order, they naturally displayed their sword arts to protect themselves as they retreated quickly. But right at this moment, the puppet python protecting Yi Jinghan and Du Xian suddenly swung its whip-like tail, causing a series of killing sounds to ring out. Its tail was as thick as a water bucket, and no one knew what material it was made of. The strength of its tail was akin to the collapse of a mountain, and a few of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were unable to dodge in time were struck by its tail. Their abdomens instantly caved in as blood and internal organs spurted out from their mouths. Some of them were lucky enough to escape this calamity, but before they could even catch their breaths, a large hole suddenly appeared beneath their feet. The puppet lizard that had disappeared earlier actually broke through the ground and opened its mouth, biting down on one of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples before dragging him into the hole. Extremely mournful screams rang out from the ground, causing everyone who heard them to feel their hair stand on end and their hearts turn cold. With this as an example, the disciples immediately flew into the air. How could they dare to remain on the ground? However, the air wasn't safe either. The puppet wolf was constantly on the move, while the puppet bird was as fast as lightning. Every time it swooped down, blood would be spilled. Sword array. The leading Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared with a pale face. Originally, he had thought that these 2 trivial Thousand Leaves sect disciples would be easy to deal with, so he didn't place them in his eyes. However, after exchanging blows with them, he finally understood who was the wolf and who was the sheep. In just a short period of time, 6 or 7 of his own side had already died. If this continued, wouldn't they all die? With this order, the remaining Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples immediately split into several groups and set up sword arrays, working together to resist the terrifying puppet beasts. With the protection of the puppet python, Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were able to kill 6 or 7 people without suffering any injuries, causing them to feel extremely satisfied. The anger and frustration they had accumulated over the past year seemed to have been released at this moment, allowing them to control the puppet beasts with greater ease. Du Xian laughed heartily. Flowing Shadow Sword sect is only so. Although his tone was arrogant, he was actually controlling the puppet beasts to engage the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples in close combat. Sect exterminators, don't be impudent. The Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared in anger. 6 or 7 of their own had been killed in front of their city gates, and they were even provoked in such a manner. If they didn't regain their face, their Flowing Shadow Sword sect would no longer be able to establish itself in the northern territory. After experiencing the initial panic, they gradually regained their footing. Their hearts were filled with hatred, and they only wanted to tear Du Xian and Yi Jinghan into 1,000 pieces to wash away their previous humiliation. Sect extermination? Du Xian's expression turned ruthless as he clenched his teeth. If not for the help of others, How could your flowing shadow sword sect possibly have the ability to exterminate my Thousand Leaves sect? I, Du Xian, have come here today to seek justice for the many disciples of my Thousand Leaves sect that have died. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Kill! The numerous flowing shadow sword sect disciples roared in unison as their sword intent broke through the clouds. Under the sword array, sword chi shot out like a waterfall, seemingly wanting to shatter space itself. Brother! Yi Jinghan's face turned solemn as she formed a seal with one hand. The puppet python abruptly shrunk its body, wrapping around her and Du Xian tightly. As the sword chi slashed down, sparks flew from the puppet python's body, causing it to tremble violently. However, it did not harm Yi Jinghan or Du Xian in the slightest. Since you want to be a coward, why come to my flowing shadow city and make a fool of yourself? The flowing shadow sword sect disciple sneered as he waved his hand and shouted, "Slash again!" Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk sword chi after sword chi slashed down continuously, causing the puppet python to be unable to move at all. Even the sturdiest puppet python could not withstand such an attack, and countless cracks quickly appeared on its body. Discussions broke out amongst the surrounding onlookers, all of them feeling that these two from Thousand Leaves sect had been a little too careless. Since they had managed to escape this calamity, why did they have to come here and throw themselves into a trap? Now, it was likely that their futures would be bleak. If they were really smart people, they would find a place to hide and increase their cultivation, so that they could make a comeback in the future and take revenge. Haha. Seeing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian being beaten to the point where they were unable to retaliate, the flowing shadow sword sect disciple immediately burst into laughter. Let's see how long you can last. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the ground suddenly split open as the puppet lizard that had disappeared all this time suddenly appeared, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it charged towards the sword array. On top of the puppet lizard's head was a person standing with his head held high. Who else could it be but Du Xian? What? Many of the flowing shadow sword sect disciples were shocked. Although they did not know why Du Xian had charged over with such a disregard for his life, it was clear that he was up to no good. Immediately, they sent out their attacks towards Du Xian. However, Du Xian did not bother to dodge and simply sneered. Thousand Leaves sect's puppet techniques are actually so exquisite. Suddenly, someone in the air exclaimed in admiration, seemingly having discovered some clues. It was not just one person who had discovered the clues. At this moment, pairs of eyes hidden in the darkness were focused on Du Xian, who was standing on the puppet lizard's head, with looks of disbelief and shock filling their hearts. Chapter 2671. Sword light flashed and sword chi filled the air as the power of the sword array erupted. The dazzling light seemed to be able to illuminate the past and present, completely covering a large area around the city gate. Du Xian, who bore the brunt of this attack, could not avoid it. Countless raging energy turned into a strangling force, wrapping around him. In an instant, Du Xian's body was torn apart. Ha! You overestimate yourself. The leading flowing shadow sword sect disciple had thought that Du Xian had some kind of trump card when he saw him coming over so aggressively, but who would have thought that after a round of sword array attacks, Du Xian's head was already separated from his body, causing him to burst into laughter. As soon as his laughable voice sounded out, he instinctively noticed that something was wrong, and his face went grim as he stared his eyes wide open at Du Xian that was split into pieces. He seemed as if he'd seen an unbelievable scene, and he said with astonishment, "A puppet." This Du Xian, who had charged at them without hesitation and had faced death with equanimity, was actually not a living person, but a puppet. However, this puppet was refined so exquisitely that it was no different from a real person. During the battle, he did not have time to carefully distinguish it, and only after dissecting Du Xian's body did he notice it. Explode! A low roar, like the sound of the yellow springs, sounded in everyone's ears. The pieces of Du Xian's corpse that had been chopped into pieces suddenly flickered with a scorching light and instantly became extremely bright. An extremely dangerous aura spread out like a tsunami. The flowing shadow sword sect disciple's expression changed greatly as he roared with all his might, "Run!" While speaking, the sword in his hand rotated, releasing layers of impenetrable sword chi to protect his body as he tapped his foot. He quickly retreated. Kong. A loud noise sounded. Outside the city gate, a dazzling white ball suddenly burst open, covering an area of 1,000 feet, and a violent energy shock wave swept up a strong gust of wind, sweeping through the void. A series of muffled groans sounded, but then came to an abrupt stop as the vitality was suddenly extinguished, symbolizing the fall of a cultivator one after another. It caused the onlookers to shudder in fear and their faces to turn pale. After a short while, the dust settled. At the city gate of Flowing Shadow City, there was a large pit that was more than 100 feet deep and 1,000 feet wide. Next to the pit was a mess, with a large section of the city wall broken. On the ground, there were charred corpses and severed limbs. Kacha, it continued to hover in place. The puppet python guarding Du Xian and Yi Jinghan coiled its body, raising its head slightly as it flicked its scarlet forked tongue. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were still standing at its curled-up abdomen, completely unscathed. On the messy ground, a figure staggered up. It was the leading disciple of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Among the many disciples, he was the strongest and the quickest to react to the situation. Therefore, although he had suffered some injuries from the explosion of the puppet, he had managed to keep his life. Just as he stood up, the light in front of him dimmed. Someone was blocking his path. Looking up, it was Du Xian. Staring at each other, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple roared, "You cheated!" He brandished his sword, intending to slash at Du Xian. He felt unbearable pain all over his body, and his energy circulation became sluggish. His face became even paler. The self-destruction of the puppet Du Xian was extremely powerful, almost equivalent to the self-destruction of a peak Dao Source Realm cultivator. Many of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were close to it at that time, so almost all of them were wiped out. Even though he had managed to keep his life, he was not in a good state right now. Du Xian's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. Compared to the matter of Flowing Shadow Sword sect being in my Thousand Leaves sect, what does this matter? It's just interest. The enmity of the destruction of his sect was absolutely irreconcilable. Regardless of whether the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were under someone else's orders, they were all murderers. Du Xian naturally would not show any mercy to them. Saying so, he sent a palm strike towards the head of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple, intending to kill him. "Impudent Junior! This is Flowing Shadow City, how dare you commit murder?" At the same time an angry roar rang out, an old figure suddenly appeared in the sky, waving his hand and grabbing towards Du Xian. An emperor intent spread out, causing Du Xian to feel his body turn stiff. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. The Emperor Realm. Du Xian's expression changed, knowing that his actions just now had drawn out a master. However, this person did not seem to be the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect, so he did not know what the other party's intentions were and what relationship he had with Flowing Shadow Sword sect. "You're already so bloodthirsty at such a young age, what will happen when you grow up? This old master will bring you back to cleanse your sins." The old man seemed to be explaining his actions, and by the time he finished speaking, his hand had already grabbed onto Du Xian's head. In the air, a few other figures flashed, charging towards Yi Jinghan, who was still standing on the spot. Thousand Leaves sect was just a small sect, and if it was in the past, no one would pay them any attention. However, the recent uproar was due to Flowing Shadow Sword sect's unbridled promotion. However, the Tao of puppetry was an unorthodox Tao, so even if it had some uses, it would not attract much attention. However, after witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan today, the hidden forces of the Emperor Realm no longer dared to underestimate them. These two remnants of Thousand Leaves sect were actually able to slaughter so many people in Flowing Shadow City just by relying on a few puppets. If they could obtain such treasures, they would definitely be able to increase the strength of their sect. Therefore, in an instant, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had become highly sought after. Many people had made up their minds to bring the two of them back and uncover the secret behind Thousand Leaves sect's puppetry. Where did this shameless old thing come from? A cold snort rang out as an elite aura suddenly appeared, blasting towards the old man like a dragon emerging from the sea. The old man's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively sensed danger. He no longer cared about grabbing Du Xian and hurriedly pushed his strength towards the incoming aura, instantly pushing his strength to 70 to 80%. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, a muffled bang rang out as the old man's figure staggered backwards, his face turning pale as the blood and qi in his chest churned, almost causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. His heart filled with shock as he stared in the direction of the source of the attack and roared, "Who are you?" Yang Kai sneered and did not reply, instead sending a few palm strikes towards where Yi Jinghan was standing. Pa pa pa. A few figures stealthily moving towards Yi Jinghan suddenly appeared with ugly expressions on their faces. Without the suppression of the old man, Du Xian's source qi began to circulate once more, smashing the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciple who was still alive into meat paste with a single palm strike. Feeling extremely satisfied, he roared towards the sky. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the people from the Emperor realm and asked, "Which one of you is the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect?" Silence filled the air as no one replied. Yi Jinghan walked over and said in a low voice, "He's not here." Back when Flowing Shadow Sword sect had invaded Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Jinghan had seen Li Qingyun once and recognized his appearance. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "Are you a coward now?" He was also curious as to why the sect master of Flowing Shadow Sword sect was still not showing himself after so many of their people had been killed. This situation was a little different from what he had expected, causing him to feel slightly irritated. "Brat, who exactly are you?" The old man had suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai and had asked Yang Kai for a reply, causing him to feel extremely embarrassed. Yang Kai was in a bad mood as he swept a cold glance at the old man and snorted, "You should go back and enjoy your retirement at such an old age. Be careful not to break your back if you keep jumping around." Impudent. The old man flew into a rage. No matter what, he was the sect master of a sect, yet he was being humiliated in such a manner by a young man. This was simply intolerable. If not for the fact that he was wary of Yang Kai's extraordinary strength, he would have definitely exchanged a few blows with him and taught him what it meant to be strong with age. "Which family's disciple are you? How can you be so arrogant? Didn't your family's elders teach you how to behave?" A middle-aged man frowned. He couldn't stand Kai Yang's arrogant attitude. Yang Kai grinned, "You want to teach me how to behave?" The middle-aged man snorted, "Young man, it's not a good thing to be too arrogant. You should know that there is always a mountain taller than the one before it." Yang Kai waved the myriad sword and pointed it at him. "If you're not convinced, then let this young master see how tall your mountain is." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Unreasonable. The other people from the Emperor realm also shook their heads, thinking that this young man was like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught. What they didn't know was that Yang Kai had come here to cause trouble, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, how could he hold back? However, after messing around for so long, Yang Kai still hadn't shown up, causing him to feel a little dispirited. Letting out a long laugh, he put away the myriad sword and said, "It seems that all of you are just talking. If that's the case, then scram to the side and don't waste this young master's time." He called out to Yi Jinghan and Du Xian before sweeping out with his divine sense. Locking his gaze in the direction of the city lord's mansion, he said in a clear voice, "Since Sect Master Li is avoiding me, then this young master will pay him a visit." Saying so, his figure leapt forward, leading Yi Jinghan and Du Xian towards the city lord's mansion. The people from the Emperor realm exchanged glances, all of them guessing his intentions. However, they were also puzzled in their hearts, wondering where the two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect had found this person from the Emperor realm, who actually dared to charge into the dragon's lair alone. Furthermore, he seemed to possess extraordinary strength. From the looks of it, the Flowing Shadow Sword sect was in big trouble this time, and they didn't know if the auction would be held as scheduled. After witnessing the puppet techniques displayed by Du Xian and Yi Jinghan, these people from the Emperor realm were extremely interested in that heavenly hoe. They all felt that if they could buy one or two back, this trip would not have been in vain. It wasn't easy to raise the level of a puppet from the Emperor realm, but if they could buy one that was comparable to a puppet from the Emperor realm, it would be ready-made and could be used. The only difference was that they would need to spend some source crystals. For a moment, many people were worried that Yang Kai would ruin the auction. But then again, this was an outsider's matter after all. At most, they would just watch the show. They had no intention of interfering in this matter. In front of the City Lord's mansion, a group of flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples were on high alert, all of them trembling as their faces turned pale. It wasn't that they hadn't received the news that several dozen of their brothers had died in battle in front of the city gates. Originally, they thought that their sect master would definitely not let this matter rest and would definitely take action to teach those two remnants of the Thousand Leaves sect a lesson. However, they never expected that their sect master would show no reaction even now. Seeing Yang Kai walking towards them with his group, the palms of many of the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to sweat as they vigilantly and fearfully sized him up. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it waves of killing intent, causing everyone's hands and feet to turn cold. Chapter 2672. Get into formation. With a shout, the figures of the 300 flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples began to move, forming a shocking sword array in an instant. Their auras were linked together, layer after layer of sword intent stacked on top of each other. Blocking the entrance of the City Lord's mansion did not seem to be 300 cultivators, but a shocking sword. The chilling sword intent radiating from it could be clearly felt by all the cultivators in flowing Shadow City. Yang Kai looked at the sword array in disdain and sneered, "Sect Master Li, is this how you treat your guests?" If the other party said yes, he would not mind killing all 300 of them. Although this sword array was powerful, it could not stop him. A gentle voice rang out from within the City Lord's mansion, "Let them in." With Yang Kai already at the entrance, there was no way Li Qingyun could avoid him. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Li Qingyun did not intend to make things difficult for Yang Kai and instead ordered the disciples to let them in. Sect Master. The Third Order Dao Source Realm disciple in charge of the sword array turned around and looked at the City Lord's mansion in disbelief, thinking that he had heard wrongly. With this sword array and the combined strength of 300 disciples, even those from the Emperor realm would lose a layer of skin. Yang Kai's group had committed murder at the city gates, and their enmity with the flowing Shadow Sword sect was irreconcilable. How could they let them go so easily? Let them in. Li Qingyun's voice rang out once again, but this time, it was much more dignified. The expression of the disciple in charge of the sword array fluctuated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let them in." Walala. The crowd took the initiative to disperse, and the shocking sword intent weakened significantly. The crowd moved. Naturally, the sword array could not be maintained. A wise choice. A strange look flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he secretly felt that this Li Qingyun was quite interesting. Under the hateful gazes of the crowd, Yang Kai led Yi Jinghan and Du Xian inside. In contrast to Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor, both Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were feeling nervous in their hearts, causing them to secretly gulp down their saliva, while circulating their source qi. He was afraid that the flowing Shadow Sword sect would go back on their word and launch a sneak attack. But when they walked into the City Lord's mansion, nothing happened. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but exhale. In the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, a figure was sitting cross-legged. That figure was as straight as a sword and had the demeanor of a master. For some reason, a 3-foot-long green peak was constantly emitting clanging sounds. As Yang Kai approached, the sounds became more and more urgent and concentrated. It was as if it was warning him of something. Yang Kai could not help but take a few more glances at the sword. Li Qingyun's eyes were still tightly shut. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and the sword calmed down. He said, "The Jade Void Sword is the treasure of my flowing Shadow Sword sect, and only the sect master can wear it. It has the ability to warn others, and the stronger the enemy, the more urgent its warning sound will be. I have avoided many dangers with it, but I'm afraid I won't be able to avoid it this time." Sect Masterly. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards him and nodded lightly. Standing behind Yang Kai, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian's eyes were bloodshot. They gnashed their teeth and glared at him, looking as if they could not wait to kill him. Who exactly are you? Li Qingyun raised his head and looked at Yang Kai. A nameless junior. Even if I told you, Sect Master Li wouldn't know, Yang Kai replied indifferently. Li Qingyun said, fame is something that can only be gained through hard work. After today, your name will definitely spread far and wide. Yang Kai smiled. False fame is nothing but dust. Life is like a dream, and the martial Tao is eternal. Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed as he looked towards Yang Kai. He felt as if every word he said was a gem, like a heavy hammer pounding on his heart. He seemed to have caught onto something, giving him a feeling as if the clouds had cleared up and he could see the moon. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not find anything, causing him to frown. Sighing softly, he said, sure enough, there are new talents in every generation, with the new replacing the old. A dejected look appeared on his face, as if he had suffered a blow. Pausing for a moment, he said, is your excellency here to stand up for Thousand Leaves Sect? If that's the case, then make your move. Although this Li knows that he's not a match for you, he's not a person who will sit and wait for death. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, asking, do you want me to kill him? Nod your heads and I'll take his life. Du Xian and Yi Jinghan clenched their teeth, the red in their eyes turning even more intense as the chilling killing intent within them condensed into a solid state. It was this person who had led a large group of Flowing Shadow Sword Sect disciples into Thousand Leaves Sect a year ago, wantonly slaughtering countless Thousand Leaves Sect disciples who had died at his hands. Over the past year, there hadn't been a moment when the two of them didn't want to kill this person to avenge their dead brothers and sisters. But now, their enemy was right in front of them, and even though they believed that Yang Kai would do as he said and take his life, they just couldn't bring themselves to do it. As if their minds were connected, Yi Jinghan closed her eyes and said softly, Big brother. Du Xian also took a deep breath and said, the enmity of annihilating my sect must be avenged with my own hands. Yang Kai smiled and looked at them, then the two of you will have to work hard in your cultivation. He's from the Emperor realm. Du Xian gritted his teeth and said, we're younger than him. Youth was the greatest asset one had. Li Qingyun nodded lightly, looking at the two of them with a complicated gaze. This king awaits your arrival at any time. Du Xian pointed at him and said, don't worry, there will be a day when Flowing Shadow Sword Sect will be destroyed by my hands, and your head will also be mine. After saying this, Du Xian seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief as a complicated expression appeared on his face. Li Qingyun said slowly, Sect Master Yi isn't dead. What? Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were shocked upon hearing this, the former trembling in excitement. Is that true? Li Qingyun nodded. Sect Master Yi is currently in my Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. If you want to see him, you can pick him up at any time. Yi Jinghan was stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. Du Xian pulled her into his arms and asked with a cold expression, why is that? Li Qingyun frowned and said, there is no deep enmity between our sects, and this sect was forced to deal with Thousand Leaves Sect. Someone got what they wanted, so it doesn't matter whether Sect Master Yi lives or dies. What do you mean? Du Xian looked at him blankly. Yang Kai's expression changed. So someone really ordered you to do this? Was it Star Soul Palace? Li Qingyun's expression changed and he immediately shut his mouth, as if he was afraid of something. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that he was afraid and immediately changed the topic. You just said that someone got what they wanted. What did that person want? Li Qingyun shook his head and did not answer. Yang Kai snorted. Does Sect Master Li think that this young master is easy to talk to? A mere Flowing Shadow Sword Sect is something that this young master can destroy with a flip of his hand. Li Qingyun said solemnly, Flowing Shadow Sword Sect and this king are just pawns. Why is your excellency making things difficult for me? If your excellency wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword Sect, if I satisfy your excellency, anyone else wants to destroy my Flowing Shadow Sword Sect. Either way, death is the only outcome. Yang Kai sneered. It seems that the person behind Sect Master Li is quite extraordinary, to be feared to such an extent. Li Qingyun shook his head. There is no need for your excellency to probe me. Yang Kai snorted. All right, since Sect Master Li is so straightforward, I won't make things difficult for you. I will ask you some things that you can reveal. Where is the Star Master that you captured in Thousand Leaves Sect now? Li Qingyun said, since your excellency has already guessed, why bother asking? My Flowing Shadow Sword Sect is just a pawn that has been pushed to the forefront. The person that was captured and the item that was stolen is not in my sect's hands. Yang Kai's expression sank when he heard this. Although he had guessed as much, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he heard Li Qingyun's answer. If AIO had been imprisoned in Flowing Shadow City or the Flowing Shadow Sword Sect, he would have been able to save him immediately. However, AIO wasn't here and Li Qingyun probably didn't know where AIO was imprisoned. The so-called auction was nothing more than a ploy by someone using Flowing Shadow Sword Sect's territory and identity. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, besides the Star Master, who else did you capture that day? Li Qingyun thought for a moment before replying, there were a few cultivator from the lower realm, but none of them were as important as the Star Master. Are they alive or dead? Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. Li Qingyun shook his head, I don't know. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before asking, one last question, what does the person behind the scenes want? Li Qingyun still shook his head, I don't know. In a loft in Flowing Shadow City, a pale-faced old man sat cross-legged. This old man looked like he had one foot in the grave, as if he could die at any moment, but the vitality in his body was extremely vigorous, and the aura he was exuding had reached the terrifying level of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Beside the old man, a beautiful woman in palace robes knelt on the ground. Her hair was disheveled and her face was pale, as if she had been tortured. From time to time, a look of extreme pain would flash across the beautiful woman's face. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the sound of footsteps could be heard, followed by a knock on the door. Come in. The old man called out. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man entered. He glanced at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him before quickly looking away and cupping his fists. Honored master. The old man looked up at him and asked, how was it? The middle-aged man replied, the fish took the bait. As soon as he said this, the beautiful woman in palace robes who had been kneeling on the ground trembled. The old man's eyes flashed and he chuckled, good, good, very good. This old master's year of planning was not in vain. He finally came. The middle-aged man said, honored master, that little brat is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Since he is here, let this disciple take him down. He won't be able to cause any trouble. The old man smiled and shook his head, don't underestimate that little brat. He is someone who is proficient in the Tao of space. Although he is only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, if he is not fully prepared, even this old master may not be able to take him down. The middle-aged man didn't seem to care. He felt that his honored master was overestimating that little brat. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. The other party was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. He could easily take him down, so why bother? How could the old man not know what he was thinking? He glanced at the beautiful woman in palace attire kneeling beside him and said, your junior sister Qingxi has been by his side for quite some time. She knows best how strong that kid is. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Chapter 2673. When the middle-aged man heard this, he turned his head to look at the beautiful woman kneeling beside him and asked, Junior Sister Hua, do you think I can take down that boy if I do it myself? This beautiful woman was none other than Hua Qingxi, who had separated from Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea. When they separated, she was only in the third-order Tao Source realm, but she had obtained some opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea and had now advanced to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, she did not have the honor of being in the Emperor realm at all. Instead, she looked like a prisoner. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and did not answer, turning her head to the side. Junior Sister Hua, you're not being honest again. When the middle-aged man saw this, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth and his hands suddenly formed a strange seal. In the next instant, a miserable shriek rang out from Hua Qingxi's mouth. She felt as if she had been subjected to the most unbearable torture in the world. Her pretty face instantly distorted from the pain, and large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead, drenching her clothes in an instant. "Honored master." She forced herself to crawl to the old man's feet, kneeling and shouting. The old man, however, was as motionless as a mountain. He did not even raise his eyebrows, as if he did not hear or see anything. The middle-aged man sneered, "As honored master's disciple, you are actually so protective of an outsider. If it weren't for honored master's mercy, I would have already taken your life. Now, I'm letting you live to make up for your mistakes, but you are so stubborn. As your brother, I really can't stand it anymore. Perhaps I will have to give you some punishment." "Honored master?" Hua Qingxi's voice trembled and her face was extremely pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "If you want that thing back, I will go and tell him." "Honored master, please stop. Let him live. He is not an unreasonable person. Disciple has some friendship with him, so I can persuade him. Honored master, please give disciple a chance." Presumptuous. The middle-aged man was furious when he saw that she was not begging for mercy despite being tortured, but was instead exonerating someone else. She changed her hand seals again, and Hua Qingxi shrieked as she curled up into a ball. The elder softly sighed and helplessness appeared on his face. "Girls truly cannot be kept at home when they are of age. You are siding with outsiders." With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand seal. The old man stretched out his hand and lifted Hua Qingxi up, saying, "This old master knows. It was all thanks to him that you were able to break through to the emperor realm, but don't forget who taught and raised you." Just master. "Disciple will never forget master's kindness in raising me." Hua Qingxi opened her weak eyelids and said. The old man nodded and said, "It's good that you know. If it was something else, this old man might not necessarily refuse you. After all, you are now in the emperor realm. As this old man's disciple, this old man also has honor on his face, but this matter is of great importance, so the fewer people who know about it, the better. Back then, I sent you to scout for information because I thought highly of you, but you disappointed me." Hearing this, a look of guilt flashed across Hua Qingxi's eyes. Although she had no choice at that time, having been implanted with a soul seal by Yang Kai and taken into the sealed world bead, she had indeed failed to live up to her master's expectations. Later on, although Yang Kai gave her her freedom, she had no intention of reporting this matter because Yang Kai had shown her kindness, so she naturally couldn't repay his kindness with enmity. She only wanted to conceal her identity and never return to Star Soul Palace again. She wanted to pretend that the previous Hua Qingxi was dead, but she never thought that her master would send her brother Wu Ming to Thousand Leaves Sect. Not only did he capture her, he even caused the destruction of Thousand Leaves Sect. She had been implanted with a secret technique, so she couldn't remember revealing anything to her master. However, she knew that she was the cause of Thousand Leaves Sect's destruction, and that it was also her master's method to lure Yang Kai out. Because there were several people in Thousand Leaves Sect that Yang Kai valued highly, as long as they were captured, Yang Kai would definitely not let this matter rest. Facts proved that this move was not a mistake. Now, Yang Kai had indeed been lured to Flowing Shadow City and was caught in a trap. That little brat dared to steal this old master's treasure, so how could this old master tolerate him? Qingxi, don't worry too much. Once this matter is over, follow this old master back to Star Soul Palace and enter secluded cultivation. The old man waved his hand. The old man waved his hand. Although his tone was calm, there was a flash of excitement in his eyes. A year ago, when Wu Ming brought Hua Qingxi back to Star Soul Palace, he used a secret technique to force Hua Qingxi to reveal many secrets. Not only did he find out who had the treasure he had lost, he also found out that that person had a space artifact that occupied a vast area. If that was all, it would have been fine. Although the space artifact was precious and rare, it was still just a space artifact. If one did not cultivate the space divine technique, they would not be able to use it at will. More importantly, there were many rare treasures in the space artifact. What he was particularly interested in were the two divine trees, one of which was full of vitality, while the other was gold and silver. As an elder of Star Soul Palace and a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, the old man had lived for most of his life and had seen many things. After carefully examining the characteristics of the two divine trees, he could almost conclude that one of them was the legendary Immortal Tree. The Immortal Tree. It was rumored that if one could refine it, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. It was a great temptation to any cultivator. He was old and had thought that there was no hope for him to break through in this lifetime, but who would have thought that an opportunity would suddenly fall from the sky? If he could obtain the Immortal Tree and refine it, it was very likely that he would become one of the great emperors. At that time, he would be able to stand on equal footing with the great emperors of Bright Moon. As for the gold and silver divine trees, he had some vague guesses, but he did not dare to be too sure. In any case, these two divine trees were supreme treasures of heaven and earth. Anyone who obtained one of them would have a great fortune, but he did not expect that they would be gathered in the hands of a single person. As long as he could kill that person, these supreme treasures would be his. After refining the Immortal Tree, where in the world could he not go? The old man did not reveal such a secret to anyone, including Wu Ming, who he relied on the most. Wu Ming only thought that his honored master was scheming for a treasure that had been lost many years ago. How could he have known that his honored master was scheming for more? At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that after this, even Hua Qingxi would be silenced. Hua Qingxi's face darkened. She knew that it was useless to say anything now. Wu Ming stood aside, glanced at Hua Qingxi, sneered, and ridiculed. "Junior sister Hua, you haven't taken a fancy to that boy, have you?" Hua Qingxi raised her head and glared at him, gritting her teeth and saying, "Don't talk nonsense. Bitch, you still dare to talk back?" Wu Ming's face twitched. He straightened his palm and was about to cast a seal to teach Hua Qingxi a lesson. Hua Qingxi had been implanted with a heart-urging insect, so her life and death were all in his hands. How could he allow Hua Qingxi to be so presumptuous in front of him? Enough. The old man raised his hand slightly and stopped Wu Ming's intention. "Go to the auction venue and arrange it carefully. This time, there can be no mistakes." Dealing with a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, even a character like the old man didn't dare to be careless. That day, when Yin Lixing wanted to deal with Yang Kai, he had to first set up a large spirit array to isolate the world, so how could the old man be careless? An accident was enough to make Yang Kai escape. Although he had the person Yang Kai wanted in his hands, he couldn't guarantee that Yang Kai would obediently comply. Wu Ming resentfully retracted his hand and coldly stared at Hua Qingxi, thinking to himself, "I'll let you have some peace for a while. After this matter is over, I'll ask honored master for you and treat you well." After Wu Ming left, the old man said, "Your brother has always been arrogant, so don't blame him." Hua Qingxi said she didn't dare, but her heart was bitter. Now that she was like this, with this treatment, where was the slightest bit of brother and disciple relationship? Honored master guarded against her like a thief, and her brother also didn't like her. The world was so big, so where should she go? Her cultivation had broken through to the emperor realm, but the direction of her life had suddenly become confused. "Boy, what's your name?" Outside the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai's group had just walked out when they were stopped by someone. The person in front of them was a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old. She had a petite figure and wore a clean light blue dress. Although she wasn't very tall, her figure was extremely good. Her breasts were swollen, as if they were about to burst out of her clothes. Her waist was slender, and her buttocks were round and full. The young girl's face was elegant, but she had a vigorous, heroic spirit. Standing in front of Yang Kai, she looked up at him with an old and experienced look. Yang Kai was stunned. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and said, "Are you talking to me?" He was sure that he didn't know this young girl. When he entered the city, he didn't see her, so he didn't know why she suddenly blocked his path. The young girl frowned and said angrily, "Who else could it be? Do we know each other?" Yang Kai looked at her with a strange expression. The young girl said impatiently, "Just answer me. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "If I answer when you ask me, won't I lose face?" This little girl was also inexplicable. For no reason, she blocked in front of Yang Kai and gave him an arrogant look. This really didn't make Yang Kai have a good impression of her. Flying Eagle on the side grinned, "Yang Xiaofeng is handsome, a dragon among men. I'm afraid that someone fell in love with you at first sight." Before Flying Eagle finished speaking, a fist suddenly brushed past his cheek. If Flying Eagle hadn't seen the opportunity and dodged quickly, this fist would have hit him in the face. The one who punched was naturally the young girl. When this attack came out, whether it was Yang Kai or Flying Eagle, they couldn't help but change their expressions. This was because the power of this punch was so terrifying that it seemed like the void was going to explode. On the other hand, the young girl seemed to have just casually punched and didn't use any strength at all. Flying Eagle's face darkened, and he was a little frightened. Although he was a monster king and had great strength, if he really took a punch like that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. The young girl was petite and dainty, but he didn't expect her to have such great strength. A trivial monster king. If you dare to mention that word again, I'll immediately take your dog life. The young girl warned Flying Eagle and slowly withdrew her fist. Flying Eagle was really frightened this time. His eagle-like eyes bloomed with a terrifying light that enveloped the young girl, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He had been hiding his aura and following Yang Kai without revealing any flaws. Even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master might not be able to see through his depths, but this young girl not only saw through him at a glance, but also knew that he was a monster king. This eyesight was terrifying. Chapter 2674. Hesitating for a moment, Ying Fei asked, "Which word?" The girl's words puzzled him. He didn't know what he had just said to anger her. But Ying Fei wasn't scared. He was one of the 32 monster king of the ancient land. Even if the girl's cultivation was good, he wasn't that easy to deal with. If they really fought, Ying Fei wasn't afraid of her. While asking, he released his divine sense and scanned the girl, wanting to see what her cultivation was like. Yang Kai was also doing this, but what shocked the two of them was that the girl was clearly standing there, but when they used their divine senses to probe her, they found nothing. Forget about probing her cultivation, they couldn't even detect her presence. There were only two possibilities for this situation. The first was that the girl's cultivation was much higher than Ying Fei and Yang Kai's. The second was that she had a treasure that prevented others from prying. The first situation was unlikely. Ying Fei was still a monster king. Those who were stronger than him were either holy spirits or great emperors. This girl was so young, her cultivation definitely hadn't reached that level yet, so she must have a treasure protecting her. This girl's background wasn't small, Yang Kai thought to himself, wondering what sect she came from. "You'll understand when you say that word." The girl sneered, not answering Ying Fei's question directly, as if she didn't put him in her eyes. She turned to Yang Kai and asked, "What's your name?" She seemed to be insisting on Yang Kai's name, insisting on getting a clear answer. But before Yang Kai could answer, she suddenly waved her hand and said, forget it, you don't need to answer." "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai's veins on his forehead jumped, thinking that this girl wasn't crazy, right? She stopped him for no reason. Saying these words without rhyme or reason, he couldn't help but feel angry. The girl coldly snorted, "Who do you think you are to be played with by this girl?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "Then I don't know who this girl is." He had seen a lot of arrogant and domineering people, but he had never seen someone like this. This could no longer be described as arrogant. He was simply too self-centered and did not care about the thoughts of others. "Someone who wants your life." The girl coldly replied. Yang Kai was shocked. "You want to kill me? Isn't this the first time we've met? What grudge do you have?" The girl seriously frowned. She nodded. "Although this is the first time we've met, you have something that doesn't belong to you. You shouldn't have refined it, or you'll die." "What?" Yang Kai's confused. "You'll know when I break your bones." After she said Yang Kai's like a girl, her fists hers, her. But the power of this fist caused Kai Yang's face to change. A pitch-black mark was left in the void. Space suddenly shattered, and the violent fist energy was like a huge whirlpool, pulling Yang Kai towards the center of the whirlpool, wanting to smash him into pieces. Yang Kai didn't feel anything when the little girl threw her fist at Ying Fei. He only knew that the little girl looked small and delicate. In fact, he had extraordinary strength. But when he really bore the brunt of it, he realized that he had underestimated her. This kind of power was simply not something a little girl like her could possess. If the Rhino Monster King hadn't transformed into its true form, Yang Kai wouldn't have been surprised. However, this kind of power actually appeared in a little girl who was no more than 17 or 18 years old. Yang Kai's heart trembled as he thought to himself, sure enough, the world is full of talented people. This little girl that suddenly appeared is already so amazing. This world is so big, and there are so many talented people. Young Master Yang, be careful. Ying Fei's expression changed drastically. He stretched out his hand to grab the girl's fist. I can't block it. Yang Kai's face sank as he pushed his full strength to meet the girl's fist with his own. The sky was instantly filled with fist afterimages, and with a muffled groan, Ying Fei was sent flying back dozens of meters, his claw slightly twisted and trembling. Yang Kai also felt the blood and qi in his chest churn, as the sound of bones cracking rang out from his arm. Even with the two of them joining forces, they were still unable to block this violent power. The girl did not stop after sending out her fist. Instead, with a twist of her waist, she sent another fist rumbling out, smashing straight towards Yang Kai's head. From the looks of it, she wanted to take Yang Kai's life in a single strike. Although her moves were ferocious, her expression was as calm as an ancient well, without much killing intent, which was extremely strange. However, this didn't mean that the girl didn't want to kill Yang Kai, but rather that it was just a casual display. When a butcher slaughters cows and sheep, would he have a murderous look on his face? The vortex of power swept out once again, causing Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to cry out in alarm, their bodies involuntarily rushing towards the girl's fist. From the looks of it, they seemed to be actively seeking death. This was not what they wanted. The girl's cultivation was extremely high, and she did not care about their lives when she sent out her fist. The two of them were just fish in the pond caught in the crossfire. Unable to circulate their source qi, the two of them were like drowning children amidst the raging waves of power, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. Just as his body was about to collide with the pink fist, and in the next moment, his body would be smashed into pieces. Suddenly, another fist came from behind him. On that fist, a five-colored light bloomed, and waves of biting cold sword qi swept out. Yang Kai pushed his five elements indestructible sword qi to its limits, causing his emperor qi to surge out violently. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk as a loud bang rang out, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards. His fist was badly mangled, revealing the white bones underneath. However, he managed to borrow the rebounding force from the collision between his fists to pull Yi Jinghan and Du Xian back. Asterisk Walla. Asterisk behind Yang Kai, a surging wave of power erupted, turning his clothes to dust, revealing his muscular back. Not only that, the majestic city lord's mansion was also razed to the ground in an instant, killing many of the flowing Shadow Sword sect disciples who were still inside. Lunatic! Yang Kai glared at the girl. The girl frowned, but did not continue to force him. Instead, she glanced at Yang Kai's bloodied fist, the corners of her mouth rising slightly as a look of disdain appeared on her face. Young Master Yang. Ying Fei's figure flickered as he stood side by side with Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had followed Yang Kai back to the southern territory mainly to ensure Yang Kai's safety. After all, Yang Kai's involvement was too great. If anything were to happen to him, even the Monster King of the savage, desolate ancient land would not forgive him. However, he never expected that someone would actually injure Yang Kai right in front of him. If news of this were to spread back, how could Xie Wei and Shi Lei take this lying down? They would definitely give him a good scolding. Take good care of them. Yang Kai tossed Yi Jinghan and Du Xian to Ying Fei before turning his head to scan his surroundings. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of quite a few people from the Emperor realm. At this moment, all of them flew over and observed from afar. Upon seeing that Yang Kai had actually gotten into a fight with someone and was even injured, all of their faces lit up with joy and joy. After all, Yang Kai's actions at the city gates had been far too arrogant and despotic, provoking the anger of the masses. Now that they had seen Yang Kai suffer a loss, how could they not be happy? This was especially so for the old man and middle-aged man who had been humiliated by Yang Kai. However, what caused everyone to be even more surprised was the identity of the young girl. Despite her young age, she was actually able to injure Yang Kai, a truly shocking fact. "If you want to fight, come out and fight," Yang Kai called out and took the lead to fly out of the city. After all, this was Flowing Shadow City. With the strength of this young girl, if they were to really fight here, many innocent people would be implicated. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not want to reveal too much of his strength in front of so many people. "All right, I'll let you die with a clear understanding," the young girl nodded, her petite body flickering as she followed closely behind Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, Ying Fei's face turned black and his figure flickered as he tried to chase after them. However, Yang Kai's voice rang out from afar. "You don't need to follow me. Don't let anyone else follow me. It's just a little girl. Wait for this young master to deal with her and I'll return." Ying Fei's footsteps paused. He could hear the anger in Yang Kai's words. No one would be in a good mood if someone came looking for trouble for no reason. However, Yang Kai's order really put him in a difficult position. If he did not follow, he was afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai, but if he did, he would make Yang Kai unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, many people from the Emperor realm moved, wanting to follow them to watch the show. Ying Fei coldly snorted, his demonic chi rolling out in an instant. Hiss, Monster King. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. It was as if a spell had been cast on them, causing them to freeze in place. Most of them were First-Order Emperor realm masters, so how could they not be terrified when a Monster King-level master suddenly appeared in the city? The Monster King was comparable to a Third-Order Emperor realm master. If he really wanted to start a massacre, no one in Flowing Shadow City would be able to stop him. "If you want to die, then go out." Ying Fei coldly swept his gaze over the crowd. Everyone from the Emperor realm who was targeted by him kept quiet out of fear. Those from the Emperor realm who did not like Yang Kai and had some conflicts with Yang Kai were even more terrified. Previously, at the city gate, this Monster King had been following Yang Kai the whole time. There was nothing special about him, but only now did they realize that even though Yang Kai was domineering and arrogant, he had the capital to back it up. Fortunately, they did not really have any conflict with Yang Kai at that time, otherwise, they would have died. "This is troublesome." In a hidden corner, Wu Ming furrowed his brows and stared in Ying Fei's direction with a puzzled expression. "Why is there a Monster King here?" This auction in Flowing Shadow City was mainly for Yang Kai. If it was just Yang Kai from the Emperor realm, he believed that with his honored master's arrangements, nothing would go wrong. But now, with the sudden appearance of a powerful Monster King, things might have changed. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ming hurriedly turned around, wanting to report this matter to his honored master and see what he would do. A Demon King-level powerhouse was no longer someone he could ignore. Master. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned. Although they had been together with Ying Fei for a few days, they never expected that the person who had been following Yang Kai like a bodyguard was actually a Monster King. Only now did they understand why Yang Kai was so confident and dared to barge into Flowing Shadow Sword sect alone. Now, it seemed that his greatest reliance was not his own strength, but the Monster King. With the Monster King in charge, what was there to worry about? Chapter 2675. Two figures flew through the void, one after the other, like a sudden clap of thunder. Yang Kai was leading the way, the wounds on his fists gradually healing thanks to his powerful regenerative ability. He was secretly shocked by the girl's brute strength and wondered where she had come from. Scanning her with his divine sense, he found that she had her hands behind her back and was calmly following behind him, like a shadow, never leaving his side, her face calm and peaceful. Her expression was as if she had come out to play, not to fight with him. Yang Kai was immediately angered to the point of laughter. Gently taking a deep breath, the irritation and anger in his heart gradually calmed down, his expression becoming as calm as an ancient well. Although the other party didn't look old and was unreasonable, it was indeed enough to deal with him. Although there was no enmity between them, and it could even be said that this was the first time they had met, since the other party wanted to kill him, Yang Kai wasn't going to back down. Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Let's see who dies first. Leaping tens of thousands of kilometers, far away from flowing Shadow City, he rushed into a continuous mountain range. Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned around. The girl's figure also stopped 300 meters in front of him. Looking around, she opened her tender red lips and said, "This is the place you chose to bury yourself? Your eyes aren't very good." Yang Kai laughed. "Little girl, you think you're so great just because you have a little brute strength? You really don't know how high the sky is." It had always been others who spoke to him like this, and this was the first time he had been ridiculed like this. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was the bad guy, not to mention how uncomfortable he felt inside. And generally speaking, those who dared to speak to him like this didn't have a good ending. The girl said, "It doesn't matter. You won't be able to use them anyway. If you dare to refine those things, I'll break every bone in your body and let you die without a burial place." As she spoke, she actually stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her red lips. She looked like she had seen something delicious and her appetite was aroused. Her pure appearance suddenly added a flirtatious charm. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and couldn't help imagining what it would feel like if this little tongue licked his body, his mind rippling. Damn it, in front of a great enemy, how could he be bewitched by her beauty? Sure enough, it was because he couldn't find a release after so many years in the star boundary. Yang Kai's mind instantly cleared. "Are you ready?" The girl looked up and asked with a smile. Harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai laughed and beckoned, "Come here. Today, this young master will respect your parents." Before he could finish his words, Kai Yang felt his abdomen being struck by a huge force. 300 feet away, there was no trace of the young girl. All that was left was a faint afterimage. In a flash, she had closed the distance between them. His little body. He threw a punch forward. It was as if an Emperor Realm Master had just self-destructed in front of him. Yang Kai felt his stomach convulse as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the young girl's head and face. His whole body flew backwards like a cannonball, directly crashing into a mountain peak. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk rocks rolled and the 1,000-meter-tall mountain slowly collapsed, leaving a huge hole in the middle of the mountain. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. The girl retracted her fist and stared at the hole in the mountain and sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Just by relying on her strength. Even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't feel good after taking a hit from her. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master actually dared to be presumptuous in front of her. He really didn't know how to write the word death. This time, she had come to the Southern Territory under the orders of her family's elder to investigate the whereabouts of a family treasure. She had gone to many places but still couldn't find any clues. When she passed by flowing Shadow City, she suddenly discovered something strange about Yang Kai. If it was an ordinary the Emperor realm, it would be fine, but the key was that Yang Kai had actually refined a taboo item. As a disciple of her family, she naturally had the responsibility and obligation to erase it. It was laughable that this human was so arrogant that he dared to fight her alone without even knowing her true identity. His courage was commendable, but his intelligence was limited. She stretched out her tender little hand and wiped her face. There was a trace of blood on her hand. She looked down and frowned. "It's golden." This was the first time she had encountered a human with golden blood. Moreover, the blood contained the power of qi and blood, which moved even her. Sticking out the tip of her tongue and licking the golden blood, the girl's expression changed slightly, demonic nature and spirituality. How strange. She tasted an aura from this blood that she deeply hated, but also felt close to. Yang Kai's golden blood originated from the demon mystic tome he obtained in the past. He used his demonic secret art to refine his blood into pure golden blood, so it naturally had a rich demonic nature. However, he had also refined the golden divine dragon source, so his blood had a strong restorative ability and a pure spirituality. The two perfectly combined and blended together. Logically speaking, the demonic nature refined from the demon mystic tome should not be able to resist the spirituality of the golden divine dragon source, but now Yang Kai had a pure ancient demonic chi sealed in his body. Although it was still sealed, it had affected his physique imperceptibly after several attempts, allowing him to reach a balance with the golden divine dragon source. Just as the girl was wondering, a muffled thunderous explosion came from the cave and a stream of light shot out from it, transforming into Yang Kai's figure and standing in front of the girl again. The girl was startled and looked forward in amazement. She had thought that after taking her punch, Yang Kai would be seriously injured even if he did not die. How could she have known that he would still be able to move? Not only that, he seemed to have been stimulated by something, his fighting spirit soaring, his emperor chi roaring as his eyes flashed with a terrifying light. It hurt so much. Although Yang Kai said so, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he grit his teeth and said, "Little girl, it seems I have underestimated you. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Eat this old master's fist as well." Saying so, Yang Kai's aura sank and his whole body seemed like a volcano on the verge of erupting. Gathering all his strength into his fist, space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of the girl in a flash and punched towards her chest. If this punch landed, her full breasts would burst open in an instant. It was not that Yang Kai wanted to take advantage of her, but because this girl was so petite, Yang Kai's punch could only reach her chest. Just like how she had chosen Yang Kai's abdomen as her target just now, it was not deliberate, but natural. In front of such a powerful enemy, who cared about her body? Even if a stunning woman stripped naked and danced in front of him, Yang Kai's punch would still land. A five-colored glow blossomed as the five elements' indestructible sword chi lingered around his fist, increasing the power of his blow. Inexplicably, Yang Kai only felt an indescribable joy in his heart. It seemed that this kind of simple and crude battle was the most in line with a man's ferocious instincts. What secret techniques or artifacts? They were simply too weak. A vortex of strength suddenly appeared and a brand was formed in the void. What flew out was no longer a fist, but a lifetime's comprehension of the martial Tao, the condensation of Yang Kai's essence, chi, and soul. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little surprised. She had not expected that Yang Kai, a trivial first-order Emperor realm human, could possess such violent strength. Coupled with his vigorous golden blood, the girl secretly felt that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of body-tempering technique, otherwise, how could he reach such a level? In her heart, she sneered. Such a young man actually dares to call himself an old master in front of me. Don't judge me by my appearance, I have lived for hundreds of years. You will regret not dying so easily just now. The young girl's red lips parted slightly as she stood motionless in her original position. Raising her hand slightly, she placed her delicate palm in front of her. Facing Kai Yang's full-powered punch, this delicate little hand was like a delicate piece of art that had been intercepted by a violent storm, ready to shatter at any moment. Fist and palm collided, but the girl didn't move at all, only her clothes fluttering in the wind. Yang Kai's confident strike was blocked in such a bizarre fashion, as if what she had blocked was not a violent blow, but rather a brainless fly flying towards her. A gust of wind blew, and the girl's black hair fluttered, her beautiful eyes filled with ridicule. Even though Yang Kai was used to seeing great storms, he could not help but stare at this moment. The conflict between his ideals and reality at this critical moment was too abrupt, making him somewhat unable to accept it. Although he knew that this girl's strength was immense, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so great. It was a height that he could not reach. "It's my turn." The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Her bell-like laughter spilled over the ground, but to Yang Kai's ears, it made his hair stand on end. The palm that opened to block Yang Kai's fist suddenly clenched. It felt warm and soft like jade, and Yang Kai instantly felt that his fist was firmly locked, unable to break free. Then, the girl's other arm bent back, like a bow being pulled back. Her body leaned back slightly, and her full chest became even more prominent. Her light blue dress almost could not support it. The bowstring was pulled back, and the arrow flew. Her fist was wrapped in an aura that could destroy all things. Yang Kai's eyes were bigger than a cow's. His other fist was like a dragon, and it turned into a sky full of fist shadows. The sound of explosions rang out one after another, accompanied by Yang Kai's muffled groans. Chi. Yang Kai tapped his foot and retreated, his 5 elements indestructible sword Chi collapsing as the fist he had used to meet his opponent's attack was twisted and mangled. His other fist had a deep 5-finger imprint on it, and a large chunk of flesh had been scraped off, revealing the white bones underneath. Blood tumbled in his chest, and Yang Kai could not hold back. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but he still wanted to save face. He slanted his eyebrows and said, "Just so. Is that so?" The corners of the girl's mouth curled into a sneer. Humans were really pitiful. They were clearly at death's door, yet they still did not repent. What they said was different from what they thought. She was afraid that he would die from regret right now. She did not know if he would kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps he would immediately turn around and run away. After all, he knew that he was no match for her. No one would be stupid to such an extent. Again. Yang Kai roared, gathering his strength again, and without waiting for the girl's reply, his figure flickered as he rushed towards her. He actually rushed over. The girl's heart skipped a beat. She felt that the development of the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Had this person been beaten silly? Chapter 2676. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. The battle with the girl reminded him of the helplessness he felt when he faced Shihua in the ancient lands more than a year ago. Even if I can't kill Shihua, can I kill you, little girl? This anger was like magma gushing out of Yang Kai's mouth, making his blood boil. Although he still couldn't compare to the girl's terrifying brute force, defending more than attacking, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The more he fought, the more his fighting spirit soared, and the more he was able to use his strength freely. Hong hong hong. The 2 figures crisscrossed and entangled, constantly leaping through the mountains. Countless mountains collapsed, birds flew, and beasts fled. From time to time, Yang Kai would be blasted away, leaving behind a trail of blood, but every time, he would stubbornly rush back without hesitation. His clothes were in tatters, tattered and tattered, his upper body was bare, and only a few pieces of cloth were left on his lower body to cover his vital parts. He had never had a defensive artifact like artifact armor, but it was not that he did not have one. Over the years, he had killed many masters, and there were always some artifact armors in the rings of those masters, but Yang Kai did not refine them because he felt that he did not need them. Although artifact armors could provide a layer of protection, they could also isolate a trace of danger. Relying too much on external forces was not a good thing. How could ordinary clothes be able to withstand such a violent battle? If the battle continued, Kai Yang would be naked from head to toe. The girl, however, acted as if she did not see him, not showing much embarrassment. She had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run. In any case, it was just like that. Moreover, for someone who was about to die, she did not think it was a big deal to look at him. Compared to Yang Kai's sorry state, the girl could almost be said to be taking a leisurely stroll. No matter how fierce Yang Kai's attacks were, she could still easily deal with them. She was able to easily neutralize it. That terrifying brute force was simply not something that a human could possess. Even the strongest demon might not necessarily be able to compete with her in terms of strength. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out another mouthful of blood, his whole body flying backwards, plowing a deep gully in the ground. The piece of cloth covering his crotch was completely destroyed. The girl frowned slightly. He felt that this person was unbelievably tenacious. If it had been any other cultivator from the Emperor realm, they would have been smashed into meat paste by her long ago, but this guy was actually still alive and kicking. Although he looked extremely disheveled, his fighting spirit was rising steadily. If not for the surging vitality contained in his golden blood, this person would have died long ago. His golden blood was indeed a bit strange. Yang Kai got up shakily. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he looked at the young girl with an unruly expression, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. Unyielding in the face of adversity and desperate struggle, It was as if he had returned to the moment he had obtained the demon mystic tome many years ago. It was because of this unyielding pride. In the past, he was able to obtain the recognition of the demon mystic tome. It would open up a path to martial arts. How similar was it to back then? However, the world had changed, and he had almost forgotten that feeling. However, this bitter battle had finally allowed him to regain the capital that he had abandoned. Proud and unyielding, who can stop me? His heart trembling slightly, Yang Kai vaguely gained some enlightenment. The blood in his body surged more and more violently as the blood on his wounded body began to coagulate. Almost in the blink of an eye, a powerful restorative force began to appear. After all his wounds were healed, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped the blood away, revealing new skin. So that's how it is. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Over the years, he had relied on his secret techniques and artifacts to fight, causing him to almost forget the unyielding nature in his bones. Today's epiphany had given him a great harvest. The young girl frowned slightly, instinctively feeling that Yang Kai had changed a little, but she couldn't tell what this change was. Yang Kai took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put them on again, his eyelids flashing a brilliant light. Beckoning to the young girl, he said, "Again." The young girl became angry and ground her teeth. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish." She didn't seem to make any movements, but she suddenly rushed in front of Kai Yang and threw out a simple punch. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to block, but the moment they touched, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he erupted with all his strength. Hong. Yang Kai was sent flying again, but the young girl also involuntarily took a step back. What happened? The young girl was shocked. Before, no matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't shake her in the slightest, but after this blow, she was actually forced to take a step back. The power behind this punch was many times greater than before. In such a short time, what kind of changes had happened to him? Why was he able to grow so much? Haha. A burst of laughter rang out as Kai Yang flew back. Like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, he attacked from the sky and said, "I give you 3 points of color and you want to open a dye house. So soft and soft, you really are a sissy." The young girl was furious and threw out a punch towards Yang Kai. In an instant, the sky was filled with fist shadows. After a short while, the two figures separated and the ground under the young girl's feet cracked open. Yang Kai's brand new clothes were torn apart again and his skin cracked. Streams of golden blood flowed all over his body like streams. Although he looked embarrassed, he didn't care and instead fought bravely. The young girl finally became serious as she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked, "What's your name?" She had asked this question before in front of the city lord's mansion, but at that time, she had just casually asked and disdained the answer because she didn't put Yang Kai in her eyes. Because she felt that Yang Kai would die without a doubt and that a dead man had no need to know his name. But now, she was asking the same question again. This human she didn't put in her eyes was already qualified for her to know his name. The strong were always respected. Yang Kai. The young girl's red lips squirmed as she whispered, "Zhu Qing." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was her name. He nodded and said, "I'll remember it." Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and asked, "Don't you have any thoughts after hearing this young lady's name?" Yang Kai thought about it seriously and said, "This name is very good. It's simple and catchy. Not bad, not bad." Zhu Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking that this guy really didn't think of anything. Sure enough, the ignorant had nothing to fear. How did he cultivate to the First Order Emperor realm? Although she felt that this guy was a promising talent, since he had violated the taboo, there was no place for him in this world and he would die without a doubt. Forget it. Zhu Qing waved her hand dispiritedly and said, "I'm going to get serious." This young master didn't use his full strength. "Just now, I saw that you were a woman, so I went easy on you." What does this little girl mean? Is she saying that she was just playing around? Her tone is bigger than the heavens, but I can't show any weakness. I know. Zhu Qing smiled slightly, appearing harmless to humans and animals. Yang Kai thought that she would argue with him and use her poisonous tongue, but he didn't expect that she would give such an answer. What do you know? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Zhu Qing brushed her black hair behind her ear and said slowly, You refined those things, but I didn't see you use them. Naturally, you didn't use your full strength. Yang Kai frowned and said, Those things you keep talking about, what are they? Earlier, Zhu Qing had also said that he had refined something that he shouldn't have refined. That was the reason why this battle had started. However, he hated it when people played riddles with him. If it weren't for the fact that this little girl was curvy, he would have slapped her already. Zhu Qing's expression turned cold and she said in a cold voice, You refined them and don't remember anything? Her aura changed dramatically in an instant. If she was a harmless little girl before, she was now a fierce dragon that went out to sea. Yang Kai sneered and said, I refined many things. How would I know if you don't tell me? I see. Zhu Qing touched her red lips and said with a sweet smile, Then let me help you remember. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly approached Yang Kai. She formed a claw with one hand and grabbed at his chest. Her speed was so fast that no one could react. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear a dragon's roar. Zhu Qing's little hand seemed to have turned into a dragon's claw in an instant, tearing through all his defenses and grabbing Yang Kai's heart out. This girl really didn't use her full strength before. Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow and couldn't get rid of her. She was so close to him that her breath smelled like orchids. If you don't use it now, you won't have another chance. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was suddenly enlightened and he shouted, Dragon transformation. Yang Kai's already powerful aura soared to a new height, and his aura was comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Scales suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's exposed skin, and at the same time, Yang Kai's hands transformed into dragon claws. A golden light flashed behind his back, and the phantom image of a golden divine dragon flashed. Zhu Qing felt her heart palpitate for no reason. She raised her head and looked behind Yang Kai, but she didn't see anything. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had been struck dumb. However, this momentary delay caused her momentum to plummet. Yang Kai reached out to grab her hand. Not good. Zhu Qing's pretty face paled as she hurriedly tried to pull back, but with such a close distance, how could she retreat? Her hand was caught by Yang Kai's dragon claw and an irresistible force surged from it, causing Zhu Qing to feel a rare sense of pain. Got you? Faintly discernible dragon scales appeared on Yang Kai's face, and his entire temperament changed drastically, becoming extremely strange and evil. Let go. Zhu Qing shouted, her other hand clenched into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai didn't move, allowing this punch to land on his chest. The sound of metal colliding rang out and sparks flew everywhere as his chest caved in a few centimeters. His figure staggered, but he still held onto Zhu Qing's hand tightly. Zhu Qing was stunned. She didn't expect her attack to be so weak. No, it wasn't that she was weak, but that her opponent had become stronger. When she wanted to punch again, Yang Kai had already grabbed her arm. In an instant, both her arms were restrained and she couldn't move. The two were very close, only 3 inches apart. Chapter 2677. A scorching hot aura rushed towards her, making Zhu Qing feel extremely uncomfortable. Looking up, Yang Kai's eyes were actually flashing with a lustful light as he looked at her with interest. Zhu Qing's beautiful face instantly turned pale. How could she not know that Yang Kai was under the influence of the dragon transformation secret technique? If an ordinary person approached him like this, he might not have such a big reaction, but she was different. Her existence would definitely allow him to dig out the most primitive desires hidden in his heart. Dragons were inherently lustful. Perhaps he himself did not realize this, but this was an instinct that could not be erased no matter what. Yang Kai also felt very strange. He had clearly made up his mind to teach Zhu Qing a lesson, but when he grabbed her like this and smelled the fragrance coming from her delicate body, the hostility in his heart inexplicably dissipated by a lot. Instead, it was another kind of feeling that surged like boiling water. This was a kind of feeling that he had suppressed for many years, a kind of manly instinct. Looking at Zhu Qing up and down with a critical gaze, Yang Kai couldn't help secretly praising this little girl's figure. Her chest was full and round, her breasts bouncing up and down like a mountain, and the snowy white skin peeking out from under her lapel was enough to dazzle anyone who looked at it. Her deep white lust was even more enticing, like a vortex that attracted the eyes of others, making them unable to extricate themselves. The fragrance lingering at the tip of Yang Kai's nose made him even more restless, making the blood in his body surge. He took a deep breath and revealed an extremely intoxicated expression. He lowered his head slightly, and his burning gaze was even more unbridled and bold as he stared at the snow-white skin that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. The hands that grabbed Zhu Qing's fists and arms were no longer satisfied with restraints and even began to gently rub them. They were as soft as jade and felt wonderful to the touch. 2 clear streams of heat spurted out from his nostrils and rushed to Zhu Qing's neck, making her feel numb all over. Presumptuous! Zhu Qing's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted. A mere human dared to look at her with such a presumptuous gaze. This was simply unforgivable and should be cut into pieces. What made Zhu Qing even more shocked was that she was actually affected by his aura. If it was someone else, let alone a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, even if a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master were to grab her like this, her state of mind would not fluctuate in the slightest. However, when his aura hit her, Zhu Qing clearly felt some subtle reactions involuntarily arise in her body. This shocked and angered her. "What's wrong with this person?" she shouted. A vigorous and powerful leg was quickly lifted up, mercilessly kicking towards Yang Kai's crotch. This attack did not succeed, because Yang Kai opened and closed his legs, directly sandwiching her round and straight thigh between his legs. In an instant, brute force burst forth, and Zhu Qing was unable to break free. Zhu Qing's legs were not slender because of her height, but they were well proportioned. The muscles on her legs were soft and firm. The touch was also very wonderful. Under this clamp, Yang Kai showed an expression of enchantment. With both arms restrained and one leg clamped, Zhu Qing looked as if she was hanging from Yang Kai's body. This posture was very ambiguous, especially since Yang Kai's clothes were ragged and he was half naked. Although this intimate contact was not at the level of skin-to-skin contact, it was not far from it. It was just a layer of clothing separating them. Zhu Qing's beautiful face changed again, and she finally panicked. Yang Kai took a deep breath again, his expression both happy and conflicted. He frowned and said, "What did you do to me?" He instinctively thought that Zhu Qing had used some kind of trick on him. He really did not expect that this woman not only had extraordinary strength, but was also proficient in charm techniques. He did not know when she had used this trick, but it had unknowingly affected his lust. However, he also felt a little strange. He had come into contact with many women who cultivated charm techniques, and which one of them was not coquettish and charming? This Zhu Qing did not seem to have cultivated any kind of charm techniques. When Zhu Qing heard this, she could only grit her teeth and said, "What can I do to you? Let go of me or you will die." Yang Kai used his strength and directly pulled her into his arms. In an instant, the two of them were tightly hugging each other. Those full and straight breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, giving him an amazing feeling of elasticity. Kai Yang could clearly feel the two protrusions, pushing against his chest, causing his heart to suddenly expand a bit. Gently blowing into Zhu Qing's delicate earlobes, Yang Kai said, "Do you know what it means to play with fire and burn yourself?" Zhu Qing felt a strange numbness all over her body. She couldn't help but shiver. Although she didn't know what she looked like right now, she knew that her ears must have turned red. Sure enough, Yang Kai tilted his head back slightly and stared at her earlobes with interest for a while before grinning and saying, "So sensitive?" Zhu Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Suppressing the discomfort in her heart, she coldly looked at Yang Kai, who was close at hand, and said, "Let me go, I won't joke with you. Otherwise, although the star boundary is big, there will be no place for you." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand, grabbed her hair, and pulled her back. Zhu Qing screamed. She couldn't help but lean back a little. Her face was filled with pain. "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Yang Kai's face was full of hostility, as if he was a completely different person. You unilaterally came to make trouble for me, unilaterally wanted to kill me, and now that I have captured you, you dare to threaten me? Is there something wrong with your head? You forced me to do this. Zhu Qing clenched her teeth and slowly closed her beautiful eyes. When she opened them again, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Yang Kai clearly saw a huge fiery red dragon phantom suddenly flash behind Zhu Qing. Immediately afterward, Zhu Qing's delicate body filled with the pressure of a dragon. Her long black hair suddenly turned fiery red. Not only that, 2 small dragon horns grew out of her head. The dragon horns were also fiery red and looked very delicate. This change happened in a flash. After the dragon's roar, Zhu Qing's aura suddenly became extremely dangerous. Yang Kai was stunned, but soon curled his lips and said, "Dragon source? I have one too." No wonder when Yang Kai first saw Zhu Qing, he felt a little strange. At that time, he didn't realize it himself, but now that he thought about it, he did feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, Zhu Qing's bossy attitude made Yang Kai not think too much about it, and this sense of familiarity quickly turned into disgust. Only now did he know that this sense of familiarity was not an illusion, because the other party also had a dragon source. This explained everything. This little girl looked to be young, and her figure was petite and exquisite, yet she possessed boundless strength. Obviously, it was because she'd refined the quintessence of a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook. A loud dragon's roar pierced the sky and shattered everything. The huge golden divine dragon phantom suddenly descended and floated behind Yang Kai. Its eyes, which were as big as a house, were filled with endless majesty as it stared ahead. Ancestral dragon? Zhu Qing's aura stagnated as she stared blankly at the golden divine dragon phantom behind Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, shock, panic, and joy. The golden divine dragon slowly glanced at her, and Zhu Qing's delicate body trembled. Under that glance, she found that she felt a sense of inferiority for no reason. In the next moment, the golden divine dragon phantom entered Yang Kai's body and disappeared. "What did you say?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. He found that after activating the golden divine dragon source, he suddenly had an extremely absurd feeling that he could kill Zhu Qing in front of him. This feeling was inexplicable, but it made him believe it without a doubt. While he was in doubt, Yang Kai did not hear what Zhu Qing was muttering. However, when he looked around, Yang Kai was slightly startled because Zhu Qing's aura, which had suddenly changed because of activating the dragon source, had returned to normal. Her fiery red hair had also become pitch black again, as if suppressed by some inexplicable force. Even the 2 dragon horns on her forehead had disappeared. Jian Shui's pair of watery eyes stared blankly at Yang Kai, reflecting an indescribable emotion. The blood in his body surged and his breathing became heavier and heavier. Yang Kai felt that he could no longer suppress the evil thoughts in his heart. Being stared at by those watery eyes and feeling the warm and fragrant jade in his arms, the last trace of reason in his mind was shattered. He hugged Zhu Qing with great force, as if he wanted to crush Zhu Qing into powder. Zhu Qing could not help but let out a muffled groan as her plump body involuntarily clung to Yang Kai's body. Leaning over, Yang Kai caught her red lips and kissed her in a tyrannical and overbearing manner. "Oh!" Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly widened as a feeling she had never felt before swept through her body. The shame of being violated shrouded her heart. She tried her best to resist, but under the innate suppression, she could not even use 30% of her brute force. "Even now, you're still playing the game of seduction." Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. Feeling that Zhu Qing's strength was much weaker than before, he was certain that Zhu Qing was using her charm technique to seduce him. Otherwise, how could he, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, not be able to suppress her? "Since you want to play with fire, this young master will play with you. Let's see who will suffer in the end." The red lips of the woman in front of him were scorching hot, like flames, giving Yang Kai an unimaginable pleasure. Just as Zhu Qing was lost in thought, Yang Kai had already opened his mouth and captured her small tongue, greedily sucking on it. Yang Kai was still not satisfied. He simply let go of her hands and grabbed her waist from behind with one hand, climbing up her round buttocks and kneading them wantonly. His other hand covered her peak and played with it vigorously. Having lost control of her hands, Zhu Qing naturally struggled to resist. However, she couldn't even exert 30% of her strength. Even though she hammered Yang Kai, she still couldn't stop him from violating her. On the contrary, her actions only served to stimulate his ferocious nature. Gradually, the strength of her resistance weakened, and the suppressed nature in her bones gradually revealed itself. Zhu Qing hugged Yang Kai back, her 10 fingers scratching deep bloody marks on Yang Kai's bare back as she let out strange murmurs. A drop of crystal-clear tear fell from the corner of her eye and silently fell down her cheek. Pain and pleasure coexisted, the confrontation between nature and reason, making one feel at a loss. Chapter 2678. Nothing will happen to young Master Yang, right? That woman doesn't seem easy to deal with. Yi Jinghan asked with a worried look on her face. Thinking back to the scene in front of the city lord's mansion, she still felt some lingering fear. Since Brother Yang took the initiative to lure her out, he naturally has the confidence to do so. Although Du Xian said so, he didn't dare to be certain and could only look towards Ying Fei with an inquiring gaze. Ying Fei did not say a word, but a trace of hidden worry appeared on his cold face. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were only in the third-order Dao source realm, so they were completely unable to understand how terrifying that woman was. However, as a monster king, he could naturally clearly feel the strength of that young girl. Her performance in front of the city lord's mansion was just the tip of the iceberg. If she used her full strength, Ying Fei didn't have the confidence to defeat her. Although Yang Kai was extraordinary, he was still a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, even though Yang Kai told them not to follow, Ying Fei still chased after them to prevent any accidents from happening. Following the aura left behind by Yang Kai, they didn't go in the wrong direction. After entering the mountain range, they saw traces of a great battle everywhere they went. Mountains were broken, forests were collapsed, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was obvious how dangerous this battle was. Ying Fei couldn't help but furrow his brow as he secretly prayed that Yang Kai was fine. After taking a sniff and confirming the direction, Ying Fei's monster chi surged, wrapping Yi Jinghan and Du Xian in a certain direction. After a short while, Du Xian suddenly pointed and said, "Over there." Although they were separated by a distance of dozens of li, Du Xian was still keenly aware that there were two figures on the ground there. He did not know what the situation was at the moment, but there was no sound of fighting. Instead, the two people were closely entangled together, as if they were wrestling with each other. Ying Fei's eyes narrowed and he immediately flew over. The distance of several dozen kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. "Young Master Yang," Ying Fei exclaimed, but just as the words left his mouth, his jaw dropped. He stared blankly at the ground in front of him. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were also stunned, and their expressions gradually turned strange. Along the way, they saw traces of great battles everywhere. Although they did not see it personally, however, they could almost foresee the difficulty of this battle. They had thought that Yang Kai's situation was bleak, but the scene in front of them made them unable to think. On the ground, Yang Kai and the girl were hugging each other tightly. Yang Kai's upper body was almost naked. He pressed the young girl on top of his body and groped her from top to bottom. The young girl also hugged Yang Kai back. Her 10 fingers drew lines of blood on Yang Kai's back. It looked extremely violent. Murmurs that could not be determined whether it was pleasure or pain entered the ears, making one's mouth dry. Ying Fei was speechless. He only wanted to ask what the fuck was going on. "See no evil, see no evil." Du Xian hastily extended his hand to cover Yi Jinghan's eyes. But he himself was watching with great interest, unable to take his eyes off it. Yi Jinghan's face turned red as she slapped Du Xian's hand away in annoyance. Twisting his ear, she pulled his head to the other side. Du Xian laughed dryly. "Let's go." In the end, he was still a monster king. Ying Fei immediately reacted and whispered to Du Xian and Yi Jinghan. Then, he immediately turned around and returned to where they came from. Although he did not know what had happened, Yang Kai was undoubtedly not in any life-threatening danger. Instead, he seemed to have subdued the rude young girl. How could Ying Fei continue to stay and disturb Yang Kai? Unfortunately, the trio's arrival still attracted the attention of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing, who was originally immersed in her natural instincts and bloodline suppression, suddenly regained a sliver of clarity in her mind, causing her to grit her teeth fiercely. SSS. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt as if his tongue was about to break from biting down. He hurriedly raised his head. Zhu Qing stretched out her hands and placed them before his chest, blocking him and increasing the distance between them. Gasping for breath, her face was flushed red. With a lingering look, she said coldly, "That's enough." Looking at her appearance, Yang Kai found it quite amusing and smiled. "It's not enough." Zhu Qing said angrily, "Don't push your luck." Glancing at him from the corner of her eyes, she glared at his hand that was still kneading her chest and said, "Take your dirty hands away." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and pinched them fiercely, causing Zhu Qing to furrow her brows. Only then did he get up. After being interrupted by Ying Fei and the others, Yang Kai didn't want to act recklessly anymore. His skin wasn't thick enough to do such a thing, and after doing so, he felt that he had vented a lot of his inner energy. Although it was still uncomfortable to hold it in, seeing the other party's unwilling appearance, Yang Kai didn't want to force it. After breaking free from Yang Kai's control, Zhu Qing immediately jumped up and pulled a distance of 300 feet away from Yang Kai. Only then did she look at him coldly with an extremely complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She only felt that Yang Kai had refined some forbidden items, so she came to find trouble with Yang Kai. Who would have thought that she would be the one to suffer such a big loss in the end? The feeling of being taken advantage of still lingered, making her feel uncomfortable all over. First time? Yang Kai reached out and tore off his tattered clothes, then took out a new set of clothes and put it on. He did not even raise his head as he asked. He was puzzled. Since Zhu Qing had practiced the art of seduction and even did not hesitate to use her body, how could it be her first time? However, that feeling of unfamiliarity could not be faked. Vaguely, Yang Kai felt that Zhu Qing did not practice any art of seduction. Thinking back to his performance just now, it did not seem to be because of the art of seduction. It was a kind of instinct that originated from his body. Did he lack women to such an extent? It could not be. What? Zhu Qing was stunned, but soon understood Yang Kai's meaning. The blush on her cheeks deepened as she said angrily, "It's none of your business. Are you going to take responsibility?" Yang Kai winked at her and secretly circulated his emperor qi, gradually calming down. "Get lost." Zhu Qing was furious and said hatefully, "This is not over. Just you wait." She turned around and ran away. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Thank you for your patronage. You are welcome to come again." Zhu Qing's running body staggered and she almost fell from the sky. Yang Kai's presumptuous laughter came from behind her, making her feel even more ashamed. After flying for a while, she saw the Monster King standing to the side with two humans. Seeing her flying over, the Monster King smiled and nodded at her with a friendly look. If it was in the past, she would have already thrown a punch at him. However, the embarrassing situation just now had been exposed, so how could Zhu Qing still have the face-to-face with Ying Fei? With a flash, her body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Young Master Yang's luck with women is not bad. Ying Fei looked at Zhu Qing's flying figure and said with raised eyebrows. Although this woman was a bit rude, she was truly powerful. He didn't know what kind of shocking method young Master Yang had used to capture her in such a short period of time. As a fellow man, Ying Fei couldn't help but admire Kai Yang from the bottom of his heart. That's right. Du Xian expressed his agreement. Yi Jinghan cast a sidelong glance at him and snorted, "Why do I smell something sour?" Du Xian was shocked and said with a flattering smile, "How could that be? Such a rude woman is not even fit to carry junior sister's shoes." In Big Brother's eyes, only junior sister is unique. Yi Jinghan shivered and rubbed her arms. All right, I'm getting goosebumps." The corner of Du Xian's mouth twitched, and he shook his head and sighed. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ying Fei. Ying Fei smiled embarrassedly. I was originally here to support young Master Yang. If I had known that this would happen, I would not have come over. Please forgive me, young Master Yang. If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian along, the two of them would not have separated so quickly. What's done can't be undone. At that time, that woman would have become Yang Kai's woman. Ying Fei felt ashamed of himself. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and stared at the void in front of him. Today's matter was really strange. Zhu Qing had mysteriously come to him, and he had mysteriously made love with her. It was like a dream that had disappeared without a trace. Licking his lips, there seemed to be a trace of her fragrance left. Young Master Yang, that woman, what's her background? Ying Fei asked carefully. Such a powerful woman definitely had a great background. If he could subdue her, she would be a great help. I'm not sure. Yang Kai shook his head. Although he had a physical relationship with Zhu Qing, he only knew her name. He did not know anything about her background. Young Master Yang is amazing. Ying Fei was filled with admiration. He had subdued her without even knowing her background. He was simply a role model for men, a role model for his generation. Her charm is too great. There's nothing I can do about it. Yang Kai laughed. Yi Jinghan immediately shot him a look of disdain. Flowing Shadow City in an instant. Zhu Qing hurriedly returned and activated the restrictions in the room. She fell onto the bed in a daze. Today, she had gone for wool and come home shorn. This was the greatest humiliation in her life, a stain on her life. However, when she recalled that the other party possessed the source of the ancestral dragon, she felt much better. That kind of natural suppression was not something she could resist. Fortunately, she did not get completely lost in the source chi and managed to escape this calamity. However, the implications of this matter were too great, and it was not something she could deal with casually. After pondering for a while, Zhu Qing took a deep breath and calmed her tumbling emotions. She then took out a jade pendant from her space ring. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon and looked extremely lifelike. Looking at it, it looked as if a giant dragon was pouncing towards her. Zhu Qing bit her finger and a drop of blood instantly seeped out. Strangely, the blood was like a ball of flame, burning fiercely. The blood imprinted itself on the jade pendant and quickly disappeared, causing the entire jade pendant to emit a dark red glow. Suddenly, the dragon eye on the dragon-shaped jade pendant moved, and an aura as deep as the sea descended. Elder! Zhu Qing's expression turned solemn as she spoke out respectfully. Is there any news? An aged voice rang out from the jade pendant. This voice seemed to contain a great majesty, causing even someone as strong as Zhu Qing to stiffen. No. Zhu Qing hurriedly replied. Since there is no news, why did you use the dragon talisman? Zhu Qing said, I saw the source of the ancestral dragon. As soon as she said that, the dragon symbol suddenly flickered and the aged voice asked anxiously, What did you say? Chapter 2679. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and replied, I saw the ancestral dragon source. Is that true? The old voice suddenly became very excited. Zhu Qing nodded, I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not wrong. Where did you see it? When did you see it? Quick, tell me everything you know. Zhu Qing immediately told him what happened after she met Yang Kai today, but she hid the fact that she was severely molested by Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman, and it would be too disgraceful to talk about it. Recalling Yang Kai's rough treatment, Zhu Qing couldn't help but gnash her teeth in hatred. She never thought that her first contact with a man would happen under such circumstances. After listening, the dragon eyes on the dragon talisman flickered for a while before saying, He can easily suppress your source strength and is golden in color. Sure enough, it is the ancestral dragon source. The old voice was very excited, as if he had encountered something that made him very excited. After a pause, he asked, Are you sure that person is human? I'm sure. Zhu Qing replied, but he seems to have refined a few dragon artifacts and knows some basic dragon transformation secret techniques. The old voice said, Since he has obtained the ancestral dragon source, What's so strange about him refining a few dragon artifacts? Elder, the ancestral dragon source is of great importance. Do you want me to bring him back to the island? Zhu Qing asked. The old voice said, do you have the ability to do so? Zhu Qing was speechless. Although Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, she could easily crush him under normal circumstances. But the ancestral dragon source in his body was too strong for her. The previous entanglement with Yang Kai also proved this point. She was subdued by Yang Kai before she could even display half of her strength. Against such a person, unless an elder personally took action, no one could resist the suppression of the ancestral dragon source. Then what should we do? Zhu Qing frowned. The ancestral dragon source was different. Her clan had been searching for it for tens of thousands of years, and now they had finally found it. How could he ignore it? Long Fu was silent for a while before he said, follow him and try to build a good relationship with him. When the time is right, invite him to the island as a guest. Befriend him? Zhu Qing was stunned. She frowned and said, he's just a human being. What right does he have? The ancestral dragon's origin is his qualification. The old voice interrupted Zhu Qing before she could finish her sentence. His tone was unquestionable and carried a hint of anger. Are you questioning me? Zhu Qing's body trembled. She lowered her head and said, Zhu Qing wouldn't dare. The old voice said, no matter what price we have to pay, we must invite him back to the island. Then my mission? Zhu Qing asked hesitantly. Continue the investigation. There's no need to force it. The old voice replied. Compared to the appearance of the ancestral dragon's origin, Zhu Qing's original mission was nothing. It was just a token. Yes. Zhu Qing nodded respectfully. The light from the dragon eye on the dragon talisman gradually dimmed. The profound aura also slowly disappeared. Zhu Qing put it away and sat on the bed with a frown. Her mind was in a mess. This time, she had suffered such a big loss at Kai Yang's hands. According to Zhu Qing's plan, she needed to find an opportunity to tear his body into 10,000 pieces to wash away the hatred in her heart. However, the elder's order was to maintain a good relationship with him. A lowly human being actually wanted this young lady to lower herself and befriend him? This was simply a great humiliation. Pleasant arrival in, the largest inn in Flowing Shadow City, was the property of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Yang Kai would return here in a while. After booking a few rooms, he went downstairs to the main hall to have a meal. At his level of cultivation, there was naturally no need for him to eat. His body was the furnace, his fortune was the fuel, and the world energy was the best food. It was fine for him to eat it occasionally. The main reason was that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had been feeling rather gloomy and worried. Yang Kai did not know how to console them, so he brought them here to drown their sorrows in wine. Jar after jar of strong wine was brought up, and Yi Jinghan did not reject any of it. In just a short while, she was completely drunk and fell into a deep sleep in Du Xian's arms. Du Xian cast an apologetic look at Yang Kai, but Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating for him to take Yi Jinghan away to rest. Yang Kai and Ying Fei were left alone to drink. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly spoke. Monster King, that girl said she was called Zhu Qing. You might have thought of something. He suddenly recalled that when Zhu Qing had introduced herself, she had said something very strange. At that time, Yang Kai did not think too much about it, but now that he thought about it, those words seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, no matter how Yang Kai thought about it, he was still unable to figure it out. Although Ying Fei had lived in the ancient desolate lands for a long time, he had cultivated for a long time, so his knowledge and experience were not something he could compare to. Perhaps he would be able to find some clues by asking him. At the very least, he had to figure out Zhu Qing's background. He did not think that the girl would give up so easily. After all, she had said some harsh words before leaving. Ying Fei raised his wine cup and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. You said, her name is Zhu Qing? What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Ying Fei's reaction seemed to be a little too big. Ying Fei's expression changed for a while, then he suddenly showed a look of understanding. He drank the wine in one gulp and said solemnly, "On the eastern seas Dragon Island, the great elder of the dragon race is called Zhu Yan." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Monster King, you mean, she is a member of the dragon race?" Ing Fei said, "It's just a guess, I can't be sure." But before that Zhu Qing said that if I said that word again, she would kill me. After thinking about it carefully, I did not know which word violated her taboo, but now it seems that there was one word that really annoyed her. "Which word?" Yang Kai asked. Ing Fei said, "Young Master Yang, do you remember what I said at that time?" Yang Kai thought about it and said with a grin, "You said that I was handsome and the—" His words suddenly stopped and he said, "So that's how it is." Ing Fei also nodded and said, "If she is a member of the dragon race, then it makes sense. The dragon race has always been wild and arrogant. They don't even put other divine spirits in their eyes, let alone me, a member of the monster race." If I praised young Master Yang, it would have indeed annoyed her. At this point, Ing Fei's face turned pale and he felt a little scared. Although he was a monster king, the other party was a divine spirit. No wonder she was so strong. The strength of the dragon race could not be estimated with common sense. No wonder he could not see through her cultivation. Zhu Qing was actually a member of the dragon race. Thinking of this, his admiration for Yang Kai grew. That was a member of the dragon race. What kind of method did young Master Yang use to subdue her in such a short time? Furthermore, he took advantage of her from head to toe. On the other hand, she did not seem to have any intention of resisting. If he had not brought Yi Jinghan and Du Xian over, they might have already given birth to those little dragons. How could such a thing happen? The dragon race was arrogant and regarded themselves as the leader of all living things. They did not put any race in their eyes, let alone the lowly human race. How could Zhu Qing, a member of the dragon race, endure such blasphemy by a human? Young Master Yang, you can't be a member of the dragon race, right? Ing Fei suddenly thought of a funny idea. Thinking back to the various inconceivable things about Yang Kai, it seemed that only a member of the dragon race could explain it. The only way to subdue a member of the dragon race was to be a stronger member of the dragon race. Yang Kai laughed and patted his chest, a genuine member of the human race. Ing Fei smiled bitterly, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Yang Kai, Lord Yang? Right at that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly approached the table and asked in a trembling voice. Ing Fei swept a glance at him and found that he was just a member of the First Order Dao Source realm, so he did not pay much attention to him. Unexpectedly, under Ing Fei's gaze, the man suddenly cried out and knelt on the ground, wailing, "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me, this lowly one is only here to deliver a letter." Previously, although Yang Kai was extremely presumptuous in Flowing Shadow City, he did not attract much attention. However, when Ing Fei revealed his identity and cultivation, everyone was shocked and knew that this guy was a genuine monster king. At this moment, the middle-aged man who came to deliver a letter was not afraid of Yang Kai. Instead, he was terrified of Ing Fei. "No one wants your life." Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his chin slightly. "What letter are you delivering?" The middle-aged man quietly glanced at Ing Fei and found that he was not looking at him at all, so he took a deep breath, reached into his bosom, took out a gilded page, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and grinned. "An invitation?" The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. "Yes." "Who told you to deliver this?" Yang Kai asked. "That's—" The middle-aged man was about to answer when his eyes suddenly became blank. After thinking for a while, he still could not remember what it was and instead felt a splitting headache. Young Master Yang, someone used a secret technique to erase that part of his memory. Ing Fei's eyes flashed as he saw the clues. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his sleeve, sending the middle-aged man out. Since someone had done something to the messenger, there was no point in continuing to ask. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Picking up the invitation in his hand and carefully examining it, Yang Kai could not help raising his brow. "Young Master Yang, what kind of invitation is this?" Ing Fei asked. Yang Kai casually handed over the invitation and took a sip of wine. "It looks like someone can't wait." An invitation to the auction? Ying Fei looked at the contents of the invitation and frowned slightly. They had come to Flowing Shadow City for this auction, but they did not expect that before they could do anything, someone would take the initiative to hand over an invitation, as if they were afraid that they would not go. Young Master Yang, this is a trap and it is very dangerous. Today, he had already exposed his identity and cultivation, yet the person hiding in the dark still dared to take the initiative to deliver an invitation. There was no doubt that they had a way to deal with a monster king like him. I'm not a fool, how could I not see through something so obvious? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Should we call Old Ox and woo you as well? Ying Fei quietly asked. Chapter 2680. Since the unknown enemy had considered him as a threat, their arrangements must have been very thorough, but even if the enemy had calculated everything, they probably wouldn't have been able to predict the existence of Shi Lei and Xiaowei. Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array to bring the two monster kings from the Northern Territory. When that time came, in front of absolute power, no matter what kind of scheme they had, they would be nothing more than illusions. And he did have this ability. There was still some time before the auction began, so Yang Kai only needed to arrange a space array somewhere to bring the two monster kings over without anyone noticing. After thinking about it seriously, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No need. Firstly, he didn't have many space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, so he didn't want to waste them. Secondly, if he really brought the two monster kings over, he might inadvertently alert the enemy. After all, the four of them had entered Flowing Shadow City. If two more suddenly appeared, he was afraid that anyone would be suspicious. He could hide Shi Lei and Xiaowei in the sealed world bead, but the fewer people who knew about the sealed world bead, the better. Seeing Yang Kai like this, Ying Fei couldn't persuade him anymore and could only secretly make up his mind to keep him safe no matter what. Let's go for a walk. Yang Kai said, throwing some source crystals as payment for the food and wine, and walked out of the inn with Ying Fei. Before coming to Flowing Shadow City, he vaguely felt that this auction was a conspiracy, as if it was deliberately arranged, waiting for someone to walk right into the trap. And after arriving in Flowing Shadow City and seeing the Flowing Shadow Sword sect master, this guess became even more confirmed. Now that he suddenly received an invitation to the auction, he couldn't help but wonder if this conspiracy was targeted at him from the beginning. He couldn't think it through, but he didn't want to act according to someone else's arrangements. Since the auction was to be held in Flowing Shadow City, the items to be auctioned would naturally appear in Flowing Shadow City. He wanted to see if AIO and the others were in the city now. If they were, he could just directly snatch them. Along the way, Yang Kai's powerful divine sense covered the surroundings like a tide, concealing himself to the extreme. He was very familiar with the auras of AIO and the others. If they were really in Flowing Shadow City, he would have sensed them. However, half a day later, Yang Kai sighed. Sure enough, the enemy was not that stupid. He didn't find anything. He brought Ying Fei back to his residence and entered the Pleasant Arrival Inn. The waiter walked up and stood in front of Yang Kai, saying, "Master, a guest is waiting for you." Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know anyone in Flowing Shadow City. "It's a woman." The waiter revealed a meaningful smile. "He's waiting in front of your room now." Yang Kai frowned and scanned the area with his divine sense. He immediately understood who was waiting for him and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How could it be her?" Ying Fei also noticed this and whispered, "Young Master Yang, be careful. This woman is not to be trifled with." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. It was fine if he didn't know her origin, but now that he knew her origin and identity, Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. After giving the waiter some source crystals, Yang Kai strode upstairs. Outside the room, a petite woman was pacing back and forth in front of a room, muttering something under her breath with an impatient expression. She seemed to be in a daze and didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Ying Fei scanned her with their divine senses. It wasn't until the sound of footsteps nearby that the woman suddenly stopped and looked up. What entered her sight was a face that made her want to smash it with a single punch. "Qing, are you looking for me?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and walked towards her step by step. Zhu Qing's face sank. she shouted in a low voice. What did you call me? This is too presumptuous. A mere human dares to call me by my name. Ying Fei's face was also full of black lines, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. Knowing that the other party was a dragon race cultivator, he still dared to provoke her like this. He secretly circulated his monster chi, ready to attack at any time. Although he was unwilling to become an enemy of the dragon race, Yang Kai's safety was the most important thing right now. Why are you so cold? I still like your previous appearance. Yang Kai came to stand in front of her. Looking at her with a smile, his eyes swept over her full breasts. When that obscene light swept over, Zhu Qing's body trembled for no reason. The feeling of being taken lightly again hit her heart, making her feel both ashamed and angry. Suddenly, she threw a punch at Yang Kai's face. She immediately regretted it after she attacked. The elder had ordered her to build a good relationship with Yang Kai and invite him to the island as a guest. She had come here to bury the hatchet with him, so how could she not hold back and attack him? Her fist immediately shrank by 70%. Immediately afterwards, it was grabbed by a big hand and gently stroked. A strange feeling swept through her body, making her feel limp and numb. Zhu Qing's face turned red as she said, "Let go." She shouldn't have held back. Smashing that hateful face into a pulp was the best choice. As she spoke, she raised her other small fist, as if she wanted to perish together with Yang Kai. Okay, I'll let go. Don't be so irritable. Yang Kai reluctantly stroked her a few more times before letting go. Zhu Qing immediately jumped back, putting some distance between her and Yang Kai. Her breasts heaved up and down as she fiercely shook her small hand a few times, as if she wanted to get rid of something dirty. Ying Fei was already covered in cold sweat. When Zhu Qing attacked just now, he almost couldn't hold back. Fortunately, he found that Zhu Qing had held back some of her strength, but this made him even more confused. This dragon race. What was she trying to do? Could it be that she really fell in love with young Master Yang at first sight? Otherwise, why would she hold back her strength in a fit of rage? But looking at her appearance, it didn't seem like she had fallen in love with young Master Yang. Instead, it seemed like she wanted to kill him. Ying Fei's head was filled with confusion. Yang Kai laughed mischievously. His laughter was indescribably wretched and obscene. He took out the room token, opened the restriction, and pushed open the door. He leaned against the door frame and said, "What do you want to say? Come in and talk." He didn't know why Zhu Qing was looking for him, but since she was already here, there must be something. Yang Kai wasn't afraid that she would shrink back. After all, this was a proud dragon race. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai hatefully, as if she wanted to cut Yang Kai into pieces, but her feet didn't move. Yang Kai's smile didn't fade, nor did he urge her. His contemptuous smile undoubtedly provoked Zhu Qing's pride. She clenched her teeth and rushed into the room. "You have guts." Yang Kai grinned, thinking, "Since you took the initiative to throw yourself into my arms, you can't blame me if I eat you up this time." He turned around and was about to close the door. Ying Fei blocked the door and looked like he was going to follow in. He stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes and said, "Young Master Yang, get out." Yang Kai pursed his lips. The door slammed shut, almost flattening Ying Fei's nose. "Young Master Yang?" Ying Fei was anxious and shouted, "Young Master Yang, there is a knife above lust. Don't fall for the beauty trap." There was no response from inside the room. Ying Fei was so anxious that he was like an ant on a hot pot. Du Xian heard the noise and poked his head out of the next room, asking, "Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Ying Fei replied angrily. He was anxious, but he didn't dare to break in. However, on second thought, Yang Kai could conquer Zhu Qing last time. This time, there shouldn't be any big danger. Besides, Zhu Qing didn't have any intention to kill him from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he was a little nervous. In the room, Yang Kai turned around and hugged Zhu Qing's waist. He put his head on her shoulder and sniffed her intoxicating fragrance. He stared at her white neck and whispered, "Qing, you miss me so soon?" Zhu Qing was stiff. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so bold as to touch her. When she reacted, it was too late. She shouted angrily, Take your dirty hands off me. Yang Kai ignored her and licked Zhu Qing's earlobe. The delicate body in his arms suddenly shivered and her head, which was full of flying black hair, suddenly tilted back. With a bang, Yang Kai was hit and saw stars. 2 streams of golden blood flowed out of his nostrils. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhu Qing immediately jumped away and stood in the corner, glaring at him fiercely. She gritted her teeth and said, "Please have some self-respect." Yang Kai reached out and wiped his face. The pain calmed his agitated mood a little. He stared at Zhu Qing and sneered, "I didn't expect that a member of the dragon race would practice the charm technique." Zhu Qing frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I practice the charm technique?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "If you didn't practice the charm technique, why couldn't I control myself when I saw you? You were born lecherous. How can you blame me?" Zhu Qing felt wronged. How can you blame a dog for eating feces? No, how can I think like that? Isn't this humiliating? Bullshit. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Although this young master is not a gentleman, I can still keep my composure. When have I ever been lecherous?" Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Your behavior is frivolous. If it isn't lecherous, then what is?" Yang Kai stared at her. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman." Taking a deep breath, he silently operated his secret technique to suppress the restlessness in his heart. He looked up and said, "Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me that you really like me. Although I am a responsible man, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Zhu Qing sneered and said, "Have you always felt so good about yourself?" Yang Kai casually said, "I don't know who is holding this young master so tightly. Speaking of which, this young master still has fingerprints on his back." As expected of the dragon race, their strength is so great. Shut up. Zhu Qing couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. She fiercely stomped her foot, and the violent brute force almost destroyed the inn. What happened before was the biggest humiliation in her life. Yang Kai just had to touch the pot that didn't boil. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Qing said in her heart, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. The clan's affairs are the most important. My sacrifice is just a small matter." After a while, she finally calmed down. Looking at Yang Kai, she said, "You know that I'm a member of the dragon race?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, but his heart was in turmoil. When he was chatting with Ying Fei earlier, although he speculated that Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, it was just speculation. Chapter 2681. Now that she took the initiative to admit it, even though Yang Kai was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked. The dragon race, the leader of all spirits. Although this title was a little self-proclaimed, it was not far from it. In ancient times, there were countless holy spirits, but the dragon and the phoenix still reigned supreme. Even now, most of the holy spirits had gone extinct, but the dragon race was still able to occupy an island in the Eastern Sea and reproduce. It could be said that this sacred and powerful race had witnessed the changes of heaven and earth and the passing of the endless flowing time great emperor. The dragon race was not just a title, but also a symbol of inheritance and strength. Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon in his body, so when facing Zhu Qing, a living dragon race member, he did not feel much restraint or fear. Instead, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This sense of intimacy quickly turned into greed and covetousness. He was thinking that if he could really subdue this dragon girl and make her his exclusive property, if life was like this, what more could he ask for? "How do you know?" Zhu Qing asked again. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This young master is proficient in the art of divination, so I just casually divined." Zhu Qing glared at him, thinking that she would be a fool to believe him. However, when she was fighting with Yang Kai before, she revealed a lot of information, so it was not surprising that Yang Kai could guess her identity as a dragon race member. "It's fine if you know, but please keep it a secret. After all, the identity of a dragon race member is a little too shocking." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Although there was a rumor that there was a dragon island in the eastern sea of the Eastern Territory, and many dragon race members lived on the dragon island, it was still a rumor. The world did not know the details. However, if a living dragoness was exposed to the eyes of the world, then it would definitely cause an unimaginable shock. No problem. Yang Kai agreed readily. I'm not a person who likes to gossip. Zhu Qing had a grateful look on her face. She thought that this person was actually not bad when he talked to her nicely. Perhaps she had a bad first impression of him, so no matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was a little annoying. It was time to change her opinion of him. But what benefits can you give me? Yang Kai changed the topic. That invasive gaze once again swept past the sensitive parts of Zhu Qing's body, as if a large hand was about to strip her naked. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Her body trembled slightly. I was really naive when I thought he was a good person. What do you want? Zhu Qing opened her eyes and asked through gritted teeth. The more she looked at this face, the more she hated it. That depends on what you can give me. Yang Kai rested his cheek on his hand and looked at her calmly. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with his condition. Ever since he met Zhu Qing today, that long-suppressed and forgotten desire had been constantly surging. After separating from her, that feeling had disappeared. Now that they met again, they were once again alone in a room. That desire once again surged up, even though he told himself that this dragon girl was not to be trifled with. But this kind of thrill of playing with fire made him unable to stop himself. Zhu Qing stared deeply at him. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, "Friend." What? Yang Kai looked at her in astonishment. Zhu Qing took a deep breath and said, I said, I can be friends with you. Although her tone was calm, there was an unconcealable pride between her brows, as if this matter was a kind of blessing. Yang Kai was stunned and stared at her in a daze. Zhu Qing met his gaze without any hesitation. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't respond. Zhu Qing frowned and said, You heard what I said, ha. Yang Kai laughed loudly and slapped his thighs. Zhu Qing said angrily, What are you laughing at? Yang Kai stopped laughing. He looked at Zhu Qing mockingly and said, The arrogance of the dragon race is indeed worthy of its reputation. Zhu Qing also sneered, It's still better than the treachery of you humans. Yang Kai muttered to himself and nodded, You're right. Humans are indeed very treacherous. No one can deny this. But you said you want to be friends with me. Do you know what a friend is? Zhu Qing proudly said, I don't need to know. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked at her. You don't have any friends, right? Why would the powerful dragon race need friends? Zhu Qing snorted in her heart as a look of disdain flashed across her face, but then she suddenly noticed that there was a trace of pity and sympathy in Yang Kai's expression, causing her to become annoyed. A trivial human actually dared to look at her with such an expression. Zhu Qing's slender fingers twitched as she suppressed the urge to dig out his eyes. Because she was not his opponent. If she rashly fought with him, she would only be asking for humiliation. Elder, the task you gave me is really difficult. Qing really doesn't know how to complete it. Perhaps this is a test from the clan for me? Why do you want to be friends with me? Yang Kai frowned and asked. Of course, it's because of the Elder's order and the ancestral dragon source. Zhu Qing thought in her heart and replied, Do I need a reason? Don't you need a reason? Yang Kai was stunned. Zhu Qing showed an impatient expression. She gritted her teeth and said, Just tell me if you agree or not. She, a dignified member of the dragon race, wanted to be friends with him. It was simply a blessing from his ancestors. He actually dared to make excuses. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. So what if I agree? So what if I don't agree? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. His expression suddenly became serious, and he said, Being friends is not as simple as just saying. He had never met such a person who said she wanted to be friends with him and even showed an expression of, You're lucky. Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that Zhu Qing didn't know the ways of the world or that she was too arrogant. Then what should I do? Zhu Qing frowned and pondered for a moment. She actually showed an expression of asking shamelessly. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand. He said in a deep voice, For a friend, I should be willing to risk my life to share my worries and difficulties. For a friend, I should be honest with you and treat you with sincerity. For a friend, be more specific. Zhu Qing impatiently interrupted him. What do you want me to do for you to be willing to be friends with me? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. He patted the bed next to him and said, I'm lacking someone to warm my bed. If you can take off your clothes and accompany me for a night, I can consider it. Get lost. Zhu Qing only said one word. He was really a pervert. Every 3 sentences he said didn't deviate from his profession. Moreover, this kind of thing wasn't something a friend needed to do. Although Zhu Qing didn't have any friends, how could she not understand common sense? Yang Kai shrugged and looked helpless. Zhu Qing tilted her head and said reluctantly, change it to something else. Then there's nothing else. Yang Kai spread his hands. What do you want? Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned red. She angrily looked at him. Yang Kai slapped the table in front of him and smashed it to pieces. He angrily said, This young master wants to ask you, what do you want? It was really strange. She ran over and said she wanted to be friends with him. Yang Kai had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. How could the word, friend, be bought and sold by force? Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said, I just want to be friends with you. Yang Kai looked her up and down. After confirming that this woman's mind was normal and she wasn't crazy, he shouted, Okay, I heard that there is a wine sword manor in the Western Territory. The wine they make is the best in the world. Even the great emperors praised it. If you can get some, Zhu Qing's eyes lit up. She said, You want to be friends with me? Yang Kai touched his chin and said, We'll see when the time comes. Do. Zhu Qing flew into a rage. You've gone too far. Yang Kai sneered again and again. I'm like this. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Okay, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. You'll regret it. Zhu Qing bitterly glared at him. After leaving behind these words, she turned around and walked out. Yang Kai turned around and said with a smile, It's already late. Don't you want to stay for the night? Zhu Qing had just walked to the door and was about to open it. When she heard this, she suddenly threw a punch forward. In an instant, a big hole was broken through the door. Zhu Qing turned around and looked at Yang Kai. Then she turned around and rushed into the darkness. Outside the door, Ying Fei's head was dripping with cold sweat. After Zhu Qing was far away, he poked his head out to take a look. When he found that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Young Master Yang, what happened to her? Who knows? Yang Kai laughed happily. He also felt a lot more relaxed. After this incident, Zhu Qing wouldn't bother him again, right? Although it was a good thing to be liked by a dragon girl and forced to be friends with her, Yang Kai couldn't suppress the desire in his heart when he was with her. This was a big problem. He was afraid that one day he couldn't control himself and forced himself on her. If that happened, he would offend the entire dragon race. In short, although Zhu Qing didn't seem to have any evil intentions, her existence was too dangerous for him. Yang Kai was puzzled. Zhu Qing didn't cultivate any kind of bewitching technique, and her face wasn't so beautiful that he couldn't control himself. So why was it that when he smelled her scent, he couldn't control himself? A middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, who looked like an old landlord, suddenly ran up, but after seeing Yang Kai's broken door, he was immediately shocked and exclaimed in shock. Every room here was reinforced with a barrier and spirit array. Even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master would not be able to break through it, but now, a large hole had suddenly appeared on the door. He really didn't know who did it, but it was simply too daring. Who are you? Ying Fei glanced at him and asked. The old man seemed to know Ying Fei's identity and replied respectfully, reporting to Master, this one is the shopkeeper of this inn. I didn't know that just now. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Ying Fei glanced at him indifferently, took out some source crystals from his space ring, and tossed them over. This is compensation for my young master. Yes. The inn shopkeeper nodded repeatedly and hurriedly went to work. If it was someone else causing trouble in this inn, he wouldn't have let it go. Although he was just an inn shopkeeper, he had the support of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and was also part of an organization in Flowing Shadow City. But who was Ying Fei? He was a powerful monster king, and the flowing shadow sword sect was nothing in front of him. After a while, he arranged a new room for Yang Kai and respectfully left. Chapter 2682. The next day, Yang Kai was still meditating when knocking sounds suddenly rang out from the door. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was actually Yi Jinghan and Du Xian. Yang Kai opened the door and looked at the two. "What's the matter?" Yi Jinghan said with a trembling voice, "Young Master Yang, flowing shadow sword sect has sent my father over. He's currently outside the inn." "Sect Master Yi?" Yi Hen's appearance appeared in Yang Kai's mind and he nodded lightly. "Li Qingyun is tactful. Since he sent him over, I'll accept it." Du Xian said shamefully, "Li Qingyun personally sent him over." Li Qingyun was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while Du Xian and Yi Jinghan were only Dao Source Realm cultivators, so they weren't qualified to speak to him on equal terms. Furthermore, they didn't know what Flowing Shadow Sword Sect's intentions were, so they could only ask for Yang Kai's help. Hearing this, Yang Kai nodded, "Then I'll accompany you." "Many thanks, Brother Yang," Du Xian said gratefully. "No need to be so polite." Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face, but he was sighing in his heart. If his previous guess was correct, then the destruction of Thousand Leaves sect this time was probably caused by him. The three of them walked out, with Ying Fei appearing out of nowhere and following closely behind Yang Kai. When they arrived outside the inn, they saw Li Qingyun standing there, dressed in white and carrying a long sword, giving off the aura of a swordsman. Standing in front of him was Yi Hen. Although his expression was somewhat dispirited, he didn't show any signs of torture. It was probably due to the destruction of his sect and the deaths of countless of his disciples that had taken a heavy blow to his heart. "Father! Honored Master!" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian shouted in unison, before glaring angrily at Li Qingyun. Raising his head, Yi Hen glanced at the two of them and revealed a bitter smile. Thousand Leaves sect had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and now that it had been destroyed in his generation, he was truly ashamed to face his ancestors. Seeing his daughter and eldest disciple again after a year, Yi Hen felt rather complicated. Li Qingyun didn't say anything, simply cupping his fists towards Yang Kai before leaving without looking back. It was as if he had made this trip just to send Yi Hen over. It was just as he said. The mastermind had already gotten what he wanted, so it didn't matter whether Yi Hen lived or died. It was because of this that Yi Hen was able to keep his life after being captured by the Flowing Shadow Sword sect. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. "Father!" Pouncing forward, Yi Jinghan carefully inspected Yi Hen's body. After confirming that he was not missing any limbs, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Sect Master Yi." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Young Master Yang." Yi Hen and Yang Kai could be considered old acquaintances. Seeing him together with her daughter and eldest disciple, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Young Master Yang." How could he not know that it was all thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to escape so easily this time? He couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. "Let's talk inside." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Nodding his head, Yi Hen walked step by step into the inn with Yi Jinghan and Du Xian supporting him. After entering the room, Yang Kai asked the waiter to serve them a banquet. Several people sat cross-legged and drank until they were injured. After learning that Yi Hen had not been tortured in the Flowing Shadow Sword sect and had only been placed under house arrest, Yi Jinghan's hatred for the Flowing Shadow Sword sect dissipated quite a bit. However, after this blow, Yi Hen seemed to have aged quite a bit in an instant, appearing somewhat senile as he downed cup after cup of wine with a desolate expression on his face. He had long been a cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source realm. After Yang Kai brought back the many secret techniques and ancient records of the Thousand Leaves sect that had been lost for many years from the Emperor Heaven Valley, Yi Hen was confident that he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm in his lifetime. However, before he could display this ambition, his sect was exterminated by a powerful enemy. Sure enough, the heavenly Dao was unpredictable. Now that his will had suffered such a blow, he didn't know if he would ever have the chance to become an emperor in this lifetime. Yang Kai raised his cup. "Sect Master Yi, what happened to the Thousand Leaves sect this time may have something to do with me." Yi Hen looked at him in surprise, as if he had misunderstood something. With a bitter smile, he said, "It's because of that flower master. It has nothing to do with young Master Yang." Yang Kai shook his head. "Sister Hua's matter is just a trigger. Chi Yu, Aio, and the others are the real targets of those guys." Yi Hen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Yi Jinghan and Du Xian also looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't know how to explain it either. It's just a feeling. This may be a plot against me, and the Thousand Leaves sect is just a coincidence. Everything was done to lure me to Flowing Shadow City." Yi Hen was stunned. If that was really the case, then the Thousand Leaves sect was really too unlucky. "My apologies." Yang Kai looked at Yi Hen and said in a deep voice. Yi Hen smiled bitterly, "Young Master Yang, there's no need to apologize. My Thousand Leaves sect deserves this. This Yi Hen has never dared to forget young Master's great kindness to my Thousand Leaves sect. Even if this matter was caused by young Master, I, Yi Hen, have no complaints. I only hate that my Thousand Leaves sect is too weak to defend against such strong enemies." Yang Kai said, "Rest assured, Sect Master Yi. No matter who the mastermind behind this is, I will definitely avenge your Thousand Leaves sect." Yi Hen smiled. With young Master Yang's words, this ye can rest assured. However, the enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. Does young Master have confidence? Yi Jinghan glanced at Ying Fei before whispering something into Yi Hen's ear. Yi Hen's body shook when he heard this. Raising his head to look at Ying Fei, he said in shock, "So it's the Monster King, Master." Yi Hen has been impolite. Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, and now that he had the Monster King by his side, there was indeed nothing to worry about. Ying Fei smiled and waved his hand. Yang Kai said, "The auction will be the time when the dagger will be revealed. When that time comes, no matter what the mastermind behind this has in mind, he will definitely bare his fangs. When that time comes, I will definitely kill him." Yi Hen stood up and said solemnly, "Please accept my bow, young Master Yang." Thousand Leaves sect no longer had the ability to take revenge. If Yang Kai could avenge Thousand Leaves sect, he would truly be their benefactor. Yang Kai reached out and lifted Yi Hen up, shaking his head. "Sect Master Yi is too serious. I can no longer stay out of this matter. Let's see who is stronger when the time comes." After drinking for a while more, Yang Kai took his leave and returned to his room. The next half a month passed peacefully. Sure enough, Zhu Qing seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, no longer bothering him, which greatly satisfied Yang Kai. Although this woman was incredibly beautiful, pleasing to the eye, and flirting with her was quite pleasing, she was still a dragon girl in the end, so Yang Kai really didn't want to provoke her. During this time, many people from the Emperor realm had come to Flowing Shadow City, most likely for Thousand Leaves sect's Heaven's Ho. After all, each Heaven's Ho was equivalent to an entire the Emperor realm, so buying them to guard their sect would be an excellent choice. Perhaps the star's source in Aio's body would also be attractive enough. Yang Kai had also investigated Flowing Shadow City many times, but he couldn't find the auras of Chi Yu, Aio, and the others, so he could only give up. However, it was unlikely that the enemy would be so stupid. Before the auction began, these chips would naturally not be exposed so easily. On this day, the silent Flowing Shadow City suddenly became noisy, and the entrance of the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was filled with people gasping for breath. As one of the two top chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce naturally had a branch in Flowing Shadow City. This time's auction would be held in the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce's branch. All the masters from the Emperor realm who had received an invitation arrived on time. In front of the Chamber of Commerce, 2 rows of young girls were waiting respectfully, but when an honored guest arrived, one of them would greet him with a smile and lead him into the Chamber of Commerce. These young girls were all as beautiful as flowers, with graceful figures. Wearing thin gauze, all kinds of wonderful things were faintly discernible, attracting the eyes of those who saw them. Without a doubt, they had also undergone professional training. Every smile made people feel at home, and their soft and gentle voices made people feel good about them. The flowing shadow sword sect master Li Qingyun also stood outside the Chamber of Commerce, hugging the void jade sword and standing there with his eyes closed like a statue. His sword intent was restrained, and from his appearance, he looked like an ordinary person. However, those who knew him knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, he was like a sheathed sword. Once unsheathed, he would transform into a powerful sword cultivator, and his killing intent would soar to the sky. Suddenly, Li Qingyun's eyes opened and he looked forward, a trace of fear and helplessness flashing across his sword-like eyes. In front of him, a group of 5 people was walking forward, rampaging through the crowd. The surrounding guests all glared at them angrily, but when they saw the faces of this group of people, they all paled and retreated to the side, as if they were avoiding a fierce tiger. This group of 5 was led by a young man, followed by a man with an aquiline nose, a young man, a young woman, and an old man. It was Yang Kai's group. Walking straight to the Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai glanced at Li Qingyun and grinned. Sect Master Li is also here to welcome guests? What a big deal! The helplessness on Li Qingyun's face became even stronger as the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing an indescribable expression. Haha, this should be Yang Kai, young Master Yang, right? Young Master Yang's arrival is a great honor for this humble one. Please come in. A hearty laughter rang out from the side, filled with enthusiasm. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw an ordinary-looking middle-aged man walk out from the side, smiling as he greeted him. Seeing this smile, Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Who are you? Yang Kai asked as he narrowed his eyes. It's you! Yi Jing Han and Du Xian exclaimed in low voices as they looked at the middle-aged man, fear filling their faces. Yi Hen's body trembled as her eyes spat fire. You know him? Yang Kai asked in astonishment. Yi Jing Han gritted her teeth. He was the one who subdued my 1,000 Leaves sect's Tianhou. He was also the one who went to look for Master Hua. This humble one is Wu Ming. The middle-aged man smiled as he stared intently at Yang Kai, completely ignoring the 3 from 1,000 Leaves sect. These 3 ants were indeed not worthy of his attention. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said indifferently, So it was you who did this. Wu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Yang must be joking. How could this humble one? What are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Wu Ming was greatly shocked as Yang Kai had actually sent a palm strike towards him. Emperor Qi surged as the surrounding world energy surged. Although there was a small gap between them, Wu Ming was shocked to find that he was unable to dodge this attack. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so bold as to attack him right from the start, catching him completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Chapter 2683. What made Wu Ming even more uneasy was that the Monster King, who had always been by Yang Kai's side, suddenly attacked. A powerful pressure comparable to that of a third-order Emperor Realm Master poured out, pressing down on him like a mountain. Wu Ming was immediately immobilized, unable to circulate his Emperor Qi properly. With a crisp sound, Wu Ming's head was slapped to the side, his cheek burning with pain, and his mouth filled with the taste of blood. The many cultivators from the Emperor Realm who came to participate in the auction all stared at the scene with wide eyes, horrified. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was slapped in front of so many people. How arrogant was this young man named Yang Kai? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had a Monster King behind him? How dare you? Wu Ming clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and growled at Yang Kai like an enraged beast. Before he could finish his words, a palm rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, slapping him hard on the other side of his face. With a loud sound, a few teeth flew out. Wu Ming was dizzy and his head was in a daze. Firstly, he was angry, and secondly, he was hit. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and a deacon of Star Soul Palace. He had always been superior to others, but who would have thought that he would be humiliated like this in this small flowing shadow city? Enraged, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi madly and managed to break free from the suppression of Ying Fei's aura, leaping back a few steps and shouting, "Enough! How dare you shout? Come here!" Yang Kai's expression turned ruthless as he opened his hand. Under the influence of space principles, Wu Ming was horrified to find that he couldn't control his own movements, and he took the initiative to meet Yang Kai. Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it hard on Wu Ming's face, causing it to bleed. But this wasn't the end. Yang Kai jumped up high, bent his elbow, and slammed it into Wu Ming's back. A violent force poured out, and Wu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked to the ground. What greeted him was a storm of punches and kicks. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. She stared at him blankly. The young man named Yang Kai was like a street gangster, pinning Wu Ming to the ground and beating him up. As he beat him up, he kept cursing him. He was extremely arrogant. On the other hand, Wu Ming tried to resist several times, but before he could gather his strength, it was defeated. After trying a few times, he seemed to know that he was a fish on the chopping board. She covered her head with her hands and curled up, allowing Yang Kai to do whatever he wanted. They had never seen a fight in the Emperor realm like this before. Today was an eye-opener for them. The group of people clicked their tongues in wonder and trembled with fear. In a short while, Wu Ming was beaten black and blue. His whole body was covered in blood, and it was almost impossible to see his human form. Fortunately, his cultivation was not bad. Otherwise, he would have to endure Yang Kai's venting. He had probably lost his life long ago. Yang Kai breathed heavily and kicked him a few more times before stopping. He turned around and glanced at Yi Hen and the others. "Do you want to collect some interest?" Yi Hen smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Young Master Yang, you can make the decision." He knew that Yang Kai was helping Thousand Leaves sect vent their grievances. Now that Wu Ming was lying on the ground, unable to fight back, Yang Kai could indeed go up and collect some interest. However, borrowing someone else's strength to intimidate others, what was the meaning of this? Yang Kai nodded lightly. He didn't force the issue. Instead, he bent down and grabbed Wu Ming's hair, lifting him up and bringing his face closer. Almost touching Wu Ming's face, he said in a deep voice, "This young master knows that there are people behind you. Tell the people behind you that if my friends lose a single hair, I will break their bones one by one and make them into wine to drink." Wu Ming chuckled. With a terrifying expression, he replied, "That depends on whether you know what's good for you." Yang Kai stared at him and said lightly, "Do you want to die?" Wu Ming's body trembled as a chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing his hands and feet to turn cold. He originally thought that since he had a bargaining chip in hand, Yang Kai would hesitate to attack him, but how could he have imagined that this guy would act so unscrupulously? He wanted to kill him, he really wanted to kill him. Although this murderous intent was concealed, it still stabbed into Wu Ming's heart like a sharp sword, causing him to remain silent out of fear. He had no doubt that if he tried to provoke this young man again, he would become a corpse in the next moment. "I can fulfill your wish." Yang Kai grinned. "I've always been a soft-hearted person. If you beg me, I'll immediately give you a quick death." Wu Ming remained silent, not daring to speak. Yang Kai coldly snorted and casually tossed him aside, as if he was a piece of trash. When Wu Ming landed on the ground, he saw that Yang Kai had already led the people behind him into the auction hall. "You little bastard, just you wait. You dare to be so presumptuous with me just because you have a monster king as your bodyguard? Today's humiliation will be repaid 100, 1,000 times over." As if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy, Wu Ming felt a burst of joy in his heart. He sneered, attracting the attention of the people from the Emperor realm who came to participate in the auction. They all wondered if this Wu Ming had been beaten silly. The auction hall was designed like a staircase, with each level spiraling upwards. It was large enough to accommodate thousands of people without feeling crowded. Looking up, the oval-shaped lid of the cauldron was engraved with the drawings of ferocious beasts, making the entire auction hall look like a beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing all the cultivator who entered. Yang Kai and his group were led by a beautiful servant girl into a side room. This side room seemed to be at the top of the auction hall. Standing in the side room and looking down, it was like looking down from a bird's eye view. Everything in the auction hall was clearly imprinted in one's eyes. The servant girl had seen Yang Kai display his invincible might at the entrance and his violent appearance. At this moment, she was trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. After leading Yang Kai and his group in, her small face turned pale as she said, "Dear guests, please wait a moment. The auction is about to begin." Although she was only a little servant girl, she could feel that the purpose of Yang Kai and his group was to destroy the auction hall. After saying that, she ran out of the side room as if she was escaping. One by one, the people from the Emperor realm were led into different side rooms by the servant girl. The hall below was gradually filled with people. Although the majority of the people who had come did not have enough wealth to participate in the auction, the more people there were, the better it would be for an auction. Yang Kai's powerful divine sense swept across the entire auction hall without restraint, causing the noisy hall below to instantly fall silent. Feeling the power of his divine sense, no one dared to make any noise. Ying Fei was also doing the same. A moment later, the two of them retracted their divine senses. "Young Master Yang, did you discover anything?" Ying Fei asked. Yang Kai shook his head and sat down on a chair. "It's hidden very deeply." "Where's the Monster King?" Ying Fei shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he had not discovered anything. Frowning, he said, "However, since we can confirm that this is a trap, young Master Yang should be careful. The deeper something is hidden, the more dangerous it is." Yang Kai nodded his head. Beside him, Yi Jinghan was brewing tea. Her movements were skilled, but there was a trace of worry between her brows. Du Xian and Yi Hen were similarly worried. "Master, everything has been prepared." Wu Ming, who had been beaten black and blue by Yang Kai, had appeared at some point and was standing respectfully in front of an old man. It was unknown what kind of pills he had taken, but although there were still some bruises on his face, it was obvious that he was much better than before. However, there were some internal injuries in his body that could not be healed so quickly. Every time Wu Ming circulated his emperor qi, his internal organs would ache faintly. "That little bastard was too heavy-handed." The old man nodded his head lightly. "How many people from the Emperor realm have come?" Wu Ming replied, "More than 30. The old man said with satisfaction, "That's enough." After a pause, he waved his hand. "Since all the guests are here, let's begin." Wu Ming said respectfully, "Yes." Turning his head to the side, Wu Ming extended his hand and said, "Junior sister, please." Hua Qingxi slowly got up and looked at the old man with a complicated gaze. "Master, this disciple will take her leave." "Go." The old man waved his hand. After taking a few steps, Hua Qingxi suddenly turned around and knelt in front of the old man, respectfully kowtowing 3 times. The old man's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand Hua Qingxi's intention. Instead of stopping her, he closed his eyes. "Your life is your own, and you choose your own path. Since you want to be my enemy, there's no need to talk about friendship between master and disciple." Wu Ming stood to the side and sneered, "You don't know how to appreciate kindness." Hua Qingxi was unmoved. After kowtowing, she stood up and took a light breath as if she had unloaded a burden. Her body and mind were much lighter, and she walked out. When she passed by Wu Ming, she paused and said, "Wu Ming, you've offended someone you shouldn't have. You'll die a horrible death." "You traitorous bitch." Wu Ming was furious. He slapped Hua Qingxi's face, leaving a palm print on her fair face. Hua Qingxi touched her cheek and smiled. "What's wrong? You were hit by others and now you want to get back at me? That's all you've got." These words instantly angered Wu Ming. The scene of him being humiliated by Yang Kai replayed clearly in his mind. Surging his emperor qi, he raised his hand and slapped down on Hua Qingxi's head. Instead of dodging, Hua Qingxi puffed up her chest and took the initiative to meet him head-on. "Enough." The old man who had his eyes closed shouted faintly. Wu Ming was startled. His raised hand froze in midair as he looked Hua Qingxi up and down and grinned. "Junior sister, you're courting death. This big brother won't let you have your way. You're a precious chess piece." Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, "Despicable." Wu Ming smiled. "Whatever you say, honored master has promised to reward you to me after this matter is over. Don't worry, this big brother will definitely treat you well." He emphasized the word, love, with a meaningful expression on his face. Hua Qingxi's expression changed abruptly as she looked at the old man in disbelief, only to find that the old man did not react at all. Knowing that Wu Ming was telling the truth, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. She had never thought that her honored master would have such an unknown side. Perhaps her strength was too low in the past and she could not come into contact with too many secrets, so she did not understand this so-called honored master at all. But after advancing to the emperor realm, everything became clear. Go, don't let the guests wait too long, the old man waved his hand. Yes. Wu Ming replied respectfully, glaring at Hua Qingxi before walking out with her. Chapter 2684. With the sound of the gong and drum, the auction officially began. From the backstage area, a beautiful woman in palace robes slowly walked out and stood on the round platform. Her beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, causing many men's eyes to light up. Generally speaking, the auctioneers were all men, and most of them were old men. Women rarely appeared on such occasions, but such a beautiful young woman was extremely pleasing to the eye, causing many people to secretly look forward to this auction. Sister Hua. In the room at the top, Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared in shock at the beautiful woman who had just walked out. Master Hua. Yi Hen and the others also wore complicated expressions. They naturally knew Hua Qingxi as she had lived in Thousand Leaves sect for some time. It was after Wu Ming came to find Hua Qingxi that Thousand Leaves sect suffered a calamity of destruction. Previously, Yi Hen and the others had guessed that this matter might be related to Hua Qingxi. At this moment, Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared in front of them again, and this time, she appeared as the auctioneer, so they couldn't help but think. With a slight gust of wind, a figure appeared on the auction stage. Everyone focused their eyes and found that Yang Kai had run up at some point. Sister Hua. Yang Kai stood in front of her and greeted her with a smile. Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi was stunned for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. Although she already knew that Yang Kai had come here, she was still surprised to see him appear in front of her. Long time no see, how have you been? Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and did not answer, but her expression suddenly became solemn. She said, You shouldn't have come here. Yang Kai said, I didn't come here. How can I take you away? Hua Qingxi said, But you can't leave even if you're here. So this matter is really directed at me? Yang Kai's expression sank. Hua Qingxi sighed and said, Do you still remember the Dragon Island command? Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly said, Of course I remember. In fact, he had forgotten about it long ago. If it weren't for Hua Qingxi reminding him, he wouldn't have remembered that there was such a thing in his space ring. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly. When I left the Star Soul Palace back then, I was ordered by my master to go to Maplewood City to inquire about the whereabouts of the Dragon Island token. You know this as well. The Dragon Island medallion is very important. You can head to the Dragon Island with the medallion and make a request that the Dragon Island can satisfy. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and the distant memories gradually became clear. He found the Dragon Island token in the spatial ring of a guy named Han Lung after he killed him. It was said that Han Lung was an abandoned disciple of the Star Soul Palace. He and Hua Qingxi could be considered as brother and sister. It was unknown where Han Lung had stolen the Dragon Island token and escaped from the Star Soul Palace. After he died in the hands of Yang Kai, the Dragon Island medallion naturally changed owners. After that, Hua Qingxi tracked down the Dragon Island medallion and found out that it was Yang Kai. In the end, she was captured. Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai about the function of the Dragon Island medallion at that time. The Dragon Island medallion belongs to my master. 1 year ago, my brother Wu Ming found me. He brought me back to the Star Soul Palace. Although I didn't want to reveal the truth, my master used a secret technique on me, and I couldn't do anything about it. You should know what happened after that. I don't know what I told my master, but he definitely knows that the Dragon Island medallion is with you. That's why he attacked the Thousand Leaves sect and captured Chi Yu and the others. He wanted to force you to show yourself. Yang Kai frowned and said, So, your master might know other secrets about me? Hua Qingxi's expression turned gloomy. She said, "I'm sorry." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's fine as long as it wasn't your intention." Although he never doubted Hua Qingxi's character, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to let it go if she really betrayed him. Now that he heard Hua Qingxi's explanation, his mood became much more relaxed. "Are my friends still safe?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Hua Qingxi said, "Master didn't hurt them. After all, his target is you. Before he takes you down, those people are just pawns." Wasn't it the same for him? All these years of relationship between master and disciple were nothing in the face of absolute benefits. Yang Kai glanced at the place where Hua Qingxi suddenly appeared and said, "That's space array, don't be rash. They've all been implanted with the heart-urging insect. Even if you go and find them, you won't be able to save them." Hua Qingxi slowly shook her head. "My master can make them wish they were dead with a single thought." Heart-urging insect. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. With the exotic insect scripture, Yang Kai naturally knew what the heart-urging insect was. It was also one of the exotic insects on the exotic insect list. Although it wasn't as famous as the soul-devouring insect, it was still a good thing for killing people. Just as she was speaking, Hua Qingxi suddenly let out a muffled groan, an expression of extreme pain appearing on her beautiful face. Under her fair complexion, it seemed as if something was emerging and swimming through her skin. "Sister Hua, you're also?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Hua Qingxi endured the pain and said, "Hurry up and leave. My master has always been cautious. If he wasn't absolutely sure, he wouldn't have come to deal with you." Yang Kai's gaze was cold as he looked in a direction. He saw Wu Ming sneering at him and forming a seal. It seemed that the reason Hua Qingxi was in so much pain was because he had used the heart-urging insect. "Sister Hua, I'll save you," Yang Kai said hurriedly and made a throat-slitting gesture at Wu Ming before suddenly disappearing. If he had stayed any longer, Hua Qingxi would have to endure even more torture, so retreating now was the best choice. The two's intimate exchange on the high platform had long been seen by many cultivators, and all of them clicked their tongues in wondering what the relationship between Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi was. After Yang Kai left, Wu Ming stopped tormenting Hua Qingxi. After all, she still needed to host this auction, so it wouldn't look good if he tortured her too much. The heart-urging insect swimming under Hua Qingxi's skin gradually disappeared, and the unbearable pain also slowly subsided. Hua Qingxi was already sweating profusely, but she forced herself to raise her head and expressionlessly said, "The auction will now begin." The first auction item, the 1,000 Leaves Sex Heavenly Howling Moon Wolf. The starting price is 1 million high-rank source crystals. As soon as these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Although they had long known that many heavenly centipedes from the 1,000 Leaves sect would appear in this auction, they never expected that the first one would appear. This was unusual. Generally speaking, the value of the items that appeared in an auction would go from low to high. Only in this way could it arouse the competitive mentality of the people and make them lose themselves in the fiery fighting atmosphere, unknowingly raising the price. A heavenly centipede was enough to be the finale of the auction, yet the first one was actually taken out. This was completely against common sense. However, when they remembered that the 1,000 Leaves sect had more than one heavenly centipede, and that this first item might just be used as a bait, many cultivators felt somewhat relieved. 1 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount. After conversion, it was equivalent to 100 million mid-rank source crystals and 10 billion low-rank source crystals. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to participate in such an auction. However, compared to a heavenly centipede whose strength was comparable to that of the Emperor realm, 1 million high-rank source crystals was definitely worth it. Buying it was equivalent to buying the Emperor realm, and one that could be used as one pleased. There were many cultivators from the Emperor realm who had come to participate in this auction, so they had naturally made preparations. At this moment, when they heard the starting price, all of them rubbed their hands together, ready to go all out. "I'll take this 1 million, I hope everyone can give me some face." A loud shout suddenly rang out, almost immediately following Hua Qingxi's words. When everyone heard this, they all curled their lips in disdain. Who did this person think he was? Did he think he could take away a heavenly centipede at a starting price with just a few words? If he had so much face, why would he hold an auction like this? Looking towards the source of the voice, many people's expressions changed. This was because they discovered that the one who had spoken was none other than the arrogant and domineering Yang Kai. The bidding voices that had been at the tip of their tongues were instantly swallowed. When Yang Kai had first arrived in Flowing Shadow City, he had led a group of people to kill many disciples of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, but even now, the sect master of the Flowing Shadow Sword sect, Li Qingyun, had no intention of taking revenge. Instead, he had taken the initiative to send the Thousand Leaves sect master back not long ago. If it was just this, it would have been fine, but he had also beaten up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction venue. Just this boldness and courage alone was enough to make people think twice, not to mention the fact that he had a monster king by his side. This face really couldn't be ignored. The entire auction venue fell into a strange silence. Knowing that Yang Kai was a fierce cultivator, those who didn't know the truth also sensed the strange atmosphere and faintly guessed what was going on. Naturally, they didn't dare to be the first to make a move. As a result, after Yang Kai finished speaking, no one else made a bid. Hua Qingxi looked around and simply said, "Since that's the case, the first heavenly grain will go to the friend in room 1. Hearing this, everyone's minds went blank, thinking that this auctioneer was a weirdo who didn't follow the rules. Generally speaking, the auctioneer would naturally raise the price at this time and ask if anyone wanted to make a bid. It was best to use an exaggerated expression and tone to instigate the bidding. If no one wanted to make a bid, the auctioneer would have to count down 3 times before the transaction was completed. However, this young woman didn't even ask before making the final decision. But when they thought of the intimate interaction between Yang Kai and her, everyone secretly felt that she should be acquainted with Yang Kai, which was why she was so straightforward. What was this? Was this still considered an auction? This wasn't the first time that the people from the Emperor realm had attended an auction, but this was the first time they had seen such an auction. From the time Hua Qingxi opened her mouth to the end of the auction, only 5 breaths had passed. At this time, a maidservant came out from the back with a tray in her hand. Before she had time to show the heavenly grain in front of everyone, the auction was already over. The maidservant seemed to be in a daze, but she still carried the tray straight to room 1. When she arrived in front of the room, the door opened and the maidservant stood at the door and said, "Guest, this is your auction item. Please pay 1 million high-rank source crystals." Chapter 2685. Kai Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the tray. Lifting the red cloth covering the tray, he took a look and discovered that on top of the tray was a puppet about a foot tall, in the shape of a wolf. "Is this the right item?" Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Hen and asked. Yi Hen excitedly replied, "This is my Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly Ho, the moon-howling heavenly wolf." Yi Hen almost burst into tears when he regained what he had lost. Yang Kai nodded lightly and tossed this heavenly Ho to Yi Hen. "Put it away." He had seen the original forms of these heavenly house in the past, each as large as a mountain and guarding the vital points of Thousand Leaves sect, but he had never imagined that they could shrink to such an extent. Thousand Leaves sect's style of puppetry was indeed extraordinary. Yi Hen was stunned, but this is young Master Yang's auction item. This is ashamed to accept it. This was an item worth 1 million high-rank source crystals, so how could Yi Hen be shameless enough to take it for free? Yang Kai smiled. "This thing can only be used to its fullest potential in your hands. Take it, there may be a fierce battle later." Thousand Leaves sect's puppets were refined using secret techniques and controlled using secret techniques. Even if others obtained them, they would not be able to display their full power. Only a cultivator who had cultivated the corresponding secret techniques would be able to unearth the greatest value of these puppets. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen's heart trembled and he silently put away the heavenly Ho. The maidservant's heart trembled as she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Forcing a smile, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Honored guest, the auction item has been delivered to you. Please pay the source crystals." Yang Kai waved his hand. "There's no rush. I still have things to bid for, so I'll pay them all at once after the auction to avoid trouble." The maidservant frowned and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly, But we don't have such a rule, and this servant can't make the decision. Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. Since you can't make the decision, ask someone who can. He glanced at her. The maidservant suddenly shuddered and didn't dare to say anything more. She excused herself and hurriedly went to report. At this moment, another maidservant walked up to the stage with a tray. Hua Qingxi declared expressionlessly, "The second auction item is the 1,000 Leaves Sex Heavenly Centipede Silver Spider. The starting price is 1 million high-rank source crystals." After he finished speaking, he stood there quietly. Yang Kai immediately said, "I'll take 1 million. I hope everyone can give me some face." As soon as he said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Those from the Emperor realm gnashed their teeth in hatred. When the first auction item, the Moonhowl Wolf, came out, Yang Kai said the same thing. Those from the Emperor realm gave him face and didn't compete with him. However, when the second item was auctioned, he actually dared to say such a thing, which made him seem a little greedy and ignorant. However, when they thought of the monster king behind Yang Kai and his lawless actions, most of the people from the Emperor realm chose to remain silent and didn't want to take the lead. However, some of the people from the Emperor realm who didn't know his background began to mock him in their private rooms, but they didn't raise the price. Although these people spoke softly, there were quite a few people from the Emperor realm present who had sharp ears and eyes, so how could they not hear them? At first, they were worried that Yang Kai would suddenly attack them. However, to their surprise, Yang Kai's private room was completely silent and didn't have any special reaction. At this moment, the maidservant who delivered the Moonhowl Wolf to Yang Kai found Wu Ming and carefully recounted what had happened. Wu Ming was furious when he heard this and clenched his teeth. "Bastard, you actually want to eat for free." 1 million high-rank source crystals was a considerable amount of wealth for him, but looking at Yang Kai's actions, it was clear that he didn't want to pay, so he casually found a reason to send the maidservant away. Wu Ming believed that even if the auction ended, Yang Kai wouldn't pay a single source crystal. Such an approach was simply a despicable and shameless act. "Master, what should we do now?" The maidservant also panicked. If word spread that someone had bought something for free at their own auction house, what credibility would the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have? However, she was just a maidservant of the Chamber of Commerce and had no right to make such a decision. Wu Ming's eyes flashed for a moment before he coldly snorted, "It doesn't matter, just ignore him." In any case, Yang Kai was going to die today. No matter how many good things there were in that space ring, they would all become his spoils of war. "Since you want to eat for free, I'll catch you in one fell swoop and see who's stronger." The maidservant was startled when she heard this and said, "But he's starting to bid again. If he wins again, what should we do?" Wu Ming waved his hand and said, "Send everything to him." The maidservant was shocked, as if she hadn't expected Wu Ming to give such an answer. However, before today's auction began, these maidservants had already been informed that they had to obey Wu Ming's orders, so they didn't dare to refute. They just felt strange in their hearts. What was the meaning of today's auction? Wu Ming sneered softly as his eyes swept over Yang Kai's private room, thinking to himself, "I'll let you be proud for a while, but once my honored master finishes his arrangements, I'll let you die without a burial place." The entire auction was both a means to attract Yang Kai and a strategy to stall for time. While the auction was being held, his honored master had been secretly preparing to lay out an inescapable net here. No one would be able to escape from here. Sure enough, no one bid for the second auction item. Soon, another maidservant delivered it to Yang Kai's private room. As if she had been instructed, this maidservant tactfully did not ask for any more source crystals from Yang Kai this time. Instead, she respectfully left after delivering the item. Yang Kai casually tossed it to Yi Hen. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were secretly excited as they watched from the side. They felt that they should be able to retrieve all of 1,000 Leaves Sect's heavenly puppets this time. If that was the case, 1,000 Leaves Sect might be able to make a comeback. They had brought many secret scriptures into Emperor Heaven Valley. If they could retrieve these heavenly puppets and recruit more disciples in the future, 1,000 Leaves Sect would definitely be able to regain its glory one day. The third auction item. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi continued to carry out her task as the auctioneer with an indifferent expression. However, before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai shouted, 1 million, I'll take it. Needless to say, it was definitely another heavenly puppet. Thousand Leaves sect originally had 10 great heavenly puppets, but after Lu Yen took away the white tiger, there were only 9 left. It would take a lot of time to bid for them one by one. An old voice immediately rang out from room number 7, one that was filled with dissatisfaction and indignation. Friend, do you want us to give you some face? Yang Kai grinned. It would naturally be good if that's the case. The old man from room number 7 coldly snorted. Face is something that can only be gained through fighting, not given by others. That's right. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Someone immediately chimed in. From the sound of it, it seemed to have come from room number 13. Since it's an auction, it should naturally be won by the rich. Friend, aren't you looking down on us a little too much by doing this? Little brat, you should be satisfied with obtaining 2 heavenly puppets. You don't need to participate in the rest. That's right, that's right. We came all the way here just for these heavenly puppets. If you want to take them all by yourself, be careful that your stomach doesn't explode. With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be others who would follow suit. Previously, they didn't know Yang Kai's background, so they didn't make a move allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of 2 heavenly puppets. However, when they were privately criticizing Yang Kai, they immediately felt that this little brat wasn't all that great, so they all became bolder and began mocking and persuading him. Everyone wanted good things. Looking at Kai Yang's attitude, if they didn't open their mouths now, he really would end up buying everything in this auction. How could they tolerate such a thing? Giving him 2 heavenly puppets at the lowest price was already a great deal of face, so he should be satisfied. Many people were secretly regretting it. If they had known that this little brat wasn't all that great and was just putting on an act, they would have started bidding a long time ago. Generally speaking, the price of the first few auction items was relatively low, and the price would be pushed up as time went on. Only those from the Emperor realm who knew that Yang Kai had a monster king by his side and saw Yang Kai beat up Wu Ming kept silent. They sneered in their hearts, thinking that the Emperor realm was in big trouble. Yang Kai dared to beat up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction, so it was obvious that he was a reckless and daring person. Provoking him now was just asking for trouble. There weren't many people from the Emperor realm who were more powerful than Wu Ming. As the saying went, if it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care. They were all secretly looking forward to a good show. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to want to fight with those people. He only stayed silent for a while before saying, "Since you don't want to give me face, then let's just bid. What's the point of saying so much?" As soon as he said this, many people were shocked. They wondered what was going on with this brat. Could it be that he had a change of heart? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he was worried because there were so many people here? After all, it was difficult to offend the crowd. It didn't matter if he beat up Wu Ming, but if he continued to pester them endlessly and asked them to give him face, he might offend everyone from the Emperor realm. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many people with 2 fists. Thinking of this, those from the Emperor realm who had been silent couldn't help but feel excited. They felt that it was time to participate in the auction. Without Yang Kai as the biggest obstacle, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone. They just needed to see who had the most money to get the heavenly puppets. With this thought in mind, many people from the Emperor realm sat up straight and rubbed their fists, preparing to fight to the death. The old man from room 7 smiled slightly and took advantage of his seniority to say, "This is the kind of atmosphere an auction should have. In that case, this old man will throw a brick to attract jade." 1 million. 1. 2 million. 1. 5 million. 2 million. Shouts immediately came from all directions as the people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms began to move. In less than 10 breaths, the base price of the heavenly puppet of 1 million high-rank source crystals had risen to 3 million, and this was far from over. Chapter 2686. 10 million. An abrupt voice rang out. The noisy auction venue fell silent in an instant as countless people turned their heads to look at room 1, the corners of their eyes twitching. Naturally, They recognized that the voice who bid 10 million belonged to Yang Kai, and their hearts were filled with hatred. This price increase was too terrifying, directly increasing from 3 million to 10 million, almost 3 times the original price. Such a price gap shocked even those from the Emperor realm. But then again, the value of a heavenly puppet was indeed worth that much. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount, it was worth it if it could buy a heavenly puppet. It could only be said that the boy in room 1 was decisive enough to directly bid such a high price to deter most of the competitors who wanted to take advantage of the situation. An auction was a place where people fought with their wits and courage, so if someone couldn't bear the new price, they could only give up. Damn! Wu Ming, who was hiding behind the high platform, cursed bitterly. Others thought that Yang Kai was being generous and was determined to win the heavenly puppet, but he knew Yang Kai's plan. This bidding price was nothing more than a number to Yang Kai. He had never thought of paying source crystals, let alone 10 million. He could even bid 100 million. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This boy, he won't really bid 100 million later, will he? Boy, you're so generous. The old man in room 7 shouted, his voice filled with slight anger as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for not understanding the rules. How could he raise the price like this in an auction? The bidders were going to kill each other. In the end, only the organizer would benefit. If it weren't for Yang Kai bidding for 2 heavenly puppets before, he would have suspected that Yang Kai was a fraud. 10 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly puppet. Boy, your calculations are not bad, but unfortunately, you met this old master. The old man in room 7 sneered and bid again, 11 million. This price was almost close to his psychological bottom line, but Yang Kai's approach was too arrogant. He couldn't swallow this insult and secretly decided to fight to the death with this boy and let him know that the older, the wiser. 100 million. Yang Kai sat on the chair, his hand on his cheek, and took a sip of the tea. Yi Jinghan could not help but laugh out loud. By now, how could she not see through Yang Kai's plan? This auction was a complete joke to Yang Kai. 10 million, 100 million, a billion, or even 10 billion didn't make any difference to him. Anyway, it was just a number that he casually said. He wouldn't fulfill it at all. Yi Hen and Du Xian also had strange expressions as they secretly wiped away the sweat on their foreheads. Backstage, Wu Ming's face was dark. He thought to himself that what he was most afraid of would come true. This kid really called out a bid of 100 million. On the contrary, from the various private rooms outside, waves of gasps could be heard one after another. In the hall, countless gazes gathered towards room 1. All of them were flabbergasted and shocked. Did I hear wrongly? 100 million? Low-grade or high-grade origin crystals? Dream, I must be dreaming. This kid is crazy. Does he have so many origin crystals that he can't spend them all? If he can't spend them all, he should just give me some. Why do I have to be such a sucker? Young master, this servant is willing to serve you. This servant's chest is very big, very soft, and very white. In the hall, everyone was shocked by Yang Kai's bid of 100 million. That bid was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to feel dizzy and confused. In room 7, the old man was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He slammed the chair under him and said, "Kid, you're going too far." Yang Kai curled his lips and glanced at room 7 indifferently. It's an auction, where the rich win. How is this young master going too far? You're just randomly bidding. How preposterous. He didn't believe that Yang Kai was really willing to spend 100 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly hoe. A heavenly hoe was only worth 10 or 20 million at most. What kind of concept was 100 million? Even first-class sects might not necessarily be able to take out so many source crystals. Yang Kai snorted, "If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You're already so old, why don't you just find a place to live out your remaining years? Why run out here and make a fool of yourself?" This old master is so angry. The old man from the 7th room flew into a rage and turned to Hua Qingxi, who was on the stage, and said, "Madam, do you think the auction house will allow this person to cause trouble and make unreasonable bids? Is there no one to maintain order?" This was a branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, and everyone could trust the credibility of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The old man thought that Hua Qingxi was a member of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, so he asked this question. Hua Qingxi glanced at room 7 indifferently and said, "Him bidding is his business. I didn't see him causing trouble, but you've been chattering nonstop." The old man was startled and only then remembered that the little brat from room 1 seemed to be very familiar with this auctioneer. Before the auction started, the two of them had been whispering on the stage for a while. At this time, the old man was naturally speaking up for that little brat, so how could he possibly care about an outsider like him? Snakes and rats really are in cahoots. The old man flicked his sleeves, feeling extremely disappointed with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, but he still said, "This old master doesn't believe he can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. He's definitely just randomly bidding. If anyone could take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it wouldn't be high-rank source crystals." The old man had almost emptied his entire sect, but he had only brought less than 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai was so young and his cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, so how could he possibly have such great financial resources? Old man Zhou is right. This little brat is here to cause trouble. Throw him out. Someone immediately shouted. It was none other than the owner of room 13 from the Emperor realm. Throw him out. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed to participate in this auction. He actually picked up two big advantages. What the hell is wrong with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce? For a time, the crowd became agitated and everyone clamored for Yang Kai to be thrown out of the auction. The main reason was that the bid of 100 million high-rank source crystals was simply too frightening. This was only the third item to be auctioned, and there were many more heavenly puppets to be auctioned. It was rumored that there was even a Star Master. If he continued to raise the price like this every time, who could compete with him? Even if it was for their own interests, they couldn't allow this little brat to stay any longer. 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm shouted together, each of the private rooms filled with oppressive Emperor intent, as if a fight was about to break out, causing the cultivator in the hall to go pale with fright. Hua Qingxi also frowned as she stood on the high platform. If it was just one or two people shouting like this, she wouldn't have paid them any mind. In any case, this auction was just a cover, but now that so many people from the Emperor realm were attacking together, she didn't know what to do. If she didn't handle this well, it would bring a lot of trouble to Yang Kai. Wu Ming stood in the background, grinning, secretly pleased. He had no intention of stopping this at all. In his heart, he was looking forward to Yang Kai drawing as much hatred as possible, which would make it easier for him to carry out his next plan. Shut up for this young master. Inside room 1, Yang Kai picked his ears and shouted. The noise from all directions was giving him a headache. Little brat, how dare you shout? The old man from room 7 seemed to be on bad terms with Yang Kai. At this moment, he had the upper hand and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. He snapped, "If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. If you don't, we'll teach you how to behave." As soon as his voice fell, a figure strangely appeared in the air above the auction hall. It was none other than Yang Kai. What are you doing?" Even though he was hiding in private room 7, the old man was still shocked. How did Kai Yang appear just now? He didn't even notice it. That pair of eyes pierced straight through the walls and spirit arrays as if they were nothing, piercing straight into his heart. Yang Kai looked at room 7 indifferently, then glanced around and said unhurriedly, "You bunch of dregs said that this young master is randomly bidding because you don't think this young master can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. This young master wants to ask you, what would you do if I could take it out? Impudent. Arrogant. This is really infuriating. This brat is so rude." Although the cultivators from the Emperor realm who came here were not very strong, they were all mainstays of their respective sects and forces. None of them had low status, so being called dregs by Yang Kai immediately caused the crowd to be furious. "If you take it out, this king will eat 3 kilograms of shit." A voice drifted from one of the private rooms. Obviously, it was just a random shout and didn't want to expose his position. Yang Kai accurately locked onto room 13 and said in amazement, Friend, your taste is quite strong, I admire you. Inside room 13, a middle-aged man's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he couldn't hide his position even after using a secret technique and was immediately discovered by Yang Kai. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have shouted. The main reason was that he didn't like Yang Kai and instinctively wanted to disgust him. Everyone else also looked towards room 13 with different expressions. Good, since your excellency is so ambitious, this young master will definitely satisfy you once, Yang Kai said while clapping his hands. He then turned to look at room 7 and asked, Old thing, what about you? With just you? The old man sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't think that Yang Kai could really take out so many source crystals. With just me, so what? Don't talk so nicely, take out something real. Yang Kai snorted. He had come here to rescue Chi Yu and the others, as well as to retrieve Thousand Leaves Sex Tian Ho. Since someone dared to obstruct him, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The old man said, If you can take it out, this old master will twist his head off and let you kick it like a ball. This brat was just a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could really take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, the old man wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he would just fight him and let him know that there was always someone better than him. Very good, Yang Kai grinned viciously, this young master wants your head. Saying so, he turned around and flew towards the high platform where Hua Qingxi was. After landing, he looked around and shouted, Open your dog eyes and see clearly whether this young master is randomly bidding. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a small mountain of source crystals instantly appeared on the high platform. The source crystals exuded a bright white light and an astonishing amount of spirit chi burst out, filling the entire auction venue with spirit chi. Chapter 2687. Wow, the cultivator in the hall was in an uproar as they stared at the platform with wide eyes. Even the cultivators from the Emperor realm who were hiding in the private rooms couldn't help but stretch their necks and stare at the breathtaking scene on the platform. So many source crystals. I've never seen so many source crystals in my life. They're all high-rank source crystals. They're really high-rank source crystals. Such a big pile. It's at least 100 million. Master, this servant wants to give birth to your child. Look at this servant, look at this servant. The cultivator sitting in the hall was going crazy. Their cultivation wasn't high and the cultivation resources they had access to were limited. They had never seen so many source crystals, and all of them were high-rank source crystals. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough to shock their souls. If such a fortune fell into their hands, not only would they not have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives, but they would also not have to worry about cultivation resources for their descendants for the next 100 generations. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk the sound of gulping could be heard from the private rooms. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm were filled with disbelief and greed. Not to mention the cultivator in the hall who had never seen so many source crystals, they had never seen so many either. All of them felt that their horizons had been broadened. There really are so many high-rank source crystals. The old man in room 7's eyes twitched. He was shocked, but he also felt a trace of horror and uneasiness. Previously, he had bragged in a fit of anger, but now, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck and subconsciously touched it. But soon he sneered. Even if this brat really took out 100 million high-rank source crystals, so what? He was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who had been promoted for many years. How could a young man like him be a match for him? If he knew what was good for him, he would just turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. But if he dared to pester him, he would have to teach him a lesson. Moreover, this brat had already angered everyone, and now he didn't understand the principle of not showing off his wealth. If he were to wantonly show off his wealth and make a move here, he would not be the only one who could not tolerate him. At the very least, the friend in room 13 would definitely help him. Thinking of this, the old man's heart calmed down. On the high platform, Yang Kai waved his hand again and another pile of high-rank source crystals appeared, this one much larger than the previous one. Hiss, a series of gasps could be heard. Everyone was petrified as they stared blankly at the source crystal on the high platform. The light from the high-rank source crystal was dazzling, and it also made them restless. That wasn't the end. Then came the third pile, the fourth pile. In just a few moments, the entire high platform was almost filled with high-rank source crystals, and the world energy that permeated the air was so dense that it almost condensed into a solid substance. Every cultivator present at the auction felt refreshed and comfortable. It was as if he had become an immortal. Ah, my bottleneck. My bottleneck is loosening. I'm going to break through. Someone suddenly shouted, his face full of surprise. Before he even finished speaking, a burst of aura exploded and spread out. Someone had actually made a breakthrough before him. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk auras of varying strength erupted in the auction hall one after another. No less than 100 cultivator had broken through their own shackles in this rich world energy and reached a new realm. Those cultivator who hadn't made a breakthrough were also full of joy, circulating their secret arts to absorb the surrounding world energy. These people, their cultivations weren't high, and they didn't have good cultivation resources. The places they usually chose for their secluded cultivation were also not good places. At this moment, Yang Kai took out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals to create a cultivation environment comparable to the cultivation zones of those big sects. It was only natural that they would be able to take a step forward before they reached a bottleneck. Good man, someone shouted, crying. This person had been stuck in the Second Order St. King realm for 30 years. He thought that he would never be able to take another step forward in his life, but he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just by attending an auction. Benefactor, please accept my respect. Someone stood up and bowed to Yang Kai, who was standing on the high platform, with a sincere attitude. More people stood up to thank him. Yang Kai looked at them with a smile, not stopping them from absorbing the world energy from his source crystals. He had made a fortune in the ancient wildlands and raided the Seeking Passion sect's treasury. He had a lot of wealth in his hands. Just the high-rank source crystals alone were more than 1 billion. The world energy that leaked out was just a drop in the ocean for him. To put it bluntly, a single strand of hair from his leg was enough to make these cultivators struggle for several lifetimes. Backstage, Wu Ming stared at the high-rank source crystals with shining eyes, swallowing hard as one thought kept emerging in his mind. Mine, all mine. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so rich. Taking out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals so casually, it was obvious that he had many more good things in his space ring. As long as he could kill him, wouldn't all this wealth be his? No, it would be Honored Master's. But since Honored Master was eating meat, it shouldn't matter if he drank some soup, right? Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart was filled with excitement. This was really a windfall. Wu Ming was so excited that he almost threw his head back and laughed wildly. You bunch of trash, did you see it clearly? Is this young master bidding randomly? Yang Kai looked around and said coldly. No one spoke. Seeing was believing. Yang Kai had taken out so many source crystals so casually, proving that he had enough financial resources. How could he be slandered by a random bid? While speaking, Yang Kai took back the high-rank source crystals. The rich world energy was suddenly cut off, causing the cultivator in the hall to show a look of resentment. However, these things belonged to someone else, and the other party was from the Emperor realm, so it was already very generous of him to take them out to broaden their horizons. They couldn't expect Yang Kai to keep these source crystals for them to cultivate with. For a time, many sighs sounded. It's good that no one has any objections. Yang Kai grinned and turned to look at room 7. Old man, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. What promise? It's bullshit. The old man from room 7 shouted angrily. You dare to go back on your word? Yang Kai's face turned ferocious. Which old bastard just said that as long as this young master could take out 100 million source crystals, he would twist his head off and let me kick it like a ball? How dare you go back on your word in public? Do you have any shame? The old man coldly snorted. Are you serious about joking? Yang Kai said in a deep voice, Old man, you're really shameless. I'll count to 3. If you don't twist your head off, don't blame this young master for personally attacking you. Junior, You dare? The old man was furious. He didn't expect Yang Kai to not give him any face. After all, they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Although he did say those words out of anger, anyone could tell that he didn't mean them. Was he really going to fulfill his promise? What? Ignoring him, Kai Yang continued to count to himself. Boy, don't go too far. This old master is the sect master of Blue Void Sect. Do you want to make an enemy out of Blue Void Sect? Seeing that Yang Kai was unwilling to let him off, the old man hurriedly revealed his identity, wanting to scare Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained unmoved and coldly spat out a single word. What the hell was Blue Void Sect? He had even destroyed Seeking Passion Sect, so why would he be afraid of Blue Void Sect? The old man panicked. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so serious. Was this brat crazy? At any rate, his cultivation was similar to Yang Kai's. If there was no deep hatred between them, was there a need to make such a fuss? What the old man didn't know was that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master, a trivial Blue Void Sect, was nothing in Yang Kai's eyes. If he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, Yang Kai might have reconsidered. The old man gritted his teeth and suddenly cast his gaze in the direction of room 13. He locked onto the Emperor Realm there with his divine sense and sent a message. Friend, this brat is crazy. Why don't you and I work together to take him down? Otherwise, with his temper, after dealing with this old master, he will definitely not let you go. Why don't we take the initiative and split the several 100 million source crystals? In room 13, the Emperor Realm's face was gloomy because Yang Kai's behavior was too overbearing. He knew that the old man was right. He had said eat 3 kilograms of shit just to disgust Yang Kai and had deliberately hidden his location. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would find it so quickly? Just as he was worried that Yang Kai would ask him to fulfill his promise, the old man sent him a message. Stimulated by the several 100 million source crystals, he nodded without hesitation and replied, "Okay." The old man was overjoyed. Boy, you're courting death, so don't blame this old master. 3. After Yang Kai shouted, he stared coldly at room 7 and nodded. Very good, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, this young master will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he pounced towards room number 7. While in midair, he threw a punch at the room. Kong, with a loud bang, a light barrier suddenly appeared around the 7th room. The light barrier flickered and blocked Yang Kai's punch. The private rooms and auctions were protected by spirit arrays, mainly to protect the privacy and safety of their guests. The spirit arrays and barriers in the private rooms of top-level auctions were enough to guard against the investigation and attack of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Although Flowing Shadow City was not a small city, it was not a big one either. The barriers and spirit arrays of this branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce could defend against the attacks of ordinary First-Order or Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master attacked, it would be impossible to defend against them. However, there weren't many experts of this level, and they wouldn't be seen under normal circumstances. Even if they did appear, they would be people of noble status, and they wouldn't do something so rude. Haha. The sect master of Blue Void Sect in room 7 saw Yang Kai suffer and laughed. Boy, you think you can find trouble with this old master? You'd better go home and cultivate. Halfway through his words, he suddenly screamed, as if he had seen something that shocked him. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they looked over, their faces filled with disbelief. A tiny crack suddenly appeared on the light barrier in front of room 7. Chapter 2688. Kacha. A slight sound rang out, causing the hearts of those who heard it to skip a beat. The old man hiding in room 7 turned pale, his eyes wide open, unable to believe that Kai Yang actually possessed such strength. A single punch had caused a crack in the barrier. If he had punched a few more times? Damn Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. What kind of bullshit spirit array is this? It's nothing. The old man cursed in his heart. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly flipped his hand and summoned the myriad sword. With a shake of the sword chi soared to the heavens and slashed forward. Kong. Asterisk, the power of this sword seemed to be able to shatter the sky and turn the world upside down. Many people in the Emperor Realm's private rooms were shocked as they realized just how powerful Yang Kai was. As for the light barrier that had already cracked open, it was shattered into specks of light by the sword's strike and disappeared into nothingness. The entire private room 7 was suddenly exposed and defenseless. With another sweep of his sword, Kai Yang tore open the door of the room. An old man with a pale complexion and eyes filled with shock stared at him with wide open eyes. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed directly into room number 7. Placing the myriad sword on his shoulder, he pointed his hand forward and said with a monstrous aura, "Old thing, give me your head." Asterisk, dang 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 dang. Asterisk, the old man retreated in horror as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Friend, if you don't act now, when will you?" As soon as he spoke, he pushed his Emperor Qi and rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, his hands formed into claws as an eagle phantom flashed behind him. Claw images filled the sky as he attacked fiercely, as if he wanted to rip apart Yang Kai's stomach. Although the old man could see that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master and had the support of Room 13, so he was not too afraid of Yang Kai. His actions were merciless and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Yang Kai. But just as he was about to pounce on Yang Kai, a big foot suddenly kicked towards him. Rich Emperor Qi surged from this foot, and although this move looked ordinary, it was still able to shatter all of the Spirit Array's claws. But strangely, his claw shadows that filled the sky were cleanly broken, and he kicked his face with incomparable precision. The old man instinctively wanted to dodge, but was shocked to find that the space around him had solidified, making it impossible for him to move. Asterisk prng star. The old man was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind him before he slid down softly. Seeing stars, he felt dizzy. He felt like his nose had collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw was a broad sword pressed against his neck, a cold sensation to the touch. Yang Kai stood in front of him with a mocking expression, his face filled with disdain. The old man was shocked. He hadn't expected that even though they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from his opponent. Is this still a First-Order Emperor Realm? Gasps could be heard coming from the surrounding private rooms. They couldn't understand what had just happened. They had clearly seen the battle just now. It was Yang Kai who broke the barrier and Spirit Array. Then he confronted the sect master of Blue Void Sect head-on. In the end, for some reason, the sect master was kicked to the ground and his life was now in danger. All of this was too strange. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen. The sect master of Blue Void Sect was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. How could he be so vulnerable in front of an opponent of the same cultivation? You still have helpers? Kai Yang sneered, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards room 13. The door to room 13 was wide open. A middle-aged man stood in the room, looking like he was about to rush out, but his posture was extremely stiff, as if he was frozen in place. In front of him, Ing Fei crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, looking at him with a pair of eagle-like eyes. There was no hostility, no aura, and he couldn't even detect the other party's cultivation. But this was the kind of person he was. The middle-aged man in room 13 felt a chill run down his spine. He froze on the spot as large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Inexplicably, he felt that the other party had the ability to kill him, so even though he heard the call of the sect master of Blue Void Sect, he couldn't take a step forward. Go back. Young Master Yang will come to visit you later. Ing Fei looked at the middle-aged man and waved his hand gently. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gently closed the door. Then he retreated and sat down on the chair, trembling all over. In room 7, Yang Kai grinned at the sect master of Blue Void Sect and said, "It seems that you've been abandoned." Of course, he knew what happened to the Emperor Realm in room 13. With Ing Fei guarding the door, that person couldn't escape even if he had wings, let alone come to help. But when the sect master of Blue Void Sect heard this, his face turned ashen. Originally, he thought that since he was in the same realm as Kai Yang, he didn't need to be too afraid of him. Furthermore, He had the support of Room 13, so he didn't need to worry too much about Kai Yang. But after exchanging blows, he knew that he was gravely mistaken. This First Order Emperor Realm Master was completely different from the ones he had encountered before. What made him even angrier was that Room 13 didn't move. Feeling the chill of the myriad sword, the sect master of Blue Void Sect said in a trembling voice, "Eldest young master, please spare my life. This old master is willing to apologize, please let me go." At this moment of life and death, the sect master of Blue Void Sect couldn't care less about honor or shame. He only wanted to survive. If he died, then he would have nothing left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. A man can't live without his word. As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad sword swung out a rainbow light and slashed across the old man's neck. The old man's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. He covered his neck with his hand and gritted his teeth. "You..." Before he could finish his sentence, bright red blood suddenly spurted out from his neck. The powerful force sent his head flying. Cries of alarm came from all around the room. When Blue Void Sect's sect master came to participate in this auction, he seemed to have brought a few young disciples with him to broaden their horizons. When Yang Kai had broken into their room, they had all been scared out of their wits. Now that they saw their sect master, who they regarded as omnipotent gods, being beheaded in a single strike, all of them cried out in alarm, their faces turning pale. Among them, 2 beautiful female disciples even fell to the ground, their eyes unfocused. Yang Kai ignored them and simply grabbed the head of Blue Void Sect's sect master, pulling his hair up to take a closer look. As expected of an Emperor Realm Master, even after being beheaded, the Blue Void Sect's sect master still glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if he had died with a grievance. After a while, his eyes gradually dimmed. The thousands of cultivators in the hall kept quiet out of fear. Previously, Yang Kai had taken out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals to create a cultivation environment for them that they had never had before, which made them shed tears of gratitude. They felt that this person was a rare kind person, but now that he had directly cut off the head of Blue Void Sect's sect master, they realized just how terrifying Yang Kai was. The cultivators of the Emperor Realm in the private room also had complicated expressions. Those who knew a little bit about Yang Kai shook their heads slowly, feeling sorry for the old man. This was someone who had even beaten up a second-order Emperor Realm Master. At the entrance of the auction house, others would be running away from him, but the old man had actually dared to provoke him. Wasn't this just courting death? Some of the cultivators of the Emperor Realm who didn't know about Yang Kai couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Most of them were like the sect master of Blue Void Sect, only First Order Emperor Realm Masters. When they saw the sect master of Blue Void Sect being killed by Yang Kai without being able to resist, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They secretly decided not to provoke this fiend anymore, or else they might be the next to die. Since you want to give your head to this young master to kick like a ball, then this young master will reluctantly accept it, Yang Kai said as he suddenly threw the old man's head and sent it flying out with a spinning kick. With a swoosh, the head of the sect master of Blue Void Sect flew straight onto the auction stage, over Hua Qingxi's head, and smashed into a certain spot backstage, shattering with a loud bang like a watermelon being smashed open. Backstage, Wu Ming was watching the show, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to kick the head towards him. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, but was splashed with blood. Wu Ming's face immediately turned black, and anger welled up in his heart. It was indescribable how uncomfortable it was. After doing all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and picked up the corpse of the sect master of Blue Void Sect. He glanced at room 13 and grinned. "Where's the friend who said he wanted to eat 3 kilograms of shit? Get ready. There's something hot here." As he spoke, he flew towards room 13 with the corpse in his hand. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk everyone's gaze turned towards room 13, and all of them were filled with sympathy. So what if the sect master of Blue Void Sect died? At least he had a quick death, and Yang Kai didn't torture him. However, the Emperor Realm in room 13 was probably going to suffer a fate worse than death. Imagining the torture that room 13 was going to suffer, many people shuddered, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They didn't doubt Yang Kai's determination and strength. Previously, the sect master of Blue Void Sect in Room 7 said he wanted to kick his head like a ball, and he really did. Room 13 said he wanted to eat 3 kilograms of shit, and it seemed like he really was going to eat it. They had never participated in an auction like this, and they had never seen such a person. He was simply lawless. The whole place was silent. Divine thoughts were transmitted from all the private rooms, and they all looked towards Room 13. Everyone was curious. Although they knew what was going to happen later, they couldn't help but want to see it clearly. Bang! The door of Room 13 was kicked open, and a middle-aged man's angry voice came from inside. "What do you want?" "I'm here to fulfill your wish." "You're welcome." No, I didn't say that. Don't come looking for me. You are a man of your word. You can't go back on your word. Now that things have come to a head, why shrink back? Young master, I beg you to let me go. I was wrong, okay? I was wrong before. Master, please don't hold it against me. Please don't lower yourself to my level. That won't do. This is the first time I've heard of such ambition in my life. No matter what, I'll satisfy you. Monster King, tell him not to resist. Yes. I'd rather be killed than humiliated. I'll fight it out with you. You want to fight in front of me? Young Master Yang, 3 kilograms is too little. 30 kilograms will do. Chapter 2689. The spirit array in private room 13 was still intact, so everyone's divine sense was blocked outside, making it impossible to investigate what was going on inside. However, the conversation was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. They only heard the Emperor Realm Cultivator in room 13 begging for mercy, as if he wanted to fight to the death, but there was no sound of fighting at all before he was subdued. Then, there was a whining sound, followed by a few strange gulping sounds. Although they couldn't see anything, everyone could imagine what the Emperor Realm Cultivator in private room 13 had encountered. Inside the hall, a woman couldn't hold on any longer and vomited. This sound seemed to be a fuse, triggering a chain reaction. The cultivator who was still struggling couldn't hold on any longer and turned their heads away, vomiting into a mess. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with a foul atmosphere, causing everyone to frown. The other cultivators in the Emperor Realm's private rooms were also puzzled. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was one of the top 2 chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory, so how come no one had come to intervene? Faintly, many people felt that this auction wasn't as simple as it seemed, as if they had accidentally stepped into a quagmire. After a long time, Yang Kai came out of private room 13 and clapped his hands. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange request. It's really an eye-opener. The sound of vomiting continued to come from behind him, giving everyone a feeling that death was better than living. Continue. Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qing-si on the high platform. Hua Qing-si nodded lightly, knowing that Yang Kai had been annoyed by his honored master this time. He was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Rooms 7 and 13 had taken the initiative to crash into him, so how could he let them off so easily? It was already a stroke of luck for room 13 to be able to keep his life. However, based on his experience, it would have been better if he had just been killed. Looking around, Hua Qingxi said, Room 1 bids 100 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Everyone was indifferent, thinking that the other party had already bid 100 million. What's there to add? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, since there is none, then the third auction item belongs to room 1. She gestured with her hand, and the maid immediately carried the tray to room 1. Her small face was pale, and her legs were trembling. It was as if she was not going to room 1, but to some kind of serene soul purgatory. Yang Kai returned to his room and put away the third heavenly puppet. On the stage, Hua Qingxi spoke again. The fourth auction item. 1,000 leaves sexton ho. 100 million. Yang Kai shouted. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. She looked around the hall and said, no one is raising the price, right? After saying that, she winked at the maid who had just walked out from the backstage. This time, she didn't even bother to say anything. The following auction was simply an interaction between Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. Whenever an auction item was presented, Yang Kai would bid 100 million without hesitation, and Hua Qingxi simply asked someone to send the heavenly puppet to room 1. Inside the various private rooms, the expressions of many people in the Emperor realm were both helpless and ugly. They had come all the way here to participate in the auction. They didn't expect that they would all become foils. Not to mention bidding for an auction item, they didn't even have the qualifications to bid. Who could compete with him when he bid 100 million? Moreover, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see that there was something wrong with Yang Kai. He didn't seem to be here to participate in the auction, but to deliberately cause trouble. Not to mention that he had just killed the person in room 7 and humiliated the person in room 13. This price alone was somewhat thought-provoking. He really did have a lot of capital. He had hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals on hand, but even so, he shouldn't have bid like this, right? Those high-rank source crystals didn't just fall from the sky, so the only explanation was that Yang Kai didn't plan on paying them at all. The people from the Emperor realm weren't fools. After watching for so long, how could they not understand what was going on? A faint sense of unease welled up in their hearts, as if invisible shackles had wrapped around their hearts, making them feel uneasy. However, the auctioneer on the stage was actually very cooperative, which made everyone feel extremely strange. In less than a quarter of an hour, 1,000 Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets were all auctioned off. As expected, all of the heavenly puppets fell into Yang Kai's hands and were handed over to Yi Hen. Yi Hen was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He never thought that he would be able to recover the heavenly puppets he had lost. He had originally thought that 1,000 Leaves Sect had been destroyed and that the sect's inheritance would end in his hands, so he had been feeling extremely guilty these days. He felt that he had let down 1,000 Leaves Sect's ancestors, and his heart had already died. Even though Li Qingyun had sent him back in one piece, Yi Hen still couldn't raise his spirits. But now, the 9 heavenly puppets had been retrieved, causing Yi Hen's fighting spirit to surge once more. 1,000 Leaves Sect had been destroyed in his hands, so he had to rebuild it and recreate the glory of his ancestors. The 500 disciples he had arranged to enter Emperor Heaven Valley were his hope, as were the well-preserved secret technique manuals, and the 9 heavenly puppets were even more so. In an instant, Yi Hen's spirits were refreshed, as if he had become a completely different person. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian saw all of this and were secretly excited, their gratitude towards Yang Kai increasing by another level. After all, heavenly puppets were truly extraordinary items. Any one of them was comparable to the Emperor realm. If anyone else had obtained one, they would have kept it for their own use. Yet, Yang Kai had returned all of them to Yi Hen. This action of his could be said to be a noble act, and it was difficult for anyone not to feel grateful towards him. Young Master Yang, they seem to be stalling for time. Ying Fei suddenly spoke up. Yang Kai nodded. I know. He had already displayed such a domineering attitude and had obtained every single auction item, yet Wu Ming had not stepped forward to stop him. Instead, he had remained silent. If this was not stalling for time, then what was it? They were willing to give up on the 9 heavenly puppets just to stall for time. From this, one could see just how much they had planned. Should we ask that Madame Hua to speed up the auction? Ying Fei asked with a frown. Yang Kai shook his head. Sister Hua has been poisoned with a heart-urging insect, so she can't help herself. Heart-urging insect? Ying Fei's expression changed. It was obvious that he had heard of such a thing before. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Yang Kai calmly took a sip of tea. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi suddenly frowned and glanced towards the backstage. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "The first half of the auction will end here. Everyone, please take a rest. There will be even better auction items appearing later on, and they will definitely not disappoint everyone." Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help narrowing his eyes. On the other hand, the representatives of the Emperor realm in the private rooms all curled their lips. If this auction did not have a monstrous talent like Yang Kai, it would have been a pretty good auction, but now that Yang Kai had appeared, it was simply like throwing a rat's droppings into a pot of thick soup. This kind of person was the black sheep of the herd. With him here, How could anyone else be qualified to participate in the auction? Thousand Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets had all been obtained by him, so no matter how good the auction items were, no one else would be able to get a share of them. As long as he opened his mouth to bid, those items would inevitably become his. Thinking of this, many people's interest waned. They knew that no matter how good the auction items were, they would not be able to obtain them, so they all got up from their private rooms, intending to leave. For a time, half of the more than 30 people in the private rooms left, while the remaining half probably just wanted to watch the fun. As for the auction items, they no longer had any hope of obtaining them. When they arrived at the entrance of the auction, everyone found that this place had been sealed off. It seemed that a strong spirit array had enveloped the entire Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, making it impossible for them to leave. What's going on? Why aren't we leaving? Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce is too bold. Does it want to catch us all in one fell swoop? I've always felt that something was wrong with this auction, but now it seems that there really is a conspiracy. Don't panic, everyone. If we all work together, we can break this trivial spirit array. With more than a dozen First-Order Emperor Realm Masters joining forces, they were quite a force to be reckoned with. After a brief discussion, everyone began bombarding the spirit array with their own attacks. After an incense stick worth of time, the dozen or so people stopped with ugly expressions on their faces. Looking at the barrier that had not changed in the slightest, their hearts sank to the bottom. No one had expected that this spirit array would be so powerful that it could resist the joint attacks of more than a dozen people from the Emperor Realm for such a long time without reacting. Brother Gong, your Heavenly River Valley's Gong family is a spirit array grandmaster. Can you tell what this spirit array is? A man suddenly turned his head and looked at an elderly man. This elderly man wore a black robe and seemed ordinary among the crowd, but he was the current patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. Throughout the entire Southern Territory, the Gong family's reputation was definitely not small because everyone in this family was proficient in spirit arrays. Many sect defending grand arrays were arranged by this family. Gong Wenshan, whom Yang Kai met in the Four Seasons realm, was a disciple of the Gong family. Gong Wenshan was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, but his mastery of spirit arrays had reached perfection, so there was no need to mention the Gong family's patriarch. In terms of attainments in the spirit array Dao, the Gong family's patriarch was comparable to the Southern Gate Army in the Northern Territory. What? Your Excellency is actually the Gong family's patriarch. My apologies for not recognizing you. Someone exclaimed. Obviously, they had heard of this old man surnamed Gong's name, but it was their first time seeing him, so they immediately cupped their fists and saluted. Most people did the same, and for a while, they all greeted the old man surnamed Gong. Now that they thought about it, when everyone was attacking the spirit array together, this Gong family's patriarch didn't seem to be using his full strength. It turned out that he wasn't slacking, but observing. The Gong family's patriarch frowned slightly and thought for a while before saying, "If this old master is not mistaken, this is the 5 Elements Grand Circle Array." What's so special about this spirit array? Someone nearby asked. The Gong family's patriarch said, "This 5 Elements Grand Circle Array gathers the power of the 5 elements. It is not something that can be broken through with brute force. Once it is arranged, it has the effect of guarding the heavens and earth." Guarding the heavens and earth. Exclamations rang out. This is an extremely advanced spirit array. The Gong family's patriarch looked dignified, and what? Chapter 2690. The Gong family patriarch looked around and said, "Moreover, there seems to be more than one 5 elements array here. There is another set of spirit arrays connected to it. An array within an array." The speaker's face sank. Even if he wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, he knew what an array within an array was. It was several times more difficult than arranging 2 separate spirit arrays. Gong family patriarch can't see it? A middle-aged man with a pale face asked. He thought that with the Gong family patriarch here, breaking this spirit array would be a piece of cake, but he didn't expect the Gong family patriarch to look so embarrassed. This information inevitably made him anxious. The Gong family patriarch shook his head and said, It's not that I can't see it, it's just that it's hidden too deeply. Then can Gong family patriarch break this spirit array? The Gong family patriarch said, I can, but I'm afraid I don't have enough time. With his ability, if he was given 2 to 3 days, he would be able to break this array. However, in 2 to 3 days, the auction would have already ended. At that time, the array would naturally open. Why would he need to break it? Everyone, please calm down. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone was startled and turned to look, only to see Wu Ming standing not far away, looking at them with a smile. What is your Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce trying to do? Shouldn't you give us an explanation? The middle-aged man jumped out and glared at Wu Ming angrily. He thought that Wu Ming was the manager of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. After all, he was the one who had welcomed the guests at the door. Everyone else also glared at Wu Ming. Wu Ming smiled slightly and said, Everyone here is an honored guest, what can I do to you? It's just that my honored master has ordered that no one can leave before the auction is over. Please return to your rooms first. After the auction is over, honored master will naturally remove the spirit array. Can a cow not drink water be forcibly pressed down? This king can come to this auction as he pleases and leave as he pleases. Quickly remove the spirit array and let this king leave. Wu Ming looked at the speaker with a faint smile but didn't speak. Without any movement, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly surged, and a sharp blade emitting a 5-colored radiance strangely appeared, shooting towards the person who spoke like an arrow from a bow. Everyone was shocked. They quickly dodged. The leader of the Emperor realm, who was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, turned pale and tried to use his Emperor Chi to resist. However, in the face of this 5-colored blade, all of his defenses were as fragile as paper. The 5-colored blade directly penetrated his Emperor Chi protection and tore a large hole in his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Everyone stared at that person with their eyes wide open. The man hadn't died yet. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. Then he looked up at Wu Ming in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You. After spitting out a single word, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm felt their scalps tingle. They couldn't believe that the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce would dare to kill someone in their own branch. No one knew what those 5-colored blades were, and only the Gong family lord did. That was not the power of man, but the power of a formation. Not only did the Expanse 5 Elements formation have the ability to guard the world, but it also had the power to kill enemies. Wu Ming was still smiling, but that smile was more terrifying than anything else in the world when it entered everyone's eyes. Although Yang Kai had killed the old man in room 7 at the auction venue, there were still traces of him attacking with a punch and a sword, but Wu Ming had killed him without even moving his hand. Was this something that could be done by man? Suddenly, everyone remembered that he had mentioned a honored master before. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could become his honored master, wouldn't that mean he was a third-order Emperor? A second-order Emperor Realm Disciple. A third-order Emperor Realm Master with the help of a powerful spirit array. If there was a real conflict, he could easily sweep them all away. Everyone suddenly felt afraid. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Wu Ming looked at the crowd with a smile. No one answered. Wu Ming nodded and said, Then please. Saying so, he stepped aside and gestured. Everyone looked at each other. But they didn't dare to have any disloyalty. The dead man's body was still cold, and they had learned from his mistakes. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to say anything and just walked back. Gong family head, Wu Ming suddenly called out again. Gong family head paused and turned his head. What is your excellency's order? Wu Ming smiled and said, Gong family head is too polite. I didn't expect that a trivial auction could make Gong family head come all the way here. Honored master was very surprised, so he would like to invite Gong family head to have a chat. Your honored master is? Gong family head frowned and asked. Wu Ming smiled and said, Gong family head will know when you see him. Gong family head smiled bitterly and said, How can this old master not go? Of course, he knew that nothing good would come out of it if he went, and he secretly regretted commenting on this bullshit spirit array just now. Although he didn't know what this spirit array was for, the person who set it up was obviously afraid of him, a spirit array master, being here. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "Honored master is so kind. Gong family head, you better not refuse." Although his tone was flat, anyone could see the threat in his words. Gong family head sighed, knowing that he couldn't win against Wu Ming, so he could only say, "Lead the way." He was also very curious about who was secretly arranging this and what their purpose was. "Please." Wu Ming turned around and said, but before he could take a step, his body suddenly stiffened and his eyes widened as he stared in front of him. Not far in front of him, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and was looking at him with a smile. Wu Ming was afraid of this young man who had just beaten him up at the entrance of the auction house. His second-order Emperor realm cultivation was so weak in front of this young man. At this moment, seeing him blocking his way, Wu Ming instinctively jumped back and shouted, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" Yang Kai glanced at him, then looked around and nodded. "5 elements great square array, guarding the world. It seems that you have made sufficient preparations to deal with this young master." Wu Ming's face sank when he heard this. He realized that Gong family head's words had been eavesdropped by Yang Kai. Honored master had indeed arranged this 5 elements great square array to deal with Yang Kai. After all, this guy was proficient in the Tao of space. If it wasn't for the great square array sealing the world, he could teleport anywhere. Only by turning this place into a cage could he restrict his movements. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Wu Ming didn't hide anything and just coldly snorted, "I'm warning you, you better be sensible or you will regret it." Yang Kai sneered, "It's none of your business whether I regret it or not, but if you dare to be presumptuous again, I guarantee that you won't live to see that day." Wu Ming's face turned cold, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous again. He had seen Yang Kai's strength and knew that he wasn't his opponent in a one-on-one fight. He glared at Yang Kai with a pair of resentful eyes. "Gong family head? It's an honor to meet you." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards the old man surnamed Gong. "You're Yang Kai?" Gong family head looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Has Gong family head heard of me?" Gong family head said, "I heard that little brat when Shan mentioned you. What's more, young Master Yang refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the 4 Seasons realm. This matter caused quite a stir in the Southern Territory at that time." Gong Wenshan. A vague figure flashed in Yang Kai's mind. He didn't have much of a friendship with Gong Wenshan, only having met him once in the 4 Seasons realm. However, the reason why Yi Jing Han went to Maplewood City to ask Yang Kai for help in opening Emperor Heaven Valley was because of Gong Wenshan's recommendation. Young Master Yang is young and promising, and now he has already broken through to the Emperor realm. That little brat Wenshan is still struggling in the Tao Source realm. Gong family master sighed, secretly thinking that the reason why Yang Kai was able to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly was related to the extraordinary treasure pills. In the past, he refined several extraordinary treasure pills, which he later sold. It was said that Wu Chang obtained one of them, and another disciple of the octagonal door obtained another. Now, Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land had also broken through to the Emperor realm, which showed how powerful the extraordinary treasure pill was. Although the disciple of the octagonal door hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm yet, she had already attracted the attention of many top sects. Several of them had already extended an olive branch to her, intending to recruit her. As long as she agreed, she would become a core disciple. And all of this was thanks to the extraordinary treasure pill. Gong family head is too kind. Junior was just lucky. Yang Kai said modestly with a smile, "Junior would like to invite Gong family head to my room for a chat. What does Gong family head think?" Gong family head showed a look of gratitude, knowing that Yang Kai was helping him resolve a crisis, but he still looked at Wu Ming hesitantly. Yang Kai's face sank as he said, "Gong family head is going to my place as a guest. Do you have any objections?" Wu Ming was annoyed, but he didn't dare to answer. "It seems you have no objections." Yang Kai curled his lips and said to Gong family head, "Please." Gong family head's expression relaxed as he also stretched out his hand and said, "Young Master Yang, please." The two walked towards the auction venue one after the other. Before leaving, Yang Kai turned to Wu Ming and said, "Go back and tell your honored master that this young master will blow his head off. Tell him to be prepared." When Gong family had heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Sure enough, young people are full of vigor. A first-order emperor actually dares to challenge a third order. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Wu Ming's face was filled with resentment as he thought to himself, "I'll let you be rampant for a while, but I'll make you beg for mercy later." He brought the Gong family head back to the first room and introduced him to Ying Fei, Yi Hen, and the others. Naturally, they exchanged some pleasantries. However, Gong family head was still very grateful to Yang Kai for bringing him away. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Gong family head, you don't need to apologize. Although I don't know why Wu Ming invited you, I'm sure he wants to use you to deal with me. I only brought you here as a means of self-preservation." Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate a spirit array grandmaster. If he really participated in controlling the spirit array, the power of this spirit array would increase by at least 30%. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. Qiyu, Aio, and the others were still on Wu Ming's side. If he really angered his honored master, it wouldn't be a good thing. Chapter 2691. Fortunately, no one knew what Wu Ming's honored master was busy with. After Yang Kai brought the Gong family patriarch back, there was no reaction. About a quarter of an hour later, Hua Qingxi stepped onto the stage again. Everyone's expression brightened, knowing that the second half of the auction was about to begin. They all looked up at the stage one after another. On the stage, Hua Qingxi said softly, "Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The next item to be auctioned is a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator." As soon as the statement came out, the crowd went into an uproar and turned their attention to the stage. After all, this auction had been advertised for a long time that a star master from a lower star territory would appear. At this moment, when they heard Hua Qingxi's statement, they subconsciously thought that the second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator was the Star Master. Everyone was very curious about the Star Master. After all, in the vast star boundary, there was no such existence as a Star Master. There were quite a few tens of thousands of years ago, but ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, poisoned the various star territories, the passages between the star boundary and the various star territories were all closed. Masters from the star boundary could no longer easily travel to the lower star territories to refine stars' star sources. Now that a star master had suddenly appeared, it was an extremely rare existence. Any star master had a complete star source, and if one could extract it, they could inherit the position of star master. With a complete star source, their future path of martial Dao would be smooth sailing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a skinny old man with a gloomy aura suddenly appeared from the backstage like a ghost. The old man seemed to have been planted with some kind of restriction, as his aura was completely gone, but even so, he still gave off a gloomy feeling, especially the pair of sunken eyes in their sockets. They looked like two flickering ghostly flames, extremely frightening. This is the Star Master? There's nothing special about him. He has a complete star source, but he's only a second-order Dao Source Realm Cultivator. It seems his aptitude isn't very good. What do you know? Rumor has it that the cultivator who came from the territory of the lower planes all have top-notch aptitudes and calm temperaments. If not for that, how could they have gone through so much trouble to come to the star boundary? Every cultivator who comes from the territory of the lower planes is as talented as the core disciples of those major sections. There was a flurry of discussion in the hall, whispering to each other and pointing at the thin old man on the high platform. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Although it was not easy for a cultivator from the lower plane to come to the astral boundary and there were not many of them, many people knew about it. Those star territory didn't have an excellent cultivation environment like the star boundary. They were extremely rare talents who could cultivate to the peak in their respective star territory. It was precisely because of this that when they first came to the star boundary, Lu Xianyun had told Yang Kai that a cultivator like them could not be underestimated. Many large sects welcomed them. As long as they revealed that they were cultivators from the lower plane, they would definitely be accepted and trained by some large sections. This was because a cultivator like them had a higher chance of advancing to the Emperor realm than most cultivators in the star boundary. Guizhou. In room 1, Yang Kai looked at the thin old man on the high platform with a complicated gaze, recognizing him at a glance. Guizhou was wrapped in ghost qi all year round, so ordinary people couldn't see his true face at all, but now that his cultivation was sealed, he naturally couldn't use any ghost qi. He was so skinny not because he was tortured, but because he was like this. He cultivated the ghost Dao, so his flesh and blood had long dried up and turned into ghost qi. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi continued, he's not a Star Lord, but he's a friend of that Star Lord. He also came from the territory of the lower planes, so there's no need to worry about his aptitude. He's not a Star Lord, what's going on? He's not a Star Lord, but he's still auctioning him. Isn't this a joke? The people below the stage started to shout, but none of them bought it. Jijijiji. Guizhou sneered, like a ghost howling, causing all the cultivators in the hall to pale. Sister Hua, stop messing around. Yang Kai suddenly said, your honored master should be almost ready, send him to me. Guizhou's laughter faded as he stared towards room 1 in amazement, the two ghostly flames in his eyes flashing a strange light. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and said, okay. She didn't want to do this, but her honored master had ordered her to do so before, so she had to do it. But now that Yang Kai had spoken, she would naturally obey. Most importantly, her honored master didn't object, so Yang Kai was right. Honored master was almost ready, so there was no need to delay any longer. Saying so, Hua Qingxi gestured with her hand, and a maidservant immediately led Guizhou to room 1. The door opened and Guizhou walked in. After seeing Yang Kai, he cupped his fists excitedly and said, Sect Master. Elder has suffered. Yang Kai raised his hand and helped him up. Guizhou said with a look of shame, it's this old master's fault. Thinking back to when he was in the Hengluo star field, he wasn't invincible, but he was still considered a tyrant. With his powerful third-order origin king realm cultivation, there was no one in the entire star territory who could defeat him, but after coming to this star territory, he was suppressed at every turn. Now, he was even a prisoner who was put up for auction. It was a great humiliation. Guizhou also knew that the enemy was powerful and wasn't someone he could provoke right now. If not for Yang Kai's sudden appearance, he might have been bought away and become a slave for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, and the others also hurried over to greet him. Guizhou and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect for a long time, so they were already familiar with each other. Seeing him free now, they were naturally happy for him. I'll undo the seal for you. Yang Kai reached out and placed his hand on Guizhou's shoulder, circulating his divine sense to investigate while asking, how are Qiyu and the others? Guizhou replied, their lives aren't in danger, but their cultivations have been sealed. It seems that they will be auctioned off later. Yang Kai nodded, that's good. Saying so, his emperor qi suddenly trembled and rushed into Guizhou's body. An unnatural blush flashed across Guizhou's old face as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. However, he inexplicably felt his body lighten as the sealed source qi in his body began circulating again. Dense ghost qi gushed out and wrapped around his body as Guizhou said in disbelief, Sect Master, your cultivation. Although he didn't know exactly how powerful the person who sealed his cultivation was, he had some guesses. After all, that was a legendary third-order Emperor Realm Master. He never thought that the Sect Master would be able to undo the seal in just a few breaths. Didn't that mean that the Sect Master's cultivation was comparable to that old man's? It was no wonder that Guizhou was so shocked. If that was the case, it was simply unbelievable. After all, everyone had come to the star boundary together, and now, they were all only second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, yet Yang Kai was already so far ahead of them. How had he cultivated all these years? You just broke through to the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai reached out and patted Guizhou's shoulder, saying, I'll catch up with you later. Guizhou nodded, still in shock. Although Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't what he had imagined and was instead much weaker, It was still amazing that he could break through to the Emperor realm in such a short time. Especially when he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was able to easily undo the seal placed by a Third-Order Master. This wasn't something that could be explained by ordinary means. Back in Heng Luo Star Field, Yang Kai often created miracles and defeated stronger opponents. It seemed that he hadn't changed after coming to the star boundary. Realizing this, Gui Zhu couldn't help feeling secretly excited. They had no one to rely on in the star boundary, and this time even Thousand Leaves sect, which they had taken shelter in, was destroyed. Now that Yang Kai had suddenly displayed such great strength, they could naturally rely on him. On the high platform, another person walked out from the backstage. Yang Kai looked over and saw that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Zongyun. Hua Qingxi didn't even have the intention to introduce him and simply gestured to the maidservant who led him out. The maidservant immediately led Gu Zongyun to the first room. After a short while, they were sent into the room. After seeing Yang Kai, Gu Zongyun was naturally surprised and happy. When they were in trouble in Sky Crane City last time, it was Yang Kai who saved them. After a few years, a similar thing had happened again. This made Gu Zongyun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the end, they were still reliable. The next person to be led out was AIO. There was a strange silence in the auction hall. They had thought that the first half of the auction was strange enough, with only Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi interacting. No one else had the right to interrupt. But unexpectedly, the second half of the auction was even stranger. The auctioneer didn't bid, and the first room didn't bid, but one cultivator after another was led out and sent to the first room. What was even more strange was that the people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms also remained silent, with no one criticizing or questioning anything. No one had ever participated in such an auction before. The whole auction seemed like a farce, causing many people to feel very dissatisfied. "It's about time." Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and said after settling AIO down. "What do you mean it's about time?" AIO glanced at him suspiciously, the shock on his face still not completely gone. When he learned that Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he couldn't believe it. It wasn't until Yang Kai undid his seal that he accepted this fact. As Yang Kai's future father-in-law, AIO didn't know whether to be envious or happy. He could only sigh in his heart. That girl Shuiyu had found a good man. He just didn't know if he had attracted any bees or butterflies in the star boundary over the years. There were many good women in the star boundary, and with Yang Kai's ability and brilliance, it was normal for him to have a few women by his side. If one day, Shuiyu could come to the star boundary from the home star territory, she probably wouldn't be able to compete with those women from the star boundary. As a father, AIO couldn't help feeling a little worried. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing for a man to be too outstanding, especially a son-in-law. Chapter 2692. By the way, what about Chai Hu? Yang Kai suddenly thought of another person. Chai Hu didn't come from the Heng Luo star field, but was a native of the star boundary. However, he had a very close relationship with Gui Zhu, Qiyu, AIO, and the others, and had even become sworn brothers. There were a total of 5 people who came from the Heng Luo star field with Yang Kai: Wu Dao, Gui Zhu, AIO, Qiyu, and Gu Zongyun. Wu Dao was the strongest person in the star territory back then, but unfortunately, the heavenly way was fickle, and he died in the world energy baptism when breaking through to the Dao source realm, leaving Gui Zhu and the other 3 behind to struggle in Sky Crane City. It was also at that time that the 4 of them met Chai Hu and received a lot of help from him. Later on, their friendship deepened, and they became sworn brothers. Gui Zhu was the oldest, AIO was the second, Gu Zongyun was the third, Chai Hu was the 4th, and Qiyu was their 5th sister. When Yang Kai passed by Sky Crane City, he happened to encounter Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin, forcing Qiyu to marry him. At that time, Chai Hu took Luo Bing as a hostage to rescue Qiyu, but failed at the last step. If Yang Kai hadn't been there at that time, Chai Hu would have been killed. After that, Yang Kai caused a ruckus in Sky Crane City's city lord's mansion, killing many people, and taking them out, settling them in Thousand Leaves sect. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the existence of Chai Hu. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Guizhu chuckled and said, "Fourth brother has an emotional tribulation." "With whom?" Yang Kai was stunned. Aio also had a strange expression on his face. "Do you remember Luo Bing?" Yang Kai was stunned and didn't dare to believe it. Chai who had kidnapped Luo Bing in the past, so logically speaking, even if they weren't enemies, they shouldn't be flirting with each other. Yang Kai really didn't know why they liked each other. Aio said, "Back then, when fourth brother kidnapped that girl, it just so happened that she was in some danger. Therefore, even though he kidnapped her, he saved her. That girl can distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so she was quite moved by fourth brother. Unfortunately, her father died. Her father, you little brat. Old fourth is also our brother. That girl can't get past her own hurdle. Even if she has some feelings for old fourth, she keeps it in her heart. She left 2 years ago, and Lao Si was worried. Since then, he has been by her side. Until now, there has been no news of him, and no one knows where he went." Gu Song-yun nodded. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Because of this, fourth brother was able to avoid this calamity. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since Chai who wasn't in Thousand Leaves sect, there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about him. The reason why he had asked this question was because he wanted to take care of Guizhu and the others. He didn't have any friendship with Chai Hu himself. "Fifth sister is still in that old bastard's hands," Aio said with a sullen face. "I wonder if she will be auctioned off." "I hope so." Gu Song-yun turned his head towards the high platform. Since all of them had been sent out, it was reasonable to assume that Chi Yu would also be sent out. Yang Kai said indifferently, "If I were that person, I would definitely leave a hostage in my hands." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. At that moment, Hua Qingxi opened her mouth from the high platform. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is over. However, I ask that everyone remain calm. Since all of you have come from afar, this Mistress Honored Master has prepared a generous gift for all of you. I hope that everyone will accept it." "She's really been detained." Aio's face sank, becoming extremely ugly. The auction was already over, but there was still no sign of Chi Yu. Clearly, she had been taken hostage just as Yang Kai had predicted. Although they had been detained by that old bastard all this time, and even had their cultivation sealed, they still didn't understand what he was trying to do. "Monster King, protect them well," Yang Kai ordered. His figure flickered, and he suddenly flew out of room 1, hovering in the air above the auction hall. He looked towards the backstage. There was no one there, and Wu Ming was nowhere to be seen. He signaled to Hua Qingxi with his eyes and sent a message. "Sister Hua, go to room 1. Ying Fei was there, so even if something happened, he could more or less take care of them. Hua Qingxi nodded. She stomped her foot and rushed towards room 1, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Inside the hall and the private rooms, countless eyes looked towards Yang Kai, wondering what this arrogant young man wanted to do. Yang Kai's divine sense poured out like a tide, and he said loudly, "Old dog, you used this auction to lure this young master out. Now that this young master is here, you used this young master's friends to stall for time, and this young master did as you wished. Now that things have come to an end, you still want to hide your head and show your tail? Don't you dare to show yourself?" His words were shouted, but there was no response at all. Instead, many cultivators in the hall looked at each other and whispered to each other. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was an idiot, wondering if he had lost his mind. "Acting so sneakily and making a fool of yourself, old dog, you're still an elder of Star Soul Palace, how could you be so cowardly?" Yang Kai sneered, his mouth full of ridicule. "What? An elder of Star Soul Palace? Where did this elder of Star Soul Palace come from? What does he mean?" Everyone was shocked. Yang Kai's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Star Soul Palace was not just a name in the Southern Territory, but also a symbol, an invincible existence. After all, it was the sect of the great emperors, a giant that guarded the Southern Territory. As for the elders of the Star Soul Palace, they were great figures that were rarely seen by ordinary people. Their status was not inferior to the sect masters of those first-tier sections. Listening to the meaning of Yang Kai's words, he seemed to have some grudges with an elder of Star Soul Palace. Wasn't this seeking his own death? In the Southern Territory, of all people to offend, he had offended an elder of Star Soul Palace, and dared to make such a big fuss, boast shamelessly, and call him an old dog. He simply did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. For a time, many people looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Offending an elder of Star Soul Palace like this, how could he survive? Ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, giving people an unfathomable feeling. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm in the private room changed. They felt that their auras were stirred by this laughter, and their Emperor Chi surged uncontrollably. They were all shocked, knowing that the person who had just laughed was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Could this person be the elder of Star Soul Palace? There were not many elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one knew who this person was. I have long heard of little friend Yang's name, and seeing it today, it seems that you truly live up to your reputation. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "This young master does not speak to sneaky people, show yourself." The voice was silent for a while before saying, "Since little friend Yang insists, I will grant you your wish." As soon as these words fell, the world suddenly darkened, and countless spirit array patterns flashed across the auction venue. These spirit array patterns quickly lit up, as if a single spark could start a prairie fire, spreading out in all directions. In the next moment, everyone felt as if the world had been turned upside down and space had been separated. There was an invisible force pulling him, as if it wanted to throw him into the endless void. HM? 8-point Yuan Division Array. In Room 1, the Gong family patriarch's face suddenly changed, and he quickly took out a set of array flags, pouring his Emperor Qi into them, and tossing them into the void. The array flags quickly disappeared, and the chaotic space in room number 1 immediately stabilized. "Gong Tai, you court death!" An angry roar rang out. It was the mysterious voice from before, and it seemed that the Gong family patriarch's actions had angered him, so his words were mixed with a violent power that could shake one's soul. This power blasted into Gong Tai's knowledge sea, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. This was not the end though, as a 5-colored light suddenly burst out from room 1, condensing into a sharp blade that directly slashed towards Gong Tai. This 5-colored light blade was the powerful spirit array that had previously killed a master from the Emperor realm. When Gong Tai saw this, his face instantly turned ashen, and he screamed in his heart that his life was over. Just as the 5-colored light blade was about to slash down, an eagle's cry rang out. An eagle's claw suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed the 5-colored light blade, and squeezed hard. With a snap, the 5-colored light blade instantly collapsed. Gong Tai gasped for breath, his face pale. How could he not know that someone had saved his life at this critical moment? He looked to the side with lingering fear and saw Ying Fei nodding slightly at him. "Don't worry, with this king here, no one can kill you." Gong Tai got up and cupped his fists respectfully. "Many thanks for your protection, Monster King." An elder from Star Soul Palace wanted to kill him, but it was a Monster King who saved his life. It was simply ironic. Ying Fei waved his hand and said, "No need, but that 8-point Yuan Division array you mentioned before, what is it?" When Yang Kai brought Gong Tai over, he also chatted with him, so Ying Fei naturally knew that Gong Tai was a spirit array grandmaster. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recognize the name of the spirit array at a glance and had the means to restrain it. Gui Zhu and the others also looked at Gong Tai curiously. Gong Tai sighed. "It's a kind of spirit array that separates heaven and earth. I saw that there was a spirit array arranged here before, but I didn't expect it to be the 8-point Yuan Division array." A spirit array within a spirit array? What kind of spirit array is there? Ying Fei frowned. "The 5 elements Great Square Circle Array." Gong Tai replied, "These 2 spirit arrays complement each other and rely on each other. The methods of the person who arranged this spirit array are truly amazing." After a pause, he looked at Ying Fei and asked, "Dare I ask, Master Monster King, what kind of grudge does little brother Yang have with this Star Soul Palace elder that this elder did not hesitate to arrange 2 spirit arrays to trap him?" Ying Fei's face sank. "You mean, this spirit array has the effect of trapping people?" Gong Tai nodded and said, "Yes, the 5 elements Great Square Circle Array protects heaven and earth and seals off space. This auction venue has now been sealed off, and if this spirit array is not broken, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. On the other hand, the octagonal division origin formation was able to isolate everyone here, placing them in independent small spaces. If this old master had not reacted quickly and set up a restraining spirit array, I'm afraid we would have been separated. Hearing this, Ing Fei's face changed drastically. Not good. Turning his head, Ing Fei did not see any trace of Yang Kai. All he could see was darkness outside room 1, as if the entire room had sunk into the void. Using his divine sense to investigate the outside, Ing Fei was unable to detect anyone's aura. The thousands of people in the auction venue had also suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2693. In an instant, Ing Fei's face sank. He had always thought that with his protection, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he faced a Star Soul Palace Elder. He was a monster king, comparable to a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he be afraid of a mere Star Soul Palace Elder? But now, this so-called 8-point Yuan Division Array had isolated everyone, and he didn't even know where Yang Kai was, so how could he protect him? On the contrary, the person who arranged the spirit array could easily use the power of this spirit array to play with Yang Kai in the palm of his hand. He couldn't help but feel deep regret in his heart. If only he had persuaded Yang Kai to bring Shi Lei and Xie Wei here. At that time, Yang Kai didn't agree, so he couldn't say anything. But on second thought, the other party had this so-called 8-point Yuan Division Array that could separate everyone, so even if he brought more Monster King, it would be useless. A few days ago, he had exposed his identity as the Monster King. Since the other party dared to make such a move, they must have made ample preparations. Now, it seemed that the arrangement was really thorough. The 2 sets of spirit arrays not only trapped Yang Kai in this place, but also trapped him in an environment where he could fight alone. Patriarch Gong, can you break this spirit array? Ing Fei asked in a deep voice. Gong Tai sighed leisurely. Yes, but it will take time. How long? Ing Fei had a bad feeling. 10 days. Ing Fei suddenly fell silent. 10 days was more than enough time. With Yang Kai's current situation, how could he possibly wait here for 10 days? AIO said from the side, Yang boy has always been lucky. This time, although the other party's methods are not bad, they may not be able to do anything to him. Patriarch Gong, breaking this spirit array is more important. Let's also think of a way to find Yang boy and help him. There was no other way. Everyone knew that what he said was true, so they immediately split up and looked around to see if there were any flaws in this spirit array. In this pitch-black world, Yang Kai seemed to be in the void. But the environment around him was completely different from the void. When he swept out with his divine sense, there was an invisible barrier around him, making it impossible for him to detect anyone's traces. He stood quietly in place. The corners of Wei Wei's mouth curled up as he waited patiently. In the darkness, a pair of eyes quietly observed his reaction. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of panic or fear. Immediately, he knew that the young man's temperament was extraordinary, and he couldn't be dealt with by ordinary means. At that moment, he no longer concealed himself and simply showed himself. Light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world, and a figure appeared in front of him. Yang Kai looked up and immediately saw an old man. It was as if he had been standing there all along. He had appeared without a trace, and behind him, there were also 2 other figures. One of them was Wu Ming, who had gone missing previously, and the other was Qi Yu, who had not been seen for a long time. Qi Yu's cultivation should also have been sealed. Her beautiful face was slightly pale. At this moment, she was being held hostage by Wu Ming. Her hands were held behind her back by Wu Ming, and she couldn't move at all. The moment she saw Yang Kai, Qi Yu's eyes lit up with surprise and joy, as if she hadn't expected him to appear here. But soon her pretty face sank. He shook his head slowly at Yang Kai, signaling him to run away. Wu Ming chuckled coldly upon seeing this, as he exerted some force on his hand. Qi Yu couldn't help but groan as her face became paler from the pain. Little friend Yang. At first glance, the old man looked like a transcendent being. He had a long beard and wore a blue robe. He had the temperament of an otherworldly master, and he greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face. "Old dog. You're finally willing to show yourself," Yang Kai grinned. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Little friend Yang, please show mercy. This old man is Tan Junhao." "Old dog Tan." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Little beast, clean your mouth and try to shout again." Wu Ming's face was filled with anger. Yang Kai raised his head and said quickly, "Old dog Tan, old dog Tan, old dog Tan, little dog Wu, 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 little dog Wu. This young master is going to shout again, 'Come and bite me.'" "Bastard!" Wu Ming was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and no one had ever insulted him like this before. His anger was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Tan Junhao took a deep breath and waved his hand slightly, stopping Wu Ming's irritation before squinting at Yang Kai and saying, "Little friend Yang's grievances are quite heavy. It seems he has some prejudice against this old master." Yang Kai said coldly, "What do you think?" Tan Junhao smiled and nodded. This old master understands little friend Yang's anger, but this old master has no other choice. "I hope little friend Yang can forgive me." "I'll forgive you if you die." Tan Junhao was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. "Little friend Yang must be joking. This old master is an elder of Star Soul Palace, blessed by the great emperors. Who in this world dares to kill me?" "So that's what you're relying on." Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly raising his eyes and saying in a cold voice, "This young master wants to see what the consequences of killing an elder of the great emperor's sect will be." Tan Junhao's eyes twitched as he realized that Yang Kai wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill him, but he didn't take it to heart. It was normal to want to kill, but the key was to have the ability, so he smiled and said, "Then this old master will wait and see. But before that, shouldn't little friend Yang return something to its original owner? That thing originally belonged to this old master, but little friend Yang accidentally obtained it many years ago." "You mean this?" Yang Kai casually grasped at the void and a token immediately appeared in his hand. This token was carved with a lifelike dragon-shaped statue with a large dragon character on its front. This token was simple and unadorned. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked quite old. "That's right." Tan Junhao's expression changed when he saw the token and he nodded lightly. This Dragon Island medallion was an extremely precious treasure. Although it couldn't be used to refine equipment or concoct pills, it was the only proof for ordinary people to enter the Dragon Island. With this Dragon Island medallion, one could head to the Dragon Island and make a request that the Dragon Island could fulfill. Tan Junhao was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and above that was the realm of the Great Emperors. He knew that he wouldn't be able to pry into the path of the Great Emperors with his comprehension ability, but perhaps there was something on this mysterious Dragon Island that could allow him to break through his shackles. To him, the Dragon Island token was a great opportunity. Not to mention anything else, just getting a few drops of true dragon blood from the dragon race wouldn't be a problem. That was why he had been tracking down the whereabouts of this Dragon Island token all these years. Now that he saw that the Dragon Island token was indeed in Yang Kai's hands, he was naturally happy. But he was an old monster who had lived for countless years, so he had a calm temperament and didn't show any of it on his face. On the other hand, Wu Ming couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the Dragon Island token. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and with his aptitude and hard work, it would take him a long time to reach the third-order Emperor Realm. If he could get the Dragon Island token and go to Dragon Island, he might be able to break through immediately. But this token belonged to Tan Junhao, so even if he wanted it, he wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Yang Kai played with the Dragon Island token for a while, then said after a moment of silence, "This young master has what you want, and you have the person I want. How about this? Let's make a deal." Tan Junhao smiled faintly and said, "A deal is built on the basis that both sides are equal. Little friend Yang, do you think you are qualified to make a deal with this old master?" Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. "Your words are meaningless. Do you want this Dragon Island token for free?" Tan Junhao chuckled. "That's not it. But little friend, please return the Dragon Island token first. and we can discuss the rest later. Yang Kai said, "Release the person first, and the Dragon Island token will be yours. This young master has no use for this bullshit token. Give me the Dragon Island token first." Tan Junhao remained unmoved, and a faint smile hung on his face, as if he was confident that he could get Yang Kai. "Release the person first," Yang Kai said fiercely. Since they couldn't reach an agreement with just a few words, Tan Junhao didn't waste any more time. He turned to Wu Ming and said, "Disciple, let little friend Yang see our bargaining chip, so that he won't feel that we aren't sincere." Wu Ming grinned and said, "Yes." Then, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little bastard, I heard that this dragon lady is your mother-in-law?" The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Sister Hua, why did you reveal everything? It seems that you must have revealed the fact that I have the sealed world bead and the immortal tree." However, this couldn't be blamed on her. In the face of absolute power, Hua Qingxi couldn't resist at all. She couldn't even remember what she said to Tan Junhao. That was definitely an extremely sinister secret technique that could force Hua Qingxi to reveal the secret in her heart. "If you dare to hurt a single strand of her hair, you're dead meat," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Wu Ming chuckled and said, "Don't worry, how can I bear to hurt such a beauty? I like her a lot. If Master didn't stop me, I would have taken her as my concubine long ago." Qi Yu was also a rare beauty, and she had a flirtatious charm. Although she wasn't as charming as Shanqing Luo, she was more mature. If not, Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin, wouldn't have fallen in love with her at first sight and forced her to marry him. As Wu Ming spoke, he extended his hand and gently stroked Qi Yu's face. Qi Yu's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with disgust. However, her cultivation was sealed, and her body was restrained, so she couldn't resist at all. She could only clench her teeth and close her eyes. "You dare!" Yang Kai was furious. This bastard actually dared to tease his mother-in-law right in front of him. How could he tolerate this? With a tap of his foot, he pounced straight at Wu Ming. Wu Ming's face also changed when he saw this. He had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands before, so he knew that this little brat wasn't someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly retreated with Qi Yu. Tan Junhao blocked with his body, and with a wave of his sleeve, a 5-colored light blade suddenly formed and slashed towards Yang Kai. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out, and the world energy in the surroundings became violent. Yang Kai was forced to retreat step by step, and the 5-colored light blade was completely shattered. Tan Junhao narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but praise, "Little friend Yang is truly amazing. This old master has underestimated you." He originally thought that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be subdued by the 5 Elements Array, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to match the power of the Spirit Array. His heart couldn't help but tremble. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such strength? If he was allowed to grow to the Third-Order Emperor Realm, who in this world could be his opponent except for the Great Emperors?